Since I was a child, I grew up in a not-so-rich family. My mother died early and my father has always been struggling under the shadow of an alien. But now, I have obviously worked so hard, practiced hard, and completed tasks desperately, but the final result is a waste that is not worthy of becoming an alien. I was ruthlessly abandoned and moved to the margins of human society, where even the most basic dignity was deprived. However, I know I am not useless. I am unwilling to let everything end just because I cannot awaken the power of the alien. In the silent interrogation room, I looked out the window coldly. The sky was still gray and the city was still shrouded in the shadow of the strange beast. Suddenly, my chest began to beat violently, as if something was rising from the bottom of my heart. With an invisible explosion, I felt my consciousness being completely torn apart. The next moment, all the scenes disappeared, as if time had stopped. The world outside the window suddenly became clear, the thunder in the distant sky roared like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the roar of the strange beasts on the ground became clearly audible. I stretched out my hand, and a circle of light suddenly appeared around my body that was the power to control thunder. At this moment, a powerful consciousness surged into my mind, and the voice was so clear that it seemed to ring in my ears. You are no longer Luo Jie. Shock, confusion, fear, all the emotions intertwined into one. However, the greater emotion was an indescribable pleasure. All this was just a dream. When I woke up, 2 policemen were sitting opposite me, looking serious. One was asking questions, the other was taking notes. The atmosphere was very tense. I wasn't nervous, I just sighed. I was just running today, why did I end up in the police station? After asking questions for a while, the police officer turned the computer screen around and said to me, "Take a look at this." A video was playing on the screen, showing a young man squatting and interacting with a puppy. The puppy jumped over and rubbed his hand affectionately. It looked like a warm scene, like a warm-hearted scene in an idle drama. But the next second, the scene changed. The young man's expression changed, and he threw the puppy out. The puppy rolled to the ground and began to bark, while the young man seemed ready to run away. Then, the puppy exploded. I saw it clearly. At that moment, dirty blood and flesh splashed on the back of the man's head. He slipped and fell. If this were a TV show, it would be a bit bloody and funny. But the problem is, this is not a TV show, and I am the unlucky one. Is this you? The policeman asked. It wasn't me, even though I wanted to say so. I sighed. It's me. So what did you say to the dog? The police officer asked sternly. I said helplessly. I just asked it if it wanted to go home with me. The police looked at each other and said, You didn't say any words like explosion or bursting open, did you? No. I looked a little upset. Even if you suspect that I blew up the dog, I would have to be an alien, with some kind of spell or word spirit, to do that, right? But my potential level is 0, how could I be an alien? The police looked at me, asked some other questions, and finally left the interrogation room. I watched them leave and sighed silently. My luck today was a bit too bad. Next to the interrogation room, 2 middle-aged men in black windbreakers were discussing in low voices at the table, on which the exploded dog was placed. The fluctuations are weak, but it does smell like a strange beast. One of them bent down to observe the corpse and murmured, There is a tumor at the wound, which should be the characteristic of a strange beast. But these tumors are dead, with no signs of exploding. If they explode, they should be bloody flowers. This dog does not have the core of a strange beast. It's really strange. At this time, the interrogating police entered the room. Brother Zhang, Brother Wang, we have finished the interrogation of that boy and found nothing unusual. A police officer handed over a report. The files from the alien center have also been sent over. Luo Jie's potential level is indeed 0. Zhang Weiji frowned and flipped through the interrogation records. What's wrong with his family? On the surface, there is no problem. His father is the head of the logistics department of the Western District of the Inhuman Center, his mother is the head of the laboratory, and his sister is also a laboratory researcher. So, all 3 of them are family members? Wang Maokai raised his eyebrows, finding it a little funny. It looks like he was just an accidental person. Should we let him go? Zhang Weiji was not in a hurry and continued to look through the information. Is he usually alone at home? Yes, his family is very busy. Zhang Weiji pondered for a moment and slammed the table. Go and give him some routine education and let him go. Lao Wang, you lead the team and keep an eye on him at his residence. Wang Maokai was stunned for a moment. You suspect he has a problem? Even if he doesn't, we still have to keep an eye on him. It's very likely that he has been targeted. What do you mean? Zhang Weiji looked at the dog that exploded on the table with a serious expression. The blood flower case, this dog is the third case this month. But this time there is no complete blood flower. Assuming that the blood flower is the characteristic of the murderer, then this time it is an accident. If you were the murderer, what would you do? Wang Maokai touched his chin and said. I would hide. Zhang Weiji nodded. The murderer placed the bodies in front of us 3 times. He is a rampant guy. After the incident, he must be confused and show up out of curiosity, and even contact Luo Jie. You want to sit back and wait? Wang Maokai frowned. That's right. Zhang Weiji was firm. We have to sit back and wait. Wang Maokai nodded and asked again. Why is the third case a dog? Zhang Weiji looked at the corpse on the table. Special hobby? Go and see if there are any other clues? That's fine. I politely said goodbye to the police, walked down the street, and stretched. I was a little confused by today's experience. I was originally in a bad mood, so I went out for a run to vent, but ended up getting beaten up by a dog, and then being questioned by the police for a long time. I'm still feeling dizzy now. Whatever, since I can't be an alien, I can be a researcher. But when I think of the endless piles of textbooks at home, I get a headache. At this moment, a red-haired young man staggered over, smelling strongly of alcohol. I tried to avoid him, but he came towards me and our shoulders bumped. Sorry. You fucking. He showed a fierce expression and was about to curse, but suddenly got stuck. I turned and walked away, and he stood there staring at me without saying anything for a long time. Not long after, someone patted him on the shoulder. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Are you trying to scam me? I want to touch him, but that boy, there's something wrong with his eyes, the red-haired young man said excitedly. What's wrong? His friend disagreed. You can't see any white in their completely black eyes. Ever heard of colored contact lenses? A guy with a buzz cut interrupted coldly. That's not right, those are not colored contact lenses, the red-haired young man suddenly shouted. When he looked at me, his eyes were completely black. The gangsters looked at each other and turned their eyes to me. I walked leisurely, my shoulders were stretched by the street lights, and my shadow seemed to be slightly tumbling. For a moment, their mood became a little trance. Suddenly, I stopped and looked back at them. When I got home, it was completely dark. Looking at the empty house, I couldn't help but sigh. How long has it been since my dad, mom, and sister came home? They're all busy. It's better to be busy. Feeling a little down, I took out my phone and opened the Loving Family chat group. Luo, ha 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 ha, Jia, Dad, will you come back for dinner tonight? At when will you update? Then I threw my phone away and started making dinner. An hour later, I glanced at my phone and saw no response. No one even acknowledged me. I sighed and sent another message. Luo, ha 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 ha, Jia, the test results of the Alien Center are out. Potential level 0, can't become an alien. When will Luo Shiohei update ? 6713, is this true? Don't do scientific research, run away, congratulations brother, you don't have to go into the sea. Celebrate with the general public, the red envelope is here, Mom and Dad, when will that update at? I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the news explode in a few seconds. Wow, how did everyone use search keywords to answer the questions? Then, the red envelopes began to rain. I quietly grabbed a few red envelopes, and then edited a message. Luo, ha ha ha, Jia, how much do you want me to not become an alien? 6713, not at all. When will Luo Shiohei update? Not at all. Luo, ha ha ha, Jia. Don't do scientific research, run away. Hey brother, we know you want to be an inhuman and dominate the battlefield, but your potential is so great that your parents are overjoyed. After all, inhumans are too dangerous. Don't do scientific research, run away. As long as you have potential, your parents will not stop you and let you go on the road of fighting against strange beasts without worry, right? When will Luo Shiohei update? Correct. 6713, correct. Luo, ha 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 ha, Jia, tired, sleeping. The group was still quite lively, with friendly discussions about my future, but I had already left the chat. I had dinner quickly, took a quick shower, and fell directly on the bed, falling asleep in a short while. Purple-gray smoke enveloped the sky. The land was empty, and countless black-robed people were walking silently, their faces covered by hoods, their movements in unison. Every detail seemed to be carefully choreographed. Tisk, I've had this dream for more than 10 years, and the beginning is still pretty creepy. I lifted my hood, looked at the group of people in black robes, and couldn't help but hiss. I should be able to succeed today. I shook my hands, walked forward quickly, and easily left the large group behind. My goal was a mountain. It was the only mountain in this vast land. The mountain was towering into the clouds and was completely black. There was a winding path in each of the 4 directions leading to the top of the mountain. There was a white wooden frame on the top of the mountain, with a young man tied to it. In the past, no matter who they were, the large group of black-robed men would follow the mountain path to the top of the mountain, stab the knife at their waist into the body of the young man, and the knife-wielding man would instantly turn into ashes, while the young man would wail on the top of the mountain. This cycle repeated itself without stopping. I have had this dream for more than 10 years. The boy on the top of the mountain has been stabbed for more than 10 years. It is so miserable. I have stabbed him too many times. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the top, I took a deep breath and said, "I'll free you right away, just wait." Then I walked towards the mountain road. The mountain was very high, with nothing but rocks and black mud. The way up the mountain was very boring, and there was a special force suppressing me, so I walked extremely slowly, became easily anxious, and sometimes even wanted to do impulsive things. But I'm not afraid, I have experience. In the past, I've had impulses like jumping off a cliff, going crazy, and committing suicide. But now, I can walk steadily on this mountain road, although my breathing is a little heavy, as if I have kidney deficiency. Why do I think of kidney deficiency? What does a person with kidney deficiency look like? I wiped the sweat off my forehead, held the knife with both hands, looked up, and saw that the top of the mountain was only 100 meters away. Gritting my teeth, I continued to walk up. I don't know how long it took, but I was only 1 step away from the top of the mountain. At this moment, I felt as if my feet were stuck to the mountain, and the force in the air bound me and prevented me from moving forward. This is the last step. For a long time, I always failed at this moment, but today, I have a feeling that I will reach the top tonight. I stopped where I was and closed my eyes. Time passed by little. My waist gradually straightened and my breathing gradually became calm. I opened my eyes, held the knife tightly, and tapped the ground gently. Go! I pushed hard with my right foot and took the last step, finally reaching the top. In an instant, the restraints disappeared, the pressure was gone, and my body was so relaxed that I stumbled a few steps. After I stood firm, I looked at the cliff, then at the boy on the wooden frame. Oh, the Chinese national football team won! Ahem, I'm coming up! I was so excited that I stretched my limbs and marveled at the fact that there was no pressure at the top of the mountain. I walked to the wooden frame and finally could observe the boy carefully. He looked handsome, with half gray and half white hair, a thin body covered with scars, and empty eyes without any reflection in them. Looking into his eyes, I couldn't help but sigh that if a brother like this were put in a novel, he would probably be set as a great demon or a genius, and would be tortured so miserably. Fortunately, however, it was only a dream, albeit an unusual one indeed. I rubbed my wrist, held the knife, stared at the boy, and said seriously, "Wait, I will let you go right away." After saying that, I took a deep breath, concentrated my mind, raised the knife, shouted, the knife flashed, and the long knife slashed down. With a few soft sounds, the ropes binding the boy broke and the boy fell to the ground. Huh! I breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the boy lying on the ground, and smiled. Now you are free. Although it may hurt a little from the fall, it's okay. It will stop hurting in a while. I swung the knife again, and the boy's head flew out and rolled to the side. He's finally dead. It's so pitiful to see him being stabbed every day. I looked at the headless body. There's no blood because there was too much blood. After putting away the knife, I put my hands together and said, "May your soul return to heaven, and never be stabbed by a sword again. Well, it's a pity that this is just a dream. You will have to be stabbed again tomorrow night. I shook my head, walked to the edge of the mountain top, and looked into the distance. Not far away, I saw a group of people in black robes approaching. I estimated that in half an hour, they would be at the foot of the mountain. Soon, they will see the headless body and me, the straggler. What would happen then? Would they tie me to the gallows? I shuddered and couldn't help thinking. No, I have to retreat quickly. I want to die quickly. As long as I die, I will wake up from the dream. I looked down the mountain and couldn't help swallowing. In the past, when I jumped off a cliff, I could only reach the middle of the mountain. Now I am at the top of the mountain. The psychological pressure is very different. Tisk, why not just use a knife to solve it? I muttered. I'll help you. A voice suddenly sounded behind me, and I turned around abruptly. I saw the huge head floating behind me, and the boy's handsome face was stretched and looked extremely weird. The pair of lifeless eyes stared at me. The head suddenly opened its mouth and bit my head fiercely. The speed was too fast and I didn't react at all. At the moment when I was about to be swallowed, I saw a headless corpse in the distance. It stood up at some point, holding a sword and a chain, and staring straight at me. A voice came from the headless corpse. You are finally dead. The sky was turning slightly white. I rubbed my waist, looking a little dazed. Last night, that big head was really scary, and it bit hard, and ended up biting off the upper body instead of the head. Although I wasn't scared, the phantom pain in my waist made me feel like someone had dug my kidneys out. Although the subsequent severe pain was more intense, it was so painful that I didn't feel much. I sat on the bed, rubbing my waist, and began to think about last night's dream. To be honest, I have had this dream for more than 10 years. I have long been accustomed to those large groups of black-robed people, and even feel a sense of familiarity. But now, the plot of the dream has a sequel. I suddenly feel a little strange. It feels like an old animation that you have been watching for a long time, and suddenly an announcement is made that there will be a second season, with a completely different director and plot. It may not be the second season, maybe it's the finale. I talked to myself and shook my head. I felt a little confused and wanted to drink some water to calm down. As I was drinking the water, my thoughts drifted to the last part of the dream. The whisper in the darkness. You are finally dead. Thinking of this sentence, I felt creepy. The voice was so cold that it seemed like a god was looking down at me from the sky. Suddenly, I started to think more. Could this dream of mine be a torment from some god? Tisk, if such a deity really exists, what a bad taste. I smiled bitterly, took a sip of water, suppressed all the thoughts, and then was stunned. I stared at the cup in my hand for a long time. I had clearly placed the cup on my desk, and I was sitting next to the bed, with the desk about 2 meters away from the bed. So, the question was, how did the cup suddenly appear in my hand? I looked down at the cup, then turned to the desk, and suddenly noticed my phone on it. I squinted my eyes, and a thought flashed through my mind. I need to get my phone. What happened next stunned me. A dark hand stretched out from the ground, picked up the phone, handed it to me, and then silently retracted into the ground. I couldn't help but gasp and thought, Sister, where did your red dress come from? Did you go to the wrong set? Then I thought, other people's red clothes are all hair, why are mine just hands? It's so embarrassing. When I looked down, I realized that the bedroom floor was originally brown, but now it has turned into a deep black. I reached out and touched it and found that it was black like liquid, cold and sticky, but my hands were not wet. I had a vague guess in my mind. I stood up and walked quickly to the living room, and was surprised to find that the black on the ground also moved with my footsteps, following me into the living room. My heart moved and I silently said, Collect. The next moment, the black color on the ground quickly gathered towards me and finally turned into a shadow. After some self-verification through the pain method, giving myself a slap in the face, I was sure that I was not dreaming. My brain quickly reacted. This is the ability of an alien? Am I an alien? My wish of more than 10 years has come true? This felt so unreal, and my emotions were instantly fluctuating. After a moment of silence, I took a deep breath and said, At this moment, we should applaud and celebrate. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of hands stretched out from the shadows and started clapping. I couldn't help but grin, and I played with the black hands for a while, then my thoughts turned to another direction. The shadow's hands quickly turned into a chain, waving with my thoughts. I was excited, and I manipulated the shadow to change. Sometimes it turned into a knife, sometimes it turned into a sword, and even turned into a small nuclear bomb. If the living room at home was not big enough, I would really like to try to see if I can make a new nuclear tank. After trying a lot of shadow changes, I realized that shadows can become very complex, but they also have limitations. Cold weapons are fine for close combat, but long-range weapons are a bit worse, and hot weapons can only be used as decorations and are not used at all. Tisk, if thermal weapons can be used, I can wave my hand and make a nuclear bomb. Let me ask you, whoever dares to mess with me will have nothing left but ashes. I imagined myself sweeping across the battlefield with a nuclear bomb and becoming invincible, and started another test the maximum coverage of the shadow. As soon as I thought of it, the shadow suddenly expanded in all directions, quickly covering the entire living room, and then continued to spread to other rooms. Soon, the whole house was filled with shadows. I looked at the shadow under my feet and found that its color was a little lighter. I recited another sentence, and more than a dozen arms stretched out from the shadows and pressed against the ceiling. I walked into other rooms and found that there were also a dozen arms against the ceiling. Over 100 square meters of expansion area, plus these arms, it feels okay, I said to myself. Well, this range should be the limit. If I continue to expand, I feel like there will be problems. Nodding with satisfaction, I restored the shadow to normal and went to wash up. While washing up, I wondered whether I should tell my parents about this. I took out my phone and looked at the group chat, and I was shocked. The 3 people in the group chatted for 7 or 8 pages and had a heated discussion about my future. The most outrageous suggestion was my sister's: don't do scientific research, run away. Women's clothing is very popular in the entertainment industry recently. Why don't you post a selfie wearing women's clothing and try it out? Who knows if you will be noticed by the entertainment industry? I simply didn't know how to react. Never mind, I'll tell them about becoming an inhuman later. I put away my phone and prepared to cook, but suddenly remembered that there was no food in the refrigerator. Okay, let's go to the noodle shop outside and buy some vegetables after eating. I scratched my head, changed my clothes, went downstairs to the noodle shop outside the community. While I sat down and waited for my noodles, I was scrolling through my phone when suddenly the TV in the noodle shop started to sound. Recently, a series of bloody incidents have occurred in our city, with uniform marks on the bodies of the deceased. We cannot rule out the possibility of human intervention. Our reporter reminds citizens to pay attention to safety when traveling and not to be alone with strangers. I glanced at the TV and was too lazy to watch it anymore. There were actually quite a few bloody cases like the ones shown on TV. It was not uncommon for strange beasts to commit crimes. Most of the victims were rescued in time, and only a few were unlucky enough to not be rescued. However, the unification symbol, mentioned on TV, is it a blood-red flower? At the same time, in a house across from Luo Jie's, 3 monitors were operating computers. Wang Maokai pointed at the screen while smoking and asked, "Nothing unusual happened last night, right?" "No, the target has not come into contact with anyone else, and there are no suspicious people nearby," the monitor reported. "The target is eating noodles in the noodle shop now, and the possibility of contact with people has increased." "Well, keep watching." Wang Maokai nodded, but he didn't care too much. Monitoring Luo Jie was just a temporary idea of Lao Zhang, and it was unknown whether it would yield any results. At this moment, Wang Mao noticed that the monitor's expression was a little strange, and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Is there a situation?" No, I just felt a little hungry when I saw him eating noodles so happily," the monitor replied. Wang Maokai. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. Suddenly, he saw the scene on the screen and couldn't help swallowing. "Wait a minute, I'll bring you some food." "Thank you, Brother Wang. Brother Wang is so generous. Brother Wang must be happy." Wang Maokai felt complicated. What a mess! Just as he was about to go out to buy something, Wang Maokai's cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look and saw that it was Lao Zhang calling. "Hello, Lao Zhang, what's the matter?" "A new death was found in Panlong Mountain in the western suburbs, and a suspect has appeared. Bring someone over quickly." Wang Maokai was shocked and didn't even bother to eat. He hurriedly called a few people to go to the western suburbs. When they were leaving, someone asked what to do with the surveillance. Wang Maokai said directly. Charlie stays, and the others follow me to the western suburbs. After hearing the order, several people followed Wang Maokai away, and Xiaoli stayed in the room to monitor. What was my first reaction when a girl stumbled towards me? Option A. Kick her out and yell, "Woman, you will only slow down my sword-drawing speed." Option B. Take the initiative to step forward, hold the girl, and then start a wonderful plot. Me. I choose C. Just as the two were about to collide, I quickly dodged and avoided it. I dodged it. The girl fell heavily to the ground. I walked away quickly without looking back. As I walked, I thought, how much alcohol did this girl drink? She walks so unsteadily and wears such fancy clothes. Could she be a nightclub hottie with many nightclub stories hidden in her belly? Stop! I heard a shout from behind. I ignored it and quickened my pace. The footsteps gradually faded away. Then, suddenly, a hand pressed on my shoulder. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The hot girl from the nightclub, with the smell of alcohol and blood on her face, approached me. Her nose had just been broken, and the bleeding had not stopped yet. I looked at her face and couldn't help leaning back. Big sister, let's talk nicely and don't make a move. Let me make it clear that we have surveillance here. If you are looking for trouble, the police have evidence. The hot girl in the nightclub burped, looked up at the surveillance camera above her head, and suddenly hugged me. Come with me. Come over here when you say so. Don't I have any dignity? I raised my eyebrows and looked at this hot girl. She had fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. She looked like a mountain from the front and a peak from the side. Okay, be gentle. I'll go with you. Then I followed the hot girl and staggered into an alley where the surveillance cameras could not see. Passers-by looked at me sideways, but no one came forward to join in the fun. Everyone thought I was a fool who was easily lured away, and they thought in their hearts that I might not have even a penny left. In the alley, the hot girl and I stood opposite each other. She blushed, burped, and pressed her head against my forehead. Boy, you made me fall and get my face disfigured. How do you want to settle this? You fell down yourself, why are you asking me to pay you back? I didn't agree. The hot girl snorted. I don't care, you have to take responsibility. I raised my eyebrows, wondering how this hot girl was going to hold me accountable. Then I heard her say, Band-Aid, $5, pay for it. I was stunned. $5? Just for this little money, you want me to be responsible? If we give this amount of money to the police, it probably wouldn't even be enough to file a case, let alone intervene. But it's not that simple. The hot girl continued, obviously it's not that simple. A hint of coldness flashed in my eyes. The hot girl curled her lips. Also, you have to do me a favor. Sure enough, this matter is not simple. I sneered and shouted. Hey, you bold monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. The hot girl was stunned. What a mess! Nothing, I just wanted to make a joke. I smiled lightly, and suddenly two pairs of hands stretched out from the shadow behind me, quickly grabbed the hot girl's limbs and lifted her up. Then, the shadow turned around quickly, up and down, and the quick movements quickly shook out all my hot girl's belongings: mobile phone, wallet, necklace, etc. After just a few seconds, the hot girl vomited all over the floor and fainted. Seeing that she was fainted, I gently put her on the ground, picked up the hot girl's phone and made a call. Hello, is this the city patrol? There's a drunken man going crazy here, and the situation is out of control. Please come quickly. After hanging up the call, I put the phone on the hot girl and turned to leave. Suddenly, my shadow spread again, quickly wrapped around the hot girl's body, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. I turned around a corner and waited quietly. 5 minutes later, the city patrol car finally arrived at the alley entrance. I saw them coming and quietly left from another alley entrance. A few minutes later, the city patrol team left, and the alley returned to calm, leaving only watermarks on the ground, which were particularly conspicuous. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the shadow of the alley. The man looked down at the water stains on the ground and murmured softly, Are they the same species? I wonder what they taste like. The man turned and disappeared into the alley. At this time, I was returning home with my bags. I sorted the vegetables and put them into the refrigerator, holding the potato chips in one hand and the soda in the other, and went straight back to the bedroom. The first thing I did was to draw the curtains. Then I sat on the bed and stared blankly for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, my shadow began to move, and a hand stretched out from the shadow, with a translucent ball in the palm of my hand. I looked at the ball and tilted my head, my heart full of doubts. What is this? In the ball, several thumb-sized red flowers were slowly rotating. These red flowers were not created by shadows, but floated from the hot girls in the nightclub. At the moment she grabbed me, a flower floated over from her hand. Fortunately, Shadow was reliable, and when the flower was about to fall on me, it moved silently and stopped the red flower. At that moment, I also understood that there could be some kind of vague communication between me and the shadow. It was at that moment that I decided to follow the hot girl into the alley. It wasn't because of her long legs and 36D breasts that attracted me. I'm not the type to be easily seduced by such things. I was simply curious about what she wanted to do. As for why I hung her up and shook her, it was because Shadow sensed that a few more flowers were floating on her body, and these flowers were dangerous. That's when I decided to take action. The shadow wrapped her up completely because it conveyed a thought to me. There is something edible on her body. It's delicious. I want to eat it. Okay, go ahead and eat it. At the time, my feeling was, I raised a son, but his brain wasn't working very well. As for what the delicious food Shadow was talking about, I have no idea. Anyway, these are the only flowers left. This flower should have some kind of ability. I don't know what it is used for. I touched my chin, frowned and thought. I always felt that this flower was a little familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere. Xiaoying, have we seen this flower before? Ingzi? It's edible. Me. He's also a foodie. After thinking for a long time, I suddenly slapped my head and said, That news, the blood flower case. I took out my phone and searched for it. I quickly found relevant news and saw the logo of the blood flower case, a blooming blood red flower. Are these flowers wrapped by the shadow from the murderer of the blood flower case? That drunk woman is the murderer of the blood flower case? I was confused for a moment. Did I let a murderer get away? No, that shouldn't be the case. If he was the murderer, Shadow would have found more than just one flower, but a bunch of them. By the way, what kind of murderer would be drunk in broad daylight and be taken away by the city patrol? That's so unprofessional. Moreover, according to Shadow, these flowers are coming for me. In other words, the real murderer's target was me. But I was just an ordinary student, and I wasn't even an alien yesterday, so how could I possibly provoke such a brutal guy? Could it be the dog? That's not right. The news said that the bodies of the dead would have bloody red flowers. Although the puppy was blown in half, there were no flowers on it. Is it a random killing? I don't understand. At this moment, I received a thought from the shadow. Eat flowers, eat them. You want to eat these flowers? Shadow? Omega, why? Then eat them. Then I saw that several blades suddenly grew out of the ball, which quickly crushed the flowers into pieces and then sank into the shadow. Shadow, greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. After a few flowers were crushed, I felt inexplicably relieved. Why think so much? This is something the police officers should consider. I stretched and got up to go out. I'd better go get the documents first. Otherwise, if I become an alien, I won't be able to apply to any university related to aliens. I went out again while talking to myself. Meanwhile, Wang Maokai and his men arrived at the surveillance location. Standing in front of the door, Wang Maokai glanced at Zhang Weiji beside him, then took a deep breath and opened the door. Suddenly, a foul smell came out, and the people outside the door couldn't help but take a step back. As expected, Shaoli was murdered, and the murderer must be extremely vicious. Hey, Brother Wang, Brother Zhang, why are you here? Has the suspect been caught? Shaoli walked out of a room holding a large bowl. While eating, he looked at the people outside the door curiously, wondering why they were standing there stupidly. Wang Maokai. Shaoli, why didn't you answer the phone? I was in the bathroom, so I didn't answer it. Hearing Wang Maokai's question, Shaoli seemed to remember something and said, I called you several times afterwards, but you didn't answer. Hearing this, Wang Maokai glanced at his phone. Missed call time 6. Okay, I was careless. Wang Maokai coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "What are you eating? Snail noodles with stinky tofu? Do you want to eat that?" Everyone. No, 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 just eat it yourself. Ahem, Shaoli, is there anything abnormal in the surveillance? John Weiji came out to talk and asked the question that concerned him most at the moment. Has any suspicious person come into contact with Luo Jie? Well, someone did come into contact with him, but it's not suspicious. Shaoli thought for a moment and said seriously. This guy ran into a hot girl when he came out of the noodle shop and was taken to an alley by the hot girl. Not long after, the city patrol team came and carried the hot girl away. Then the boy left from the other side of the alley, went to the vegetable market, bought a bunch of vegetables, and then went home. At this point, Shaoli turned back and looked at the surveillance screen in the room. Oh, now he is out again. Very good. John Weiji smiled and nodded, and stopped talking. Wang Maokai stepped forward, patted Shaoli on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Shaoli, we will guard here, you go eat first. Oh, okay. Eat while doing horse stance. Huh! Alien Center. I looked around for a long time, and saw that only 3 or 2 people were coming in and out of the door. I took a deep breath and walked in. When I came to the front desk and looked at the lady behind the counter, I said seriously, Hello, I want to apply for a certificate of being a different person. Document proving you are an alien? The young lady asked, and looked up at me. Her expression suddenly became strange, with curiosity, sympathy, and pity. In short, it was extremely complicated. She opened her mouth to say something, but she didn't. Instead, she handed me a booklet and said, Please register. Although I felt that the other party's expression was a little strange, I didn't ask too many questions. I registered honestly and then took a form from the young lady. Turn left on the 2nd floor, it's the first office. After the young lady said that, she lowered her head and continued to work. I scratched my head and took the list to the 2nd floor. When I arrived at the testing area on the 2nd floor, I explained my purpose, and then I saw the middle-aged man behind the desk suddenly raised his head and looked at me in surprise. You are so young, who died in your family? Me. Well, sorry, there is something wrong with my expression. Did someone die in your family? Me. What's the difference? Can you chat? My mouth twitched, and I couldn't help but ask. Why do you think someone in my family must have died? Luguai coughed lightly and explained while typing. Generally speaking, those who come to the center to apply for alien certificates are those who have been tested in their early years and were unable to become aliens. Most of them are middle-aged and their families have suffered drastic changes. Either their parents died suddenly, their wives and children were brutally murdered, or they suffered some serious trauma. In short, it was very tragic. After hesitating for a while, Lu Guolai asked a question. You should have read novels and comics or something like that. I nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why such a question was asked. Lu Guolai continued. Isn't there a setting like that in novels? Parents offer sacrifices to the gods, and their magic power is boundless, the family is broken up, and the immortals are rampant. It's about this feeling. I was dumbfounded. So this isn't just some online joke, it's a real thing? Of course not. I was speechless, and suddenly understood what the complicated expression of the receptionist meant. After Lu Guolai finished the little things at hand, he stood up and walked out. Come on, I'll take you for a checkup. He walked in front and led the way, explaining to me. Young man, don't think that what I said is offensive. According to the center's regulations, this question must be asked because the center is doing relevant research and this information is extremely important for reference. I could only nod my head in understanding. So, who died in your family? Hiss, I understand it, but this is really offensive to hear. I smacked my lips and said awkwardly, No one in my family died. I just had a nightmare, and then I became an alien. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Lu Guolai, who was leading the way in front, suddenly turned his head and looked at me in disbelief. Several white coats passing by had the same reaction, with looks of disbelief. What did you say? Several exclamations rang out. The voices were filled with surprise and despair. What is the most annoying thing about doing scientific research? I have never done scientific research, so I don't know, but privately, I heard my sister Lorraine mention that what she hates most in scientific research is the appearance of variables. Once a variable appears, all previous research theories and experimental models may have to be torn down and rebuilt. Of course, extremely rare variables are special cases and are not used as a reference, but according to the records of many years of scientific research history, when a variable appears, variables with similar situations will appear on a large scale. It's different now than in the past. It's not a peaceful era. Strange beasts threaten people's safety. The relevant research may involve dozens or even hundreds of lives. Therefore, this variable has become the most hated thing for researchers. Because we don't know how many experiments are needed to smooth out this variable, or find the uniformity, and how many people will be sacrificed in the process of the experiment. So, brother, stop doing scientific research and run. Recalling my elder sister's solemn look, and looking at the crazy looks of the white coats in front of me, I suddenly realized. I finally know what my elder sister meant. Then I was surrounded by several researchers. All kinds of questions followed. Are you sure you got superpowers after having a dream? Was it a nightmare, a sweet dream, or a wet dream? Do you still remember what your dream was about? If you tell me, it will be a 404. Did your parents die in your dream, or did your wife and children separate from you? Damn. How obsessed are you with the idea of both parents being dead? I barely managed to deal with this group of researchers, and then with the help of Lu Guolai, I managed to escape the encirclement. Arriving at the testing room, Lu Guolai debugged the equipment while saying, Originally, I could have asked a few researchers and interns to do the testing, but now, I'll do it myself. Then he glanced at me and said with a smile, You should be thankful that I have retired from the front line of scientific research for a long time. Now I am just an idle person. Otherwise, I would have to pester you and ask you questions nonstop. Of course, I will do the routine inquiries. In addition, because your situation is special, we may conduct some related visits and consultations with you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate. Lu Guolai spoke very seriously, and I could only cooperate. Then, the test began. Lu Guolai began to operate the equipment to perform various tests on my body. From height and weight to physical and psychological development, from blood tests to taking various films, they even tested my mental threshold. The mental threshold of a normal person is 100 points. If you exceed this threshold, you will either become a man or an alien. Most people who have just become inhumans have a mental threshold of 120 to 150. The better ones can reach level 2, 201 to 250 points. A very small number of gifted people can break through to level 3, with a mental threshold of over 300. I carefully touched the instrument on my head and asked curiously, Have you ever seen someone with a mental threshold of over 300? I have seen him, Luke said with a hint of melancholy on his face. The initial threshold of 378 is ridiculously high, but after knowing what the child has been through since childhood, I don't find it strange anymore. What happened? You've read the novel about the sadistic hero, right? I understand. The testing room fell silent. After a while, the instrument began to make a beeping sound. Lugwa glanced at the display screen. 207, barely excellent. What else do you want to test? I took off my helmet, in good spirits. Lugwa looked at me, led the way, and said, Test your ability. By the way, what is your ability? Control the shadow. Well, the shadow ability is pretty good, Lu Guolai said lightly. After the test is over, I will get you a book on the development of shadow abilities. You can study it privately. Okay, thank you. I scratched my head. When we arrived at the designated venue, I used my ability and 5 pairs of black arms stretched out from my shadow and began a series of tests under the command of Lu Guolai. From speed, strength to destructive power, defense, and resistance to some abilities, I ended up with a medium rating. Of course, this was after I had restrained myself. The crazy look of that group of researchers before made me feel a little creepy. If his ability is too outstanding, I don't know if that group of researchers will overreact. After all, I don't seem to fit the characteristics of those particularly outstanding people in traditional research. Seeing Lu Guolai's normal expression, I felt that I didn't overdo it, and it was within the normal range. He didn't know that he was thinking about other things at this time. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said it. Your ability is classified as tentacle in the shadow category. How should I describe this category? It's not bad, But there is one thing you need to be careful about. Don't use your ability to do bad things, even between husband and wife. I was a little confused at first, not knowing what Luguo was talking about. But when he mentioned husband and wife and his expression became a little strange, I understood instantly. Then I was dumbfounded. Fuck, has anyone done this before? Yes. And then what? No big deal. Luguo, I said calmly. It was just 404, not even an ash was left. I couldn't help but gasp. The greatest horror in the world is 404. Oh, by the way, remember to bring your ID card to the Public Security Bureau to enter your information. You have to do this, otherwise it will be very inconvenient. After Luguo finished speaking, he went to tinker with the equipment. Leaving the testing room, I looked at the list in my hand and warned myself in my heart that I must never let Ingzi do that kind of thing. However, some things are better left unsaid. Once they are revealed, people's minds will keep thinking about that. Why did he say that? I was so mad that I couldn't even look at my own shadow. Shadow, hey, who called me? Me, what can you do? Shadow, _ Good times? Me, that's inedible. Shadow, I winky face. It's okay, it's fun. I felt relieved. Fortunately, my son is a foodie, so I don't have to worry about him going astray. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I suddenly heard a roar coming from the hall. Where is it? Where is it? That child who had a dream and then became an alien is there. It was a female voice, full of strength, mixed with some mania and rage and even. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but I could vaguely hear a desire for dissection. I looked into the hall and saw 5 or 6 people in white coats, surrounding a person, seemingly trying to dissuade him. Director, calm down, calm down. That's a living person, not a corpse. Yes, Director, put the knife down first, put the knife down. This arm is a precious sample, Director, put your arm down. My goodness, there is a knife and an arm. Is he the director of the laboratory or a terrorist murderer? I swallowed, stayed away from the group of people, and moved towards the gate. This is a place of right and wrong. I should try my best to reduce my presence. Well, there is a saying from our ancestors that what you fear will come true. Just as I was about to reach the gate, I looked back for some reason, and coincidentally my eyes met the eyes of the person who was surrounded. Then I was stunned. The people surrounded by him suddenly quieted down, handed the scalpel and precious arm sample to the researcher beside him, then walked up to me with a frown and asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" As he spoke, his eyes had already looked me over. Of course, I also saw the test form and the certificate in my hand. Fuck, are you the one who became an inhuman for no apparent reason? I looked at the person who was speaking, with a pained look on my face. Mom, how can you say that to your own son? However, my mother Lin Xian ignored me and walked aside with her phone to make a call. Hello, Lao Luo, are you busy? No problem, what's wrong? The second account is useless, let's open a small account. What? Me. The Luo family's family meeting began, and as a key figure in the meeting, I was naturally pulled in. It is said that this kind of meeting has never been held many times. The first time was when my parents got married, the second time was when my sister Lorraine was born, the third time was when I was born, and this time, it was the 4th time. My mother, Lin Xian, used her director's privileges to occupy an unused office and started a group video. My father and sister had been notified by her earlier, and at this moment, they each found a place where no one was around, put their phones in place, and looked as serious as a judge. On the screen, they said in unison, "Sa, count your sins." My forehead twitched. If you play these famous scenes again, I will turn around and leave. Dad coughed lightly, and waved his hand to let me get to the point. I didn't waste any words, put down the chair with a gloomy face, and simply told my situation. I can't tell you everything in the dream. Anyway, it's normal to not remember dreams clearly. So, in my version of the story, I became a warrior, fought monsters, climbed the highest mountain, and finally killed the last monster. Just when I was about to win, I paused. The monster I had hacked to death suddenly stood up. Its head that I had chopped off grew bigger, and it bit off the girl standing next to it. It smiled at me, and then swallowed me whole. After I finished speaking, I looked at the 3 faces on the other side of the screen and observed their reactions. They were silent. Mom frowned as she looked at the test report, while Dad and sister were lost in thought. After a while, Mom threw the certificate on the table and frowned at me. "So, what do you think?" I took a deep breath and said, "I want to apply to Yeni University." After a pause, I added, "It's in the central area, it's safe." My mom rolled her eyes, my sister curled her lips, and my dad simply shook his head. After all, Yeni University has the highest mortality rate among the 5 major alien universities. To say it is safe is simply a lie. Dad said seriously, "Do you really want to go down this path? Once you choose, there is no turning back. This is different from the comics and novels you read. There is no romance or beautiful women in reality. Most of the people who take this path have a bad ending," he said, and waved his hand for me to think it over carefully. I smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "No need to think about it, because I have been thinking about this problem for 10 years. All 3 of them looked surprised. After all, I was only 8 years old 10 years ago. I continued, "When I was little, you were all busy, so it was basically my sister who took care of me. So every time you had a rare break, I would pester you to play. I remember one time, I asked my dad why he was so busy, as other parents were not that busy. Your answer at the time was..." I imitated my father's tone. "If I could, I would like to be at the forefront of the fight against the monsters, but I can't do that, so I will do my best to contribute to this cause, even if it's just logistics." I looked at my mother and said, "I asked you the same question? Your answer was that scientific research is related to the safety of our country and our family. You have the ability to do it. If you don't do it, it would be a sin." Later, I saw doctors working through the night to save lives and working themselves to death. I saw firefighters dying in a fire while trying to save lives. I saw police officers getting injured or even sacrificed. I kept wondering, why are they willing to make such sacrifices? After thinking about it for many years, I finally got the answer. I paused. A noble person, even if he is powerless, will help others in times of crisis. A lowly person, even if he has great power, will only indulge in lust in dark corners. I have the ability, and I don't want to be that coward who hides behind the crowd when he can do something. My voice was firm, and I even stood up, my emotions surging in my heart. My mother was touched, but before she could speak, Luo Lin's voice came from the screen. "This sentence comes from a speech by a journalist from the West." My heart skipped a beat as I listened to her slowly add, "By the way, this reporter was later found to have embezzled nearly 100 million yuan and was sentenced to life imprisonment." The air suddenly became quiet and my father, mother and I looked at each other. Luo Lin chuckled and looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "Brother, it's normal that my parents don't know that the textbooks have changed, but you are reciting clichés in front of me. Aren't you looking down on your sister a little bit?" I was silent and then I ran away. Of course, I couldn't get away. My mother called me with a cold voice, and I turned around stiffly, and then I was scolded. However, in the end, they did not try to stop me, but instead told me to be more careful and not to act rashly just because I had the ability. The most important thing is to use your brain when encountering problems, and don't just act recklessly, my mother said earnestly. Listening to her nagging, my toothache was severe, and I vaguely felt a familiar feeling of being taught in elementary school. After a long speech, she stared at me for a long time, reached out and touched my face, and sighed slightly. "You are young, passionate, and willing to give. From a public perspective, I hope more people like you are willing to stand up. But as your mother, I don't ask you to achieve great things, I just hope you can protect yourself, understand?" My heart moved slightly, and I watched her nod solemnly. "I understand." She sniffed and forced a smile. "Okay, go and get busy." I nodded, turned around and was about to leave, but then I heard my elder sister say slowly, "Brother, when you come back, let's discuss opening a new account." I paused and silently quickened my pace. Chapter 8. Some things, if you don't look for them, they will come to you. In fact, Luo Jia thinks it's no big deal whether to open a small account or not. After all, my parents are still young, and it's not a bad thing that they are still passionate after so many years of marriage. He doesn't mind having another younger brother or sister. It's just, we were just getting sentimental here, and you started talking about opening a second account. The emotions are so inconsistent. After the family meeting, Luo Jia chatted with his mother for a while. Knowing that his mother only came to the West District temporarily to give a lecture, he did not stay long and quickly left the alien center. After leaving the alien center, Luo Jia went to the Public Security Bureau again and reported the relevant information about himself becoming an alien. Only after the police entered this information into the identity file did Luo Jia breathe a sigh of relief and go home happily. After all this trouble, it's finally done. Unfortunately, my mom and her family were still busy and couldn't go home, so they could only eat in the cafeteria or get takeout, and he had to enjoy those delicious dishes alone. Well, I must take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments when the time comes. No other meaning, just sharing life. There were people and cars coming and going on the street, a peaceful scene. Looking at this scene, Luo Jia felt inexplicably happy. The certificate for Iran has been obtained, and my family has also been convinced. I am so happy. Now I just have to wait for the admission letter from Yanyi University. After wandering around the street for a while, Luo Jia staggered towards home. The road Luo Jia took was a bit off the beaten track, and there were gradually fewer people on the street. When he was almost home, he suddenly paused. Just now, Shadow gave him an idea. Hua hua, something edible. Hua hua. Flower? The blood flower case. Thinking of these words, Luo Jia's mood suddenly became worse. Was the murderer behind the scenes killing people randomly, or was he targeting him? If it was a random killing, it would be fine, just bad luck for him. But if it was targeted at him, what was the reason? Could it be because of his stunning beauty? Shadow. Luo Jia, what? Do you have any objection? Shadow, flowers, there are flowers. The Shadow's thoughts came intermittently. The moment Luo Jia understood the message, he was shocked and thought that the murderer was behind him. Then, he did something that seemed very crazy to passers-by. Squat down, jump forward, and then turn around sharply. There was nothing unusual behind him. Luo Jia even saw two buddies holding hands. After he turned around like a lunatic, they took a few steps back without leaving a trace and walked around him. Luo Jia stood up expressionlessly, patted his clothes, and asked in his heart what was going on with Yingzi and where was Hua Hua. Shadow sad face? Underscore? Luo Jia, so you want to eat flowers, not have flowers appear nearby? Shadow, Omega? Luo Jia, grass. Cursing this foodie in his heart, Luo Jia turned around and was about to leave. Just then, the sound of a whistle attracted Luo Jia's attention. I saw a shining water blue supercar slowly driving to Luo Jia's side. Luo Jia could even see his own figure clearly from the reflective body of the car. Looking at this car, Luo Jia was amazed. What a show-off! But what does it have to do with me? After just 2 glances, Luo Jia lost interest. Luxury cars and supercars were just a way of showing off wealth, but they couldn't add more meat to his bowl. However, just as Luo Jia was about to leave, someone stopped him. Luo Jia, wait! Luo Jia turned his head and the door of the supercar suddenly opened, and 2 people got out of the car. The moment these 2 people came down, Luo Jia heard it clearly. Shadow's thoughts suddenly became excited. There are big flowers! Luo Jia's pupils shrank slightly. Watchpint. The 3 monitors took turns to keep an eye on Luo Jia's whereabouts and any strangers who approached him. Xiaoli, who was making biological weapons in the room, was punished to communicate information with various people in a horse stance. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoli said to Zhang Weiji and Wang Maokai, who were gathered around the coffee table with a bitter face. According to the Alien Center, Luo Jia went there to apply for an alien certificate and did not come into contact with other suspicious persons. Proof of being a superhuman? Wang Maokai suddenly turned his head and raised his eyebrows. He just found out yesterday that he couldn't be a superhuman. Why did he get a proof of being a superhuman today? It's nothing. The accuracy of the test at the Alien Center is only 89.7%, not 100%. Xiaoli said nonchalantly. Seeing Wang Maocai's face darken, he quickly begged for mercy and said quickly, No, Brother Wang, look, he got the alien certificate. Doesn't that mean he passed the test at the Alien Center? If he had acquired his abilities through illegal drugs, the Inhuman Center would have arrested him long ago. How could they let him go? Zhang Weiji, who was listening silently, asked, Did you ask how he got his ability? He said he had a nightmare and became an alien after waking up. What nonsense! Wang Maokai complained. Indeed. Zhang Weiji was speechless. Captain Zhang, Brother Wang, someone has come into contact with the target person. Just then, someone reported loudly. Captain Zhang glanced at Shaoli, and Shaoli understood and started operating the computer. After a moment, 2 photos were projected. The girl is He Miao Miao, 18 years old, Luo Jia's high school classmate, not an alien. The boy is He Yun, 40 years old, He Miao Miao's father, not an alien. It doesn't look unusual. Wang Maokai scratched his hair, feeling a little numb. There was no news from the people who had been sent out, and there was no result from waiting here. And there was no telling when the murderer would attack the next person. There was a lot of commotion outside, and the progress of their investigation was stuck. Zhang Weiji sat aside, tapping his fingers regularly on the coffee table. Suddenly, he pointed at the surveillance screen and said, "Can you enlarge the image?" "Okay." The surveillance officer responded and quickly enlarged the image. Zhang Weiji looked at He Yun in the surveillance video and frowned slightly. Wang Maokai saw this and immediately asked, "Old Zhang, what did you find?" "Look at this, He Yun, don't you think there's something wrong?" "Something's wrong. He's so sexy." Shaoli. Monitor. Wang Maokai. Wang Maocai's expression changed drastically. "Fuck Lao Zhang, it's already this time, and you're still using lame jokes?" "I'm not kidding." Old Zhang's face darkened and he said righteously, "I always feel that there's something wrong with his attitude. And you see, that car is a LBG series supercar, which costs at least 4 million. Do you think it matches his temperament?" Hearing this, Wang Maokai immediately lost interest. "Lao Zhang, this is where you are wrong. The world is so big, you have to allow for the existence of sissies. Besides, it's just a car, it doesn't mean anything. There are nouveau riches in this world. Besides, what if someone gets lucky and wins the lottery?" Zhang Weiji frowned even more tightly. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by Shaoli. "There is news. Another victim of the blood flower case has been found. The location is Tangshan Ipin Villa District." Zhang Weiji rubbed his brows and said, "Old Wang, I'll go over and take a look. You stay here." "Okay, go ahead." Wang Maokai nodded somewhat boredly, but didn't want to go with them. It was the same in the previous cases. The victim was suddenly discovered, and they rushed to the scene, but found nothing. Then they began to disperse and dig up connections, and were in a blind spot. This time, the process is probably the same. A strand of the shadow split apart and turned into a thin film that attached to Luo Jia's pupil. Affected by the shadow, the normal scenery in Luo Jia's eyes suddenly became a little gray, but some things were particularly dazzling in this grayness. For example, the blood-red flowers wrapped around He Miao Miao's forehead and limbs. Another example. Standing in the center of a giant blood-red flower, a middle-aged man, He Yun, walked towards him gracefully. Really, it's so dazzling. Looking at the bright face of classmate He Miao Miao and the confident and calm appearance of He Yun, Luo Jia narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a bright smile. "Miao Miao, Uncle He, long time no see." Chapter 9 Different Victims. He Yun and He Miao Miao, Luo Jia is very familiar with both of them. After all, He Yun and Luo Jia's father Luo Qingyuan are best friends. We had always been together, but we separated in college and lost contact. Later, we both returned to our hometown to work and got in touch again. When he was a child, Luo Jia often went to He Yun's house to play with He Miao Miao, and he would go there every weekend. It wasn't until junior high school that it became less frequent. Naturally, the opportunities to meet each other gradually became less and less. The last time he saw He Yun was in the 3rd year of junior high school. It was said that an accident happened in the He family, and He Yun divorced his wife and went abroad alone. He Miao Miao moved out of the community with her mother, and no one knew where they went. Speaking of which, ever since He Miao Miao's parents divorced, she has never looked for Luo Jia again. Every time they meet at school, they don't talk, as if they are strangers. Highlight a coolness. This is the first time we've talked to each other in such a long time. Luo Jia looked at He Miao Miao with a smile on his face. He seemed very excited, but his mood was very calm. After all, they had been strangers for several years. He Yun simply disappeared for several years, and many things would fade away. What's more, in Luo Jie's opinion, there is something wrong with this father and daughter now. It is very likely directly related to the blood flower case. When facing a suspicious person, even if that person is someone he knows, Luo Jie dares to say that he will uphold justice and remain calm. Damn! Luo Jie couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and his mood fluctuated for a moment. He Miao Miao ran towards him in small steps, her chest full of emotion. She held his arms with both hands, letting Luo Jie's arms sink into the softness of her chest. Then she raised her head, her eyes shining with light, and acted in a cute and innocent manner. Brother Luo, I haven't seen you for a long time. Did you miss me? Damn, where is your cool personality? This young man has no martial ethics. Luo Jie looked down at He Miao Miao with a gentle smile on his face. Yes. Really? Get lost. Ahem, Luo Jie said the last sentence in his heart. Well, Luo Jie swore to God, his emotions really only fluctuated for a moment, and now he is completely calm. Then Luo Jie discovered that in addition to bloodstains on He Miao Miao's forehead and limbs, there were also bloodstains in her eyes, and they were slowly rotating at a certain frequency. Luo Jie even saw a few blood flowers flowing down He Miao Miao's arm and onto his body. Luo Jie's expression remained unchanged. He untied He Miao Miao's hand and walked towards the flashy supercar. I was wondering why this supercar came to me. It turned out to be you, Uncle He-yun. Uncle He-yun, you must have made a fortune. You can even afford this kind of supercar. As he said this, Luo Jie had an envious look on his face, but his shadow separated and quickly covered the blood flowers by using his body and the supercar as a cover. He-yun listened to Luo Jie's words and said calmly, It's just luck. If you want, Uncle can help you make a lot of money. Luo Jie showed an interested look on his face, and after hesitating for a long time, he shook his head and said, Forget it. I'm still a student, so I won't consider making money for the time being. Besides, my family is not short of money. Looking at the supercar, Luo Jie thought for a moment and said, Although I can't afford a supercar. Haha, yes, your family conditions have always been good. He-yun smiled. His smile was very faint, but Luo Jie could see clearly that the huge blood flower wrapped around He-yun was twisting wildly, and the outstretched branches kept whipping the ground around it, as if venting its anger. What the hell, why is he so mad? What did I say to irritate him? Luo Jie's eye twitched, and he walked around the car a few steps, moving a little further away from He-yun and the others. While pretending to look at the luxury car, Luo Jie asked, Uncle He, didn't you go abroad? When did you come back? It's been a while. I came back to do some things this time, so I won't be here for long. Luo Jie said oh, and thought about what he should say to naturally get rid of these two people and call the police, well, under the premise of ensuring his own safety. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard He-yun suddenly say, Xiao Jie, Uncle and Miao Miao have something to do. After we finish our work, we will go to your house and chat about the past. Oh, okay. Luo Jie was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was just looking for a chance to escape, and now the opportunity has come? Dad, you go park the car first. Luo Jie and I will walk up. At this moment, He Miao Miao suddenly said, blinking at Luo Jie, with a shy blush on her face. Seeing this made Luo Jie feel a chill. Damn, are you greedy for his body? Please keep your cool. Fortunately, He-yun did not agree. After giving He Miao Miao a sidelong glance, he took He Miao Miao and Luo Jie to say goodbye, saying only that he would visit again later. After watching the supercar drive away, Luo Jie breathed a sigh of relief and hurried home, taking out his cell phone to call the police. However, the moment he took out the phone, Luo Jie paused. A gorgeous blood flower is blooming on the phone. Is this phone being monitored? By the way, can this flower be used as a monitor? He subconsciously wanted to control the shadow to pull out the blood flower, but after thinking about it, he just let the shadow wrap the blood flower and did not act rashly. There is a spare cell phone at home, use that to call the police. Thinking of this, Luo Jie quickly rushed back home and took some time to find the spare phone. Just as he was about to call the police, he heard a sudden knock on the door, accompanied by He Miao Miao's sweet voice. Brother Luo, I'm here, please open the door. Luo Jie turned his head suddenly, quickly dialed a number, turned the phone screen black, stomped his feet, then he came to the entrance, took a deep breath, opened the door, looked at He Meow Meow, who was smiling outside the door, and smiled. Sorry, I went to the bathroom. Please come in. Tongshen first class. Zhang Weiji walked into the villa with a sullen face while listening to the reports from his men. The deceased's name is Liang Hongmei, the chairman of Hongtian Group. She is divorced. Her husband passed away 5 years ago. She only has one daughter. Zhang Weiji had already arrived in front of the corpse while listening. Then he couldn't help frowning. The scene was a bit scary. The victims in the previous cases were in a very miserable state. Not only were there blood spots on their bodies, but some of their joints were also blown apart, and their bodies were a bloody mess. But the deceased named Liang Hongmei was different. Apart from the blood on her body, there were no open wounds on her body. It was just that her entire skin was peeled off, and fat, muscle fibers and other tissues were exposed to the air. What did the murderer want to do by peeling off her skin? Zhang Weiji squatted in front of the corpse and examined it carefully. When a murderer kills, whether it is random or premeditated, he must have a desire. Even if it is to satisfy his own perverted desire to kill, it can be regarded as a desire. The police could not find a reasonable logic for the murderer's previous killings, so they temporarily attributed it to satisfying his murderous desires. But now the murderer not only kills people, but even skins the victims. Is it that his desires have escalated or he is trying to escape? Are you sure the deceased is Liang Hongmei? Well, I think so. Should? It's like this. At around 7 a.m., the security guard saw the deceased driving out. At around 10 a.m., the security guard saw her coming back in a taxi. She never left after that. The police officer took a look at Zhang Weiji's expression and continued. This villa is very close to the security booth. The security guards can see clearly who is coming in and out. In addition, there are very few outsiders coming into the villa area, so it is basically certain that Liang Hongmei is the only one in this villa. So, can we be sure that the deceased is Liang Hongmei? Well, a more accurate DNA test has been sent for identification, and we will have news soon. Zhang Weiji nodded and began to walk around the villa, trying to see if there was anything strange. After a moment, the police officer said, DNA confirmed that the deceased is Liang Hongmei. Well, it's okay as long as it's confirmed. Zhang Weiji rubbed his eyebrows. You were wrong. After thinking for a while, he said, let's notify the family of the deceased first. Well, it might be a little difficult, the police officer said with some embarrassment. The only relatives of the deceased now are a daughter and an ex-husband. But her daughter disappeared more than a month ago, and her ex-husband went abroad several years ago and has not appeared since. My daughter is missing? Didn't the deceased call the police? I reported it, and later they said the daughter had been found, so there was no need to bother the police. But we tried to contact the daughter of the deceased just now, but we couldn't get in touch with her. As the police officer spoke, he handed the instrument in his hand to Zhang Weiji. Zhang Weiji took the instrument and took a look, and saw two familiar faces. He Yun, He Meow Meow. Is Liang Hongmei's car a water blue supercar? Well, according to the registration at the DMV, there is indeed a water blue supercar. Zhang Weiji nodded and instantly figured out a lot of things. He Yun drove his ex-wife's car out for a stroll, so was their old love rekindled? But why didn't He Meow Meow answer the phone? He also wondered if He Yun had killed Liang Hongmei, but he felt that the possibility was unlikely. After all, the guard saw Liang Hongmei coming back in a taxi. Unless the person the guard saw was not the real Liang Hongmei. Thinking of this, Zhang Weiji made a phone call. Hey Lao Wang, keep an eye on He Yun and his daughter. This might be a clue. Okay. Maple Garden Community. Luo Jia looked at the graceful He Meow Meow and welcomed her with a smile. Do you need to change your shoes? He Meow Meow stood on tiptoe outside the door and looked inside, as if she was worried about dirtying the floor. Luo Jia waved his hand carelessly and said, It's okay. At most I can just mop the floor. Besides, my floor is black and it won't get dirty. Hearing this, He Meow Meow nodded with a smile, walked into the entrance hall, and stepped on the black floor of the living room. Chapter 10. Chunibu is really a disease, the kind that cannot be cured. He Meow Meow was welcomed into the living room, asked to sit down, and then Luo Jia poured 2 cups of tea. While serving the tea, Luo Jie suddenly thought that it would be great if he had something like sleeping pills at home. He could just take 2 pills and no matter how cool or cute you are, you will all fall to the ground. By the way, are ordinary sleeping pills useful? Are there any special sleeping pills for mutants? If you have any, please give me a dozen. Barely suppressing the urge to call his mother to ask, Luo Jie sat opposite He Miao Miao on the sofa with a cup of tea. Looking at the tea in his hand, and then at the position where the two of them were sitting, a trace of visible nostalgia flashed in He Miao Miao's eyes. She held the teacup in her hand and looked around the living room with a nostalgic look on her face. Come to think of it, I haven't been to your house for a long time. You have grown up, but this place has not changed at all. Yo, are you going to open up the situation by taking the sentimental route? Luo Jie took a sip of tea and shook his head. Who said nothing has changed? The TV is thinner, the refrigerator is bigger, and the air conditioner has been changed from a wall-mounted one to a vertical one. There are so many changes. As he spoke, he sighed and pointed at the floor. Even this floor used to be white porcelain with pearwood grain, but now it's black porcelain. Hey, it's all my fault. I had to do something else but lift weights in the living room and ruin the floor. He Miao Miao. I'm talking to you about nostalgia, but you insist on talking about reality, right? She looked down at the coffee table, her expression becoming somewhat pleasantly surprised. She pointed to a certain spot on the coffee table and said, There are still some places that haven't changed. Look at this coffee table. There are still words carved on it when I was a child. Hearing this, Luo Jie glanced at the place she pointed at, and then sighed again. It's only the appearance that hasn't changed, but the inside has changed completely. A few years ago, I became fascinated by works like Spies and Secret Agents, so I modified the table. As he spoke, Luo Jie grabbed the table and lifted it up with force. With a swipe, the top of the coffee table suddenly rose, and 3 hidden mezzanines flipped out from the coffee table. He Miao Miao. He Miao Miao laughed dryly and said speechlessly, I didn't expect that you have such a hobby. So, everything is unexpected, just like I didn't expect your parents to divorce. Could it be because I found the private money your father hid? As soon as these words were spoken, He Miao Miao was completely at a loss. Oh my God, who taught you to chat like this? People with low emotional intelligence wouldn't talk like that. It's something that only people with low emotional intelligence and high IQ would say. But Luo Jie doesn't look like a fool. Could he have done it on purpose? Well, I did that on purpose. Luo Jie drank tea calmly. If the person who came was a normal He Miao Miao, Luo Jie would probably just accompany her to reminisce about the past. But this He Miao Miao was not normal. She was related to the blood flower case. Luo Jie felt that it was okay for her to say anything excessive. And Luo Jie glanced at the mobile phone on the coffee table, then looked at the blooming blood flower on the phone, and remained silent. Can this flower only monitor cell phones, or can it also monitor their current conversations? Well, now we have no time to chat, so if you can hear this conversation, please show up. Ding dong. Here we come. Luo Jie pointed to the entrance to He Miao Miao, then stood up to open the door. There shouldn't be some cliched plot with too many words and someone delivering a package and someone delivering water. The door opened, and a graceful and enchanting blood-colored flower walked into the room. Of course, this was the image Luo Jie saw with the help of the shadow. The actual situation was that He Yun walked into the room with a smile on his face, as if nothing unusual happened, and said, Xiao Jie, Uncle didn't change his shoes. Do you mind? Let it get dirty, the worst that can happen is I can just mop the floor. Luo Jie said indifferently. Oh, that's embarrassing. How about I change into a pair of slippers? No, just come in. Don't wear slippers. You might get athlete's foot if you come back. It's okay, Uncle doesn't mind. I do mind. He Yun. He Miao Miao. Luo Jie, sincere face. He Yun took a deep breath and a smile reappeared on his face. Haha, you are still so straightforward. Of course I am. I am a real person, not a fake one. Luo Jie smiled brightly. He Yun followed Luo Jie into the living room, and while looking at the decoration of the room, he sighed. It has changed, a lot of things have changed. Yeah, He Miao Miao said nothing has changed, which shows that he is not careful enough. He Miao Miao, Can you please stop talking about this? Hee, she has only been to your house a few times, it's normal that she doesn't know. But I, your uncle, have never come to your house. In fact, I helped with some of the decoration of your house, but now it has been replaced. As he said this, he stared at the ground with nostalgia in his eyes. Unlike He Miao Miao's acting, this is genuine nostalgia. Luo Jie was slightly moved. It seemed that Uncle He-yun was really reminiscing about the past. So how much did my dad deduct from your wages? You still remember it now? He-yun. I don't think I asked for labor fees. Luo Jie. Haha, how pitiful. Is my dad so bad? Not really. He-yun took out a cigarette from his bag and started talking about the past. Well, I'm not interested in listening to stories that are too long. Can you please not go into the flashbacks? The cigarette was taken back. The smile on He-yun's face seemed to break a little. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Was this boy like this before? He just thought he was a little neurotic before, but now he has evolved into a psychopath. Having said that, as an adult, shouldn't he be the one who controls the pace of the conversation? Why is it that the kid Luo Jie is the one leading the pace of the topic now? Thinking of this, He-yun took a deep breath, his aura became stronger, and there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes when he looked at Luo Jie. Xiao Jie, what are you going to do in the future? Go to university and do scientific research. What else can you do? Luo Jie narrowed his eyes and curled his lips slightly, seeming a little bored. Seeing this, He-yun continued to ask, didn't you want to be an alien when you were a child? Why did you give up? What can I do if I don't give up? My talent level is 0, so I can't even become an alien. Luo Jie sighed and started to perform immediately. As far as I know, the accuracy of the test conducted by the Inhuman Center is not 100%. That's wrong, but I can't guarantee that I'm in the minority, so I can only do scientific research honestly. Then if... He-yun dragged out his voice when he said this, trying to create a sense of mystery. Then... Fruits? What are you talking about? He-yun's face turned dark in an instant. Luo Jie grinned. I am just helping you with your singing. Please continue, I won't interrupt you. What if someone can guarantee that you are in the minority? Who? Luo Jie's eyes widened, looking not very smart. I? He-yun's words were so powerful that Luo Jie even felt that there was an inexplicable air of arrogance coming from the other person. He hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, Uncle, Chunabun is a disease, it must be treated. It was obvious from the look on his face that he didn't believe He-yun at all. He-yun was not annoyed by this, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. He stretched out his hand, pointed at the teacup on the coffee table, and said softly, Bang! The next second, the teacup exploded and small earth-colored flowers bloomed on the fragments. Luo Jie looked at the teacup in shock, his thoughts racing. Judging from the flower pattern, it was exactly the same as the symbol of the blood flower case. He-yun was most likely the murderer of the blood flower case. He-yun put his hands behind his back and continued. Don't doubt your eyes, and don't think this is magic. Uncle, I'm telling you clearly, this is the ability of an alien. But you are not. Well, according to logic, it's time for the stuttering scene, Luo Jie thought silently in his heart. That's right, I am also a lowly ant with a talent level of 0, unable to become an extraordinary person, He-yun said with a somewhat cold expression. Originally, I should have lived an ordinary life until I died of old age, but I saw through the scam of those superiors, so I became different. The superiors have established a set of rules and use them to select the aliens that suit their wishes. They tell you that aliens are noble, powerful, rare, and dangerous. They told the aliens that only those who obeyed them were qualified and normal aliens, and those who called themselves aliens in other ways were regarded as heretics by them and would be killed no matter how far away they were. Do you know why they say this and do this? He-yun asked Luo Jie with a fanatical look in his eyes. But before Luo Jie could answer, he answered his own question. Because they are afraid that their power will be overthrown by ants. They are just a bunch of cowards. In this era, only aliens can become strong. Only aliens who break free from their shackles can become strong men who are unrivaled in all battles. How can a golden unicorn stay in a pond? Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. Now Xiaojie, uncle can bring you the wind and clouds, what choice will you make? Luojie was silent for a long time. After a while, he looked up and said, How do you become an alien? Do you take illegal drugs? No, that's too small. The pattern is too small. Hiyun shook his head. Illegal drugs are determined by those cowards. How can they be used as a standard? Although those drugs are very dangerous, they can indeed make people become extraordinary people. However, we are different. Our method of becoming an inhuman is very simple and safe. At this point, Hiyun paused, stared into Luojie's eyes, and said word by word, Our method is to worship God. Hearing this, Luojie's eyelids jumped, and he shouted in his heart, FCK, you've expanded the scope so much, aren't you afraid of collapse in the later stage? Can you pull it back? As long as you are willing to join my team, I will immediately teach you how to worship God. Now make your choice. Hiyun opened his arms and made a gesture of embracing the sky. Finally, he added, As long as you agree, I can also hand over my good daughter, Meow Meow, to you. Hearing this, Luojie's face showed an interested look. He glanced at Meow Meow, whose face was blushing, and then at Hiyun, who exuded pride and confidence. After hesitating for a while, he asked a question. Why me? Because you are smart and arrogant enough. Luojie stopped talking and lowered his head in deep thought. But his eyes were darting around, and he was complaining in his heart. It's fine if this guy has a Chunibyo attack, but what does it mean when he's doing pyramid selling and throwing flowers in the air? Is he trying to blow me to death? Luojie pretended to think for a long time, then raised his head and said solemnly, It sounds like a very good suggestion, Dagako Tawala. Hiyun was stunned for 2 seconds. What do you mean? I refuse. Hiyun was stunned, as if he was a little confused. He opened his mouth to say something but didn't say it. After a while, he sighed and said, Since you don't want to, forget it. But you have to keep the secret from me. That's fine, right? Luojie laughed cheerfully and said, Keep it a secret? Sure, but I don't want to keep it secret until you die. After all, the dead are the best at keeping secrets. Hiyun. The enthusiasm on Hiyun's face disappeared, and he became calm. Since you know, then go and die. Wait, do I really have to die? Luojie suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Hiyun. Unless you join me. That's impossible. Okay, can you tell me a question before you die? Hiyun was silent for a few seconds, not knowing what he was thinking of. He nodded in agreement, indicating that you can ask. My question is Meow Meow your daughter? Hiyun looked at Luojie with an expressionless face and said nothing, but even through a sofa, Luojie could clearly feel the rage surging in Hiyun's heart. But Luojie didn't care and continued to analyze. My son told me that this flower, in addition to exploding, can also weakly control people's actions and affect their thinking. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, let alone you, who are still a human being. But you controlled Meow Meow's thoughts and actions, making her, who was usually aloof, shy and coquettish in front of me, and even used her as a bargaining chip to recruit me. This is not what a father should do in any way. Unless this person is a beast. You are really smart, worthy of being the son of the director of the laboratory. I can invite you again. No need. I won't agree no matter how many times you invite me. Luojie shook his head, and then said with a strange look on his face. By the way, why don't you complain about the weirdness in my words? Hiyun narrowed his eyes, trying not to think about Luojie's words, but he couldn't help it. After a moment, he looked at Luojie in astonishment and asked in surprise. You are an adult, where did your son come from? Just got it yesterday. Luojie clapped his hands and said happily. Come out, Ing's son, let this middle-aged Chunibyo take a look at you. The next moment, Hiyun saw a dozen black pillars suddenly rising. On the top of each pillar was a translucent sphere, and a blood-red flower was slowly rotating inside the sphere. This is... You guessed it right. These are the blood flowers you released. Luojie's smile was particularly bright. They should not be able to explode now. You are... You guessed it right again. I am an alien, so I have no reason to agree to your conditions. I was just acting before. Luojie felt that his tone must be asking for a beating right now, and considering the context, even looking at him through the screen he would feel that he was asking for a beating. But it doesn't matter. Seeing Hyun's face getting darker and darker, Luo Jie felt very happy. It didn't matter whether he deserved a beating or not. Hyun's breathing gradually became rapid. He looked at the dark pillar beside Luo Jie. His eyes gradually turned red. Everything that had happened before, his performance to seduce and persuade Luo Jie, now looked like a joke. This, really, damn it! In an instant, Hyun's aura suddenly became strong and quite strange. In Luo Jie's eyes, the huge flower that wrapped around Hyun, with only half of its body exposed, suddenly went crazy and swallowed Hyun whole. In an instant, the size of the flower expanded by 1/3, and the sharp thorns of the 8 petals stabbed towards Luo Jie at the same time. The speed was so fast that it seemed as if Luo Jie could be pierced through in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, 5 black lines wrapped around Luo Jie's waist and limbs, suddenly lifting him up and avoiding the attack. At the same time, dozens of thin lines suddenly rose from the ground, interweaving into a large black net, which pounced on the huge flower and tightly entangled the 8 petals together. The petals struggled hard, trying to break the black net, but the black net was extremely tough and could not be broken no matter how hard the petals struggled. Seeing that it could not break free from the black net, the giant flower changed its strategy and gathered its 8 petals together to smash towards Luo Jie. Luo Jie looked calm, and the shadow wrapped around his body continued to help him dodge, and he narrowly avoided Dahua's attack. On the other side, Miao Miao was not idle either. She trembled all over and hunched over on the ground like a cat. Her finger bones instantly deformed and turned into sharp claws. The clothes on her body burst out because of the power of her body and instantly turned into thin strips of cloth. The skin underneath the strips could be vaguely seen. That horrible skin covered with tumors. An inhuman scream was heard, and Miao Miao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was indeed behind Luo Jie. The sharp claws stretched out and grabbed at his back. At the critical moment, the shadow suddenly wrapped around Luo Jie's legs. Then, Luo Jie used one leg as an axis and suddenly turned around and kicked, hitting Miao Miao's elbow directly. A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and Miao Miao screamed. He suddenly retreated back to his original position, covering his broken arm and looking at Luo Jie, with both murderousness and fear in his eyes. Luo Jie shook his legs and felt a little toothache. These 2 guys, one was responsible for blowing him up, one was responsible for stabbing him, and there was also a stand-in named Dao Wamang who was smashing him hard. The opponent's mage, assassin, and tank are all here. Where are my teammates? If we don't have an assassin or a mage, a support would be nice. He still has the strength now and can hold on for a while, but what if he runs out of strength soon? Touching the phone in his pocket, Luo Jie prayed silently in his heart, hoping that he could catch up. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the other side. Why are you an alien? Why do those 2 beastly ants have an alien son? Why? I went through so much trouble to acquire superhuman abilities, but you got them so easily. This is not fair, this is not right, this must change. The last roar was particularly loud. The glass in Luo Jie's house was shaken. After hearing Hyun's words, Luo Jie's mood suddenly calmed down. He looked at Hyun, the shadows wrapped around him dissipated, and he spoke calmly. Why do you think I gained my abilities so easily? If I hadn't been under that pressure, I wouldn't have been able to move freely in my dreams. If it hadn't been a random thought, I wouldn't have thought of killing that boy. Although it was a coincidence, I climbed up that black mountain step by step under the pressure and constraints that threatened my life. Why do you dare to talk nonsense? I'm relaxed. Luo Jie's words were calm, with a hint of anger in them. A black light flashed in his eyes. The next second, all the shadows were boiling. The scattered shadows quickly gathered towards Luo Jie, completely submerging him. At this moment, Hyun roared, and the giant flower behind him suddenly opened, revealing countless sharp fangs, and bit towards Luo Jie. Miao Miao also shouted, and the tumor on his body burst open, and countless blood-colored flowers mixed with flesh and blood flew towards the black ellipsoid that wrapped Luo Jie. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The black ellipsoid slowly opened up, and Luo Jie, wearing a hood and a black cloak, stood in the center. He looked at the flowers coming towards him with an indifferent expression. Hold the knife in your right hand, draw it, and slash horizontally. A flash of black light passed by, and then exploded. When the black light faded away, Luo Jie slowly put away his sword. The flowers that had originally attacked him slowly shattered, floated in the air, and were swept away by Luo Jie's black robe. He Miao Miao was lying on the ground, unconscious, and He Yun was half kneeling on the ground. His originally strong body had become shriveled and hunched. But he seemed not to notice any of this. He just stared blankly into space and muttered to himself. Why are all my powers gone? That's just your borrowed power. It will eventually run out. Luo Jie stood not far away, looking down at He Yun. The black robe behind him and the sword at his waist also dissipated and turned into shadows again, and his face gradually turned pale. This blow exhausted all his remaining strength. If He Yun had any more tricks up his sleeve, Luo Jie would have no choice but to accept his fate. At this moment, the entrance door was suddenly kicked open. Freeze, police! It's finally here! The moment he saw the police, Luo Jie's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he fell straight to the ground and fainted. Fuqing East District. Prince Hotel, a room. Women's clothes were scattered around the room, and there was a faint scent of orchids in the air. The woman was naked, and the light shone on her body, creating a halo. After performing a few extremely flexible movements, the woman swayed her waist and walked into the bathroom. Just as she was about to turn on the hot water to take a shower, she suddenly paused, turned her head and looked behind her, her red lips slightly parted, as if she was expressing regret. Dead? What a pity, it was quite fun. Well, forget it, it's just a stupid waste. She touched her face and said with some regret. It's a pity that it can't be used. As she spoke, she grabbed her hair and pulled it up hard. The woman's originally smooth skin suddenly became wrinkled and continued to deform. Slowly, the woman's entire skin was torn off. A broken piece of human skin was thrown on the ground. White mist rose in the bathroom, and a graceful figure was looming in the mist. One could vaguely see the fair and smooth skin, as well as a fiery red flower on the back of the woman's neck. Chapter 11. This scene seems familiar. West District People's Hospital. In a ward. Name: Luo Jie. Age: 18. No, this conversation sounds familiar? Luo Jie was half lying on the hospital bed, looking at the two middle-aged men opposite him who claimed to be plainclothes officers in a daze. If it weren't for the wrong location, he would have thought he had restarted. Seeing Luo Jie was a little dazed, Zhang Weiji couldn't help but comfort him. Don't be nervous, young man. We just want to ask about the specific situation. What happened 3 days ago? 3 days ago? I was unconscious for 3 days? Luo Jie was a little surprised. Seeing the two nod, he couldn't help smacking his lips. That's pretty impressive. Zhang Weiji. Wang Maokai. Both policemen were stunned for a moment. How could this thing be described as powerful? What was so powerful about it? Luo Jie thought of another thing. During the 3 days of coma, he didn't even have any dreams. Could it be that this dream that had been repeated for many years finally ended after I killed that young man? Seeing that Luo Jie was distracted, Zhang Weiji thought that he had not rested well, so he said, Young man, if you still feel unwell, we will not disturb you for now. But when you are discharged from the hospital, I will trouble you to come to the bureau and make a statement. Hearing Zhang Weiji's words, Luo Jie came back to his senses and quickly said, No, I'm fine. Uncle Policeman, you can ask whatever you want. In that case, let's ask. Zhang Weiji and Wang Maokai looked at each other and began to ask. You saw He Yun use his ability to summon the blood-colored flowers with your own eyes, right? Yes. Luo Jie nodded. It's more than just summoning blood-colored flowers. That thing is simply a human-shaped blood-colored flower. Well, do you have anything to say about He Miao Miao? Zhang Weiji asked again. Luo Jie thought about it and said uncertainly, I always feel that she is being controlled by He Yun. Oh? Why do you think so? Because her behavior at that time was different from the style of behavior I was familiar with in the past, or even completely opposite. Because of this, you think she is being manipulated? Yeah. Luo Jie nodded. Of course there was more to it than that, but he couldn't say that he used the shadow covering his eyes to see a flower spinning on He Miao Miao's head. Of course, based on these 2 points alone, he couldn't judge whether he Meow Meow was being controlled. What if she was really being reckless? Mainly, during the fight, Ying's son conveyed a message to him. Shadow, puppet, stiff, not good. Yes, I'm talking about he Meow Meow. He couldn't say that his son was his shadow, but he had to believe it. As for whether the police believed his words or not, that was none of his business. Zhang Weiji pondered for a while, then suddenly looked up at Luo Jia and asked, "What do you think is He Yun's purpose in coming to your house?" Luo Jia thought about it and said awkwardly, "Maybe it's because of the second-year syndrome?" Immediately, he roughly repeated what He Yun had said at the time. Although what he said was not very inflammatory, the general meaning was clear. After hearing Luo Jia's words, Zhang Weiji and Wang Maokai looked at each other. Wang Maokai, worshipping gods. What does that mean? Zhang Weiji, how would I know? This sounds like a pyramid scheme. Could it be a foreign cult? Wang Maokai, hiss, a freedom alliance is involved, and also a foreign cult. This is a serious problem. The two of them exchanged glances, which made Luo Jia feel uneasy. He didn't know what was wrong with these two people. The two asked some more questions and then left the hospital in a hurry. They had to interrogate He Yun about the matter of worshipping gods, and they also had to investigate the matter of the Freedom Alliance. But these have nothing to do with Luo Jia. After watching the two policemen leave, Luo Jia lay on the bed, moved a little, sighed comfortably, and felt very happy. Not long after, the door of the ward was pushed open. Luo Jia looked at the door, couldn't help but smile, and said, "Hey, you're here." The person who came was petite, with shoulder-length hair and bangs covering one eye. The exposed eye was droopy, looking a little sad. When ordinary people see the person coming for the first time, they will probably think that this is a small, beautiful girl with a sad look. Some guys with bad intentions may even come up and tease her. But as a friend of 3 years, Luo Jia knew that this little guy could jump up and blow those people's heads off easily. "Seeing that you are not dead, I feel relieved, brother." Tang Gon sat down on the edge of the bed, picked up the fruit from the fruit basket, and started eating. Luo Jia smiled and said thankfully, "Thanks to your cleverness this time, you understood the code and called the police in time. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what the consequences would be." "Haha, when I was watching the video, I made up a code as a joke, but I didn't expect it to be used." Tang Gon's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Luo Jia speechlessly. "Sorry, I went to the bathroom. Carry him in, call the police. This psychopath used a homophonic pun. You thought you could figure it out." Luo Jia squinted his eyes at Tang Gon. "You understand this crazy homophonic pun very quickly. After all, he is the attending physician of the mental hospital. His understanding ability is great. Tisk, when you say the word bang bang D, can you show some emotion on your face?" "I'm really sorry for the facial paralysis," Tang Gon replied, and suddenly asked a question. "Although I haven't listened to the whole thing these days, I have a general understanding of it. So I want to ask, where do you get the confidence to deal with an alien who is about level 4 of the tempering essence? Maybe it's because I'm handsome." Climb. Ahem, seriously speaking, I felt that the man was stronger than me, but he was a little weak. I thought that if I could hold on for a while I could win. Tang Gon said oh, and nodded to show his understanding. Relying on youth and endurance. Tisk, that's a bit of the point. Of course, what Luo Jia didn't say was that before the fight, he was planning to delay time, but he didn't expect that Ying's son was not only a foodie, but also a warmonger, and his thoughts were always, ta to go, ta to go. So Luo Jia asked, "Can you beat him?" Shadow, oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, oh, ta to open, ta to open. Luo Jia, open, open, open. This is how the scene happened where Luo Jia took action, wearing a black robe and chopped the giant flower with a single sword. "Hey, don't talk about me. What about you? If I remember correctly, you should have gone for the test as well. What was the result?" Luo Jia suddenly changed the subject. The latter glanced at Luo Jia, stretched out a hand and snapped his fingers. Crack! With a crisp sound, a blue electric arc as thick as a thumb jumped on Tang Gon's fingertips, circling around his body from time to time, like a little blue dragon. Luo Jia immediately yelled, "FCK!" He was a little envious. This lightning ability is considered a rare ability. You actually got this ability. I'm so envious. Shadow, it smells so good. I think it smells good, knocked out face. Luo Jia, be good kid, you can't eat this. Tang Gon raised his eyebrows, a hint of pride appeared on his depressed face. I have nearly 300 spirit points at the beginning, almost reaching the 3rd level of tempering. Luo Jia. I barely made it to level 2. Then Tang Gon became even more proud. Fuck, never mind. It's not important. Anyway, which school are you going to apply to? My first choice is Yanjing University, my second choice is Shanghai University, and my third choice is Tianfu University. I'll see which one wants me. Why did you think that the demon city had grown so big? Luo Jia was a little curious. The demonic city is called Yida Linhai. Tang Gon looked at Luo Jia seriously and said, You're not here for the sun, the beach, the sea cactus and the beautiful captain, are you? No. Why is that? Because there are enemies on the other side of the sea. Luo Jia was silent for 2 seconds, then said with some toothache, You are indeed a psychopath on par with me. The 2 young men chatted for a long time in the ward. During this time, no doctors or nurses came to disturb them. Luo Jia and Tang Gon both felt that this was good and comfortable. After all, if a doctor came in, they might both have to be transferred to the psychiatric department. Zhang Weiji drove to the police station. Wang Maokai sat in the passenger seat and sorted out his notes. As he sorted them out, he sighed. We have been dealing with the blood flower case for so long, but the murderer was caught by a half-grown child. It's outrageous. What's the big deal? This kind of plot often appears in online novels. Zhang Weiji replied casually, seeming a little distracted. Wang Maokai waved his hand in dissatisfaction and said, It's different. The people in novels are all time travelers. They look like a child on the outside, but they might be an old man with vicissitudes of life. It's impossible for people to travel through time in reality. Okay, don't think about those messed up things. I've seen people who are even more outrageous than Luo Jia. There's nothing strange about it. Zhang Weiji said, shaking his chin at Wang Maokai. We're at the police station, get out of the car. You won't get off? Something's going on. Oh, okay, go get busy then. Alien Center. In an office. Lu Guolai wiped his glasses, half-closed his eyes, and looked at the person in front of him with a smile. Captain Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Weiji looked at Lu Guolai in silence. After a while, he said softly, I just came to see. Don't say you came to see me. You may not even believe it yourself. Lu Guolai still smiled faintly. He looked very gentle, but gave people a distant feeling. Zhang Weiji was silent for another 2 seconds. I want to know the results of Luo Jia's alien detection. Huh! I did the test for him, what's wrong? Hearing this, Zhang Weiji was stunned for a moment, and after a while he said, Then do you know how he became an alien? It seems like I had a nightmare. Lu Guolai scratched his hair and pretended to recall the past. Captain Zhang is worried that Luo Jia became an inhuman through illegal means. Don't worry, if that was the case, it would have been detected during the previous test, and he would have no chance of leaving the Inhuman Center. When saying this, Lu Guolai seemed quite confident, as if as long as Luo Jia had any problem at that time, the end result would be that he would be exposed. Zhang Weiji remained silent, asked a few more questions, but felt that he had gained nothing, so he said goodbye and left. After sending Zhang Weiji away, Lu Guolai calmly returned to his office and took out 3 pieces of paper from the drawer. After looking at them for a while, he threw the 3 pieces of paper into the shredder, and then returned to his desk to continue tinkering with his own work. The expression is relaxed and the arms are steady. As if nothing had happened. Chapter 12, Young people, it is not shameful to be weak, you must admit it. Luo Jia felt that he was fine. However, the doctor did not see it that way. He believed that Luo Jia was simply too embarrassed to admit his guilt because of his young age. After all, when Luo Jia was first sent here, all of his body functions were in a very dangerous state. Although you look much better now, you still need to rest, otherwise it will be easy to develop a chronic illness. The doctor felt that since Luo Jia was sent by the police and was said to be a hero who bravely stepped forward to help others, he should pay more attention and ensure that Luo Jia was treated properly. In fact, Luojia didn't mind lying in bed for a few more days. After all, the police felt that he had helped a lot this time, and said that the police would cover all his hospitalization expenses. Although the Luojia family is not short of this little money, who wouldn't be happy to get it for free? So Luojia stayed in the hospital for 4 more days, and during these 4 days, something happened that he had not expected. First, after he woke up, Shadow said that he was full and needed to digest the food. Then, the Shadow's thoughts that Luojia received changed from various mumblings to something fixed. Shadow ZZ. Secondly, after Shadow fell asleep, Luojia felt an inexplicable force surging from the soles of his feet and flowing throughout his body. In just 4 days, Luojia clearly felt that his body strength and abdominal organ functions had slightly improved. Not much, but definitely much better than Luojia's previous situation. And this enhancement continues. Now Luojia couldn't sit still. Physical strengthening was a good thing, but if a doctor examined him and found this abnormal condition, how would he explain it? Using the magic of aliens as an excuse? The people from the alien center should come find him. Although the possibility of this speculation coming true is not high, Luojia still decided to be discharged from the hospital with a tough attitude. The doctor had no choice but to discharge Luojia from the hospital. After all, he was not a pervert, and he couldn't tie him up and lock him up even if Luojia wanted to leave. But before Luojia left, the bald middle-aged doctor patted Luojia on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, I have to say a few more words to you. It is not shameful to be physically weak these days. You have to admit it, otherwise when you reach my age, it will be too late to regret it." The doctor spoke in a sad tone, and Luojia felt a little melancholy listening to him. "Doctor, why do you have to say it here in the hall when you can say it anywhere else? What is your intention?" Luojia could even feel that some of the girls around him looked at him with something wrong in their eyes. Damn, my lifelong reputation. With inexplicable melancholy, Luojia took a taxi and went home. When he arrived at the community, Luojia saw a small van driving towards him from a distance. Luojia was not in a hurry to go home and just waited there. The van stopped in front of him, and a courier in uniform got out of the van and looked at him with a smile on his face. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Luo? There just happens to be a package for your family here. Just take it. I won't put it in the express cabinet." "Okay." Luojia nodded, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the trunk of the van, asking, "Uncle Ma, how many express deliveries are there this time?" "Quite a few. More than 40 pieces." "Not bad." Luojia nodded calmly. There were only more than 40 pieces, and at most there had been more than 100 pieces. "Most of these are express deliveries from my parents, and a small number are from my sister." In his family, there is a district manager of the logistics department, and a director of the laboratory of the Alien Center, and many people give them gifts and ask for favors. Although my parents are upright and do not accept gifts or do things for others, there are always people who claim to be smart, and think that they are just trying to save face by not accepting gifts openly, and do not want to give people a chance to talk, so they cleverly send the gifts by express delivery. In addition, my parents have many good friends and they like to send them strange and interesting things, so each time they receive a lot of express parcels. Therefore, Luojia discussed with the express delivery station and decided to wait until the accumulated amount of express deliveries reached a certain level before delivering them to his home. This routine has been going on for several years. Opening the trunk, Luojia began to count the express deliveries. Gifts, cute stones? My mom's. A collectible video of sows lining up and falling into a drainage ditch? What does my dad want this for? Gifts, to improve the relationship between husband and wife, cough cough, what a mess. There's another one with nothing written on it, who gave it to me, dear Lin? Where did the Pooh Xian man come from? Wait, the name sounds like a girl, keep it, there's mine too. Damn, a limited edition figurine from Idai? It's finally here after almost half a year. After a long time of checking, only a dozen express parcels were left. The other 30-odd items were thrown back into the van by Luojia. Okay, that's all, Uncle Ma. Just send them back the same way as before. After saying that, Luojia picked up a dozen express parcels on the ground and was about to leave. Hey, Xiao Luo, wait a minute, there's another one on the ground. Hearing this, Luojia looked back and saw the unwritten courier. This must have been sent to the wrong address, or I didn't have time to write the address and you accidentally brought it here. Really? Uncle Ma looked at the package and found that there was no address information. It should be that the address is not written. I'll take it back and ask. After saying that, he threw the package into the trunk. Okay, I'll go back now. Go ahead and drive slowly. Okay, let's go. After returning home with a bunch of express deliveries, Luo Jia threw them on the ground, notified the other 3 people in the group, and then went back to the room with his limited edition figures. It is said that this model has 2,000 parts, which is enough for him to assemble it for a while. That feeling is both painful and happy. Well, let's go eat first, and then we'll work hard together. Uncle Ma drove back to the express station. Most of the couriers in the station have gone out to deliver packages, and there are only 2 or 3 idle people playing with their mobile phones out of boredom. Uncle Ma stopped the car, looked at those people and said, "Stop playing and come over to send the express." Coming. Several people responded and helped move the express into the station. Someone looked at the courier slip on the package and laughed. Is it another gift for that family? These people are so idle. They clearly don't want to receive it, but they still send it to others. If it were me, I would have scolded them a long time ago. You. Judging from your face, you're a greedy person. If it were you, I think you would have been in jail long ago. A companion laughed. The man hissed and said solemnly, "That makes sense. My parents also said that if I were an official, I would definitely be a corrupt official. Fortunately, I am not an official. Having said that, I really hope those idiots send more gifts to this family. Even though they are too noble to accept gifts, we will be paid for helping to send them back," said another person, his hands moving quickly but the cigarette in his mouth was very steady without any ash falling out. Brother Smoker is right. Brother Smoker is right. A few couriers were modifying the delivery orders while chatting and talking about everything, so it wasn't too boring. Just then, another express truck returned to the station. Someone looked outside and saw a young man getting off the truck. "Hey, Xiao Wu is back, come and earn some extra money." Xiao Wu looked at the man, a simple smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his hand and made a few gestures. "What do you mean?" "I'm tired and want to go home and rest early." Someone translated Xiao Wu's sign language. The smoking man frowned and looked at Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, did you get wrong outside?" Xiao Wu shook his head and made a series of gestures. Someone translated at the right time. Xiao Wu said that no one bullied him. He just didn't feel well this morning. He felt a little tired after delivering a few packages, so he wanted to leave work early. "I want to get off work. Lao Ma is inside. Just tell him." After saying that, the smoking guy continued to work on the things at hand. When Xiao Wu entered the station, he was heading towards the station master's office. After walking a few steps, he saw a package without a courier label on the ground. He was about to pick it up when a voice sounded in his ears. "Do you want to become powerful?" Xiao Wu was startled and looked behind him. Everyone was busy and no one spoke to him. "Did you hear it wrong? Do you long for freedom?" Xiao Wu suddenly turned around and looked at the package on the ground without the delivery note. Pick me up, and you will get everything you desire." The faint whispers echoed in Xiao Wu's ears, tempting him. Xiao Wu stared at the package in a daze, his outstretched hand trembling slightly, and finally, he grabbed the package on the ground tightly. And then handed it to the smoking guy. "What? You said this was a courier from the station, so why is there no order?" Xiao Wu shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. The smoking man scratched his head, somewhat helplessly. "This is probably another careless person who left the package here and forgot to fill out the form. I'll put it on the lost and found counter later. Okay, you should get off work quickly. You look pale. Go to the hospital later." Xiao Wu nodded, turned around and went to ask Lao Ma for leave. He also felt that he needed to go to the hospital. He is even having auditory hallucinations, which shows that his illness is very serious. Chapter 13 Honey, it's a new level. Luo Jia was planning to assemble some figurines after dinner, and then he remembered something. Are the vegetables he bought 7 days ago okay? If all kinds of vegetables are piled up in the refrigerator for a while, they may start to taste different flavors, let alone 7 days. Luo Jia opened the refrigerator with a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, an indescribable smell rushed into his brain, distorting his facial features. Holding his nose, Luo Jia threw away all the spoiled vegetables. Looking at the refrigerator, which was mostly empty, he sighed. If he had known earlier, he would not have bought so many vegetables. What a waste. There was no food at home, so he had to go out to eat and go to the vegetable market at the same time. Hey, last time I bought groceries, a bunch of messy things happened within a day. I hope it won't happen again this time. Luo Jia thought about the scene and suddenly felt a toothache. Don't do that kind of thing where there are huge ups and downs in one day. At least hold on for 10 days before you do anything else. After putting away the purchased vegetables, Luo Jia calmed himself down and went back to his room to assemble the figures. The fight lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. And the results are remarkable. Looking at the figurine with only one leg, Luo Jia was silent for 2 seconds and decisively chose to wash up and go to bed. The glue can be pieced together slowly. Besides, who says you have to piece together the glue after buying it? You can't just keep it as a collection. Speaking of which, Luo Jia slept very soundly during the 7 days in the hospital. He fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow and slept through the night without having any dreams. It seems that this dream should, well, calm down, don't set any flags, and think about other things. Luo Jia slammed on the brakes and started thinking about other things. He fell asleep while thinking. Purple-gray smoke floated in the air. A black mountain stands tall on the earth. Looking around, there is only this lonely mountain on the entire earth. Ah, this mountain. Ah, this cloud. Ah, this damn black windbreaker with a hood. It turns out that even if the flag is terminated in time, it will not have any effect. What is going to happen will still happen. Luo Jia sat on the edge of the cliff, looking at the surrounding scenery with a melancholy look on his face. After sleeping soundly for several days, he thought he would no longer have strange dreams, but now it seems that he was overthinking. Okay, so what should we do next? Luo Jia looked around and found that there were some changes in this place. The wooden frame that tied the boy disappeared, replaced by a tombstone without any words on it. The 4 winding paths that originally led up the mountain disappeared, and all around were cliffs. In other words, Luo Jia was trapped on this mountain. Actually, it's not impossible to go down. Luo Jia leaned his head out from the edge of the cliff and looked down, thinking that if he jumped from this height, he would be smashed to pieces even if there was an ocean below. Do you want me to climb down the mountain wall? Scratching his head, Luo Jia stretched his arms and legs, and felt a sense of restraint for the first time in a long time. He raised his eyebrows. It's a familiar smell. Feeling his body restrained, Luo Jia thought he should have guessed the subsequent plot, climbing down the mountain, and then chopping down something at the foot of the mountain. Do it when you think of it. Luo Jia observed the foothold on the cliff, and using his hands and feet, he carefully stepped on a protruding rock. Then, puff! The sound of a knife chopping meat could be heard. Luo Jia's calf was cut off by a knife, and blood gushed out immediately. Luo Jia was startled and was about to retract his foot when he heard a whistling sound in his ear. He only had time to look up and saw a flash of black light. The next moment, his vision was plunged into darkness. He is dead. Dead? Wait, based on past experience, if this person is dead, then I should be awake by now. Why is it still dark? As soon as the thought came to my mind, the surroundings suddenly became bright. The scenery remains the same, and the dream continues. After taking a breath, Luo Jia first looked at his whole body. After making sure that no piece of flesh was missing, he breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like a complete restart, and the injuries sustained in the last round will not last into this round. After checking his body, Luo Jia walked around the cliff again. You can't go down this side, then the other side, that's... His eyes swept across a protrusion, and he saw half of his calf nailed to the cliff by a knife, with blood still dripping from the wound. That's his calf. Luo Jia rubbed his intact calf and felt some pain for some reason. Afterwards, he tried to climb down the mountain from other places. After losing 3 more legs, Luo Jia was sure of one thing: he couldn't climb down the mountain and was really trapped here. What the hell? Luo Jia was about to throw his sword. In his last dream, At least there was a large group of men in black robes leading the way. But this time, they neither gave him any hints nor allowed him to go down the mountain. They even chopped his legs 4 times. What on earth was this broken dream about? There was nothing on the top of a bare mountain except a tombstone. Was it planning to trap him to death on the top of the mountain? It couldn't be that he was going to dig a grave. Luo Jie suddenly turned around and looked at the tombstone without any words. He took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand and patted the stone tablet, and said to himself uncertainly, "No. Are they really digging graves?" At this moment, the whistling sound started again in my ears. Luo Jie was on guard. He squatted down suddenly, drew out his sword with his backhand and slashed backwards. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and an identical long sword collided with Luo Jie's sword. A man in black robe retracted his long sword and took 2 steps back. Luo Jie breathed a sigh of relief, slowly stood up, and looked at the man in black robe not far away with a vigilant look. Then, he felt a slight chill in his heart. A knife pierced through his back and stabbed him through. 2 people? RNM, give me your money back. Luo Jie's eyes went dark and he died again. Opening his eyes again and seeing the familiar scenery again, Luo Jie did not hesitate and walked straight to the tombstone. He reached out and patted the tombstone, then squatted down suddenly and slashed with his backhand. The sound of metal clashing arose again. The man in black robe retreated as usual, but Luo Jie did not stop. He rolled sideways twice and successfully avoided the chilling move. Luo Jie flashed to the edge of the cliff, steadied his body, and looked up at a distance. 2 men in black robes stood together, facing him. Looking at the familiar black robes and the familiar standard long swords, Luo Jie knew that these 2 should be part of the large group of black-robed people. So, my next dream is to fight them to the death? Licking his lips, a hint of excitement flashed in Luo Jie's eyes. Come on! Fight till it hurts! The next moment, 2 men in black robes moved together, approached him quickly, and slashed him diagonally from bottom to top with their long swords. At this moment, Luo Jie suddenly realized something. These 2 men in black robes, one holds a knife in his left hand, and the other holds a knife in his right hand. Damn! Luo Jie died again. Express station. Lao Ma looked at the time, and it was almost 7 o'clock. I walked out of the office and took a look. I saw a group of people, some were smoking, some were chatting, some were playing games, and the whole group was just lazing around. He coughed dryly, attracting everyone's attention, and waved his hand, saying, "It's time to get off work. Go home quickly and don't stay in the station anymore." "Don't worry, Lao Ma, let me stay a little longer, I can work overtime." "Go away, if you want to work overtime and enjoy the benefits, go find a company to work for. I don't have that kind of benefits here." Old Ma looked at the person who was speaking with a dark face. "Besides, you want to work overtime, you are obviously greedy for the Wi-Fi in the station. Hurry up and leave, I'm going to turn off the Wi-Fi later." They said it would be turned off in a while, but Lao Ma waited for another half an hour. Only after the kid finished the game and everyone in the station left did he turn off the Wi-Fi. After cleaning up a bit, Lao Ma was ready to turn off the lights, close the door and go home from get off work. However, just as he was closing the door, he saw a lost and found table not far away, on which was a package without a delivery note. "Is this someone else not filling out the delivery form?" Looking at the package, Lao Ma shook his head and was about to close the door and leave. Just at this moment, an inexplicable whisper sounded in Lao Ma's ears. "Wealth, power, freedom, what do you desire?" Lao Ma rolled his eyes and froze in place. "Strong body, hot beauty, you can get it as long as you want it." Bang, the shop door closed. After locking the door, Lao Ma kept picking his ears with one hand. "I am hearing hallucinations? Am I tired or old?" He was feeling a little worried and was wondering when he should go to the hospital for a checkup. Chapter 14 Painting. After fighting with the black-robed twins for several rounds and being hacked to death in various ways, Luo Jie gave in. "You can do it if you cooperate well. I can't fight him head-on, but I can at least go around him from behind." After trying several times, Luo Jie rolled over and dodged the gap between the 2 swords, then quickly stood up and slashed with 2 swords in a row. 2 puffs. The two men in black robes fell to the ground. Luo Jie did not hold back and beheaded them with 2 more strikes. The head rolled to the side, and Luo Jie saw 2 faces with distorted features and empty eyes. Dead a long time ago? Looking at the corpses without even a drop of blood, Luo Jie raised his eyebrows and kicked the 2 heads off the cliff. He didn't want to be swallowed by the big head again. And there are 2 of them. Looking at the 2 heads falling off the cliff, Luo Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's it? The smug look appeared on his face for only a second when Luo Jie suddenly heard the sound of light footsteps. His heart skipped a beat, and before Luo Jie could turn around, he felt a knife stabbing into his waist, and then it turned several times vigorously. This was not the end, and then a huge force hit his back, and then he fell off the cliff. WTF? Luo Jie woke up, looking at the ceiling with a look of despair. Kidneys again. Last time, my kidney was bitten before I died, and this time, my kidney was stabbed before I died. Is this really my dream? Do I subconsciously have a grudge against my own kidney? Luo Jie sat on the bed and tossed around, only to feel the phantom pain in his waist become more severe. It's painful, my friend. After lying in bed for a while to regain his senses, Luo Jie got up and washed up, holding his waist. After washing up, Luo Jie went out to exercise. This has been a long-standing habit, and he feels a little uncomfortable if he doesn't exercise for a few days in the hospital. After running for more than an hour, Luo Jie felt refreshed. He went home to take a hot bath, and then planned to go back to the bedroom to assemble the figures. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Luo Jie took out his phone and took a look at the group name with some surprise: Senior Grade 3 Class 3 Group. Class Monitor Chin. At all students, this is the last summer vacation, and everyone will go their separate ways after that. How about we get together again? 1 point will be deducted for those who come. The time is in 2 days and the address is... As soon as the message was sent, a string of ones popped up. It was as if someone had dropped a depth charge into the group, blowing out a bunch of fish. At the same time, another group also exploded. Senior 3 Class 3 Group, no teacher. Handsome Ho Junjia, what are you doing, WC Squad Leader? Call me Chingage? Damn, I sent this to the wrong group. Covering my face. No love, no hate, the first sentence every morning, Chin Chin is a big sabi. I'm not a lesbian, really, when did you 2 sleep together, starry eyes? Call me Chingage, oh, it's not what you think, shy. Luo, ha 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 ha, Jie _ A group of people jumped out and started talking about all sorts of things, and the news about the party went off topic. After chatting for 20 minutes, they finally brought the topic back to the topic. Call me Chingage. The teachers were also there at the last gathering, but I always felt that we didn't have enough fun. Now I guess everyone should have finished their work, so I thought about having another gathering without the teachers, so that everyone can have fun to their heart's content. Tears. I am the Dragon King with a not crooked mouth. The teachers should not interfere in this, right? Luo, ha 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 ha, Jie, others won't, but the old class teacher loves to join in the fun. I am not corrupt, really. I am the Dragon King, I don't have a crooked mouth. Call me Chingage. Qian Kun Tang. Good news, the teacher went on a blind date that day. I am the Dragon King with a straight face, nice. Call me Chingage, nice. Luo Jie watched a group of people posting, nice, in the teacherless group, while wishing their teacher a successful blind date in the serious group with teachers. This looks quite divisive. Luo Jie complained expressionlessly, then sent a yeah in the group chat, already looking forward to the party 2 days later. I was in a good mood when suddenly I heard some unusual movement next door. Luo Jie listened through the wall for a while, then went into the bathroom with a gloomy face. Take a cold shower this time. Oh my god, you are still doing it at dawn. Are you really not afraid of kidney deficiency? West District Public Security Bureau. Shaoli looked at the delivery guys in front of him with a strange expression, and said hesitantly, Are you sure there is something wrong with this package? Lao Ma and the smoking guy looked at each other and nodded in unison. Sure. Then tell me about it. A few people looked at each other and decided to let Lao Ma speak. Lao Ma swallowed his saliva and said nervously, Comrade Police, this is what happened. We are sending and receiving parcels at the courier station. After finishing our work, we found an extra package on the ground. At first, we didn't think much of it. We just thought a customer was busy and forgot about it. We have encountered this before. But today, when we were free and chatting, we realized something was wrong. We all have symptoms of auditory hallucinations. Lao Ma pointed at himself and the smoking guy. And the contents of the auditory hallucinations are very similar, all with misleading words. At this point, Lao Ma pointed to the package on the table, his expression slightly pale. After asking around, everyone who has auditory hallucinations has basically come into contact with this package, so we think there is something wrong with this package. Is this the reason why you brought the package in with pliers? Shaoli's face twitched, as if he remembered something funny. Yes, the higher-ups have been promoting the idea in the past 2 years, warning people to beware of criminals using express delivery to transport dangerous goods. We suspect there is a dangerous item inside, the kind that can deceive people. Shaoli frowned, looked at the package on the table, then looked at Lao Ma and the others with serious faces, and thought to himself, if this is really a high-risk item that can be used to deceive people, why didn't you fall for it? Although he felt it was a bit unreliable, Shaoli still notified the appraisal department to have someone come to do the appraisal, while on the other hand he asked Lao Ma and others to stay in the reception room. If this thing is really dangerous, then Lao Ma and his companions should also be checked to avoid any hidden dangers. Shaoli followed the identification department staff to the operation room and talked about the condition of the package. After hearing this, the police officer from the identification department calmly moved the package onto a pallet, and then threw it into a tall mechanical box along with the pallet. Four mechanical arms extended from the mechanical box and easily unwrapped the package, revealing the contents. A painting. The painting shows a woman. Standing in the center of the painting naked, her posture is particularly enchanting and seductive. The skeleton of a young child is holding her left hand, a red snake is wrapped around her thigh, and behind her are heads with different faces, some male, some female, some old, some young. As Shaoli looked at the painting, he inexplicably felt a bloody, violent, voluptuous, erotic, yet holy feeling hitting his brain. At the same time, the alarm light on the mechanical box flashed rapidly, codes on the operating console flashed rapidly, and soon a report was printed out. The police officer from the identification department took a look at the report and said in a deep voice, "There is a strange power in the painting, but it is not strong, only level 1. Close contact is likely to have an impact on people's mental state. Well, what should we do with the people who brought the things? I suggest you do a mental examination, just in case." At this point, the identification officer was a little impressed. This group of people are really amazing. This thing has a greater impact on ordinary people, but they can withstand it. Fortunately, they didn't see the painting directly, otherwise I guess we wouldn't see these people today. Tisk, even if it was wrapped in a package, it would still have an impact. I admire them for resisting the temptation and sending the things to the police station. Shaoli sighed a little, said goodbye to his colleagues in the identification department, and then took Lao Ma and others to do a physical examination. After confirming that they were just a little mentally weak, he told them to have a good rest and let them do what they should do. On the way back to the station, Lao Ma was still a little scared. Oh, it's a good thing they were sent to the police station. If they had been left there for a long time, would we all be finished? Not necessarily. Didn't the police officer say that we took the thing through the package? It's not a big problem as long as we don't see or touch it directly. After all, there are so many lazy people in this station that there is no temptation at all. Old Ma? Yes, thanks to you guys, the revenue of the site is really not that high. The smoking guy suddenly said. By the way, did Xiao Wu also touch the courier? Should we take him to get checked as well? Lao Ma thought for a moment, nodded and said, Go ahead, Xiao Wu seems to be ill. He even called me early this morning to ask for leave. Let's go buy some delicious food and visit him together to nourish him. The group went to buy some delicious food and rushed to Xiao Wu's house in a noisy manner. Xiao Wu, open the door, I'm your Uncle Ma. The iron gate opened, and Xiao Wu, with a pale face, looked at Lao Ma and others in surprise and gestured, Why are you here? I came to see you and brought you some food to nourish your body. Lao Ma and his companions walked into the house with a smile. Xiao Wu looked at Lao Ma and the others, his expression somewhat touched and warm. But who among you can cook? Everyone. If you can't cook, what do you usually eat? Lao Ma was a little surprised. Takeout. Instant noodles. Frozen dumplings. Go out and eat. With a sigh, Lao Ma walked into the kitchen carrying some vegetables. What a bunch of people who don't know how to live. Forget it, I'll cook. Yeah. A bunch of idiots pushed Xiao Wu back to the bed and helped him clean up. The smoking brother wiped the table and said to Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, after dinner, I will accompany you to the police station for a mental evaluation. There is something wrong with the package we touched yesterday. Xiao Wu looked confused, but still nodded sensibly to show that he understood. The smoking guy continued to wipe the table. His gaze turned and he suddenly uttered a light and fell on a certain place in the living room. This painting is quite amazing. In that painting, there are women, red snakes, baby skeletons, and skulls covered in paper. Chapter 15. We are all adults. What's wrong with going clubbing? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Luo Jia worked out and assembled figurines during the day, and struggled with the man in black robes in his dreams at night. Then Luo Jia discovered something that almost made him angry. After he killed the first 2 men in black robes, he had to cut off their heads and throw them down the mountain. If he didn't, the third sneak attacker would never appear. Luo Jia also tried to set a trap behind him, but the attacker would dodge the trap and successfully stab him in the waist and throw him off the mountain. It's so wise. After trying for more than a dozen times and being hit countless times, Luo Jia finally managed to use subtle sounds to identify the attacker's position and the direction of the knife. He successfully resisted the attack with a move of carrying the knife and counterattacked. Then, 5 more men in black robes appeared in front of Luo Jia. Luo Jia. I don't want to play anymore. Sitting up from the bed with a look of pain on his face, Luo Jia held his waist and went to the bathroom to wash up. While washing up, Luo Jia suddenly heard a noise coming from the neighbor's house. Luo Jia was confused at that time. You're so horny this early in the morning? Are your kidneys so good? Luo Jia left home with a gloomy face and went to exercise. Neighbor's house. The middle-aged man with a gentle appearance was shirtless, his eyes were slightly red, and he was like a wild beast, pressing a woman under him. The woman's body turned blue as she let the man cut her into pieces with the knife in his hand. It seemed that the separation had reached its limit. The man suddenly threw away the remaining part of the woman and walked towards the living room, where there was still a woman. The rise and fall of her chest was barely visible, and she was already dying. The middle-aged man picked up the woman, and soon, the sound of a blunt knife entering flesh was heard, which was immediately covered by the man's roar. A painting lies quietly on the coffee table in the middle of the living room. The woman in the painting is holy and charming, with a faint red light flashing in her eyes on her pure face. The party is at noon. So Luo Jia is not in a hurry. After the exercise, he strolled leisurely in the community for more than half an hour, thinking that since he had been out for such a long time, his neighbor next door should have finished his work. However, after returning home, Luo Jia heard the roar still ringing and could only scratch his head helplessly. You are such an animal! Even the male protagonists in pornographic novels are not as awesome as you. Luo Jia was convinced. Took a hot shower and left home in a hurry. When I get married and buy a house, I must buy one with good soundproofing. As he said this, Luo Jia gritted his teeth. Naturally, there was no one at the party place at this time. Luo Jia looked around, found an internet cafe, and went in to play games to pass the time. When it was almost 11:30, Luo Jia left the internet cafe and ran to the restaurant. Brothers and sisters, long time no see! Pushing open the door of the private room, Luo Jia greeted everyone excitedly. However, the light in the room was dim and a group of people were staring at the wall. No one paid any attention to him. Some even gestured to him to keep quiet. Luo Jia was stunned for a moment, glanced at the wall, and then his face trembled. There was a projection screen hanging on the wall, and a horror movie was playing on it. Luo Jia has seen this movie. It has a great atmosphere and is very appetizing to watch. So, this group of people gathered together to watch a horror movie to go with their meals? Luo Jia found a place to sit down, and started watching as well. I was thinking in my mind, this movie contains bloody scenes, how can those timid people in the class eat their meals later? But seeing that everyone was watching with great interest, Luogia didn't say much and just watched quietly. Then, in the movie, a horrifying scene appeared and the heroine let out a shrill scream. Then a hand slapped the projector, the movie was interrupted, the lights in the private room came on, and everyone turned around quickly as if they had rehearsed it, and another movie started. Maka baka aka waka mika maka Maka baka abia yaka ika. On the screen, cute and adorable characters are jumping around, and outside the screen, a group of people are clapping to the rhythm with warm and healing smiles on their faces. Luogia. Fuck, how many times have you guys rehearsed it? How come you are so skilled? If you guys are timid, then don't watch horror movies. Luogia couldn't help but complain. Chin-chun, the squad leader who wore glasses and looked like an old cadre, said a little embarrassedly. I came early and felt bored, so I borrowed equipment from the store to watch a movie. As a result, I ended up watching a horror movie while choosing. Luogia smacked his lips, looked around at everyone present, and said with some resentment. You are scared like this by an old movie before the monster disaster. How can you go to the battlefield to kill enemies and capture monsters in the future? Dad, I am very worried. Screw you. A group of people groaned. Chun-chun said indifferently. I won't go to the battlefield. My ability is suitable for scientific research. Even if I go to the battlefield, I will probably follow the main force to do investigation and analysis. Luogia glanced at the class monitor. What was this guy's declaration when he was the class monitor in his freshman year of high school? Study hard and eliminate evil? Haha, it's all acting. I verbally despised the squad leader, who remained calm and said, Do as you please. If you look down on me, I lose. He showed the attitude of an old cadre who was as calm as a mountain and willing to swallow a spit. He even wanted to hold a thermos cup in his hand, which would make him feel more stable. There was a lot of jokes. In the private room, the weird atmosphere of the horror movie mixed with Makabaka was almost gone. After waiting for a while, everyone arrived and Chin-chin asked the waiter to serve the food. Everyone started chatting while eating and talking about their future plans. Some said they wanted to go to business school and then return to their hometown to do business. Some said they wanted to go to the battlefield to kill enemies and gain military merit, and some said they wanted to get married with their partners before going to college. It feels good to give her peace of mind and be a college couple at the same time. Luogia was fed with dog food and could only raise his glass to toast and wish for happiness. Of course, there are normal ones and there are also abnormal ones. I plan to have a heart-wrenching love affair, and then use some means to get kicked out successfully, and see if I can become an inhuman. Tisk, that's too despicable. Luogia shook his head, showing disdain for this. While he was eating, a slap hit Luogia on the body. Luogia almost vomited the milk he had just drunk. When he turned around, he saw a girl with a ponytail. Five fallen man! Why are you filming me? Oh my god, why am I a Wooloo again? Because life is all about ups and downs. Even if you want to make a joke, don't you think it's a little awkward? Luoilua rolled his eyes and changed the subject before Luogia was about to complain. Hey, I heard from Tengon that you were in the hospital for 7 days. What happened? Luogia glanced at Tengon, who was looking down at his phone. Luogia thought about it, and decided that instead of making up a story to deceive the other party, it would be better to just make it clear. Anyway, Hyun had already gone in and the peanuts were already eaten. So, he gave a general account of Hyun's situation. Of course, he omitted Hyun's misleading words and only said that the other party wanted to stir up trouble and cause trouble for him. Then he focused on describing how he defeated Hyun handsomely, and then stood in front of Hyun, looking down at him until the police arrived. A group of people listened attentively to Luogia's story. After the story was over, both boys and girls had questions. That Hyun you're talking about, what are his abilities and what's his level? This was asked by the boy. So he Meow Meow is your childhood friend. I didn't realize it. So why is he looking for trouble with you? This was asked by the girl. In response, Luogia answered one by one. The group of people were still not satisfied with what they heard. The squad leader Chin-chin asked curiously. This should be someone who took illegal drugs to become an inhuman. I heard that this kind of inhuman is much weaker than a normal inhuman. Well, when I was fighting him, I felt that his strength was very weak, like bubbles floating on the water. A group of people were chatting and eating. Soon everyone would go their separate ways. Some might settle down in one place and manage their own lives, while some might go to the battlefield and fight bravely. It was uncertain how long they could live, so everyone cherished this gathering and even discussed where to go for the second one. At this moment, the class monitor Chin, who looked serious on the outside, suddenly made a suggestion. Ahem, well, we are all adults now, we can go to some exciting places. Monitor, minors can ride the vertical roller coaster. I don't mean that kind of excitement, it's the other kind. Luojia said. Oh, and continued to complain. But even if you want to get a room, you don't have a girlfriend. Do you want to pee? A chopstick hit him, and Chinchin said with a dark face. I'm talking about the disco. Let's go dancing. It's normal for adults to dance. Then just tell me straight. I wonder what you're going to do if you keep trying to hide it. Speaking of discos, there's a disco called by Luo Huanghun that's very popular recently. Do you want to go check it out? Someone mentioned a place, obviously interested in Chin Chen's suggestion. But some people said they had no interest and just wanted to go shopping and sing K, while others said they had something to do at home and had to leave early. Finally, everyone discussed it and split into two groups. Chin Chin took one group to the disco, and the other group was free to move around and gather at the KTV in the evening. If they couldn't come due to something, they could just say so in the group. Then the crowd dispersed. Luo Jia originally wanted to go shopping, but was escorted away by Tang Gon and Luo Yi. Disco! 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 Luo Jia. Bang bang bang! By the way, what's the name of the disco? Blue Dusk. Luo Jia clicked his tongue and muttered quietly. I have only heard of Biluo Huangquan. Chapter 16 The Woman with Golden Hair. Dusk in the Blue Sky. Looking at the four large characters written in a flamboyant and golden style, Luo Jia felt a sudden pain in his balls. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this place looked disgusting. In front, squad leader Chin Chin greeted the security guard at the door with ease, and turned back to say to the crowd. Bai Luo Huanghun is a new place that has recently opened. It is very popular and has received good reviews. As he spoke, he operated his phone for a few times and displayed a rating page. Blue Sky Dust Disco, 8.9 points. Luo Jia scanned the comment section. There were some negative reviews, but they were all full of dirty words and had no reference value. Most of the reviews were positive, saying that it was very relaxing and exciting. Some also said that the DJ lady was pretty. The most outrageous thing was that Luo Jia actually saw comments saying that this disco had an artistic atmosphere. Luo Jia sneered immediately. What a useless internet troll, he couldn't even post good reviews, he might as well say that Miss DJ is pretty. Looking at the squad leader who seemed familiar with the place, Luo Jia narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that this honest old cadre was actually a frequent visitor to such places. It was really strange. His eyes moved slightly downward, and Luo Jia burst out laughing. Good man, you are looking up guides here and applying what you have learned. Patting the monitor on the shoulder, Luo Jia said, Chin Chin, you've worked hard. It's not easy to install a fork. The monitor was suddenly embarrassed. Now that he was exposed, the squad leader stopped pretending and started to do various things with the guide in hand. The lady at the front desk helped them open a booth while covering her mouth with her hands and laughing. A waiter came and led them into a booth, then brought over several drink menus and asked Luo Jia and the others to place their orders. Then, something very strange happened. Others ordered drinks like this: vodka, whiskey, gin. This is what happened when it was Luo Jia's turn. Do you have peanut milk? No. What about honeysuckle tea? Sorry sir, no tea. Well, there's always Sprite, right? Yes, I do, but it's for making cocktails. Luo Jia smacked his lips and put down the drink menu. Then give me a glass of boiled water. Okay. The waiter tried to maintain his smile and turned to get the drinks. Luo Jia turned to the others and said, Just for this service attitude, I'm willing to give it a 4-star rating. Why not 5 stars? No peanut milk. Everyone. While waiting for their drinks, everyone began to look around. The decoration of Biluo Huanghun is very good. Not only is the layout reasonable, but the materials used in various utensils also give people a comfortable feeling. On the stage, a slightly decadent uncle is holding the microphone and humming softly. The DJ is leaning against the wall in a daze. It is not a young lady with a good figure, but a young man with a hedgehog head. In the middle of the dance floor, men and women in groups of 3 or 4 were holding wine glasses, their bodies swaying gently to the music. Luo Jie touched his chin and said in disbelief, "So this is what a discotheque is like. I thought it was just like in a TV show." "What's it like in the TV series?" Luo Yilua asked curiously. "There is a group of super hot girls with hormone transmitters and good fertility?" Luo Jie said. "Or a group of people taking off their clothes, throwing their bras, and shouting, 'Let's get excited, let's get excited'?" Tang Gon added. The others covered their faces silently. Chinchin said helplessly, "Those kinds of discos may have existed before, but they have long disappeared. Now these discos are basically places for slow rocking. They are very comfortable and relaxing." "Monitor, when you say this, can you please close the comment section?" The monitor calmly put away his phone, glanced at Luo Jie, and continued, "Actually, we came at the wrong time. Discotheques are usually best visited at night, when they are the busiest. In comparison, it is very quiet now." Hearing this, a female classmate was unhappy. "What? Does this mean we have to stay here until night?" "That's not possible." Chinchin shook his head like a rattle. "But at least you have to drink the wine before leaving. You've already ordered it, so you have to pay for it." A few people nodded, but they were all a little uninterested. If they had known earlier, they would have gone shopping. It would be more interesting than sitting here. Soon, the waiter came over with drinks. Several people took a sip and then put the wine down. Chinchin covered his forehead and shook his head. "Fuck, such a strong vodka. You are really fierce, just drink it." Luo Jie stood up and went to the bathroom. He had drunk too much milk during dinner, and now he felt energetic. After walking a few steps, Luo Jie stopped again and looked at a certain place where there was a painting hanging with a naked woman, a poisonous snake, and a bunch of human heads. Luo Jie had a strange look on his face, thinking of the comments in the comment section. Could this be art? Luo Jie said he didn't understand it, but was deeply shocked. The dim light of the discotheque shone on him, and no one saw that Luo Jie's shadow was boiling at this moment. Public Security Bureau. Shaoli sat behind the information desk in a daze. There are 2 systems in the bureau. One is the normal police system, which is generally responsible for trivial matters such as family affairs. Of course, they are also responsible for matters such as murders. The other system is specifically designed to target strange beasts, or illegal people. Whenever an ordinary case may involve these, they will investigate, and if necessary, directly kill the suspect. Shaoli is a member of this system. The members of this system usually have one characteristic: they have a lot of time. After all, there are very few cases related to strange beasts and monsters. It has been more than half a year this year, but including the blood flower case, they have only handled 3 cases. It's not that Shaoli is looking forward to anything happening, but he is really too idle. Seeing his brothers in the neighboring system busy at a fast pace, and even passionately going over to mediate a quarrel over a neighbor, Shaoli feels like a useless person who is just lying at his workstation and waiting to die, and it feels a bit good. Stretching, Shaoli glanced at his phone. Someone will come to relieve him in half an hour, and then he can go to the office to slack off. Just as he was distracted, a middle-aged woman walked into the police station and went to the system next door. That's okay. Shaoli continued to be in a daze, but his ears pricked up, wanting to hear what the case was about. He heard the middle-aged woman say loudly in a crying voice that her husband was missing and there had been no news for 2 days. It's another missing person case, so it shouldn't be our business. There have been many people missing in the past 2 weeks, but since there are traces, Shaoli and his team did not get involved. However, when he heard the name of the woman's husband, Shaoli was slightly stunned. Ma Xiujuan, this name sounds familiar. Soon after that, a few more people came to report missing people. Every time they said a name, Shaoli was stunned for a while. By the end, Xiaoli was about to slam the table and jump up. Just then, Xiaoli's cell phone rang. It is a special mobile phone for their internal system. Emergency notice. All police officers and cadres, please note that a batch of special items from overseas have flowed into the country recently. Please strictly check the checkpoints at all levels and be vigilant about abnormal mail and parcels. Once found, report them in time. A picture was attached below the email notification, and Xiaoli was very familiar with the content of the picture. It is the image of the naked woman, a mixture of holiness and desire. Xiaoli stood up suddenly and led everyone to gather while calling Brother Zhang and Brother Wang. 5 minutes later, a black and white police car with special markings roared out of the police station. A citywide search began. Luo Jie drank several more glasses of boiled water and went to the toilet several times. The reason is simple, it's too damn boring. Qin and his friends wanted to go on stage and sing a song, but they gave up the idea after Luo Jie complained. There will be more people singing in the KTV later. If you go there now and people don't throw bottles at you, it means you sing well. That makes sense. After drinking a few more glasses of boiled water, Luo Jie saw that everyone had almost finished their drink, so he wanted to ask them to retreat. Just then, a revealingly dressed older sister with wavy blonde hair sat down in their booth, and coincidentally, sat next to Luo Jie. Suddenly, a sweet aroma entered Luo Jie's nose, making him want to vomit. The blonde sister looked at them with a charming smile and said in a sweet voice, "Hey, I haven't seen so many handsome boys in a long time. Handsome boys, why don't you buy me a drink?" As she spoke, her smooth calves rubbed against several boys from time to time, and Luo Jie was rubbed the most. Luo Jie frowned and retracted his feet, then looked at the waiter beside him with a strange expression. "Does your disco provide this kind of service?" Waiter. Blonde sister. Everyone. The blonde sister was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter, then looked at Luo Jie and said coquettishly, "Little brother, this is a regular disco, we don't do those bullshit things, but, if you don't mind, I can help you privately." "Thank you, I like the small one." Luo Jie refused expressionlessly, and the blonde sister immediately smiled even more happily. She waved to the waiter and said calmly, "Give these brothers and sisters some more good wine, and it will be on my bill." The waiter answered and turned to serve the drinks. The blonde elder sister looked back at Luo Jie and said with a smile, "Little brother, if you are willing to give me some face, I will show you a wonderful performance later." After saying that, she walked away without waiting for Luo Jie's reply, her golden hair swaying with her steps, revealing a glimpse of her smooth neck. A group of people watched the elder sister leave, then turned to look at Luo Jie with expressions as if he were a beast. Qin gestured in the air in an exaggerated manner, then pointed at Luo Jie with great anguish. "How could you not be attracted to such a stunning beauty? Is there anything wrong with your sexual orientation?" "That must be okay." Luo Jie rolled his eyes, picked up the goblet, and drank a sip of boiled water, then continued. "I have a fear of giants, so that's not okay. Besides, the perfume on her is too strong, it makes me want to vomit. What kind of nose do you have? It smells so good." A group of people despised Luo Jie for not knowing how to appreciate. Luo Jie sneered and retorted, "It's not okay for me to like the fresh style." Forget it, let's get down to business. What should we do now, leave or stay?" In response, Luo Jie said indifferently, "Stay and have a look, it doesn't cost any money anyway." So everyone continued to sit and drink. Luo came up to Luo Jie and asked in a low voice, "Luo Jie, do you really think that big sister's perfume smells bad?" "It's not just bad, it's even a bit smelly." Luo Jie replied in a low voice, "I think I'm not the only one who feels this way. But it seems like you're the only one who thinks so." Luo Jie smiled indifferently, "Haha, I didn't say it was a human shadow, oh Balu, it stinks." Chapter 17, Crazy Disco. Several people were drinking and chatting in the booth. Thanks to the big blonde sister, everyone felt that the waiter's service attitude was better. Several boys gathered together and whispered, all of them agreeing that the blonde sister must have some plan. "Either he wants our bodies, or he wants Luo Jie's. Is it possible that others are simply inviting us to drink?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible, he must be greedy for my body." "Pu Xinan is talking about you," someone complained. The most beautiful person here is Luogia, so if anyone is greedy it should be Luogia. Hey, by the way, where are the Luogia people? Several people looked around, then looked at each other, and their faces showed an expression of understanding. Luogia had no idea what those guys understood. At this moment, he was standing in front of a painting holding a cup of boiled water. Of course, he was not appreciating any art, nor could he appreciate this kind of art, but this painting gave him a really weird feeling, so he couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. And after walking around the disco consciously, Luogia discovered that there were exactly 12 identical paintings in the disco. How much the boss here likes this painting. While looking at the painting, Luogia communicated with the shadow. Shadow slept for 6 days, and Luogia never expected that the reason it woke up was because of the stench. Shadow, knocked out face? Luogia, boy, you understand art. Shadow, it stinks. I can't bear it. Luogia glanced at his own shadow and thought to himself, you only know how to eat, can you be a little artistic? People walked by from time to time. Luogia looked around and suddenly realized that the number of guests in the disco had increased without him noticing. You have to know that it's not even night yet, and it's a weekday. Entertainment venues like discotheques shouldn't have so many customers. Are they all students? Luogia glanced around the dance floor and quickly rejected the idea. There are students, but there are more well-dressed white-collar workers. Either drinking at the tables or chatting with friends in the booths, the originally deserted discos suddenly became lively. Luogia looked at these people and felt an indescribable sense of weirdness. Although these people were talking to their companions, their eyes were fixed on the stage. It would be okay if it was just one person, but if everyone in the disco was like this, it would be a bit scary. Before Luogia had time to think about it, he saw a trendy guy walking up on the stage. Brother Chow tapped the microphone, creating a buzzing sound that attracted everyone's attention, or rather, allowed them to look at the stage openly. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me see your hands, please. In this city that feels like a prison, Blue Dusk will give you the freedom you desire. Let's give a round of applause to the chief DJ of Azure Dusk. Coco! Every time the trendy guy said something, the people below the stage would cheer. Until the word Coco was said, the cheers in the disco almost reached its peak. Amid the cheers, a big blonde sister stood in front of the DJ player. Glancing around the field, Coco placed her finger on her plump lips and hushed softly. Everyone, are you ready? No one spoke, but everyone's breathing seemed to have become heavier. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and Coco's voice suddenly became louder. Then, let's get excited. Explosive and rhythmic music exploded, and the light ball above the discotheque rotated and flashed with the music. In the dance floor, everyone roared at an unprecedented volume, and their bodies swayed wildly to the music, as if they were wild beasts that had been bound by the shackles of civilization for so long and finally gained freedom. Even those who were not on the dance floor were swaying to the music, as if all the repressed emotions in their hearts were released with the music. Luogia couldn't help shaking his head while listening to the song. TSK, that's a bit de-stressing. Luogia saw some people dancing wildly on the dance floor, some people drinking and crying, some people cursing their immediate superiors, and some people even looked at each other and started a fierce dance fight. Luogia inexplicably felt that these people might just want to release their inner pressure, so they were twisting their bodies wildly in this disco. If life were easy, I probably wouldn't be interested in this place. For example, his classmates. Luogia glanced at his classmates. They were all huddled in booths drinking. They were the ones who said they wanted to come to the disco to dance, and they were also the ones who sat aside without moving. Shaking his head, Luogia returned to the booth and said with disdain, Hey, you're an adult, why are you acting like this after not seeing you for a while? I wanted to come to the disco to release myself, but 2 people carried me here. I should go and dance. How can I release myself if I don't dance? Luoilua coughed dryly and said awkwardly, I just wanted to come and see. Besides, I didn't expect them to dance so crazily. Tangon. Luoilua threatened me to hold you. Luoilo. Luogia. Ha. Luo, don't be afraid. The squad leader will go down and jump to set an example for you. At this time, the squad leader stood up, patted his chest, and looked like a veteran in a disco. However, after he had taken 2 steps, the music suddenly became more frenetic, and everyone in the dance floor danced even more crazily. So the squad leader fell back into the booth, covering his head, looking drunk. "Oh no, the after effects are coming on." Everyone laughed at this. After finishing the boiled water in the cup, Luogia looked at everyone and said, "Since you are not interested in dancing, let's go. We still have to sing in the evening. Let's go. It's boring to stay here." Everyone nodded, thinking it was time to leave. However, just as they walked to the door and were about to open it and leave, the door suddenly opened, and a group of people rushed in, forcing them back. A group of people with red eyes, shouting, "Coco," rushed into the dance floor and shook their bodies wildly. As this group of people entered, the music became more manic and even a little harsh. But the people on the dance floor didn't care at all. They just followed the music, shaking their heads and twisting their waists. They didn't care even if their bodies bumped into others, or even if someone had red eyes and bit them. Suddenly, in the center of the dance floor, blood and tears flowed, and roars resonated with the music. Someone in the crowd raised his hands for help, but more hands drowned him. Chin Chen's expression changed, and the alcohol had worn off by half. "Are these people crazy?" Luo Jie frowned and looked around. He wanted to find a security guard to maintain order, but the security guard who was originally standing at the door had disappeared. As his eyes searched, Luo Jie suddenly saw that a huge painting had appeared in the center of the stage. Painting 13. Luo Jie narrowed his eyes and decisively took out his cell phone to call the police. The police launched a major search operation. The entire West District's security forces were mobilized, and even the execution team under the Alien Center was borrowed to search for abnormal packages within the West District. The search was not a big deal, as they found more than 20 unopened abnormal packages. When they were unpacked, I found that except for a few toys for adults, the rest were all weird paintings. Everyone felt a little scalp tight. These are just the ones they found, and no one knows how many such paintings there are in the West End. They can only search harder. During the search, Shaoli suddenly remembered the experience of Lao Ma and others, and he decided to check the express logistics routes in the West area carefully. While reporting the situation to Captain Zhang, he rushed to Lao Ma's express delivery station. However, the express delivery station was not open. "What's going on? It's not time to get off work yet?" Shaoli scratched his head and asked passers-by, only to find out that the express station had not been open for 2 days. "Something is wrong, there is a problem." Shaoli noticed something was wrong at the first moment, and began to ask people about the whereabouts of Lao Ma and his companions. A red electric tricycle wobbled past Shaoli. When he turned around, the tricycle had already turned into an alley. He didn't notice anything unusual. Xiao Wu poked his head out of the alley, and saw that Shaoli didn't notice him. He smiled foolishly and drove away on his electric tricycle. In his arms he held a painting that was faintly glowing red. He drove his car and entered a residential area with ease and met the person he was going to meet today. A middle-aged man with a gentle appearance. Xiao Wu glanced into the room. Dark red blood was splattered all over the floor and walls. He felt very comfortable seeing it. He stretched out his hand to the middle-aged man, and the man went back to the room, turned around and took out 7 packages. When he saw Xiao Wu put away the packages, the man picked up a fruit knife and was about to stab it into his waist. But Xiao Wu suddenly said, "I don't need yours anymore. After I leave, you can hold the painting and commit suicide under the surveillance camera." After saying that, he turned and left. After Xiao Wu walked away, the man went back to his room hesitantly, took out the painting, and stood under the surveillance camera at the corner of the stairs. He looked up at the monitor and grinned. The next moment, blood splattered. The surveillance footage was coated with a layer of red. Chapter 18 for Freedom. Xiao Wu knew that the police were searching for the painting. But he didn't care. The painting was just a hook to attract the hunter's rabbit meat. "Hunter, hound, hunter?" Xiao Wu murmured to himself, with a hint of sarcasm on his honest face. He took the package and instead of taking the tricycle, he turned into a fork in the road and got on a van. The van started smoothly and drove towards the western suburbs. When it was more than 200 meters away from the highway, he parked the car on the side of the road. Then, carrying a large backpack, he climbed over the fence while no one was paying attention and went into the wilderness. Carefully avoiding farmland and houses along the way, Xiao Wu successfully climbed up a mountain. Standing halfway up the mountain, he looked back, chuckled softly, and then continued to move deeper into the mountains. We walked for a long time, climbing over mountains and crossing ridges. Finally, he stopped in front of a small hill about 100 meters high. It's here, it's here! Looking at the short mountain nervously, Xiao Wu began to circle around the mountain and found a half-hidden cave. Pushing aside the obstruction at the entrance of the cave, Xiao Wu walked into the cave. After some twists and turns, he successfully came to the center of the cave and saw a brand new altar in the center of the cave and a glittering stone tablet lying in the center of the altar. Well, let's get started. Xiao Wu talked to himself, his face full of anticipation and enthusiasm. For freedom! The discotheque was in chaos. The moment Luo Jie took out his cell phone, he clearly saw red liquid splashing in the middle of the dance floor, and some people's faces were even stained red. However, that little bit of red seemed to become a catalyst for their emotions, and they became more and more manic. Luo Jie and his classmates hid back in the booth. After making the call, Luo Jie explained the situation to the police. In order to get the police to come quickly, he directly said that there were strange events in Biluo Hanhuang, which were suspected to be related to illegal aliens. Of course, Luo Jie wasn't talking nonsense. When someone went crazy, the shadow had already covered his eyes. With the help of the shadow's power, Luo Jie saw that the people in the center of the dance floor were entangled with a scarlet aura. Scanning the disco, Luo Jie discovered 13 twisted scarlet threads in the air. After a quick search, he quickly found the source of the threads. Those 13 paintings. These people are going crazy because of these paintings, or this music. Luo Jie glanced at the stage, and then he was stunned. The female DJ stood behind the turntable, saying all kinds of crazy, exciting words, but her face was calm, and even had a hint of joy, as if the crazy scene on the dance floor made her very happy. But this is not the strangest thing. The strangest thing is that there is no scarlet aura around her. He could understand why he and several of his classmates did not have the scarlet aura on them. After all, the shadow was spread out in a circle and was eating something sizzling. But why does this female DJ have the right? The host Chao Gij on the side was almost shaking with confusion. How could Coco be so calm? Either she is an alien and the scarlet aura is her ability, or she figured out how to arrange these paintings and the chaos in front of her was designed by her, but she herself is not affected. Just as Luo Jie was looking at Coco, the other party also looked at him. There was a trace of surprise on her face, and then Coco became more interested in Luo Jie. The charm and aggression in her eyes became more and more obvious. She hooked her finger at Luo Jie, then turned and left the stage and disappeared. Luo Jie narrowed his eyes, turned around and looked at his classmates, and found that some of them actually had a faint scarlet aura. Luo Jie. Kid, what's going on? Aren't you eating? Shadow, crying face, not good. Luo Jie's mouth twitched. This guy is still a picky eater. After comforting the shadow and asking it to be patient, Luo Jie said to Chin Chin and the others, Squad leader, it's not safe here. Let's go out first. Oh, okay. Chin Chin was stunned by the scene in front of him. After hearing Luo Jie's reminder, he finally reacted and called on several classmates to leave quickly. However, just as the few people stood up, suddenly a waiter rushed towards them, roaring, with a half-broken wine bottle in his hand, waving it and about to hit them. His head was covered in blood and bruises, looking very scary. Luo Zane narrowed his eyes and was about to use his shadow to throw the waiter out, but a petite figure flashed beside him and kicked the waiter's wrist with a high kick. The waiter felt pain and the bottle fell out of his hand. The figure then kicked the waiter in the stomach and kicked him away. Okay, stop posing and get out of here. A slap landed on Luo's head, and Luo Jie led the way and ran out. During this time, some people were blind and bumped into them from time to time, but they were all kicked away by Luo. Luo Jie felt his scalp tingling when he saw this. I've never seen such skills before. The group of people ran smoothly outside the disco, and all breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Jie looked at them and said seriously, There is something wrong with this disco. It should be related to illegal aliens. I have called the police. You stay here and don't move. After saying that, Luo Jia turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, Luo Iloa grabbed him and said with a worried look on his face, Luo Jia, are you going to look for that DJ? Ah? Luo Jia was a little surprised. Luo Iloa pursed his lips and said, I saw that woman hook her finger at you. She is the illegal alien, right? That should be the case, Luo Jia said. Even if she wasn't an illegal alien, there was definitely something seriously wrong with that female DJ. Luo Iloa hesitated for a moment and said, Can I also chase that female DJ? But, it's very dangerous for you to chase him alone. Luo Jia said, Girl, I'm very worried about your life. I won't hold you back. Alone? Why don't you go after him? Luo Iloa was about to say that he wouldn't hold her back, but suddenly realized. You won't go after her. Luo Jia rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Of course not. I chased after her just because she beckoned me with her finger. Am I some hot-blooded, stupid male protagonist in a light novel? So you turned around and went to... Just now a fool ran away in a hurry and lost his shoes. Luo Jia pointed at a pair of sneakers not far away and said lightly. Everyone looked in the direction his finger was pointing, then looked at their own feet, and then everyone looked at squad leader Chin Chin. The squad leader blushed and covered his face as he picked up the shoes. Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed today. Luo Iloa also blushed a little, thinking he had made a mistake. The police arrived surprisingly quickly, as if they had been on standby nearby, and he knew one of the policemen. Officer Wang? Luo Jia? Wang Maokai was a little surprised. Originally, he was leading people to search for unusual packages, but he received an alert from the police center halfway. He figured that these places needed to be investigated anyway, so he brought people here. Unexpectedly, I ran into an acquaintance. This is the police you called? Yes. Luo Jia nodded and began to describe the situation in the disco, focusing on the 13 paintings and the female DJ. After hearing the situation, Wang Maokai did not rush in rashly, but asked someone to notify the bureau for additional support. He then asked some details. When he learned that the female DJ had provoked and seduced Luo Jia but Luo Jia did not chase her, he nodded and expressed his approval of Luo Jia's behavior. We have caught many illegal aliens in the past. You can't understand how brutal they are. Hey, there were always students who ran into illegal aliens on the road and chased them after being provoked. In the end, they died without knowing how. At this point, Wang Maokai looked at Luo Jia and the others with a serious face and said, Remember, don't think you can act recklessly just because you are an extraordinary person. Before you have experience fighting an enemy, you are just ordinary people who are slightly special. After preaching, Wang Maokai asked a few people to leave quickly. We can take notes later. If Luo Jia and the others stay here now, they will probably get in the way. Luo Jia and his companions followed suit and quickly left the scene. In an alley, the blonde DJ walked leisurely. After a while, she looked back and muttered, He didn't catch up with me? She shook her head, twisted her body and took off her clothes, and soon she was naked. Then, her skin wrinkled rapidly, and she grabbed her hair and pulled hard, and all the skin was pulled off. The mature older sister disappeared in an instant, and turned into a little girl of 16 or 17 years old. The quality of this leather bag is not very good. It's not as good as the last one. The girl pouted and looked at the human skin on the ground with some unhappiness. She has fair skin and a red flower on the back of her neck. The girl shook her black hair, wrinkled her nose, took out the clothes that had been hidden behind the trash can, changed them, then left humming a little tune. Strange paintings, disappearances, dismemberment, all these events happening at the same time, it's enough for the police to handle. The girl smiled like a little devil who had pulled off a successful prank. It's a pity that the blood flower case ended too quickly, otherwise it would have been more interesting. At this time, the girl had already walked out of the alley. A police car whizzed past her. She looked calm and even had the mood to look back at the police car curiously. The girl looked away in another direction, muttering to herself. The altar will definitely be built, but what will the result be? I'm really looking forward to it. Stretching, the girl showed an innocent smile on her face. For freedom. Chapter 19. Something is not human. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13. Xiao Wu placed the offerings with a pious look on his face. 7 women's hearts, 6 men's kidneys, and the blood of a strange beast. Xiao Wu took out a cage from his bag, inside of which was a strange creature the size of a kitten. When the cage was placed in the middle of the altar, the unconscious monster suddenly woke up, screaming and squeaking wildly, while banging its head against the iron cage. With just one hit, a big gap was created in the iron cage. However, the beast did not escape. Suddenly, dark red blood threads appeared on the 13 organs placed on the altar, tightly entangling the strange beast that had half of its body escaped from the iron cage. The strange beast struggled even more fiercely, its 2 sharp fangs constantly biting the dark red blood threads wrapped around its body. However, nothing worked. The beast's struggles became weaker and weaker, and finally, it became motionless. The 13 organs retracted their dark red blood vessels and began to emit red light. At the same time, the altar on the ground also began to emit light. The two echoed each other, and the frequency of the light waves became consistent. Finally, the light became brighter and the entire cave began to shake violently. A tear was made on the surface of the altar, and a strange beast rushed out and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, strange beasts continued to emerge from the cracks, as if a spring had been opened and kept gushing out. Xiao Wu stared at the emerging strange beast for a second, then burst into laughter. Success, success! The next second, a strange beast pierced through his chest. Xiao Wu knelt on the ground dejectedly, but there was still an excited and fanatical smile on his face. The vibration of the cave became more and more violent, and suddenly there was a cracking sound from the altar, and the stone platform of the altar collapsed directly. The surging tide of strange beasts came to an abrupt halt. All the strange beasts rushed to Xiao Wu's body and began to eat it frantically. In just a moment, his body turned into a pile of bones and scattered all over the ground. All the strange beasts had red eyes, looked up and around, and rushed towards the cave entrance. They want to devour human flesh, and outside the cave, there is something that attracts them. However, when they rushed to the cave entrance, they all stopped. So, this is their purpose? Outside the cave, 2 young men quietly watched the group of strange beasts with a strange look on their faces. These strange beasts are only at level 8 or 9 at best. The Free Alliance spent so much effort and only recruited a bunch of garbage? Someone else will think about these problems, and we are only responsible for dealing with these strange beasts. That's true. The 2 men shrugged their shoulders and suddenly moved at the same time, one with flames wrapped around him and the other with black light flowing around him, and they rushed into the group of strange beasts. Various roars were heard, and the strange beasts attacked the 2 people frantically. However, the 2 men were not afraid at all, and each time they attacked, they could accurately kill a strange beast. Gradually, the group of strange beasts began to decrease. Some strange beasts that were far away became frightened and wanted to escape, but they were caught up and killed by the 2 men. About 10 minutes later, all the strange beasts that emerged from the cave were killed, and their corpses lay all over the ground. Just after they killed the strange beast, a group of people wearing special protective clothing with logistics badges on their chests rushed over and began to skillfully clean and collect the strange beast corpses on the ground. The 2 young men looked at this group of people, said thank you for your hard work, and then walked towards the urban area of Fuqing. Let's go. According to the news, there is another troublesome woman in the city. How do you say it, very strong? She's not that strong, but she's hard to find. She seems to have a lot of skins. Ah? Luo Jie and his friends left the disco. Except for Luo Jie, everyone in the group felt a sense of empathy. Class Monitor Qinshan sighed and suddenly said, I now understand why minors are not allowed to enter discotheques. If a minor encounters such a situation, he or she can't escape. That's not the case. What happened just now is obviously related to illegal aliens, but illegal aliens are even rarer than strange beasts. We can only say that we are unlucky to have encountered one. Luo Jie shrugged and said, But you should avoid going to places like discotheques, especially girls. If you are too pregnant, you won't be able to laugh. Looking back, everyone looked uninterested. After thinking for a while, Luo Jie said, Looking like this, how can you still be in the mood to sing at night? How about disband? This? Chin Chun looked at the people around him and felt that everyone was in a state where they probably didn't have the mood to sing. After all, they had just seen blood. He nodded. Okay, I'll talk to the others first. After taking out his phone and chatting for a while, Chin Chun smiled and said to everyone, Okay, they're going to have fun by themselves, so let's go our separate ways. Well, if anyone wants to go out and have fun, they can go to Crown KTV to find them. Everyone nodded, said goodbye to each other, and turned to leave. Watching everyone go back to their homes, Luo Jia scratched his head, feeling a little sorry. It was such a nice class reunion, but it ended up like this. It's a blessing in disguise that no one was injured. You won't go looking for that female DJ by yourself, will you? Tang Gan's listless voice came from beside him. Luo Jia turned his head and took a look. He said expressionlessly, I've already said that I'm not some hot-blooded hero. That female DJ has such a big problem. Should I rush over and die? Shadow, that stinks. Luo Jia, yes. Shadow, but can it be dropped upright arrow? Luo Jia. Shadow, it didn't work before, but now, it works. Luo Jia, okay, let's talk about it when we meet. Tang Gan saw that Luo Jia was distracted while talking, and his mouth twitched from time to time. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help but said, You have facial nerve hemiplegia. No. Luo Jia came back to his senses, looked at Tang Gan and said, Anyway, don't worry, I won't go to find that female DJ alone. I am relieved, but some people are not. Tang Gan said this and pouted at Luo Jia's back. Luo Jia looked back and saw Luo Iloa following him, playing with his fingers. Luo Iloa, why are you here? I'm just worried. Luo Iloa pointed his fingers, his face slightly flushed. Seeing her like this, Luo Jia seemed to remember something, and suddenly stepped forward and asked seriously, Luo Iloa, do you have the ability to strengthen your body? Luo Iloa's face was already a little red, and when Luo Jia suddenly approached her with a serious look on his face, her face became even redder. Could it be that this guy had finally come to his senses? But after hearing Luo Jia's words, she was stunned for a moment, and her originally fluctuating emotions quickly calmed down. Nodding, Luo Iloa replied calmly, Yes, I named it the God of War. The God of War. He seems quite powerful. Luo Jia touched his chin, feeling a little envious. He really liked the hard fighting style of fighting where every punch hits the flesh. Unfortunately, he can't play like that. Although Shadow's body was strengthened after he absorbed Hyun's abilities, he was still not able to kick someone away. Luo Iloa looked at Luo Jia's envious expression, and suddenly sighed, then smiled and said, Since you won't go looking for that female DJ, I'm relieved. I'll leave first. After saying that, she turned around and left without stopping. Luo Jia waved and said goodbye to her. Tang Gan sighed and said, I guess it will take another 3 years. What are you doing for 3 years? Luo Jia answered, but Tang Gan shook his head and didn't say much. Instead, he asked Luo Jia, I saw you walking this way just now. Your home is not here, right? Where are you going? Oh, a comic book that has been delayed for 3 years has been republished. So, you're going to buy comics? Yes. Tang Gan took a deep breath, turned around and left. Luo Jia scratched his head, thinking that there was something wrong with the mood swings of this group of people. Could it be that they were having their menstrual period? But old Tang didn't have this thing either. Forget it, let's go buy the comics first. The bastard author finally went bankrupt playing mahjong and decided to update it. To be honest, Luo Jia didn't want to go find the female DJ, he just wanted to buy a comic. The female DJ didn't want to go find Luo Jia either, although she was a little interested in Luo Jia, but only a little. But some fucking thing will always bring them together. Luo Jia looked at the girl not far away and his face couldn't help but tremble. Although, this girl is completely different from the blonde sister, from gathering people's hearts to pacifying the world, her hair has turned black, and she is even shorter. But the Shadow told him clearly that this was the female DJ. Shadow, same, stinky, but edible? Luo Jia, it's in public, so forget it. Luo Jia said that this is not a suitable time, let's endure it for a while, develop first, and then look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Then he saw the little girl walking towards him with a cat-like step, smiling sweetly and saying, Little brother, I want to ask you for a favor, is that okay? Luo Jia. Grass. Chapter 20. She came to send it off, so you can't blame me, right? The comic book that has been postponed for 3 years has been republished. As a fan of the comic, it shouldn't be too much for him to buy a copy. Unfortunately, he ran around most of the West District but couldn't find the comic. Finally, he took a taxi to the city center and finally found the comic in a bookstore on the commercial street. Luo Jia immediately breathed a sigh of relief and became cheerful. It was at this time that Luo Jia heard this conversation. Well, he's dead. He's just a puppet, not worth much. That thing is indeed useful, but it depends on the material. The better the material, the longer it lasts. Also, we have spies in our team, but they probably don't hold high positions. 1 experiment, 2 results. That's a big win, isn't it? Is someone looking for me? Don't worry, they won't find me. Well, although the above conversation is very strange, but if the other party is holding a strategy game guide in his hand, and is a pretty girl of young age, no one would suspect that there is anything special about the other party, and that she is just suffering from the second-year syndrome. But when Luo Jia heard this, he lost his composure. Shadow, Stinky, I encountered Luo Jia? What do you mean? The shadow conveyed a vague thought, stretched out a hand, and transformed into the appearance of a blonde older sister. Hiss. Luo Jia immediately made a contribution to global warming and couldn't help but look at the girl who spoke strangely. She was a high school student with black hair and flat breasts. How could she look like an older sister? He couldn't help but wonder if Shadow had made a mistake, but Shadow said with certainty that it was her. Luo Jia was still in doubt. His sight became clearer. The girl turned her head and met his gaze. Then there was the scene where the girl came up to him in a cat-like walk and said she wanted his help. Luo Jia was still skeptical, and wanted to persuade his kid to be patient, but the girl actually came to him. Now Luo Jia was sure that there was something wrong with the girl. There is a sweet fragrance on the other person, the kind that is so sweet that it's sickening. It was exactly the same smell as the female DJs, both of which made him want to vomit. Now Luo Jia has to think about a question. Can Shadow deal with this guy? Shadow, would problem? Omega, why? Why is it so unreliable? Unraveling looked at the boy in front of her without worrying at all that he would reject her. She is very confident in this appearance. Although not as charming and hot as the previous one, it has a more youthful aura, coupled with her eye-catching super high looks. She is confident that as long as this boy is not gay, she will win him over. Although logically, she should try to hide because someone is already searching for her. But the smell of this boy in front of me is so tempting. It's fine if you don't see it, but if you do, there's no reason not to eat it. Her eyes flickered, and an expression of grievance and fear appeared on her face. She looked up at the boy in front of her and said softly, "No, little brother." Then she saw the boy in front of her blushing and nodding hesitantly. "Get it." Luo Jia, boy, are you sure you can handle it? Shadow, yeah. Yeah. Luo Jia, then find an opportunity and suck her dry. This woman is obviously an illegal alien. Based on this reason alone, Luo Jia will not show any mercy. He will squeeze her dry without any negotiation and just let her live. Then he will hand her over to the police station. However, first you have to find a place where there is no one. Unraveling had a touching smile on her face, as if innocent, and she grabbed Luo Jia's hand. "Thank you, little brother. Little brother, please come with me." After saying that, she grabbed Luo Jia's hand and ran out, seeming very anxious. Along the way, people often looked at Luo Jia with envy and jealousy, wondering why they lost, just because they were not tall, not handsome, and were fat. In response to this, Luo Jia could only laugh. This person is an illegal alien. If these people knew about this, I wonder if they would be envious. Luo Jia followed Unraveling all the way and soon arrived at an alley where no one passed by. Unraveling put on a full show. After turning into the alley, she even looked back in a pretentious manner and said, "Little brother, listen to what they say. There are strange people looking for me. You are so tall and strong, can you help me?" He turned his head. Before he could show an anxious expression on his face, he suddenly felt a huge force on his hand. "Come over." "So urgent?" The thought flashed through her mind, and then she felt her collar being grabbed, and then her whole body was lifted up and thrown backwards. Unraveling had come back to her senses by now, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. With a flip of his palm, a ring flew out and rushed towards Luojia's hand. Luojia was startled and immediately let go, avoiding the attack of the ring. Unraveling flew out due to inertia, but supported herself on the ground with one hand, flipped over with force, and stood up again. At this moment, the pitiful look on Unraveling's face disappeared, replaced by a coldness that was not in line with her age. Unraveling stood up slowly and said in a soft voice, Hey, little brother, why did you throw me down? Wait, don't talk, I'm going to vomit first. Luojia's face darkened, and he looked very uncomfortable. Big sister, you have too much perfume on you, it stinks. Covering his nose, he continued, You must be the one causing trouble in the disco. Don't be so quick to deny it. I don't know how you managed to change your appearance, but after smelling that stench, I'm sure it was you. Hearing this, Unraveling tilted her head and asked curiously, Smell? Could your ability be related to dogs? I guessed wrong. Luojia grinned, and suddenly a 2-meter-high shadow wall rose up beside him, and a palm-sized petal hit the shadow wall. Unraveling narrowed her eyes, and when her sneak attack failed, she wanted to recall the petals. Luojia's shadow did not let go and directly swallowed the petals. Feeling that she had lost contact with the petals, Unraveling was startled and her face turned even colder. With a shake of her hands, several petals stretched out from her arms, and immediately became hard and sharp as knives. He stepped on the ground and quickly rushed towards Luojia, with a ferocious smile on his face. I wanted to give you some benefits, but now, it doesn't matter whether you eat it raw or cooked. Too much nonsense. Luojia's shadow wrapped around his limbs and he retreated violently. With his eyes covered by the shadow, Luojia clearly saw the trajectory of the opponent's arm. Luojia continued to retreat, one hand dropped, the shadow under him suddenly rose and fell, a long black sword popped out from the shadow, blocking the petal blade. Unraveling frowned slightly, and her arms danced wildly with flower blades. Luojia waved his long sword to resist, and from time to time he stretched out his black hands from the shadow to collide with the opponent's arms. For a while, the alley was filled with the sound of metal colliding. Such an unusual noise would scare some people away, but there were also some brave people who, driven by curiosity, were about to enter the alley. However, at this moment, a hand patted his shoulder. Brother, the smart ones have all left. Why are you still trying to get in? Are you really that foolish? I looked back so boldly and wanted to say, I'm so awesome, why would I be afraid of you? But after seeing the badges on the chests of the 2 young men behind him, he immediately became timid. Special Defense Department, 1-ring military emblem. I won't look at it. I'll leave now. Seeing the other party walking away, the 2 young men looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled. The next moment, their bodies rose up out of thin air and landed on a low building next to the alley. The man's name is Luojia, a mutant certified by the Mutant Center not long ago. The woman's name is Unraveling, and she is recorded as an ordinary person with no record of entering or leaving the country. One person read on his phone, glancing down the alley. Are we encountering stubborn teenagers arresting illegal aliens? That should be it. Another person said, nodding his head as he looked at the people in the alley. Although this kid didn't have any method when swinging his knife, he reacted quickly and basically blocked every attack. Well, this kid is quite capable and has applied his abilities very well. What a pity, someone suddenly said. An ability that is too outstanding will also corrode the alien itself. His ability is very outstanding. It's hard to say. It's not certain whether his ability can be developed to that level. Another person shook his head gently, unwilling to talk about this topic anymore. Go down? It may take a long time for him to handle it alone. The companion was about to respond, but suddenly he exclaimed. The confrontation in the lane below has changed. Luojia is swinging his knife. Although the time was not long, he had fought with 2 men in black robes for more than 10 rounds in his dream, so he was quite adept at it now. But when Unraveling waved her hands and summoned several flowers that circled around her, Luojia became a little flustered. Some of these flowers would spin and hit his blade, trying to cut his skin, while others would fly in front of him and then suddenly explode. The power is not too strong, but the light and shadow of the flame will confuse his vision. Fortunately, Shadow Boy was reliable and was able to quickly devour the attacking flowers. The two knives collided again, and Luo Jia exerted force suddenly and pushed Li Rolling out. "What's your relationship with Yun?" Luo Jia looked at the woman and asked coldly. Li Rolling laughed when she heard this. "It's just a thrown-away toy. How come he is your relative?" Luo Jia shook his head, his eyes covered by shadows. A gray color flickered in his eyes. "You said he is a toy. Have you ever thought that you are also a toy? Hey, little brother, be careful of your sister's punches." Li Rolling sneered, and countless flowers flew up behind her, and suddenly flew towards Luo Jia. Luo Jia's body sank, the long sword disappeared, and then he pressed the ground as if grabbing a shadow, and then lifted it up with force. The next moment, the shadow was actually lifted up, and it rushed out like a wave, submerging countless flowers. The waves continued to surge towards Li Rolling with undiminished force. Li Rolling's face changed, and a flower as big as a millstone suddenly opened in front of her, trying to resist the black waves. However, changes occurred again. When the black waves approached, they suddenly disappeared, revealing Luo Jia, who was hiding behind the waves, wearing a black robe and holding a black knife. "One knife!" Luo Jia opened his mouth and his figure suddenly disappeared. When the voice came again, it was behind Li Rolling. "Cut!" Li Rolling's body suddenly stiffened. At the back of her neck, a blood-red flower gradually turned black. Luo Jia put away his knife and looked up. Nothing was found. Chapter 21 1 Stand-in 2 News. Luo Jia felt that someone was looking at him. But there was no evidence, and no surveillance in the alley. Is it an illusion? Luo Jia shook his head and stopped thinking about it, instead looking down at Li Rolling. When the shadow covered his eyes, Luo Jia was observing the characteristics of the other party's abilities and the trajectory of their operation. However, it was discovered that Li Rolling's power was somewhat similar to Yun's, and they were both rootless duckweed, but Li Rolling's power was much stronger in comparison. He has made some progress though. The black cloak on his body disappeared, and Luo Jia's shadow lengthened, tying up Li Rolling. Li Rolling's strength was dispersed at this time, and her body was weak, but she refused to admit defeat. She smiled weakly and said, "I didn't expect, little brother, you like bondage, but can you be gentler? I'm afraid of pain." Hearing this, Luo Jia grinned and said, "I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm not interested in you, but my son is." When he said this, Luo Jia had already received Shadow's impatient thoughts. He could even imagine the scene of a fat boy rushing to the dining table waving a knife and fork. After hearing what Luo Jia said, Li Rolling felt a little strange. "Where did you get your son, little brat?" Then she felt something inserted into her body. The next moment, the strength in her body quickly dissipated. Li Rolling's face changed, and she suddenly looked up at Luo Jia and asked coldly, "What did you do?" "Nothing, just my kid eating," Luo Jia said lightly. "He's just an illegal alien. What's wrong with him taking some of your power? As for his big emotional fluctuations, it won't kill anyone." Li Rolling's face changed several times, and suddenly she laughed, looking at Luo Jia with eyes full of sympathy and contempt. "It seems that you don't know yet, what a pity, ha 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 ha." Luo Jia frowned and suddenly said, "Do you know what reverse flag planting is? In novels, the villain suddenly does the same thing as you just did, but it usually doesn't happen in the end." Li Rolling. Luo Jia. "And I won't ask you? Someone will definitely tell me when things develop later, because you are definitely not the only one who knows about this. I may even be able to notice it myself." Li Rolling. Luo Jia smiled and took out his phone, saying, "Don't say nonsense to attract my attention. I'm calling the police now. You should think about how to deal with them." Well, Luo Jia called from his own cell phone. After all, an illegal alien was caught, which is a good thing. I will definitely have to go to the police station. It is not easy to avoid it, and there is no way to avoid it. Li Rolling had a sullen face and said nothing. She tried to break free from the shadow, but it was no use. Gritting her teeth, she planned to say something else in order to seduce Luo Jia. She felt that Luo Jia was, after all, an inexperienced boy who would definitely not be able to resist temptation. As long as she seduced him, she would definitely have a chance to escape. If you don't like the color, then use the profit. Lee Rawling opened her mouth and was about to speak, but she felt her throat tighten, as if someone was strangling her. Lee Rawling felt not only her throat, but the skin and muscles all over her body began to tighten, and even her internal organs began to stir, causing her to break out in cold sweats due to the pain. She really wanted to ask if it was Luo Jie's doing, but she couldn't open her mouth at all. Soon she heard a crackling sound. Lee Rawling had heard this sound many times. Every time she tore off a piece of skin, she would hear this sound. But this time, what I heard came from her body. After changing the perspective with some difficulty, Lee Rawling was stunned. She clearly saw the cracks between the skin and muscles, and the bones exposed under the muscles. The yellow bones have traces of wood grain and carvings on them. A trace of confusion flashed across Lee Rawling's shriveled face. Is this really her skin? What is she? This was Lee Rawling's last question before she stopped breathing. However, no one answered her. At this moment, the scene looked a little scary in Luo Jie's eyes. At first, he didn't care when he saw Lee Rawling's skin becoming dry. After all, Hyun was the same, and it was probably the sequelae of losing strength. But when the opponent's skin cracked and even the muscles began to burst, Luo Jie was dumbfounded. Shadow is no longer eating at this moment. But the opponent's body continued to crack, and Luo Jie could even see the white, yellow bones underneath through the cracks in the muscles. Then Luo Jie saw it. After a few crackling sounds, Lee Rawling, who was originally bound by the shadow, suddenly shrank, and her height of nearly 1.7 meters became less than 1 meter. Luo Jie looked at it carefully for a long time and suddenly realized something. This Lee Rawling, her skin, flesh, hair, and even her internal organs are all real, but the skeleton that supports it all is actually a pile of wood, a pile of extremely finely carved yellow wood. This is actually a puppet in human skin? Luo Jie was stunned when he held the phone. What is this situation? More importantly, he called the police. What should he say when the police arrive? Say he sucked her dry? Luo Jie denied it. Say this woman was made of wood? That's possible, but there's no evidence. Originally, it was said that if an illegal alien was caught, there would be some reward or something, but now it seems that it is unlikely. Just when Luo Jie was at a loss, a voice came from above his head. Don't act so stupid, kid. Luo Jie looked up and immediately saw two people standing on the tall building next to the alley. The two men flipped over and fell down. When they were about to hit the ground, their bodies paused for a moment, and they stood steadily in front of Luo Jie. Luo Jie really wanted to ask who are you, but after seeing the badges on their chests, he chose to keep quiet. The first-ring military insignia of the Special Defense Department. You can't afford to offend me. The two young men circled around the puppet on the ground, with a look of emotion on their faces. Then they huddled together and muttered for a long time, then picked up the puppet on the ground and said to Luo Jie, Kid, there's nothing for you to do here for now. You can go first, but you can't leave Fuching for now. Also, if the Public Security Bureau calls you, you must be there in time. After saying that, the two turned around and flew away, without giving Luo Jie a chance to speak. Obviously, this is notification, not consultation. Luo Jie turned around and left without stopping. The scene just now was a bit scary. He had to go back and calm down, and think about some things. As for the police, the people from the Special Defense Department are here, they will handle it. Across the ocean. West Country, Liberty Technology Building, top floor. This is where the shareholders of the Freedom Technology Building gather. It is said that only true confidants can enter this floor. There are no other office supplies on this floor, only a huge round table. At this time, there were 6 people sitting around the round table, 4 men and 2 women. They were each doing their own thing, chatting with each other, playing with computers and mobile phones, and some were even knitting sweaters. It was extremely quiet in the room. Suddenly, the knitting woman looked up and said, My puppet is dead. It's just a product of a whim. If it dies, it's dead. Anyway, the results of the experiment are already known. Someone replied. It's better for us if she dies. After all, she is very similar to you when you were young. You played too much. How dare you say that to me? The woman knitting a sweater scratched her head and continued knitting with an indifferent look on her face. The person who answered the call chuckled and said nothing else. After a moment, someone else spoke, his voice a little hoarse. Well, don't be active in China recently, and let those people be more restrained. Okay. The conversation ended, and the room fell silent again. However, the silence did not last long before the entire building suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone in the room looked discolored. The next moment, the building collapsed. Luo Jia stayed at home all the time. One is thinking about things at home, and the other is waiting for the summons from the Public Security Bureau. This wait lasted a week. He was originally a little nervous, but then he became a lazy guy. When he had nothing to do, he would assemble figures, read the news, do some exercise, and at night he would fall in love and hate with the people in black robes in his dreams. During this period, the police did come to his door, but they came to ask about his neighbors. It was then that Luo Jia learned about his neighbor's death. For this reason, he paid special attention to the news to see what the specific situation was. However, I didn't see any related reports in the news, but I did see some big news. One was that several senior leaders of the customs department were dismissed for accepting bribes. The other was that a large group was found to have evaded taxes and was reported for a huge amount of tax evasion. After investigation, many troublesome things were found. This internet group was directly blocked and the company was split up and disintegrated. Luo Jia could only say one thing about the first one, well done. He didn't think much about the others. But he was a little worried about the second one. After all, this group's main product was communication software, and he didn't know whether the company's closure would affect the use of the software. But after seeing the news that the communication software was handed over to another large group for development and operation, he was immediately relieved. It doesn't matter then, just block it. As for the news scrolling at the bottom, which said that a certain technology building in a Western country had collapsed, he didn't care at all. Chapter 22 Life is mostly peaceful. Another week has passed since Luo Jia received the police summons. To be precise, it was not the police who notified him to go to the Public Security Bureau for investigation, but someone informed him that a special person would visit him in the near future and asked him to stay at home and keep his cell phone open. Luo Jia's first reaction when he received the call was to report the fraud. Fortunately, the police officer on the phone didn't say anything outrageous, so he held back. In the evening, the doorbell rang. The people who came were two plainclothes officers, one named Tao Yu and the other named Li Qing. Among them, Tao Yu was the young man from the Special Defense Department who had met Luo Jia before. The two of them entered the room and asked some questions, which were mainly about the female DJ Li Rawling. Luo Jia answered them honestly. When asked how he confirmed that Li Rawling was a female DJ, Luo Jia also gave a brief explanation. Of course, Luo Jia didn't say that it was the shadow that told him. He only said that after becoming an alien, his sense of smell inexplicably became better, and he smelled the same scent on both of them. That smell was so fragrant that it stinks. I don't think there is another person who would have the same smell, so I concluded that she was the female DJ's. As for why she came to me later, maybe it's because I smell better? Luo Jia said uncertainly. Because she said she wanted to eat me, and she didn't mind eating anything raw or cold. Eating in the physical sense. Tao Yu sighed, asked some more questions, and then left. Before leaving, Tao Yu patted Luo Jia on the shoulder and said, "Young man, work hard. You will have a chance to shine in the future." Then they left. Luo Jia was a little nervous at first, but after the interview he gradually relaxed. Even a little confused. I always feel that this visit is a bit strange. Tao Yu and Li Qing left the community and got into a van. Then the two men began to take things out of their bodies, and various small instruments were taken out. Li Qing took out the instruments and looked at Tao Yu curiously. "Captain Tao, what are these instruments for?" "To test whether a person has problems." Tao Yu tossed an instrument in his hand. "From the archives, the blood flower case, the strange painting, the disco incident, these things involve the Freedom Alliance and illegal aliens. He is involved in all these things. Don't you think it's strange?" "You mean, there's something wrong with this person?" "If there is nothing wrong with the person, then there is something around him that is enough to attract the incident." A gleam of calmness and wisdom flashed in Tao Yu's eyes. After saying that, he began to check the instruments one by one. After a while, he hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Of course, it is not ruled out that it was just bad luck." Li Qing smacked his lips. "Does this mean you guessed wrong?" "Tao Yu." After thinking for a while, Li Qing asked again, "Should we still let him come to the bureau to study?" Li Qing remembered that before he came, the bureau had said that if the conditions were right, Luo Jia could be allowed to come to the bureau to study. Just as he was thinking, he saw Tao Yu shaking his head and sighing. "The conditions are not suitable. His ability is indeed very good, and he may even have great potential, but the stronger the ability, the stronger the erosion to the body. That young man, the erosion has already begun." He pointed to his eyes and said, "There are gray lesions in his eyes." Li Qing was stunned and didn't know what to say. "One uses fire, and the other uses jellyfish?" Luo Jia dispersed the shadow covering his eyes and scratched his head, wondering what the jellyfish ability could be used for. "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore." After the police interview, Luo Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. The only thing he needed to worry about next was the university's admission letter. After that, Luo Jia's life became dull. "I stay at home every day, watching TV in the morning, assembling action figures in the afternoon, and fighting with the man in black robes in my dreams at night." It is worth mentioning that after so many days of fighting, Luo Jia can now move freely among the siege of 9 men in black robes. He could even use the terrain pits to kill a number of black-robed men, and then calmly deal with the remaining black-robed men. Of course, the price was being killed repeatedly by the man in black robes in various ways. Ding ding! The blades collided quickly, sparking sparks. With a slap of his sword, Luo Jia pushed the man in black robe back. He then took a sudden step forward and kicked him out. A powerful kick landed directly on the knife that the man in black robe was blocking. The man in black robe slid backward and fell off the cliff. Luo Jia did not stop. He squatted, turned, pointed the blade upward, and slapped it hard. The black longsword flew out and instantly pierced the heart of a black-robed man in midair. Avoiding the corpse that fell to the ground, Luo Jia took a slight breath and took back the knife. "This is the 9th man in black robe. After killing this one, you should be on to the next round." "The next round, there will be 10 men in black robes." Luo Jia shook his wrist, his face a little dark. There were more and more of them, and the ways to kill him were becoming more and more complicated. Luo Jia didn't want to say more about the torture. Fortunately, these men in black robes did not swarm over at the same time, otherwise he would be at a loss. Moreover, these men in black robes seemed to be seriously ill. The last one always launches a sneak attack, and the methods of the sneak attacks are all kinds of strange. It would be fine if they popped up from behind or from the sky, but it is simply mentally disruptive to crawl out from under the crotch. Fortunately, after becoming familiar with the various routines, Luo Jia successfully passed various levels. Standing on the cliff, Luo Jia took a deep breath while holding the knife. He was ready to face the siege of 10 men in black robes. However, the next second, the ground beneath his feet suddenly disappeared, and Luo Jia felt as if his feet were empty and his body fell sharply. All that was left in the air was his shrill scream and grass, a kind of plant. Luo Jia is at it again. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the Black Mountain, surrounded by a pile of stone pillars. Stone forest? He was still confused when he heard a sudden whistling sound behind him. Luo Jia hadn't come back to his senses yet, but his body had already reacted as usual. He turned around, swung his sword, and slashed horizontally. The movement was clean and neat, without any hesitation. However, the knife hit the stone pillar with a duong sound. Luo Jia was stunned for a second, and the next moment, the scenery in front of him turned blood red. A dagger was thrust into his temple. Luo Jia didn't even have time to curse before his eyes went dark. He is screwed. So, this time it's a terrain battle plus a sneak attack. I subconsciously want to torture myself like this. Am I a masochist? Luo Jia scratched his head and suddenly wanted to open his brain to see what was inside. The vision became clear. Luo Jia opened his eyes, still standing in the stone forest. Luo Jia held the knife in his hand, his mind working rapidly. The distance between the stone pillars and the stone forest was not close, but the long sword certainly could not be used. If attacked by a man in a black robe, he would either use a short weapon to resist, or, when counterattacking, directly chop off the stone pillars together. Looking at the size of the stone pillar, Luo Jie estimated that even if he used all his strength, he probably wouldn't be able to cut through the pillar. Then, we can only use short weapons. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the long sword in his hand suddenly softened and gradually shortened, turning into a short sword. Is this going to force me to take the path of mastering all martial arts? Luo Jie's eyes twitched. The feeling of confusion in my heart came to an abrupt end before it even had time to arise. A dagger pierced through the back of his head. Luo Jie fell to the ground with a thud and got hurt again. Oh! Luo Jie jumped up from the bed, holding his head, and felt as if every nerve in his brain was being torn by insects. Feeling headache and eye pain. This is an adjective. But Luo Jie really has a headache and eyes ache now, and he feels like he could turn into an idiot at any moment. After tossing and turning in bed for half an hour, he gradually calmed down. Looking at the ceiling helplessly, Luo Jie felt as if he had no desire to live. He died twice in the stone forest, once by being stabbed in the temple and once by being stabbed in the back of the head. Last time it was his kidneys that were tortured, this time it is his brain that was tortured. Damn! I really want to see a psychiatrist. After feeling less dizzy, Luo Jie sat up from the bed, holding his forehead. Wash up, warm up, and go out for exercise. Although I feel dizzy, it is still necessary to stick to daily exercise. Chapter 23. Your mother and I are classmates. Luo Jie jogged all the way. Before I knew it, I arrived near the alien center. Looking at the gate of the alien center, Luo Jie thought for a while and felt that after so many days, it was necessary to check his mental threshold. The spiritual threshold of an ordinary person is 100. After becoming an extraordinary person, the spiritual threshold is far beyond 100. The spiritual threshold at this time can be regarded as the initial threshold. With the continuous tempering of the spirit and the sharpening of the will, the threshold will gradually increase. Tempering the spirit and raising the threshold is something that all extraordinary people must do. This is about the next step in becoming stronger. During this period of time, firstly, various incidents occurred suddenly, then he fought against illegal aliens, and then he confronted a group of black-robed people in his dreams. Luo Jie felt that his mental threshold should have improved. In addition, after Shadow devoured the power of He-Yun and Unraveling, there would always be power fed back to nourish his body, and even his spirit was strengthened. Luo Jie really wanted to know what his current mental threshold was. With this in mind, Luo Jie had already entered the alien center. After explaining his purpose to the front desk, someone came and took him for testing. Halfway through the walk, Luo Jie saw Lu Guolai, who had issued him the certificate last time. Lu Guolai also saw Luo Jie, smiled, walked up to Luo Jie and said, "Hey Xiao Luo, why are you here?" Let me check my mental threshold." Hearing this, Lu Guolai's expression suddenly became strange. Waving his hand to let the young colleague leading the way leave, Lu Guolai looked at Luo Jie with some surprise and asked in a low voice, "Boy, it's been more than half a month since you last came here, right?" What's wrong?" "It's been less than a month, what mental threshold are you checking?" Lu Guolai was speechless. There are many ways to increase your mental threshold. The simplest way is to face the strange and ferocious beasts head-on, hone your courage in oppression and fighting, and increase your mental threshold. The second is to take special drugs, squeeze your spirit, and improve it passively. The last is to experience ups and downs, major issues, great joys and sorrows, and when extreme emotions hit your heart, it can also increase your mental threshold. In fact, as long as you don't get carried away by extreme emotions, your mental threshold will make a leap forward. But Luo Jie is just a student, and it is impossible for him to leave the city to fight against the strange beasts. The Alien Center does have a way to allow aliens to come into contact with strange beasts as safely as possible, but after Luo Jie got the alien certificate, he never came to the Alien Center. As for taking special medications, not to mention that they are not cheap, the kid in front of him is Lin Xian's son. There is no way Lin Xian would buy such high-risk medications for his son. As for the ups and downs, extreme joys and sorrows and the like, a decent person may not encounter them once in his lifetime, and he had never heard that anyone in Lin Xian's family had died. So Lu Guolai was a little confused and thought Luo Jia was just joking. Lu Guolai thought a lot, but Luo Jia interrupted many of Lu Guolai's thoughts with a simple and crude logic. Just take a test. It's not expensive anyway. Okay, it was just a joke. Lu Guolai rolled his eyes, took Luo Jia to the place and left him alone. Luo Jia paid the fee and then put on the instrument with the help of the staff. Free your mind and don't let your imagination run wild. The staff member gave instructions, then operated the machine for a while, and after a moment, reported a number. 726, level 7. Luo Jia was surprised for a moment, then he was delighted. When he first became an alien, his mental threshold was just over 200 points, barely level 2. Now he has jumped 5 levels at once, which is simply amazing. But after thinking about it carefully, Luo Jia felt that it was quite normal. Not to mention that Shadow swallowed the energy of 2 illegal aliens and then fed it back to his whole body. Just take the dreams that Luo Jia had every night during this period. He had to find ways to deal with the group of black-robed men. If he was not careful, he would be hit in the kidneys and stabbed in the head. It was pure torture, and it even made him have phantom pains in reality. Luo Jia didn't believe that such hardship would not sharpen his spirit. However, Luo Jia thought it was normal, but Lu Guolai thought it was abnormal. When he learned that Luo Jia's spiritual threshold had reached level 7, he almost spit out the tea in his mouth. After confirming that there was no operational error, and the inspector was suddenly blinded, Lu Guolai thought about it, asked a few questions, and immediately ran out of the office and found Luo Jia, who had not walked far. Boy, come here for a moment. Lu Guolai grabbed Luo Jia's shoulders and walked into the alley with an inexplicable expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Luo Jia was startled and wanted to break free, but he was afraid that he would use too much force and hurt Lu Guolai's old arms and legs. No, sir, please tell me what you are taking me to do. Nothing, I just want to ask you something. Lu Guolai turned around, smiled very kindly, and said, Besides, I'm not some old man. I'm only 45, and I was a classmate of your mother. Luo Jia was dumbfounded at the time. Looking at Lu Guolai's sparse white hair and hunched back, he asked cautiously, Uncle, you said before that you retired from the front line of scientific research? Yeah, what's the matter? Fortunately I didn't do scientific research. Luo Jia inexplicably felt like he had escaped a disaster, and then he remembered that his sister had always told him not to do scientific research and to run away, and he hadn't seen his sister for a long time. Could it be? Lu Guolai glanced at Luo Jia's expression and couldn't help but explain. Don't get me wrong, most scientific researchers are normal. I am suffering from premature aging caused by the backlash of my own abilities. Oh, so do you have a partner? Lu Guolai. If you don't know how to chat, you can shut up. When they got to the alley, Lu Guolai found a step to sit down, then pulled Luo Jia to chat, and by the way, asked Luo Jia how he raised his mental threshold. After hearing this question, although Luo Jia didn't know what Lu Guolai wanted to do, he just started to make up lies. He said that after he became an alien because of a nightmare, he had nightmares every night during this period, and his mental threshold was scared up. Maybe I just have this kind of physique, and my mental threshold is easy to increase. Hearing this, Lu Guolai rubbed his brows and began to think. The alley fell into silence. Luo Jia looked at Lu Guolai with a conflicted look on his face, wondering in his heart that the other party was about to make some important decision, and this decision might be related to him. Luo Jia remained silent and did not disturb him. Lu Guo frowned tightly. After a while, he suddenly let out a long breath, slapped his thigh, and stood up suddenly. Has this been decided? Luo Jia thought to himself, looking at Lu Guolai, waiting for what he would say next. Then he saw Lu Guolai turn around and walk towards the alien center, while saying to Luo Jia, Okay, there's nothing for you to do, you can go back. Luo Jia's face wrinkled at that moment, and he wanted to slap Lu Guolai on the head. You've been holding it in for so long, and this is what you came up with. So what's your purpose in bringing me here? Chatting with your classmate's son? Is there some kind of bloody plot here? Scratching his head, Luo Jia went home with a head full of question marks. He hasn't even had breakfast yet. Alien Center. Lu Guolai sat in front of the computer, with the document interface open, and a string of words written on it. The development and progress of aliens on the promotion and hindrance of nightmares to the advancement of aliens. He stared at the computer blankly, his eyes a little unfocused, obviously distracted. In his hand was a palm-sized watch that he was playing with. After being in a daze for a while, he rummaged in the drawer and took out a photo frame. There was a photo in the photo frame. It showed 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, who seemed to have a good relationship. Lu Guolai was one of them. As for the other 2, if Luo Jia was present, he would definitely recognize who they were. These 2 people are exactly his parents, but they are much younger. Lu Guolai looked at the photo frame and murmured to himself. Lao Luo, Lao Lin, how should I choose? He just sat in front of the computer in a daze until late at night. Chapter 24, Acceptance Letter and Internship? Luo Jia's daily life is actually very simple. Exercise, assemble figurines, and battle wits and courage with the man in black robes and dreams. However, one day, he received a text message from Yenny University, which roughly stated that he was admitted to Yenny University and a paper admission letter would be sent to him within a week. After confirming that it was not a scam text message, Luo Jia's daily routine became playing sports, assembling figurines, waiting for admission letters, and fighting wits and courage with the man in black robes and dreams. After waiting for a week, Luo Jia finally received the admission letter on Sunday afternoon. He held the admission letter in his hand and spent a long time at home enjoying the result. He happily sent a photo of the admission letter to the family group. In the end, apart from my elder sister Lorraine, who came out to say a few words of congratulations, my parents didn't say a word at all. There was not even the expected cold words or earnest advice. Luo Jia was puzzled for a moment, and specifically tagged 2 people in the group, but it turned out that it was his elder sister who spoke. Don't do scientific research, run away, brother, stop tagging me. Mom just called Dad and said she's taking a month off to start a new account. Luo, Jia colon? How do you open a new account in a month? Don't do scientific research, just run fast, my mom said, create an account this month first, and we can think about it in the remaining 10 months. Luo Jia looked at his phone, opened his mouth, and after a long silence, he only sent 2 words, Niobe. Well, just use a small account. It would be nice to have another brother or sister. Shrugging, Luo Jia began to pack the admission letter package. In addition to an admission letter, the package also contained a school promotion, a bank card for payment, and a notification slip. Luo Jia glanced at the notice, which was an internship proposal. It basically said that after entering school, students would often come into contact with or face strange beasts and monsters. In order to avoid students from overreacting, the school suggested finding a part-time internship during the summer vacation that would allow them to come into contact with these things and adapt in advance. The school also thoughtfully gave several recommended positions: logistics at the Alien Center, auxiliary police at the Public Security Bureau, butcher at the Monster Slaughterhouse. Note: part-time internships are entirely voluntary. The school will not include internships in student evaluations. Please do not believe or spread rumors. Luo Jia finished reading the notice. Then, the last note attracted all the attention. Why do I always feel like the school is shielded? After being puzzled for a while, Luo Jia turned his attention back to the internship. Although the internship is entirely voluntary, Luo Jia is quite interested in it. After all, it was completely impossible for him to come into contact with strange beasts before. Ordinary people in the city had no channels to come into contact with these things and could only learn about them through film and television works or books and pictures. Luo Jia looked at the suggestions on the notice and thought about it for a long time. The Public Security Bureau was the first to be photoshopped by him. Although they do come into contact with some strange beasts, they are actually dealing more with people and have less contact with strange beasts. As for the logistics and butchers, it seems like they will all be very tired. There were suggestions for other positions in the recommendations, but Luo Jia checked and found that those positions required a very high level of knowledge in certain areas. Only the part-time job threshold for logistics and butchers is lower. In the end, Luo Jia decided to go to the strange beast slaughterhouse to take a look. In fact, if possible, Luo Jia would rather go to logistics, because logistics will go out of the city to clean up the battlefield, have access to fresh corpses of strange beasts, and open new maps by the way. But now a group of Fuching's logistics personnel have already left the city. If he goes there now, he can probably only do some odd jobs such as organizing tools. As for taking a look at the fresh corpse of the strange beast, forget it. Having said that, even if he, a student, wanted to go out of the city to clean up the corpses of the strange beasts, the logistics department probably wouldn't agree. As for the butchers, although they can only butcher some scraps of fresh corpses or some corpses of strange beasts that have been stored for a long time, at least they can get some. Thinking of this, Luo Jie went out and took a taxi to the North District. The northern district of Fuching is where the most slaughterhouses are located. Luo Jie walked around the North District and finally chose a slaughterhouse that looked relatively large. When they arrived at the security office, Luo Jie told the security guard about the part-time job. The security guard listened with an expression that said, "I understand," and took Luo Jie to find the supervisor of the place. "Supervisor, there are students coming for internship." The supervisor's surname is Lu. He is in his 40s or 50s and looks a bit thin. When the security guard brought Luo Jie in, he was sorting documents behind his desk. When he heard the security guard's words, he couldn't help but look up at Luo Jie with a surprised look on his face. "Student? Which school?" "Yenny University, not until after the school term starts," Luo Jie said, with an inexplicable feeling in his heart that this manager Lu seemed to look down on him. Manager Lu lowered his head again and said calmly, "I understand. Go into the workshop and someone will arrange a master for him." After saying this, he said nothing more. The security guard took Luo Jie away and said as he walked, "Student, Manager Lu's tone may be a little wrong, but don't mind it, he is not targeting you. In the early years, every time this time came, there would be students coming to the factory to do part-time internships. Everyone was very happy at the beginning. First, we got to know college students. Second, if the students were trained and grew up in our factory, everyone would feel proud. If any student made achievements, everyone could brag about it. But the kids who came after that complained about the dirtiness and tiredness, the large number of people, the stench of people, the little work they did, the many farts they made, and some of them even dared not touch it and would vomit after just one look at it. Later, everyone started to look down on these pampered people, and fewer of them were willing to come here to exercise." At this point, the security guard looked back at Luo Jie, smiled and said, "You are the first person to come to the factory and ask for a part-time internship during this period." After a pause, the old man asked curiously, "Wow, can I ask you why you want to come here to work part-time?" "No reason, I just want to see what the strange beast looks like as soon as possible and try the feel of it," Luo Jie replied. The security guard looked at Luo Jie strangely. "How are you going to test the feel of a pile of corpses? It's not like hitting watermelons to see which one is ripe." Taking Luo Jie into a workshop, the security guard called a master named Jiang, told the latter some information, and then left. Master Jiang looked Luo Jie up and down and couldn't help shaking his head. "He looks so clean and white, he doesn't look like a worker." As he spoke, his expression became somewhat contemptuous. Luo Jie raised his eyebrows, looked at the other party's dirty apron and gloves, and couldn't help but say, "I haven't done any work, so I can't get dirty." "Hey, you can still talk." Master Jiang suddenly laughed. "Last time, that coward didn't dare to speak when he saw me covered in blood. Not every part-time student is a wimp, at least I'm not." Hearing this, Master Jiang seemed to have thought of something. He turned back to the workshop, took out an apron and a pair of gloves and handed them to Luo Jie, saying, "Last time, I made a bet with that coward. I bet he could cut a few times on the monster's corpse. I bet he couldn't cut even one. If I lost, I would call him Daddy. If he lost, he would call me Big Brother until he left the factory." "Wait a minute, why did he call you brother instead of Dad when he lost?" Master Jiang paused for a moment, and suddenly felt a little annoyed. "His father is the principal of a junior high school, and my son studies in that school. A principal wouldn't make things difficult for your son over such a small matter, would he? But some of the good teachers down there can." Luo Jie said oh and understood. Then he decisively took the tools from Master Jiang's hand and put them on. "If I win, I don't want you to call me Dad. Just speak politely and don't show contempt." "Okay, just chop it off first." Master Jiang shrugged. He didn't think that a spoiled child like Luogia would be able to wield a knife for the first time when standing in front of the corpse of a strange beast. You should know that the strange beast has a built-in fear buff, and this buff still exists after the strange beast dies. For inexperienced people who come into contact with the strange beast for the first time, being scared to death is the least of their worries. The worst of all is that they will become incontinent on the spot. Those who are not frightened are either heartless or have problems with their brains. Even if they were not really scared, the horrible stench from the strange beast was enough to drive away most people. Master Jiang was just thinking about it, and then he saw Luogia put one hand on a piece of strange beast meat, and with a wave of his right hand, the large piece of meat turned into 4 pieces. Master Jiang? Luogia looked at the strange beast meat in front of him and smacked his lips. It's like cutting pork that has been frozen for half a day. Is there any fresher one? Master Jiang. Master Jiang looked at Luogia quietly, stunned. Chapter 25. This is a natural-born butcher. Master Jiang is smoking. After working in the factory for so many years, this was the first time he smoked so hard. Then he was caught by Manager Lu. Then came a scolding. Lao Jiang, I've told you so many times not to smoke in the factory. Why don't you listen? Manager Lu, I don't want to smoke either, but I'm a little scared. Master Jiang put out his cigarette, pointed in a direction, and looked at Manager Lu blankly. How long has it been since we saw such an internship student? Manager Lu looked in the direction Master Jiang pointed, and then he was stunned. Luogia skillfully hung a piece of the still bleeding monster meat on the hook, and then cut the monster meat into 4 pieces with 3 sharp cuts. His actions were clean and neat, without any fear or disgust at all. Manager Lu suddenly felt like he had returned to 30 years ago. Then he turned to look at Master Jiang and said, That's not a reason for you to secretly smoke in the factory. Master Jiang. How can I describe the meat of the strange beast? It feels sticky when you press your hand on it, and you have an inexplicable illusion that you are about to sink into it. The meat is also very fishy and smells fishy. Some people may want to vomit after smelling it once whenever they think of it. In a sense, this is a biological weapon. But Luogia thought it was okay. Anyway, he got used to it pretty quickly. Of course, what's more important is that Luogia also discovered that there was a surprise inside the corpse of this strange beast. The corpse contains some energy, which the shadow can devour, but if it is just a piece of strange beast meat, the shadow probably won't want to take a bite. But a large number of strange beast corpses are transported into this slaughterhouse every day. For Shadow, this is a restaurant that serves large quantities of food and is as filling as you can get. So, Yingzizi waved his little knife and fork, rushed forward and started eating. Then a weak force washed over Luogia's whole body. The result was that Luogia became more and more excited as he chopped, and Yingzizi became happier and happier as he ate. He finished Master Jiang's half-day's work in less than 2 hours, then turned around and looked at Master Jiang happily and said, Anything else? 10 more! Master Jiang's hand holding the cigarette trembled, and he immediately grabbed Luogia and said hurriedly, Boss, take a break first. Why should I take a break? I'm not tired. Luogia looked at Master Jiang strangely. Master Jiang quickly explained, No, I know you're not tired, but the corpse of the strange beast has a special power that will corrode people. It's okay for a short time, but if it lasts for a long time, people will easily have nightmares and hallucinations. In the past, some people even hurt others because of this, so the factory has a rule that you must take a 20-minute break after working for an hour. You cut too fast just now and I forgot about it. Luogia said, Oh? Although he didn't feel like he was being eroded by anything, he still chose to take a rest. After all, it was the factory's rule, and there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, this was also because there were no more strange beast corpses for the time being. Looking at Luogia's back, Master Jiang couldn't help but smacking his lips. This is calm. This temperament. This is a natural-born butcher. If every student who comes here to study part-time is like this young man. Shit, I'll lose my job. Outside Fuching. A remote mountain road. A large truck was parked on the side of the road. The driver was smoking quietly in front of the car. At the back of the car, several men in protective clothing were working together to move the corpses of several strange beasts into the truck. They were selling strange beast meat privately. The entire truck was packed full. After moving a few more heads and making sure that the truck could no longer fit them, they stopped. One of them walked to the front of the car with a small notebook and said to the driver, "The cargo has been loaded. There are 12 pieces of cargo, weighing more than 700 kilograms. If we are short of the money we deserve, you know the consequences." The driver grinned, took the notebook, and said to the man, "Don't worry, Lao Liao, we have been working together for so many years, don't you know me well?" "I understand. I know you too well. I even know where your home is." Old Liao spoke coldly, with an obvious threat in his words. The driver's face immediately changed, and he pointed at Lao Liao and said sternly, "What do you mean? This is a society ruled by law. It's nothing special, it's just that we lost for a last time, which is a bit too much." The driver's expression changed for a while. After a while, he forced a smile, patted Lao Liao on the shoulder, and acted intimately. "I told you it was an accident. Don't worry, Lao Liao, this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. We will be the same as before. It's better this way." Lao Liao slapped the driver's hand away and turned to leave. The driver stood there, looking a little embarrassed. After a while, he got in the car and drove away. Lao Liao and others watched the driver leave in silence. After a while, someone spoke up. "Boss, will this idiot throw us off?" "No." Lao Liao half closed his eyes and said lightly. "He is greedy and selfish enough. He will not let go of this profitable business." In the truck, the driver had a ferocious look on his face. Thinking of Lao Liao's attitude, he couldn't help but get furious. Didn't he just embezzle the money from his 4 strange beasts? Is it necessary to threaten him like this? He even used his family to threaten him. This is too much. The driver thought angrily and wanted to go to the Public Security Bureau to report Lao Liao and the others. But firstly, he himself was not clean, and secondly, this business was so profitable that he couldn't bear to give it up. Without this business, how would he support his family and the new college student he started sponsoring last week? "Fuck, I'm going to kill these people one day." The driver gritted his teeth, as if to vent his anger, and stepped on the accelerator. The car's speed increased suddenly, and it shook violently when it crossed a speed bump. The driver was shocked and his face became even gloomier, but he stopped talking to himself and continued driving forward. At the rear, the truck box that was stuffed full of things became slightly loose due to the shock. As the vehicle moved forward and shook, the gaps between the corpses of the strange beasts became looser again. At the top of the pile of corpses, a huge monster over 2 meters long was lying quietly. It was dead, and its belly was abnormally bulging, as if there was a child hidden inside. With a crackling sound, the belly of the strange beast was cut open. A black sharp claw stretched out, and it pushed away the obstruction of vision, revealing a pair of fierce and sinister eyes. In 2 hours, Luo Jia became familiar with the butcher's work process. Then we rested until noon. According to Master Jiang, Luo Jia finished all his work for this morning. He would have to wait until the transport truck arrived to start the afternoon work. Hearing this, Luo Jia was at a loss. "All we can do is wait." But Luo Jia didn't just wait there foolishly. He said something to Master Jiang and started walking around the factory. This slaughterhouse can be roughly divided into 4 areas: cutting area, slaughtering area, processing area, and application area. When the corpses of strange beasts are transported here, they must be sorted first. After the large corpses are sent to the cutting area for initial decomposition, they are transported to the slaughtering area together with many small strange beasts. The masters in the slaughtering area will decompose the corpses into appropriate sizes. Then these pieces of meat will enter the processing area and be taken by the staff inside to use various chemicals to treat the toxic substances and strange powers on the meat. Finally, these processed pieces of meat will enter the application area and be made into qualified feed or fertilizer. Of course, those that cannot be processed will be sent to the back of the plant, where there is a large incineration pool. The factory has a clear division of labor, and work is orderly and efficient. Luo Jia wandered around and unknowingly came to the processing area, where the pieces of strange beast meat were concentrated. Luo Jia's eyes were bright, and he tried to walk to places with less surveillance. The shadow under him attacked quietly, devouring the energy of piece after piece of the strange beast's meat. Then, something amazing happened. Many masters in the processing area felt like they had amnesia. They forgot about the pieces of meat that had just been processed with medicine the moment they turned their heads. Luo Jia was very satisfied, but the other masters were confused. There were many more leave requests on Manager Lu's desk, saying that they were affected by the power of the strange beast and had symptoms of intermittent amnesia. In this harmonious, joyful, and confusing scene, a large truck carrying the corpses of strange beasts arrived at the slaughterhouse. Chapter 26 Strange Beast. Luo Jia, who was free, saw the truck at the first sight. Then he felt Shadow Boy's excitement. Shadow, fresh food, yum. Luo Jia, calm down, kid, calm down, you will get your meal. Shadow, repetition of words, disgusting. Luo Jia. The truck entered the factory and drove straight to the cutting area. When we got there, the driver jumped out of the car and started chatting with the person who came to take over. You guys order about 700 to 800 kilograms. Okay, it will be done soon. As he said that, the man waved his hand, and a dozen craftsmen came over to unload the goods. The corpses of each strange beast are moved and weighed, and after the work is completed, the factory will pay the driver according to the weight. Soon, the weighing was completed, and the person in charge of the cutting area gave the driver money, and then wanted to invite the driver to have a drink together, but the driver said that he could not drive after drinking and drove away directly. A new driver watched the truck leave and couldn't help but whisper, "This is quite law-abiding." Law-abiding? The old hands looked at him and laughed. With just this truckload of goods, it's already overloaded. For a big truck like him, abiding by traffic laws means no money. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Okay, stop complaining. It's almost time for dinner. Stack the bodies first and then cut them up in the afternoon, said the person in charge. A group of masters answered in unison. After the bodies were stacked, a group of people left the cutting area and went to the dining hall in a noisy manner. About 5 minutes after they left, the pile of corpses suddenly moved. Black claws reached out and pushed the body away. After a commotion, a strange beast covered in dark mucus, emitting a foul stench and a breath of madness, stood on the pile of corpses. It looked around, jumped off the pile of corpses, and ran into the factory. Hiding in the shadows, the strange beast's scarlet eyes looked at the various machines and equipment below, and a slight sound of bone friction came from it. Shadow was very excited and asked for food. Luo Jia laughed and went to eat. Luo Jia, I told you, there will be dinner in the afternoon, stop making trouble, or Daddy will spank you. Shadow? After finishing his meal, Luo Jia returned to the slaughtering area and continued his work, feeding Shadow, slaughtering the corpses and meat of the strange beasts. Then, Luo Jia once again displayed his natural talent as a butcher certified by Master Jiang and calmly and efficiently cut up the corpse of the strange beast. He even had the leisure to look up online how to make it easier to chop the strange beast in front of him. The workload for the afternoon was a bit heavy, and Luo Jia cut it for 3 hours in one go before completing the day's workload. But even so, this efficiency made Master Jiang shudder with fear. Of course, he was more worried that Luo Jia was too focused on chopping and was unknowingly affected by the power of the strange beast, and then turned around and killed him with a few slashes. Throwing away the knife, Luo Jia looked at Master Jiang with a sense of unfulfilled desire and said, "That's all. How about you give me the overtime work tonight as well?" Overtime? What's that? We don't have overtime in our factory. Master Jiang rolled his eyes, walked to Luo Jia and took the knife away. We are not a black-hearted factory. We can't afford the blessing of overtime. Hearing this, Luo Jia smacked his lips and said, "This is also a rare factory. That's a must." Well, it seems that it is not easy to feed Shadow. Luo Jia shook his head and had to wander around the factory again, letting the Shadow quietly devour the energy of those pieces of meat. However, for some reason, Shadow seemed to have lost interest in the pieces of meat and just kept muttering, "Fan fan," in a certain direction. Luo Jia touched his chin, thinking that Ngzai might have smelled something delicious, so he kept mumbling here. What else is there to say? Just go and take a look. Following Shadow's guidance, Luo Jia quickly arrived at his destination, the cutting area. He wanted to go in and take a look, but was quickly stopped. "Boy, where are you from and what are you doing here?" The machines roared and collided, and a large monster was instantly cut into several pieces. Someone was operating a machine with a cigarette in his mouth, and he said to his companion with a smile, "You said if these machines were put on the battlefield, the monsters would be killed in one fell swoop." "Pfft, you are so uneducated." Someone laughed out loud. "The reason why the machines here can cut up the strange beasts so easily is purely because they are dead. Otherwise, the strange beasts wrapped in strange energy are not something that our scrap metal can deal with. Wouldn't it be better to replace them with metal that can cut them? It's about cost and utilization." The companion spread his hands and said helplessly, "One machine can cut one beast at a time. If it is made into a weapon, at least a dozen aliens can get this weapon. If one person kills one beast, then more than a dozen beasts can be killed." Everyone was chatting without interrupting their work. Well, no one noticed that above their heads, a deformed beast was lying on the ventilation duct. The strange beast stared at the person below, gray saliva dripping from its mouth and then evaporating instantly. A light gray mist flowed into the nostrils of several people through the air. They were talking without noticing that their eyes were turning gray little by little and their faces were gradually covered with blue-gray lines. Finally, they stopped moving and froze in place. A hint of hunger flashed in the eyes of the strange beast, but it did not go down easily. More saliva dripped and evaporated, and the bodies of several people below actually mutated under the influence of the gray fog. They became burly and strong, and their exposed skin was covered with tiny blue veins. At first glance, they looked less like human beings. Several people froze in place and naturally did not operate the machine. Naturally, the machine stopped working. This immediately affects the subsequent workflow. Someone was confused and came to the operating room to ask what was going on. Then, they saw several extremely terrifying tall figures. A giant palm slapped down, cracking the head of the person in front, and blood splattered on the faces of the people behind. The confused people reacted all at once, yelled and turned around to run away, but they were grabbed by several big hands and dragged back to the operating room. Then came the pain of being torn apart. Suddenly, shrill screams exploded throughout the cutting area. Luo Jia looked at the tall and strong man in front of him and wanted to say that he was a student studying part-time, but at this moment he heard a shrill scream. At the same time, Luo Jia's shadow began to boil violently. A strong sense of excitement and desire impacted Luo Jia's consciousness. Luo Jia's expression changed. He didn't bother to answer the burly man's question and rushed straight to the factory. In the factory area, people were running away in all directions. Chaos, panic, and escape became the main theme at this time. Behind the fleeing crowd, 4 tall figures were chasing them. They seemed to treat these workers as mineral water. Every time they caught one, they would reach out to twist the bottle cap and then drink the water in the bottle. The warm blood soaked their bodies and dyed the ground red. Panic spread in the workshop in an instant. On the ventilation duct, the strange beast looked down at the chaos below with a smile on its face. Its bones rubbed against each other, and its body seemed to become a little bigger. When Luo Jia arrived at the factory, 4 tall mutant figures had already killed more than a dozen people. Looking at the 4 figures who were nearly twice as tall as him, Luo Jia calmed down and grabbed one of them. Without waiting for him to struggle, he slapped him in the face and yelled, "Call the police!" After saying that, he exerted force on his hands and threw the man out. The guy fell to the ground and rolled twice. He was a little dazed, and even his fear subsided a little. He took out his cell phone and ran out while calling the police. While running away, the guy looked back. He saw the figure, which was not much taller than him, rushed towards the 4 monsters without hesitation. Luo Jia, an illegal alien? Shadow, a puppet. Luo Jia doll? Dead or alive? Shadow dead? Luo Jia understood and ran quickly towards the 4 tall figures. A black knife popped out from the shadow and fell into his hand. Luo Jia leaped up and chopped with a blow. At the same time, 2 pairs of black hands stretched out from the shadows and threw out a factory worker who was frozen in place due to fear. The knife fell, the hand was broken, gray-green blood spurted out immediately, and the humanoid monster immediately covered his arm and howled in pain. "I am still screaming even after death. Is this the controller's attempt to disrupt my mind? He pretends to be quite similar." Luo Jia complained in his heart, but saw that several other humanoid monsters had surrounded him. The sound of whistling wind rang in his ears, and Luo Jie's body reacted subconsciously. He dodged and jumped out of the encirclement of the monsters. "Where is the controller, kid?" Shadow above. Luo Jie raised his head, and a shadow instantly covered his eyes. The next moment, he instantly discovered a deformed monster standing on the ventilation duct. It was half a person's height and exuded a gray-green aura. There were 4 green lines extending from its body, connecting to 4 humanoid monsters. "Strange beast," Luo Jie muttered in a low voice, turned over to dodge the giant palm that was smashing down, and slashed with his backhand, nailing the palm to the ground. Before the monster could roar, a shadow wrapped around Luo Jie's feet. Then he stepped on the monster, jumped hard, and rushed up suddenly, crashing into the strange beast lying on the ventilation duct. The shadows on his feet dispersed and reorganized, and another black knife appeared. Luo Jie swung the knife fiercely at the strange beast. What greeted him were the black sharp claws of the strange beast. Clang! There was a loud bang, and Luo Jie and the strange beast flew backwards at the same time. The strange beast fell to the ground with a scream. Luo Jie was caught by several pairs of black hands and brought in front of the wailing strange beast. The strange beast whimpered and retreated, looking at the gray in Luo Zhe's eyes with a hint of fear in them. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Luo Jie heard the sobs, he actually heard a few pleas for mercy. A murderous beast would also beg for mercy? Then why do you still want to control those 4 puppets? Luo Jie tilted his head, and the shadow behind him surged out. The strange beast only had time to scream before it was submerged by the shadow in an instant. After a while, there was only a lifeless mixed-haired beast on the ground. All its energy was devoured by Luo Jie's shadow. The strange beast, having lost its power, naturally could not control several humanoid monsters and could only let the 4 humanoid monsters fall to the ground with a bang. Looking at the strange beast on the ground, Luo Jie pondered for 2 seconds. I don't know if the Alien Center can do live experiments on strange beasts. Chapter 27 Bleeding. The beast is dead. After Luo Jie said the words, live experiment, he died. Luo Jie looked at the blood on the ground in silence for a long time, found a place to sit down, and began to think about life. This was his first time to fight against a strange beast. Although it looked easy, Luo Jie was actually very nervous. After all, this was a strange beast, a monster that had been fighting with humans for hundreds of years and even had the upper hand in the confrontation with humans. What's more, the natural aura of the strange beast will make humans feel fear. Although Luo Jie was very passionate during the battle and had no fear at all, he was still a little scared when he sat down and calmed down. Fortunately, the shadow was powerful, and all the efforts in the dream during this period were not in vain. Of course, the most important thing is that this strange beast is not strong. In Luo Jie's opinion, this strange beast should not be as strong as Unraveling. However, the method of controlling people as puppets is indeed scary. The strength of each humanoid monster is not much different from Unraveling. This is because the number of humanoid monsters is limited, and Luo Jie has recently gained some experience in fighting one against many, otherwise, he would probably be the one lying on the ground right now. Luo Jie just sat in the chair, thinking about random things while waiting for the police to come. The shadow felt extremely satisfied, and a gentle force surged from under his feet and flowed throughout his body. His flesh, blood, and bones were being washed and strengthened. Even Luo Jie felt that his mind was relaxed a little. Faintly, Luo Jie heard the sound of something breaking. Just then, chaotic footsteps were heard. Luo Jie opened his eyes and saw a group of policemen in special uniforms rushing in. They looked at the dead monster in unison, then looked at Luo Jie sitting on the chair. All of them were dumbfounded. They received a phone call reporting that there was a strange beast lurking here and someone was going crazy and killing people. Although the person who called the police said that someone rushed in to stop the monster, they didn't think that person could successfully stop the monster. After all, ordinary people have basically no resistance to living monsters, even the weakest one. But the reality is that the strange beast is dead, and a half-grown child is sitting there in a daze. No, that's not right, calm down. It could also be that someone else did it, and the child was rescued by luck. Judging from his dazed expression, he must be terrified. A female police officer carefully walked up to Luo Jie and said softly, "Little brother, tell me, Where are the people who killed these humanoid monsters and this strange beast? Luo Jia looked at the female police officer in front of him, his mind turned, and he quickly guessed what these people were thinking. He did not hide it, pointing to his nose and said, I killed all these humanoid monsters and strange beasts. Then, Luo Jia pointed upwards. I didn't hide it, there are surveillance cameras there. A group of people looked in a certain direction and saw a surveillance camera, which was working. Luo Jia was taken away on the pretext of assisting in the investigation. The surveillance video was also taken away, along with the person who had called the police, the person in charge of the cutting area, and Supervisor Liu. This factory building has been sealed off, and special logistics will be coming to deal with the corpses on site later, and there will be special people watching to prevent any accidents from happening with the corpses of the strange beasts here in the future. Of course, these have nothing to do with Luo Jia. North District Public Security Bureau. In a meeting room. At this moment, the conference room was dark. A video was playing on the projector. It showed Luo Jia rushing towards several tall humanoid monsters, dodging and fighting, and easily injuring two of them. Then there was another fight, and then Luo Jia jumped out of the screen. When he appeared again, he had walked to the chair, sat down in a daze. The image stopped abruptly. The policeman sitting in the main seat touched his chin and said after a long pause, Is there any problem with this Luo Jia's identity? No problem. My father is the head of the logistics department of the West District, and my mother is the director of the laboratory under the Inhuman Center. The whole family can be considered as one of ours. His family is well off, so why would he work in a slaughterhouse? According to him, he received an acceptance letter from Yeni University, so he went for an internship. Wow, there are still people who honestly do part-time internships these days. Yes, boss, then how do we deal with this Luo Jia? What can we do? Let them go back. They are legitimate mutants, and it's a crisis. If they kill the monster, they are helping us. Bai Qiuani looked at his colleagues in the conference room and said, Although the footage looks a bit strong, it may be that their abilities just happened to restrain the monster. Bai Qiuani propped his chin up with his hand and said seriously, Now, the focus of our investigation is how this strange beast entered the slaughterhouse and through what channels it entered the slaughterhouse. Most importantly, is there any other strange beasts that have sneaked in from other places in the city? Clear. A group of people responded, and the Public Security Bureau soon became busy. Coming to the Public Security Bureau again, Luo Jia inexplicably had a familiar feeling, although this time it was the police station in the north of the city, and this time he did not enter the interrogation room, but just stayed in the waiting hall. Looking at the busy policeman, Luo Jia communicated with Shadow in his mind. Luo Jia, boy, next time when you have a living monster, don't just say it's fresh, just say it's alive. Shadow, Luo Jia, if you said fresh, I might think it was the kind that just died. If you said alive, then I would also be mentally prepared. Shadow, okay, upright arrow. Luo Jia nodded slightly. Ying boy is really obedient. At this moment, a female police officer came over and looked at Luo Jia with a smile. Little comrade, we have understood the situation. You can leave now. Luo Jia responded, turned around and walked out. As a result, he took only 2 steps before he was stopped by the female police officer again. Hey, young comrade, let me ask you, what was it like when you fought against the monster? Luo Jia thought for a moment and said, It feels like this strange beast is not strong. Not strong? After Luo Jia finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving the female police officer standing there in a daze, feeling that Luo Jia was pretending. Luo Jia left very decisively. He did know that several people from the slaughterhouse were taken to the police station for questioning, but Luo Jia knew that this matter probably had nothing to do with them. After all, things like strange beasts needed to be strictly inspected if they wanted to be transported into the city, and only corpses were allowed in. The scent of a living strange beast is more noticeable than a dead one, so it is impossible for a single person to carry a strange beast into the city. Unless the strange beast hid among a large number of strange beast corpses and managed to escape the inspection upon entering the city. In this case, the drivers who transport the corpses of strange beasts to the slaughterhouse will have a big problem. Luo Jia could think of this, and naturally the police officers of the Public Security Bureau could also think of it. Soon, they sent people to find the driver Wu Shuang who was planning to leave the city. Wu Xuan was taken back to the Public Security Bureau and interrogated. Under pressure from charges of smuggling dangerous creatures and endangering public safety, he confessed that he and some logistics staff had stolen the corpses of strange beasts for profit. That living monster might be mixed in with this batch of smuggled corpses, Wu Xuan confessed honestly. Upon receiving the news, the Public Security Bureau immediately set out to investigate the routes and gangs involved in smuggling the strange beasts around Fuqing. In a short time, all the smuggling gangs in Fuqing were wiped out. Of course, this is a later story. Luo Jia doesn't care how the police operate. The Public Security Bureau is professional in investigating cases and arresting people. Luo Jia doesn't think that he is lucky enough to be involved in 2 cases and can then go and investigate other cases. He can still distinguish between coincidence and strength. Now, an internship is impossible, and Luo Jia has no intention of doing an internship for the time being. He took a taxi and went straight home. As soon as he got home, Luo Jia took off his clothes and ran to the bathroom. When I looked in the mirror, I saw blood stains on my body. The next moment, the skin cracked and blood gushed out. Chapter 28 Upgrade. Pain? Sort of. Is it painful? Not really. The pain of being bitten to death by a headless corpse in the dream for the first time was much more intense than this time. But it itches. An itch like that caused by thousands of ants biting and scratching. More importantly, Luo Jia felt dizzy, and the dizziness continued to come over him. Looking at the bloodstains on his body, Luo Jia began to wonder if he was about to faint because he had lost too much blood. So, I shouldn't have run to the bathroom. This was Luo Jia's last thought before he fell into a coma. Then he fell onto the toilet lid. Luo Jia looked at the sky. The sky was filled with gray purple smoke, and there was no trace of the normal sky blue. Although the surroundings were bright, it was empty, with no moonlight or sunlight, and no lights. Luo Jia was very familiar with this place. Before he became an alien, he would come here every night in his dreams. But there are also differences. The endless black-robed man disappeared, and the shadow of the Black Mountain could not be seen at the end of the earth. He was the only one left on the vast land. Luo Jia looked around, then looked at himself, and found that he was not wearing the standard equipment in his dream, a black cloak and a long sword, but was wearing the clothes he wore when he went out today. What's going on? Luo Jia frowned and thought. Having said that, appearing in a dream after fainting is obviously not normal. It's not like Luo Jia had not slept during the day or fainted due to accidents before, but he had never entered a dream state, so Luo Jia always thought that he only dreamed when he slept at night. But the gray-purple smoke in the sky clearly told him that this was in his dream. Luo Jia was a little confused. Then again, if he was really dreaming, he could wake up by jumping off a cliff, being beheaded, or having his head pierced. But now, there was no mountain to jump off, and no black-robed man to be his enemy. None of the above methods of waking up from a dream would work. He couldn't even commit suicide. How could he wake up? Wake up naturally? With a bunch of questions in mind, Luo Jia began to wander around, trying to see if he could find any clues or anomalies. However, after searching for a long time, there were no clues. The sky is still gray and purple, and the earth is still vast. To be honest, Luo Jia didn't know whether he had moved at all. The sky didn't change, the earth didn't change, and there was no reference. Luo Jia even suspected that he was standing still. Luo Jia also thought of making a mark on the ground, but his fingers could not touch the ground. Take off clothes, haha, I can't take them off. Grass, a kind of plant, is it so serious about harmony now? Men can't even be naked? Luo Jia complained. This is a dream, not a game, so it's okay to have less clothes. Suddenly, Luo Jia seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked up at the sky and said to himself, "Wait, maybe I got it wrong. I can't make a mark on the ground, but I can in the sky." Luo Jia looked at the sky with a serious expression. After thinking for a moment, Luo Jia stretched out 2 fingers and drew a line in the sky. Then nothing happened. Haha, I knew there would be no reaction. It's always the same routine. Luo Jia sighed. Then. The sky is falling apart. The earth trembled and purple mist surged. Luo Jia didn't pay attention and fell to the ground. In a trance, Luo Jia heard something making a wailing sound. The sky suddenly darkened. Luo Jia looked up and took a breath of cold air. High in the sky, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, which was so huge that it could cover the sky. It had 8 arms and 2 heads, was pitch black and faceless, and there were wisps of black air wrapped around its body. This routine looks familiar, Luo Jia complained. Then, a giant palm fell and smashed him into a pool of blood. Luo Jia only felt that he was in darkness, being swept by a strong wind. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had turned into a ball of black gas, surrounding a huge figure, which was the figure that covered the sky that he had seen before. So, this is where the black energy on this figure comes from? Luo Jia was a little dazed. He glanced quickly around. There are trillions of such black air. He was shocked for a moment. The next moment, he lost consciousness. Luo Jia's body shook and he woke up suddenly. There was no purple mist, no giant figure. He was still in the bathroom, sitting on the toilet with his upper body naked. His body and pants were covered with dried and scabby blood. If he moved a little, large pieces of blood scabs would fall to the ground. My mind is still a little confused. Luo Jia sat on the toilet in a daze for a while, then slowly stood up and took a shower to clean the blood off his body. After taking a shower, Luo Jia looked in the mirror and found that his skin was a little darker and looked rougher than before he fell into a coma. After changing clothes, Luo Jia returned to the bedroom. Lying on the bed somewhat listlessly, Luo Jia felt somewhat weak all over. I was just unconscious for a while, but I'm so tired. At this moment, Luo Jia felt the thought of Shadow Boy. Shadow, it's been broken for 2 days. Break? Sleep? Luo Jia was still a little confused. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized. Wait, kid, you said you slept for 2 days? Shadow, yes. A black hand stretched out and handed the mobile phone on the table to Luo Jia. Luo Jia glanced at the time and his mouth twitched suddenly. 2 days have really passed. Fortunately, my dad and his family are busy and rarely come home. Otherwise, when I got home and entered the bathroom and saw him like that, I would have been scared to death. After feeling relieved, Luo Jia also understood why he felt weak. I'm hungry. As if to confirm his guess, his stomach rumbled at the right moment. Forcing himself to stay awake, Luo Jia made himself a big bowl of noodles. After eating the noodles, he felt much more energetic. He was in the mood to think about a problem. Shadow said it slept for 2 days. The last time Shadow fell into a deep sleep, Luo Jia himself was normal. He ate and drank as usual, and he could clearly feel a current of energy flowing through his body. He was indeed getting stronger. But this time, it was Luo Jia who fell into coma first. My shadow is asleep, and I become stronger. If I am unconscious, will my shadow also become stronger? Can you feel any changes, kid? Shadow, no? Luo Jia. No. Just stretch out your hand, just one hand will do. The shadow withdrew its 19 hands, leaving only one black hand. Luo Jia held the hand and observed it for a long time without any results. He then asked the shadow to simulate various weapons. The test results were the same as last time. The cold weapons were powerful, while the hot weapons and long-range weapons were poor. After thinking about it, Luo Jia let the shadow spread throughout the house again. Now, the difference is revealed. The shadow quickly covered the entire area of more than 100 square meters. Not only that, the shadow spread upwards along the corners of the wall, and soon covered the entire wall except the ceiling with a layer of black. Dozens of arms stretched out from the wall and intertwined into a web in the room. Luo Jia took a look and found that the color of the shadow was darker than the last time he tested it. Obviously, the shadow had not been stretched to its limit. Although it was almost there, the shadow was obviously much stronger than before. Nodding, Luo Jia was quite satisfied and took back the shadow. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, the shadow's thoughts when communicating with him became smoother, which was also an obvious improvement. Although the accent was a bit strange, it was harmless. It can be predicted that as he continues to grow stronger, the communication between Shadow and him will become smoother, and then we can correct it. After pondering for a moment, Luo Jia started the next test. Before, when he was in the slaughterhouse, Luo Jia felt that something in his body had broken. He didn't have time to think about it at the time. Now that he thinks about it, it might be that his mental threshold had reached a certain high point, causing the body to have an abnormal reaction. In the early stages of becoming an alien, one needs to hone one's spiritual will and enhance one's spiritual threshold, but the human body is like a water tank with limited water storage capacity. At this time, the alien has to do one thing: compress mental power and expand the water tank. After completing this task, with a little insight or opportunity, the extraordinary person can enter the next stage, the driver. Without borrowing any special abilities, one can use pure mental force to control external objects, support oneself, and fly in the air. Of course, Luo Jia didn't expect him to be able to support himself now. As long as he could grab a pen with pure mental power, it would be enough to show that he had entered the control stage. Taking a deep breath, Luo Jia looked at the pen on the table, his eyes slightly focused, and shouted softly, "Pen!" The next moment, "Shwa hua la! Bang dang! Sha la la!" After a series of exaggerated noises, Luo Jia's face turned dark. He got the pen, which showed that he was indeed the charioteer. But what flew over was not only the pen, but also the entire desk and a pile of messy books. Luo Jia was stunned for a moment and subconsciously dodged. Then, the whole desk broke apart with a snap, and books and other things were scattered all over the floor. Luo Jia looked at the corpse of the desk on the ground with a dark face, silently took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and bought a new desk online. Just when Luo Jia was choosing a desk with a gloomy face. Fuqing Central District. Conference Room 1 of the General Public Security Bureau. Pa! A slap landed on the conference table, making a loud bang. Zhang Weiji looked at the person across the conference table, his face darkened and he shouted angrily, "Why?" Chapter 29. You have to ask if they are willing. Bai Qiuani has been very busy these 2 days. Starting from the slaughterhouse case, the North District Public Security Bureau took the lead and mobilized the entire Fuqing Public Security Forces to launch a series of activities to crack down on the smuggling and trafficking of strange beast corpses. Even some big merchants involved were singled out one by one, and they will be subject to legal sanctions. Of course, combating smuggling cannot be accomplished in a day or two. It is bound to be a long-term task. So although Bai Qiuani is angry, he is not in a hurry. In the past 2 days, in addition to being busy with these things, he also took the time to watch some video materials. All this information is related to Luo Jia. Luo Jia's life, Luo Jia's family, political relations, and records of his 3 battles. Bai Qiuani pondered for a long time, and finally wrote Luo Jia's name on a piece of paper, and then went to the Fuqing Public Security Bureau to attend a meeting. After summarizing the work, he took the opportunity to bring up a topic. Didn't the organization plan to set up a youth hunting team as a reserve for the hunting team? Let us recommend more outstanding talents. Well, I found a talented person here. From all aspects, I think he is very suitable to join the hunting team. As he spoke, Bai Qiuani switched the projection and a photo appeared. It was Luo Jia. Bai Qiuani opened his mouth and was about to speak, but he saw someone slamming the table and standing up. Wait a moment, this is a stranger from my West District. Why are you, a person from the North District, recommending him? Zhang Weiji glared at Bai Qiuani with dissatisfaction on his face. Bai Qiuani spread his hands and said helplessly, "This depends on why Captain Zhang didn't report this talent. As far as I know, this Luo Jia has been in contact with your West District a long time ago." At this point, he looked at Zhang Weiji in surprise. Could it be that Captain Zhang wants to recruit him into his team? Of course not, Zhang Weiji said righteously. Of course, he actually thought about letting Luo Jia join his team, but after carefully studying Luo Jia's experience of becoming an alien, he decided to give up. He gets into trouble whenever he goes out, and it's all trouble. This kind of physique is really terrible. If he were put in the team, he would have to go out on patrol every day and be busy all the time. But in Zhang Weiji's opinion, Luo Jia is indeed a talent, and he would feel guilty if he just left him there. So, the youth hunting team is a good choice. Well, yes, Zhang Weiji plans to recommend Luo Jia to the youth hunting team. And then Bai Qiuani got there first. Thinking of this, Zhang Weiji took a deep breath and said, "To be honest, I also plan to recommend Luo Jie to join the youth hunting team. For this reason, I spent a lot of time investigating Luo Jie's personality and style of doing things. After ensuring that he was a trustworthy person, I decided to recommend him." After saying that, Zhang Weiji looked at Bai Qiani and said, "I don't know how much Captain Bai has investigated, but it's a bit inappropriate to recommend him so carelessly." "What do you know? This is called trusting people." "Haha, if everyone was as trusting of their employees as you are, the team would have been infiltrated like a sieve long ago." Just like that, at the Fuqing Public Security Bureau, the heads of the two districts started arguing. But the other people attending the meeting didn't interrupt, just let them argue as if they were watching a show. Just as Zhang Weiji and Bai Qiani's faces became increasingly gloomy, and they began to expose each other's secrets and hurt each other, the captain sitting in the main seat spoke. "Okay, what's all the noise like?" The captain glanced at Zhang Weiji and Bai Qiani and said calmly, "You all want to push Luo Jie to join the youth hunting team, but have you ever asked him if he is willing to go?" Zhang Weiji. Bai Qiani. "We can explain this to him when the time comes." "Haha, you have to have some clues when chasing after a girl. You didn't even ask her if she's willing to participate but just came here to recommend her. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "This, Captain General, I will tell him when the time comes," Zhang Weiji said somewhat embarrassedly. Captain Ning nodded and motioned for the two to sit down. At the end, he said, "If this Luo Jie is willing to go, then we can recommend him in the name of the General Administration, so that you don't have to argue about it again." Bai Qiani. Zhang Weiji. The two looked at each other, both with expressionless faces, snorted lightly, and sat down together. "I'm so embarrassed. If I had known this, I wouldn't have argued with him." Captain Ning looked at everyone in the conference room and said calmly, "If comrades from other districts have anyone they would like to recommend, you are welcome to speak up. But remember, you must find out whether others are willing to go." Clear. An hour later, the meeting ended. Captain Ning walked back to the office with his hands behind his back. He sat in a chair and drank a sip of hot tea. Captain Ning said calmly, "Why did you suddenly recommend such a person, Bai?" Just as he finished speaking, a young man dressed as a clerk walked into the office. While handing over a document, he said, 2 days ago, the alien Luo Jie had a conflict with a strange beast in a slaughterhouse in the North District, and the video of the battle was taken away by Captain Bai. It must be the battle video that attracted Captain Bai. The battle video, so there's nothing unusual about it. It should be. Captain Ning fell silent and stopped talking. Outside the meeting room, Bai Qiani stayed beside Zhang Weiji and spoke in a sarcastic tone for a long time, making the other person so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Then he left with a laugh. "Damn it, I'll cut off the credit for your recommendation. Drive back to the North District Public Security Bureau." As soon as Bai Qiani got off the car, a police officer came to talk to him. "Captain Bai, someone is waiting for you in the office. They say you are a relative." "Relative?" Bai Qiani was puzzled for a moment, locked the car, and walked towards his office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the man standing in the room. And a piece of paper in that person's hand. The police officers outside the door saw their captain enter the office and didn't think much about it and continued to do their own things. However, the next moment, there was a loud bang, the office door was blown open, and Bai Qiani flew out, with his arms, legs and face all suffering from varying degrees of burns. A piece of paper floated out in the heat wave. There were 9 words written on the note. To cut off someone's source of wealth is like killing his parents. Bai Qiani struggled to sit up, looked at the note on the ground, and said with gritted teeth, "Is it better than killing your parents? I will make you live a life worse than death." Afterwards, the news that Bai Qiani was attacked in the police station quickly spread throughout the Fuqing public security system. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that there were still such crazy smugglers in this day and age. Captain Ning of the Fuqing General Administration was furious and issued several orders immediately. Suddenly, the intensity of Fuqing's crackdown on smuggling activities increased by several levels. It was more than an hour later that Luo Jie learned the news. After expressing sympathy for Captain Bai's experience, and strongly condemning the smugglers, Luo Jie began to test how much weight his mental strength could currently bear. He tried one thing after another from childhood to adulthood, and finally, after failing to lift a barbell weighing more than 130 kilograms, Luo Jie estimated that the limit of his mental strength was around 120 kilograms. Tisk, there's no comparison. I don't even know what this level is like. Luo Jie really wanted to know how the other people who had just entered the controller stage performed, and what level he was among this group of people. Perhaps because he had consumed too much mental energy, Luo Jie felt a little dizzy and wanted to sleep. Looking out the window, it was indeed getting late, so Luo Jie simply washed up and went to bed. Opening his eyes, Luo Jie saw the familiar dim space and the familiar stone forest and stone pillars. Luo Jie breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would enter the dream of that huge figure again when he went to sleep tonight. Hiss, does this mean that I will only enter that coma at certain stages? While I was thinking, I heard the whistling of wind behind my head. A light flashed in Luo Jie's eyes. He turned around abruptly and stabbed out with the dagger. Ding dong! With a crisp sound, Luo Jie was surprised to find that his dagger was blocked by the man in black robe. He glanced at him from the corner of his eye and saw that the man in black robe stretched out his other hand, holding the dagger, and stabbed upwards. The tip of the knife cut through the skin, entered through the chin, and broke through his crown. Luo Jie felt his brain twitch and everything in front of his eyes suddenly went dark. Oops. Chapter 30, Man in Black Robe. Ha 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 ha, you didn't expect that. In the darkness, Luo Jie frowned and thought. Obviously, the dream has changed. This is different from the changes in his dreams after completing a stage. This is an upgrade of the dream content. If we explain it in a gaming way, the strength of the monsters in the current dungeon has been upgraded, and they have been changed from single weapons to dual weapons. But whether it was just one monster that had been fine-tuned or all the monsters had been upgraded, Luo Jie still had to go and take a look. However, Luo Jie guessed that all the monsters should have been upgraded. Otherwise, why only the first monster can be upgraded? The other monsters have no human rights. The vision brightened again. The whistling sound behind my head sounded again. Luo Jie, as usual, turned around and blocked with his short knife. Then, he tilted his head back, trying to avoid the next knife that was about to stab from below, and then, the knife stabbed directly into his stomach. Luo Jie, shit, you said you would only plug in the head? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw the man in black robe flip the blade and lift it upward with force, and Luo Jie's upper body was immediately cut in half, including his head. Damn. Luo Jie fell into darkness again. Chapter 3. This time, Luo Jie did not block the knife. Instead, he suddenly squatted to an extremely low position, turned quickly, and swung the short knife diagonally towards the black-robed man's belly. Luo Jie had a good idea. At this position, the black-robed man's upper knife will not have time to turn, and the lower knife will be cut into the arm by his short knife, making it impossible to use it. Finally, Luo Jie's short knife will cut into the black-robed man's belly and cut him in the waist. And then, Luo Jie's knife missed. The man in black robe did not use his second knife attack, but turned and ran when the first knife missed. He ran away. Run away! Luo Jie, I have a good idea. Man in black robe, ha 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 ha, you didn't expect that. Fuck you, stop right there! Luo Jie was stunned for 2 seconds, gritted his teeth and yelled, then chased after him with a dagger in hand. In the stone forest, the man in black robe dodged and moved very flexibly. Luo Jie chased after him and was almost thrown off several times. In front, the man in black robe turned a corner and went into a stone forest. Luo Jie narrowed his eyes and was about to insert his sword from the other side of the stone pillar. Then, he saw a huge figure nearly 3 meters tall. A pair of hands as big as a palm leaf fan slapped over, and Luo Jie only had time to say, "Your sister." Then, it happened again. In the darkness, Luo Jie went crazy for a while, and then began to analyze the situation in the dream. First, the black-robed men's fighting power has improved. Second, their intelligence seems to have also improved. They know how to feint, make fake moves, and lure the enemy deep into their territory and set ambushes. The man in black robe before was like a reckless man, but now he comes to fight with brains. In comparison, he, Luo Jie, becomes the brainless one. After sorting out his thoughts, Luo Jia once again stood in the stone forest. This time he did not stay where he was. As soon as he woke up, he immediately jumped onto a stone pillar beside him, hanging in the air, quietly waiting for the man in black to appear. Seeing the man in black robe appear, Luo Jia did not show up rashly. Instead, he hid his body behind a stone pillar, climbed to the top of the stone pillar, looked at the direction, and jumped towards a stone pillar. Landing on the stone pillar, he looked down and immediately spotted the tall man in black robe hiding behind it. Well, it turned out to be an ambush, not a deliberate appearance here later. Luo Jia's eyes lit up, and the short knife in his hand rolled and deformed, turning into a long knife. With the tip of the knife pointing downwards, Luo Jia leaped forward and stabbed towards the head of the huge black-robed man. Puff! The sound of a long knife piercing flesh was heard, and the huge man in black robe began to struggle violently. Luo Jia looked calm. He turned, pressed, and twisted his long sword. Half of the head of the huge black-robed man was immediately cut off. The struggle stopped, and the black-robed man's hands, like cattail leaf fan, drooped decadently. His body shook twice, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Luo Jia stepped on the body of the huge man in black robe, stomped hard, jumped high into the air, and dodged the dagger whistling at him from behind. Holding the blade of the long sword, Luo Jia exerted a little force, and the long sword suddenly became two short swords. He stepped on the stone pillar to gain leverage, and Luo Jia rushed down, stabbing the black-robed man below with both swords. The man in black robe did not retreat. Instead, he raised his two swords and knocked Luo Jia out. Luo Jia rolled over and landed on the ground, then quickly rushed out again, slashing at the black-robed man with his two swords one after another. The black-robed man also leaned forward and slashed with his two swords as well. The two swords collided. Then a series of metal clashing sounds exploded in the stone forest. As mentioned before, the black-robed man's strength has increased, and his power has also increased, but it is limited. Every time Luo Jia slashes out with his sword, his power is even stronger than before, and he beats the black-robed man back step by step. Finally, Luo Jia seized an opportunity, swung his two swords, and cut off the black-robed man's head. After a few quick breaths, Luo Jia looked at the headless corpse in front of him, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and felt a lot more relaxed. Pinch mama, let you level up, let you ambush, let you cooperate. He poked the headless man in black robe a few times in revenge, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then he heard a few tapping sounds. Luo Jia looked in the direction of the sound, and saw two elliptical balls falling from the headless man in black robe, rolling to his feet. Looking at the two balls, Luo Jia's mouth twitched. It shouldn't be this routine. The next moment, the two ellipsoids exploded with a loud bang, and countless steel needles flew out, piercing Luo Jia's upper body, including his head. This story tells us two lessons. Don't get carried away when you win, and some tricks may be old, but they work. Luo Jia sat on the bed, rubbing his head and talking to himself. To be honest, the upgrade of dreams is a good thing for him. After tonight's experience, Luo Jia feels that his combat experience has been enriched a lot. It can be predicted that as time goes by, Luo Jia's strange combat experience will become richer and richer. Speaking of which, there are both short and long swords here. I am not really going to be able to master all the martial arts through practice, am I? I also wonder if there is a spear that can turn 3,600 times in one breath to overcome tribulations and difficulties. After lying in bed for a while, Luo Jia got up, washed up, and then went out to exercise. An hour later, Luo Jia bought some steamed buns and fried dough sticks, planning to take them home for breakfast. While walking back, Luo Jia was thinking about one thing: should he continue his part-time internship? If he did, he would have to change slaughterhouses. After all, the previous one was closed. Just as he was about to go upstairs, Luo Jia received a text message saying that he had placed a package in the express cabinet and asked him to pick it up as soon as possible. Luo Jia clicked his tongue and had to turn around to get the package. When he got home, he put his breakfast aside and looked at the express package for a long time. The package was sent from Yanjing, the sender was Mr. Liu, and the recipient was him. Luo Jia frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't remember what he had bought recently. He ordered the desk yesterday, but it hasn't been shipped yet. I opened the package and took a look, Inside was a letter and a black box. Luo Jia took a look at the letter, which basically said that the sender was a friend of his parents, who had originally intended to send him a birthday present, but was unable to come and celebrate his birthday due to an accident. Later, when they learned that he had become an alien, they thought the things in the box were useful, so they gave it to him as a birthday present. The things in this box will only be useful to me after I become an alien? Luo Jia glanced at the black box and thought, could this be some kind of super potion that can strengthen the mind or body? I think the gift given by my parents' friends shouldn't be too embarrassing. After opening the black box and taking a look, Luo Jia saw a black watch-like object lying in the box, with a handwritten instruction manual next to it. After reading the instructions, Luo Jia immediately understood what this thing was. In short, this is a portable detector. It can detect the wearer's mental state, the degree of physical erosion, automatically alarm when strange beasts approach, communicate with people who are also holding the detector over long distances, and detect the water quality and air composition of a place. It has many functions and is very professional. Apart from being a bit large, it has no disadvantages. Luo Jia checked online and found that this thing was sold exclusively on the Iran internet, priced at 6,888 each, and each person was limited to purchase only one. It was a high-end electronic product. Luo Jia studied it for a long time and tried to turn it on, but the battery was low. Oh my god, it's out of battery! Luo Jia's mouth twitched slightly, and he took the watch to charge. Just then, the doorbell rang. Luo Jia ran to open the door and saw two men in plain clothes. One of them took out his ID and gestured. With a kind smile on his face, he said, "Hello, Mr. Luo Jia. I am Zhang Weiji from the West District Public Security Bureau. I need your help with something, is that okay?" "Well, you don't have to laugh." Zhang Weiji. Li Qing. Bo Bi Pa. Chapter 31. Why do you understand? The reason why Zhang Weiji came was to talk to Luo Jia about the youth hunting team. Originally, according to Director General Ning's opinion, since Bai Qiani was the first to bring up this matter, then Bai Qiani should explain it. Unexpectedly, Bai Qiani was retaliated against by those smugglers. There was no choice but Zhang Weiji had to make the trip. To be honest, although he asked Lao Wang to monitor Luo Jia for a period of time, he had never actually contacted Luo Jia, and he had never done such a job before. Well, although I have never done this before, it should be okay to be gentle and give guidance with words. Zhang Weiji thought so, and then he wanted to give a friendly smile. Then he was criticized. What the hell am I laughing at? Luo Jia swore that he was just making a small complaint. After all, Zhang Weiji's face looked stiff when he smiled, and he looked as stiff as the robot male protagonist in the third-rate TV series that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, so he complained. Then he remembered that these two were fucking policemen. I just saw the ID clearly, it's the real thing. So I complained about the police? Inexplicably, Luo Jia panicked and quickly opened the door. Well, police officer, please come in. Zhang Weiji walked into the room with an expressionless face, while Li Qing, who was following him, covered his mouth and sobbed. Luo Jia brought tea to the two men, then looked at the two plainclothes policemen curiously and said, I wonder what the two policemen have to say. It's not a big deal, I just have some questions to ask. Zhang Weiji said expressionlessly. I wonder if Mr. Luo has heard of the hunting team? Yeah, I know, they're guerrilla fighters. Luo Jia said with a smile. Of course, guerrilla warfare is just a joke. In fact, the hunting team is a fighting team composed of Inhumans, and a team usually consists of 9 people. However, because the hunting teams are mostly active behind enemy lines or on the flanks and rarely appear on the front battlefield, and their movements are strange and bizarre, they are jokingly called guerrilla fighters by some people. But less is only relative. Moreover, the mutants in the hunting team are usually very powerful, and no one dares to underestimate them. Zhang Weiji nodded after hearing this and continued. Nowadays, some hunting teams with official backgrounds are planning to select talents from the younger generation to train young hunting teams. We intend to nominate you to participate in the training. Are you willing? Youth hunting team, what are you going to do? Investigate battlefield areas, hunt strange beasts, harass battlefields behind enemy lines, explore unknown areas. All of the above are what you have to do. Of course, with your current level, you should be active in low-risk areas. Once you become a formal hunting team member, you will have to go to high-risk areas. However, the prerequisite is that you can pass the hunting team's assessment. Hearing this, Luo Jia pondered for 2 seconds, smacked his lips. This business scope is quite broad, but I still have to go to school, and what about Yan Yi who just started school? That's okay. The training of the youth hunting team is held during the winter and summer vacations. It won't interfere with your studies. After frowning and thinking for a while, Luo Jia suddenly asked, Are you sure you can kill the strange beast? Sure. Zhang Weiji nodded, and then he saw Luo Jia suddenly burst into laughter, with his index finger against his forehead and shouting, Sai Gao and I high iron duckta. Zhang Weiji. Li Qing. What do you mean? Zhang Weiji. I'm so high right now. Zhang Weiji said expressionlessly. Seeing that the two were looking at him in surprise as if to say, How come you understand this? He could not help but explain. It's just a comic book. I happen to have read it. Li Qing continued to look confused, while Luo Jia nodded with some satisfaction. I thought few people watched that work. I'm a little moved. Let's get back to business. I'm going to the youth hunting team training. Not to mention anything else, the fact that it can kill strange beasts is very attractive to Luo Jia. After all, Shadow loves to eat strange beasts, and after eating strange beasts, Shadow himself can become stronger, which is too attractive. Instead, Zhang Weiji looked at Luo Jia in surprise. He thought he would have to spend more time talking, but he didn't expect that this guy agreed so readily that he didn't even have to use the words he had painstakingly prepared. After that, the two sides communicated some things and agreed to pick him up in a week, and then Zhang Weiji and Li Qing left. Luo Jia sat in the living room and thought about something, then took out his cell phone and posted something about the youth hunting team in the family group. Half a minute later, his parents sent an ellipsis in the group, and his father said, Be careful. And then there was no more sound. After a while, my sister jumped out again and exclaimed that it was too tragic. Luo Jia was curious and asked who was miserable, and then received a question in return. Stop doing research, run. I just went to the hotel and delivered a bunch of oyster, leek and turtle soup. Who do you think is miserable? Luo Jia thought for 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and observed 3 seconds of silence for his father. After chatting with his elder sister for a few more words, Luo Jia went about his business. There is also a high-end electronic product in the room, and now Luo Jia plans to study the function of that watch. Although it has not been charged for a long time, the watch can already be turned on. The control method is very simple, screen touch and buttons. Luo Jia flipped through it, and felt that the functions are quite fancy. It also has some functions of mobile phones. After turning over twice, Luo Jia entered the detection function and tested the degree of erosion on his body. The result was 0%. Luo Jia was very satisfied, so he took another mental test. The result showed that he had a mild tendency to mental illness, and suggested seeking a professional doctor for examination. What a piece of crap! Luo Jia took off his watch with a look of disgust and was about to throw it aside, but after thinking about it, he couldn't bear to throw it away. It was a 6,000 or 7,000 yuan item, so he would just hang it on his school bag after it was fully charged. Thinking of this, Luo Jia didn't care. Luo Jia started to assemble the figures and had already reached his waist. Luo Jia was confident that he would be able to reach his chest within 7 days, if nothing unexpected happened. The Third People's Hospital, a ward. Bai Chuanyi's face twitched. He felt the wound was healing. He looked at the bandage wrapped around his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I say, are you really that cruel? It's just to keep you safe. After all, it's a bit abrupt to suddenly recommend a resident of the West District. A man in a black robe said beside the bed. It just so happens that you have ruined the financial resources of the Fuqing smuggling group. They want you dead, so I'll use you. While explaining, he placed a peeled apple on the fruit plate beside him. So I have to thank you, otherwise I would be dead, right? Bai Chuanyi said expressionlessly, and glanced at the apples in the fruit bowl. By the way, my hands are not convenient to move, can you feed me the apples? Haha, no. Then why are you peeling the apple? Bai Chuanyi asked puzzledly. Nothing, just to make you jealous. The man in black robe said indifferently, but these words sounded so mean to Bai Chuanyi. He couldn't help but get angry, rolled his eyes, and almost fainted. The man in black robe laughed twice. Baichuani was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly started laughing. The two of them just smiled, seeming to be somewhat nostalgic. After a while, the black-robed man stopped smiling, turned to Baichuani, and said calmly, "Then shall I begin?" Baichuani took a deep breath and said, "Let's get started." With a click, the door of the ward opened. Zhang Weiji stuck his head in and looked at Baichuani lying on the bed. Just then, Baichuani opened his eyes, looking like he had just woken up. He turned around and saw Zhang Weiji, and his face immediately turned unhappy. "Oh my God, the first person I see when I wake up is a man. How unlucky!" As he spoke, Baichuani glanced unconsciously at the bedside. There was no one sitting on the chair beside the bed, and there were no apples in the fruit plate beside it. Chapter 32 Departure to Yanjing. The sound of a whistling knife came from behind. Luo Jie turned around and raised his dagger, but he knocked away a dagger that was flying towards him. However, the owner of the knife was gone. Luo Jie did not panic. He squatted down suddenly, pulled out another dagger, and raised it. Bite! The two daggers collided, and the man in black robe, who had nowhere to gain leverage, was knocked flying. Luo Jie did not stop, but moved forward, combined the two short swords in his hands into one, turning it into a long sword, and chopped it down fiercely, but the man in black robe twisted his body in the air, forced his feet to the ground, and then raised the two swords in his hands. Just when the three swords were about to collide, Luo Jie's long sword suddenly shortened a section, just avoiding the double swords of the man in black robe and slashing down. The man in black robe paused, two daggers fell to the ground with a clang, and then he fell down dejectedly. Luo Jie took a deep breath. "It's the 9th round, what's next?" Just then, the ground shook. The surrounding stone pillars also began to tremble, and some of the stone pillars that could not bear the weight even collapsed. Luo Jie turned around suddenly and looked at the enemy approaching from a distance with some surprise. The enemy this time is no longer the man in black robes. Instead, it was a stone giant that was nearly 5 meters tall, purple-black in color, and had stone thorns all over its back. "This is because the black-robed man can't beat me, so he found a stone man." Luo Jie had a blank expression on his face, holding a long sword in his hand, and got ready. But then the stone man slapped the stone pillar beside him with his palm. The stone pillar shook, and rock fragments fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. When the smoke dispersed, Luo Jie looked at the stone pillar and took a breath of cold air. The entire stone pillar turned out to be in the shape of a baseball bat. The stone giant picked up the big stick and swung it twice, then took heavy steps and smashed it towards Luo Jie with the big stick in hand. Luo Jie's face turned dark. He quickly sheathed his sword, turned around and ran away, with no intention of fighting the stone giant head-on. "Are you kidding? The man in black robe is at least immortal, so they can do it. But this stone giant, although no one knows how strong its defense is, the power it has to slap a stone pillar into a big stick is not something Luo Jie can deal with at the moment. You have to know that with that stone pillar, Luo Jie can only scratch a shallow mark on it with all his strength. If you don't run now, when will you run?" However, after running not far, he heard a rumbling sound behind him. Luo Jie was running, looked back, and almost fainted. The stone giant was seen swinging a big stick in front of him. Suddenly, dozens of stone pillars were knocked away and smashed towards Luo Jie with a rumbling sound. Luo Jie was startled and ran, hastily dodging the falling stone pillars. The stone pillar fell to the ground, immediately raising a large cloud of dust. When the smoke and dust settled, Luo Jie was standing intact. Well, he dodged the stone pillar. But he knew he was screwed. Dozens of stone pillars surrounded him, and there was no place to escape except above his head. Moreover, just 2 seconds later, the road above disappeared. The stone giant's big face blocked the way above, and then a huge fist smashed down. Before his death, Luo Jie only had time to say 2 words. "Mud!" Luo Jie rubbed his face and sat up from the bed. He had just been hit in the face by a huge fist, and now his face seemed to be deformed. For 7 days, Luo Jie fought and tortured the black-robed man in his dreams. He was then tricked and killed by the black-robed man in various ways, and was tortured to death. He finally fought through 9 rounds, but in the 10th round he got this? Didn't we agree to just fight the black-robed man? Where the hell did the stone man come from? He made his own weapons and used traps to trap his opponents. Which stone man is so smart? Could this stone man be transformed by the man in black robe? After lying in bed for a while and feeling his mind was much clearer and his body was less stiff, Luo Jia washed up, had breakfast, and then went out with a backpack. Today is the day to set out for the youth hunting team. As agreed before, someone will come to pick me up today. When Luo Jia left the community, he immediately saw the person who came to pick him up. It was the young policeman, Li Qing, who had been with Zhang Wei last time. "Hey, Officer Li, could you please pick me up?" "Just call me Brotherly, it's not a big deal. I'm off today, so it's okay for me to give you a ride," Li Qing said with a smile, not looking like a policeman at all. They were all young people, so it was easy for them to get along with each other. Luo Jia also replied cheerfully, "Okay, Brotherly, thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Luo Jia got on the bus with his school bag in his arms, looking expectant. "Let's go! Destination, Rainbow Sea." What is the Rainbow Sea?" Li Qing scratched his head, somewhat confused. "Nothing special. It's an old work from hundreds of years ago. Brotherly, you drive." The expectation on Luo Jia's face faded a little. Well, there are still differences among young people, at least their interests and surprises are very obvious. Li Qing scratched his head, he really couldn't figure out what the Rainbow Sea was. He shook his head, started the car, and hurried on his way while it was still early. The car left quickly and headed towards the south of the city. Luo Jia stared at the co-pilot's seat for a long time, and suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Li Qing and asked tentatively, "Brotherly, are we going to the airport?" "Yes, let's go to the airport," Li Qing said, looking at Luo Jia. "The plane has arrived, we can set off when you are all here." Luo Jia: "Didn't Captain Zhang tell you where the youth hunting team is?" "No. Isn't it in Fuqing?" The youth hunting teams across the country were divided into 4 places: Qiantang, Modu, Pengcheng, and Yanjing. They were all randomly assigned. Your group was assigned to Yanjing. Following Li Qing's explanation, Luo Jia suddenly understood one thing. If I were assigned to Yanjing, I wouldn't have to delay my studies. I could even go out to do hunting team missions after classes were over while I was in school. By the way, how many people are there in my group? Including you, there are 27 of us, Li Qing said, glancing at Luo Jia. That's exactly 3 teams. Luo Jia: "Why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap?" "Haha, you're really overthinking this." In short, no matter what Luo Jia thought, he couldn't go back since he had already got in the car, and while they were talking, they had already arrived at the airport. Patting Luo Jia on the shoulder, Li Qing pointed to a person not far away and said, "Hey, that's the teacher leading your group. When you get to Yanjing, just talk to him if you have any questions." After saying that, Li Qing stepped on the accelerator and disappeared at the end of the street. Luo Jia stood there in a daze for 2 seconds, and felt even more deeply that the youth hunting team was a big pit. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. Looking back, he found that the person taking the photo of him was the person Li Qing had pointed out before. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked very gentle and refined, just like the gentleman in a TV drama. "Hello, I'm Teacher Feng." "Hello, Teacher Feng, I'm Luo Jia." Teacher Feng looked at Luo Jia with a strange look in his eyes. "Luo Jia. I'm Feng Yuqing, welcome to join the youth hunting team, come with me." As he said that, he walked in a certain direction, where there was a separate VIP channel. As he walked, he said, "By the way, when you first saw me just now, did you think I was a scum of the gentry, a disgrace to the literati, a beast who appears to be righteous on the surface but is actually a thief and a whore behind the scenes?" Hearing the first sentence, Luo Jia thought that his inner thoughts were exposed, but after hearing the latter part, he felt something was wrong and said tentatively, "It's not that excessive. Are you often thought of this way?" "Yes, it's been more than 10 years. Feng Yuqing said calmly, with a hint of melancholy in his words. "Single?" Luo Jia looked at Feng Yuqing's right hand, his face full of sorrow. "Thank you for your hard work. Don't think too much. I did it because of my abilities." Feng Yuqing couldn't help but explain. I understand. Luo Jia continued to look sad, as if everything was self-evident. Feng Yuqing quickened his pace and didn't want to pay much attention to Luo Jia anymore. After passing through the VIP channel, a medium-sized passenger plane came into view. There were more than 20 people standing on the side of the plane, chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Among them, 8 people were obviously different from the others. They all closed their eyes and rested. Although they were not standing together, they actually gave people a feeling of being one and the same. No, it's not complete, there's a piece missing. Luo Jia looked at Feng Yuqing standing aside, watching him approach a few people and talk to them. That feeling of something being missing disappeared. The 9 people are one. These people are the hunting team. On the youth hunting team's side, there were still 5 or 6 people who had not arrived yet. Feng Yuqing asked Luo Jia to stand in the team and wait for everyone to arrive. Luo Jia stood at the side of the team and looked around, not knowing where to stand. Then he saw someone waving at him. Luo Jia looked and was surprised to find that it was an acquaintance. Tang Gan, Luo Ilo. Luo Jia came up to the two of them and asked curiously, "Why are you two here?" Tang Gan. "I was pulled over when I was eating fried dough sticks on the street." Luo Ilo. "I was recommended by my father." Luo Jia fell into deep thought. He was pulled over even when he was eating fried dough sticks on the street. This meant that he was sent here by the police, otherwise Luo Jia would have called the police and said there was a pyramid scheme going on here. The 3 of them got together and chatted, and they were all in a good mood. After all, Yanjing is a strange place, and it feels much more comfortable to have someone familiar by my side. About half an hour later, the remaining few people arrived. Feng Yuqing immediately clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "Hello, students from Fuqing. Let me introduce myself. I am Feng Yuqing, from the Fengyan hunting team, and I will be your next team leader." Feng Yuqing said a lot, but he didn't make any intention of introducing the other 8 people around him. The other 8 people didn't care and continued to close their eyes and rest coolly. After a few minutes, Feng Yuqing finished his speech, then looked at everyone, waved his hand, and said in a rather heroic manner, "Get on the plane, let's go to Yanjing." Chapter 33, Bullish the Scum of Elegance. The plane flew high into the sky. Luo Jia looked at the gradually shrinking Fuqing below and felt a little emotional. He didn't get his college acceptance letter. Luo Jia thought that the training would be conducted near Fuqing, so he didn't think about getting the admission letter. However, after he found out that he was going to Yanjing, he forgot about the admission letter because he thought that school and hunting team training could be seamlessly connected. Until I got on the plane and it took off. He remembered. I was immediately shocked. Luo Jia told this matter to Sven Bai, and Feng Yuqing with some embarrassment. The latter was speechless for a while, and then told Luo Jia not to worry. "It's okay. Now you can enroll directly with your ID card." Hearing this, Luo Jia felt relieved immediately and was in the mood to appreciate the scenery outside the window. It was the first time in his life that he took a plane, and it was free, so Luo Jia was in a very good mood. Of course, the most important thing is that a new map has finally been opened. Although I have never been to the East District and the South District of Fuqing, if a new map is not opened, I don't know what will happen to that $3 product. While enjoying the scenery, someone patted Luo Jia's shoulder. When he turned around, Tang Gan's frustrated face was right in front of him. "So, can you tell me what are you doing here?" Luo Jia was stunned for a moment, and almost forgot that this guy was pulled here while eating fried dough sticks. "Wait, were you really dragged here while you were eating fried dough sticks?" Luo Jia's expression suddenly became strange. "This guy, is he kidding?" Tang Gan. "Of course it's true. I just bought some fried dough sticks and my dad drove his car to deliver them here." "Didn't he tell you anything?" "I did say that, but I wasn't thinking clearly at the time and didn't hear it." Tang Gan scratched his head, pretending to recall, then shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Luo Jia was speechless for a moment, and then began to explain to Tang Gan. After a lot of babble, Tang Gan explained everything clearly. The latter suddenly understood, then pounded the armrest hard, his face becoming even more frustrated. "This old man, at least wait until I finish eating the fried dough sticks before sending it to me. Is this the point?" Luo Eloy at the side suddenly spoke up, looking somewhat worried. I heard from my dad that this youth hunting team will really go to dangerous places to carry out missions. I don't know if he is lying to me. It should be true. Luo Jia touched his chin, looking forward to this situation. Didn't you see that the kid was already excited? Luo Jia, why are you so excited, kid? Shadow, eat cooked rice. Something new and alive. Luo Jia's hand, which was touching his chin, froze slightly, and he looked out the window in disbelief, and saw nothing. Luo Jia, kid, which direction? Shadow? In all directions? Luo Ilua and Tangon were talking, and then they saw Luo Jia suddenly cough violently, as if he had choked on water. The two looked at Luo Jia with surprise and concern, and asked him what was wrong, but Luo Jia just waved his hands and said it was nothing. Although he was shocked by the word, from all directions, Luo Jia quickly figured out one thing. It is normal to encounter strange beasts when traveling by airplane. The airline should have corresponding countermeasures. What's more, there is a hunting team on the plane. Well, that shadow kid probably won't be able to eat anything this time. Looking at the hunting team members sitting in front of a group of students with calm expressions, Luo Jia felt much more relieved, but he still looked out the window, wanting to see what the strange beast that would attack him in a while looked like. The shadow boiled slightly and covered Luo Jia's eyes. Luo Jia's black and white eyes suddenly turned gray. He opened his eyes, and with the help of the power of the shadow he saw the strange beasts hiding in the clouds, 3 big black birds. Big birds are everywhere, they are a group. After thinking for a while, Luo Jia walked to Feng Yuqing and asked in a low voice, Teacher Feng, what should we do if we encounter a strange beast during the flight? Feng Yuqing glanced at Luo Jia, pushed up his glasses, and said gently, Don't worry about that. Our hunting team will be responsible for resisting the attacks of the strange beasts. Besides, there are not many strange beasts that can fly, so they rarely attack large vehicles like airplanes. Just after Feng Yuqing finished speaking, Luo Jia saw the other 8 members of the hunting team sitting around him sighing in unison. Boss, can you please stop talking? Every time you say something like that, something bad is bound to happen. Why do I never check the AC number every time? If there are too many, please do it yourself. Call us when you are exhausted. Feng Yuqing. Luo Jia. Wait, this reaction means you are used to being cheated? Although Luo Jia already knew that there were strange beasts nearby, seeing the reactions of the hunting team members, he knew that Feng Yuqing had a previous record. Teacher Feng, can we recover every time we raise a flag? Feng Yuqing opened his mouth and wanted to say something. At this moment, a neat beeping sound was heard, and all the members of the hunting team lowered their heads and took out something that looked like a watch. 12 strange beasts and birds are about 500 meters away from the plane. They are expected to arrive near the plane in 30 seconds. With a sigh, Feng Yuqing stood up and said with a wry smile, Okay, I'll go take care of it. Then he stood up, opened a door and walked in. Luo Jia looked at the door and asked curiously, What is this door? Nothing, there's just a ladder leading to the outside of the plane. A member of the hunting team shrugged calmly. He glanced at Luo Jia, raised his eyebrows and said, If you're interested, you can go in and take a look. Yes. Luo Jia nodded and walked straight into the room. Behind him, the other members of the hunting team were a little confused. They didn't expect this kid to be so bold. Luo Jia entered the door, climbed out along the ladder, opened the baffle above his head, and suddenly a strong wind blew up, as if it was going to blow him out. With a thought, a black hand stretched out from the shadow and grabbed the handrail on the baffle, and a layer of gray film covered the surface of the body, which barely blocked the strong wind. After climbing out of the plane and taking a look, I saw Feng Yuqing standing at the front of the plane with a calm face. His Zhongshan suit was slightly deformed by the strong wind, but he himself stood still. Why are you here? Feng Yuqing looked back and was slightly stunned when he saw it was Luo Jia, but he did not ask Luo Jia to go back. Luo Jia looked at Feng Yuqing and was about to speak, but he saw the shadow suddenly boil violently. At this time, Feng Yuqing also raised his head suddenly and looked around. The clouds around were torn apart, and 12 hideous black birds flew through the clouds, with a foul smell all over their bodies. When their wings flapped, the rotten holes and the still wriggling internal organs could be vaguely seen. 12 large birds screamed and swooped down towards Feng Yuqing and Luo Jia. Luo Jia was alert, and Shadow was ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Luo Jia saw Feng Yuqing calmly take out a bottle of Red Star Ergotu from his chest. Just drink it in one gulp. Burp, that feels so good. Luo Jia. After drinking, Feng Yuqing suddenly became a little crazy. He took off his glasses, tossed his hair, and said softly, "Beauty and fine wine are by my side, poetry, wine and swordsmanship sweep the world." Luo Jia couldn't help but complain at that time. "You are still sweeping the world, you are such a beauty, but the fine wine is just Ergotu." Feng Yuqing chuckled, took something out of his arms, and whispered. During the Qi Ming festival, it rained heavily, and the people on the road felt heartbroken. As soon as the poem came out, a gray airflow spread over his body, and the gray air transformed into countless small swords, which stirred up a faint sense of sadness and sorrow and rushed towards the attacking beast. Suddenly, a clinking sound was heard. The 12 strange beasts screamed shrilly, and the attacking figures suddenly retreated. Feng Yuqing's body shook for a while, but he suddenly flew into the air and rushed straight towards the strange beast in the air. At the same time, voices of poetry were sung and shouted. "The wine is good in the luminescent cup, and the pipa music is urging me to drink." A sharp sword intent suddenly emerged. "Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles." The sharp energy swept across. "Black clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. The armor shines in the sun, with golden scales spreading out." The golden light surged. Every line of poetry came out of Feng Yuqing's mouth. As the poetry was sung, different sword energies also surged around Feng Yuqing. 12 strange beasts and birds were actually blocked and killed by him alone. In just a moment, the 12 strange beasts were all destroyed in the poetry, wine and sword. Floating back onto the plain, Feng Yuqing flipped his hair in the strong wind, with arrogance and disdain on his face. "How dare you, a mere bird, do anything rash?" Luo Jia looked at Feng Yuqing's back and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Awesome, Sven, teacher Feng." Then, he saw Feng Yuqing take out the phone from his arms, kiss the screen fiercely, and laughed. "Beauty, be at ease, follow me back to the city." Luo Jia looked carefully and saw a picture of a beautiful anime girl on his phone. With this attitude and the fact that you kissed a pretty girl on your phone, it would be a wonder if you can find a partner. Chapter 34 Arrival. Luo Jia and Feng Yuqing boarded the plane. As soon as the latter sat down, he started snoring and actually fell asleep. Luo Jia was helpless. Seeing that several other members of the hunting team were looking at him, he roughly described the battle outside the plane. While speaking, Luo Jia couldn't help but exclaimed again, Feng Yuqing was really strong. Being able to fly in the air means that Feng Yuqing is at least at the level of a flyer. Moreover, judging from the fact that the opponent could easily deal with 12 strange beasts, he was at least a mid-level rider, and might even be a high-level rider or higher. What a pity for the corpses of those strange beasts. If Shadow could eat a few bites, it would probably become much stronger. However, given Feng Yuqing's condition, Luo Jia didn't dare to let Shadow go. What if Feng Yuqing got drunk and didn't see clearly, and mistook Shadow for a strange beast and attacked him with a poem and a sword? What would he do then? After saying this, seeing that the hunting team members had nothing else to say, Luo Jia left and returned to his seat. Not long after he left, Feng Yuqing, who had fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "What do you think of this guy? He's quite courageous, but I don't know how strong he is. The strength should be good. After all, if you don't have some strength, it's not easy to stand on the plane in the strong wind and see the battle between the boss and the strange beast clearly." Feng Yuqing listened to what the team members said without saying much. After a moment, he took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. "Let's not discuss this topic for now, let's talk about this flying beast first." Luo Jia returned to his seat with some regret. Tang Gon asked him what happened, but he just shook his head and said it was nothing, and then Tang Gon stopped asking. The two have been friends for many years. He can tell when Luo Jia doesn't want to talk about something and when he wants to talk about something later. Judging from Luo Jia's expression, now is not the time to talk about these things. Afterwards, Luo Jia started to talk to Tang Gon and Luo Luo about what they would do in the future. The abilities of the three people can generally be classified as combat-related. I won't mention Luo Jia. Luo Yiluo's ability is called the God of War by her. At present, it can strengthen physical ability and improve physical combat ability. Tang Gon's ability is thunder and lightning. There are many ways to apply this ability. It can cause good damage to single or group enemies. Moreover, as far as Luo Jia knows, the potential level of these two people is not low. If they both develop in the direction of fighting, as long as they can survive, they can achieve considerable achievements, and at least they will be high-level controllers. But this does not mean that people with high talents must fight against strange and ferocious beasts. After all, not everyone is like Luo Jia, who is inexplicably keen on killing strange beasts. Every year, many people in the Great Hua Kingdom become mutants. Among them, there are also many mutants who possess great destructive power but choose to pursue scientific research or other paths. Luo Yiluo tilted his head, with a trace of confusion and uneasiness about the future on his face. I will probably become a teacher. But I want to kill enough strange beasts first. I don't know what to do in the future. According to my father, he hopes that I will inherit the company. I don't have any objection, Tang Gon said lightly, and a Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. Luo Jia looked at Tang Gon in surprise and asked in confusion. Your father wanted you to inherit the company, so why did he send you here? That's a good question. It took me 0.1 seconds to think about it. He probably thinks it won't hurt to get to know some future alien bosses, Tang Gon said without thinking. Luo Jia understood that it was useless to expand his network. I'm definitely going to kill the strange beast anyway. I don't want to do any scientific research, even if it means killing the strange beast. Luo Jia put his hands on his head and said lightly. Hiss, your hatred towards these strange beasts is too high. What kind of setting is that? Hee, actually I am the master of strange beasts and fierce beasts. In order to avenge the betrayal I received, I was reborn as a human and want to kill all the strange beasts and fierce beasts in the world. I've read that novel. It said that the author was even investigated at home. The three of them chatted about everything and anything. While the three were chatting, Luo Jia received several messages from Shadow, saying that strange flying beasts were attacking the plane, but they were quickly dealt with by the members of the hunting team, so it didn't cause any waves. Although it was a pity that Shadow couldn't get the meat, Luo Jia didn't care too much and continued chatting. Therefore, he did not notice that several members of the hunting team in front of him had a solemn look on their faces. Too much. A bit too much. A team member said in a deep voice. There can't be so many flying monsters in the sky above Dahua, otherwise, other combat units would have already taken action. This doesn't seem like some special experiment in the laboratory. If it were an experiment, they should have informed us in advance. Feng Yuqing propped his chin with both hands and said in a serious tone. Also, this batch of strange beasts is a little different. We have killed so many strange beasts, so we have seen a lot of them, but I have never seen a strange beast that can fly so high with large pieces of rotten wounds on its body. Boss, do you mean that there are new species of strange beasts? Feng Yuqing shook his head and said. It's hard for me to say. After all, there haven't been any new groups of strange beasts in nearly 50 years. Besides, whether this is a new group or a mutant, it requires those scientific researchers to study it carefully. Our current mission is to bring these students to Yanjing safely. Once we get to Yanjing, we will explain the situation in detail to our superiors. That's all we can do. The others couldn't help but sigh. I thought I had taken on an easy job, but I ended up encountering strange beasts all the time. This is unbelievable. To be honest, everyone is strong. The weakest one has already entered the stage of rider. Those flying beasts are not very strong either. 1 or 2 people can handle it. But the strange beasts came in waves, so they had no choice but to fight them one by one. It was fine at the beginning, but later on it became a bit difficult to control. After all, using abilities would consume their own mental power. Even if they could take turns to play, the recovery of their mental power could not keep up with the consumption. At this moment, the fuselage of the plane suddenly shook. The broadcast sounded throughout the cabin. We are about to arrive in Yanjing. Please return to your seats and fasten your seat belts. The plane is expected to land in 20 minutes. We are about to arrive in Yanjing. Please return to your seats and fasten your seat belts. The plane is expected to land in 20 minutes. We are about to arrive in Yanjing. Please return to your seats and fasten your seat belts. The plane is expected to land in 20 minutes. The broadcast was played 3 times. A group of students fastened their seat belts excitedly, their faces full of anticipation. The 9 hunting team members also breathed a sigh of relief. They were almost in Yanjing, which meant that those strange flying beasts would not appear. In an instant, everyone felt much better. We're finally here. I've never felt so tired from a flight. One team member breathed a sigh of relief, and was obviously much more relaxed. Well, he was the worst one, and his mental strength had been almost exhausted. Feng Yuqing glanced at the other person and smiled faintly. Okay, hurry up and sit down. Be careful that the vibration of the plane may shake you out. It's too embarrassing for a master to be knocked out by the vibration of a plane landing. Some people joked, but they also fastened their seat belts obediently. It was just a plane, so there was no need to waste mental energy to make themselves airborne to avoid a collision. Luo Jia looked at the clouds outside the window, his heart full of anticipation. I don't know what Yanjing looks like, and I don't know what kind of strange beast Yanjing will encounter. Well, there shouldn't be any illegal aliens in Yanjing. Just as Luo Jia was expecting, the plane glided for a long distance and finally stopped. We've arrived in Yanjing. Chapter 35. Welcome to Yanjing. Laugh. We have arrived in Yanjing. As soon as he got off the plane, Feng Yuqing said that they would gather at the big square at noon 2 days later, and then he hurriedly left with his team members. Luo Jia and his group looked at Feng Yuqing leaving in bewilderment, feeling inexplicably like an adult who had lost the child they no longer wanted. Looking around, everyone was a little confused. What to do next? Just leaving us here? Would you like to add AV so that we can contact each other later? Luo Jia, Tang Gon and Luo Luo looked at each other and asked. Did they escape? Flash! The 3 of them left the crowd first. Someone asked them where they were going. Luo Jia looked back and said strangely, It doesn't matter where we go, at least we have to leave the airport first and don't delay the airport's work. As he spoke, Luo Jia looked around and said, Well, maybe it's not very busy now. After saying that, Luo Jia turned and left. The remaining group of people looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. After a while of chaos and noise, they walked out of the airport in groups of 3 or 4. Luo Jia and the other 2 walked out of the airport. Looking at the busy airport square, Luo Luo couldn't help but sigh. I didn't notice it inside, but when I ran outside there were so many people coming in an instant. Yes, it's crowded. Standing in the square, the 3 of them looked around. Tang Gon hung his head and asked, Where are we going next? Should we go eat? Or should we go out to eat? Luo Jia looked at Tang Gon speechlessly. Are you hungry? Not really, I just didn't finish the dough sticks when my dad threw them to me, so I felt a little unhappy. Rolling his eyes, Luo Jia looked at Luo Luo. Luo Luo, what do you think? Luo Luo thought for a moment and said, Let's find a hotel first and eat near the hotel. Let's do this. We'll meet at the Grand Plaza in 2 days. Then we'll book 2 rooms near the Grand Plaza, walk around the area, and get some food. Well, we can also go to the Grand Plaza on the way. The 3 of them made up their minds and squeezed out of the square and came to the place where they were waiting for taxis. After a long wait, they finally got a taxi. In the car, the driver spoke in a Yanjing accent, looked at Luo Jia and the other 2 in the rearview mirror with a smile and asked, Where are you going? Go to the Grand Square, thank you. Luo Jia noticed the driver's smile and smiled back, but he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, why is this driver smiling so happily? Is it a requirement of the taxi company? Glancing out the window, Luo Jia was suddenly stunned, as if something was out of place. Just then, the car started. The driver was driving while chatting with the 3 of them. Of course, it was basically Tang Gon and Luo Luo chatting with the driver, while Luo Jia frowned and thought about the slight sense of incongruity that he had just caught sight of. Luo Luo glanced out the window and said in surprise, I always thought that the traffic in Yanjing was very congested, but it doesn't seem to be that congested. The driver laughed twice. The traffic jam in Yanjing is a thing of the past. Traffic is so developed now that there won't be any traffic jams anymore. Then, 10 minutes later, Tang Gon looked at the cars parked in a row ahead, looked at the driver expressionlessly and said, Didn't you say there wouldn't be a traffic jam? Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. The driver laughed. Luo Jia and the other two complained in their hearts, you have a rather embarrassed expression. After being stuck in traffic for about an hour, the car finally started moving again. At this time, the driver said, actually, in Yanjing, a 1-hour traffic jam is not considered a traffic jam at all. If it were in the past, it might have lasted for 2 or 3 hours. So, 3 hours later. The driver looked at the long queue in front of him and opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Luo Jia. Master, stop talking, we understand, we don't blame you, really. Ah ha 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 ha, this is really embarrassing. Please stop making those ah ha 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 sounds. I'm afraid you'll have to bring out a pot of chicken soup soon. What? It's okay, just keep driving. Finally, after another half an hour, the car started. This time the journey was smooth and we soon arrived at the big square. The three of them paid and got off the car. At the end, the driver stuck his head out and said with a smile, Young man, welcome to Yanjing. Luo Jia and the other two said goodbye to the driver with a smile. As they watched the driver leave, Luo Ilo said with some emotion, I saw on the internet before that people in Yanjing are very arrogant and look down on people from other places. Now it seems that this is not the case. Luo Jia shook his head and said, There are still many enthusiastic people in the world. Those who can be exposed on the internet are extreme cases. In addition, some people have no idea what they are doing to blacken the region. Over time, this inexplicable statement has emerged. The three of them chatted and walked into a hotel. Luo Jia looked at the front desk and said, Please give us 2 rooms. The hotel receptionist was a pretty girl who had a blank expression on her face before Luo Jia and the other two came in. As soon as they came in, she immediately smiled and looked very gentle and enthusiastic. Oh my God, what kind of electricity-saving workers are there? Luo Jia complained in his heart and handed over his and Luo Ilo's ID cards. The receptionist looked at the ID card, then glanced at Luo Jia and Luo Ilo, and suddenly asked, Are you sure it's 2 rooms? Yes, we 2 men will have 1 room, and she will have 1 girl. Is there any problem? Ah ha ha ha, sorry, I thought the 3 of you weren't here together. The receptionist smiled politely but awkwardly, quickly completed the formalities for them, and then handed over 2 room cards. Welcome to Yanjing. I wish you a pleasant stay. Luo Jia took the room card, looked at the smiling expression on the receptionist's face, subconsciously said thank you, and then took Tang Gon and Luo Ilo upstairs to find their room. The 3 of them put their things in the room, then gathered in Luo Ilo's room. The 3 of them sat on the bed and discussed where to go next. After all, Yanjing is the capital, and there are many ancient buildings over 1,000 years old. Luo Ilo feels that it would be a pity to miss any of them. Tang Gon thought so too, but they would gather at the Grand Square in 2 days and would not be able to see many attractions at all. So we should go see those representative places, such as the Great Wall, the Grand Plaza, or the Imperial Palace. Tang Gon said solemnly. Luo Ilo retorted, The Great Wall is too far away, and with the traffic jam in Yanjing, if we go there, we probably won't be able to come back tonight. There's no point in going to the Grand Square, that's where we'll gather. We can just take a look while we're waiting for someone. The Palace City is too big to see everything in a short time. TSK, according to what you said, we can't go anywhere. Luo Ilo scratched her head and said in distress. The main reason is that I didn't expect them to let us hang out for 2 days. As she spoke, she looked at Luo Jia, who was silent on the side, and nudged him with her elbow. What are you doing? Are you pretending to be an expert here without saying anything? I am an expert, okay? Luo Jia rolled his eyes and acted arrogant, then he restrained himself and said seriously. Let's talk business. Don't you think there is something wrong? What's wrong with that? Tang Gon and Luo Ilo looked at each other, both puzzled. Luo Jia pinched his brows and thought for a while. I didn't think much of it when I saw the driver smiling before. Just now, I saw the front desk clerk smiling, and I didn't think much of it either. But when I saw this world-famous painting, Teresa's smile, I felt something was wrong. Luo Jia pointed at a decorative painting on the wall and said in a deep voice. If I remember correctly, the expression on her face in the original painting should be a gentle smile. At first I thought it was a spoof, but now, don't you think her smile looks a lot like the receptionist and the driver? Hearing this, Tang Gon and Luo Ilo frowned and looked at the painting on the wall. After thinking about it carefully, they nodded and said, "It really looks a bit like it." Luo Jia continued, "In fact, I felt a little uncomfortable when I was sitting in the taxi. Now that I think about it, it seems that when we left the airport, except for the people who came with us, everyone else had a smile on their face. To say that the people of Yanjing are warm and welcoming, and that they all wear the same smile, is a bit too much." As the three were talking, there was a knock on the door of the room. The three of them fell silent instantly. He looked towards the door of the room without saying a word. Chapter 36 Black Tide. Li Wenjie watched the people around him leave in twos and threes. He, who was not a social person, walked out of the airport alone. Looking at the huge crowds of people outside the airport, Li Wenjie swallowed his saliva, feeling that it was indeed a big city. Then he found a restaurant. The restaurant is not big and is very clean. But the store was very deserted, probably because it was not meal time. The restaurant proprietress was a charming lady with a slim waist and plump hips, and a gentle and warm smile on her mature and delicate face. Li Wenjie was still a student and didn't know anything, so he ordered a bowl of noodles, then secretly glanced at the proprietress, then glanced again, and then, again. After waiting for about 6 or 7 minutes, the proprietress came over with a bowl of noodles and said apologetically, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." What a nice voice. Li Wenjie smiled and said it was okay, then prepared to start eating noodles. Just then, several middle-aged men came into the restaurant. Li Wenjie looked back and several uncles also looked at him, with the corners of their mouths raised, their eyes curved, and they smiled warmly. Li Wenjie nodded in response, then lowered his head to continue eating noodles. He was still thinking in his heart that the people of Yanjing love to laugh so much, they are quite friendly. Li Wenjie lowered his head and drank a mouthful of noodle soup. He felt his body warm and his heart comfortable. After eating for a while, Li Wenjie suddenly heard a scream from behind him. He looked back and saw those middle-aged men making advances towards the beautiful lady proprietress. The lady proprietress kept resisting and struggling, with tears in her eyes. Li Wenjie was furious at that time. Doing this kind of thing in broad daylight, and in Yanjing, isn't this too outrageous? He shouted, "Stop!" and threw the bowl of noodles with soup in his hand. Several middle-aged men were unable to dodge and were splashed with noodle soup, looking quite embarrassed. The beautiful proprietress took the opportunity to break free from the middle-aged man's control and quickly hid behind Li Wenjie. She stuck to him, trembling all over, her face pale, and looking pitiful. Feeling the softness behind him, Li Wenjie took a deep breath and looked at the middle-aged men and said righteously, "You guys, you are doing these things in broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being arrested by the police?" Several middle-aged men looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Li Wenjie didn't understand what they were laughing at, but he saw one of them said with a smile, "The police won't arrest us. The captain of this area is my nephew. So he's a relative." Li Wenjie understood and said seriously, "In that case, I'll report him." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the soup on the hands of several middle-aged men suddenly flowed rapidly, soon turning into a water line that tied up the hands and feet of several middle-aged men. Several middle-aged men panicked and looked at Li Wenjie with some fear. "Are you an alien?" "You guessed it, but I called the police." Li Wenjie raised his cell phone, smiled slightly, then turned around and looked at the beautiful proprietress. Before he could say anything, the proprietress threw herself into his arms, hugged him tightly, her shoulders trembling slightly. He wanted to push the proprietress away, but when he heard the faint sobbing in his ears, he couldn't do anything. He could only stand there, with some inexplicable thoughts in his mind. After being held for a while, the proprietress's gentle voice rang in my ears. "Good brother, thank you for helping me out. If it weren't for you, I might have." Hearing this, Li Wenjie immediately said, "Don't worry, boss lady. I'm here. I'll take these people to the Public Security Bureau and report that nephew who's the captain. I'll tell them not to harass you again." As he spoke, Li Wenjie broke free from the proprietress's embrace and turned around to deal with those middle-aged men. "But I dare not hug him again, he is still young." However, the beautiful lady boss suddenly hugged him and said in a sobbing and sad voice, "Good brother, can't you comfort your sister?" Li Wenjie took a breath and couldn't help but said, "Big sister, this is a bit sudden. But I'm really scared and cold." A delicate and charming voice sounded beside Li Wenze, and the proprietress's white and tender hand gently stroked his chest. Can you comfort me? Li Wenze's face flushed red, desire surged in his heart, and he suddenly didn't want to be a human being anymore. Sister, I. Puff. Puff. The proprietress still looks so pitiful, and her tender red lips make people want to take a bite. If you look at her for a long time, you might even ignore the 2 hands extending from her shoulders and the 2 daggers in her hands. Li Wenze had a blank expression on his face. Even though the 2 daggers were constantly cutting and rubbing against his mouth, and large amounts of blood were constantly flowing from his mouth, he remained expressionless, because an inexplicable force suddenly appeared in his body, making him unable to move. Oh, it's so warm and comfortable. The proprietress was still clinging to Li Wenze, her face turning from pale to flushed. She looked at the blood on Li Wenze's face with blurry eyes, and her voice became more and more seductive. Good brother, you have to smile. The 2 daggers turned slightly, drawing an arc on Li Wenze's face. From a distance it was a smile. The 3 of them looked at the door of the room and suddenly stopped talking. After a while, there was another knock on the door, and someone asked, Is anyone there? Room service. Luo Jie and Tang Gon looked at Luo Ilua at the same time and blinked. You called me? Luo Ilua shook his head, indicating that it was not her. Luo Jie got up and opened the door. He saw a young man dressed as a waiter standing outside the door. He had a warm smile on his face and said, Sir, here are your meals. Luo Jie was puzzled. We didn't order any food, you must have sent the wrong one. That's right. The waiter explained with a smile. This is a special service provided by our hotel for first-time guests, a free meal. Free? That's great. Luo Jie sniffed, raised an eyebrow, took the plate, and asked the waiter to leave. Go ahead, the 3 of us are together, you don't have to deliver it one by one. Okay. The waiter smiled and turned away. Luo Jie closed the door and turned into the room. Putting the plate on the dining table, Luo Jie opened the lid, and immediately a fragrance filled the room. Tang Gon and Luo Ilua walked over sniffing and couldn't help but say, It smells so good. There were 3 bowls of noodle soup on the plate, with a few large slices of meat covering the noodles, which looked very tender and juicy. Luo Jie sniffed and couldn't help saying, It smells quite strong. After saying that, he turned to look at Tang Gon and Luo Ilua and asked, Do you 2 want to eat? Before he finished asking, Tang Gon had already picked up the bowl and started eating. While eating, he said, Of course I have to eat. After all, I only ate half of the fried dough sticks for breakfast. Besides, these noodles taste good. I wonder where these special noodles are from. I've never seen it before. Could it be from Yanjing? Luo Ilua said. He also picked up the noodles and took a bite. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he looked very surprised. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yanjing delicacies come from all over the world. Tang Gon said, drank a mouthful of noodle soup, licked his lips, and suddenly looked at Luo Jie and asked curiously, Old Luo, don't you want to eat? Luo Jie pondered for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, Eat, of course, but I'm not the one eating it. As he spoke, he picked up the noodles, flipped his wrist, and the noodles fell to the ground. His shadow was seen boiling, swallowing up all the noodles. Then, in the shocked eyes of Tang Gon and Luo Ilua, 2 black hands suddenly emerged from Luo Jie's shadow and pierced their throats. Tang Gon and Luo Ilua stepped back, holding their necks. Their expressions changed from astonishment to anger, disbelief, and despair. Tang Gon asked in a hoarse voice, Why? All right, stop acting. I have a very good nose and am quite sensitive to the smell of human blood. Besides, Lao Tang and Luo Luo don't like eating noodles. Luo Jie looked at Tang Gon and Luo Ilua in front of him and grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Gon and Luo Ilua, who were struggling while holding their throats, suddenly deformed violently. Their normal skin color was suddenly coated with a layer of dark silver, and the whole person seemed to melt. Luo Jie snorted softly, and the shadow under him suddenly expanded, wrapping up him and the 2 deformed liquids. The shadow is going to devour the 2 balls of silver liquid, and he is going to use the shadow to give himself a full body check. Wrapped in shadow, a cold force flows through the body. Luo Jie took a deep breath. Suddenly, there were several clicking sounds in my mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the darkness in his eyes suddenly dissipated. The various furnishings in front of him were torn apart like silk paintings, and Luo Jie saw clearly where he was. In a quiet forest, the moonlight was shining coldly. A dozen strange beasts surrounded him. Not far away, there were two corpses of strangers that were releasing blood unscrupulously. Several strange beasts were lying on the corpses, gnawing on their flesh. The scene looked quite terrifying. At the same time, wave after wave of thoughts came. Shadow, there's food. Shadow, there is food. Shadow, the kid is first. Shadow. Shadow, this noodle can't be bad, but it's good. Shadow, it's time to eat. Omega? Luo Jie smiled slightly, and shouted to the shadow in his heart. Come on, kid, it's time to eat! The next moment, the shadow under Luo Jie suddenly surged out and attacked the strange beasts around him. Under the moonlight it looked like a black wave. Coming in waves. Chapter 37 True or False. Tang Gon hung his head, looking at Luo Jie in front of him, with a hint of sarcasm on his dejected face. The real old Luo would not realize that Luo Iloa likes him. He is just an idiot who only thinks about killing strange beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, several bolts of lightning exploded from his body. The Luo Jie in front of him was electrocuted and turned into a charred black, and finally turned into a pool of mud and disappeared. It's fake. With a long sigh, Tang Gon looked at the place where the fake Luo Jie disappeared and touched his chin. Is this a drill or something? No, this situation is not a drill no matter how you look at it. After thinking for a while, he sighed again and sat on the curb. It's so annoying. I'm too lazy to think about it. He decided that no matter who came to talk to him later, he would just punch them. Luo Iloa looked at the sunset. Beside her, Luo Jie held her hand and looked at her affectionately. Luo Iloa glanced at the two people's tightly clasped hands, sniffed, and seemed to want to cry. I have imagined this scene many times. I would be very happy to be held by Xiaojie's hand. Unfortunately, it's a fake. The affectionate version of Luo Jie's expression changed, and he wanted to let go of his hand and step back, but Luo Iloa suddenly increased the strength in his hand, and pulled him over directly, and grabbed the affectionate version of Luo Jie's neck with his other hand. She looked at the affectionate version of Luo Jie, and her expression gradually turned cold. Although the face is the same, but when you hold my hand, I feel sick for some reason. As she spoke, she lifted the affectionate version of Luo Jie away. Then, gather your strength and punch out. There was a loud bang. A big hole was punched in the chest of the affectionate version of Luo Jie, and he died on the spot. With the force on his wrist, the affectionate version of Luo Jie was thrown out like a rag, turned into a pool of silver-gray mud, and disappeared. Fake is fake, it can never be real. Luo Iloa blew on his fist with a complicated expression. That punch just now felt inexplicably good. There are more than a dozen strange beasts. They are not very strong, but the number of them is a bit scary. Luo Jie felt a little melancholy. The smell of blood mixed with the stench was too irritating. He was melancholy, but the shadow cub was very happy because he could finally eat to his heart's content. The shadow wave rushed towards the surrounding strange beasts. Dozens of black hands quickly emerged from the wave and dragged the strange beasts into the depths of the shadow. Several strange beasts roared and attacked the shadows with their sharp claws, but it was useless and they were entangled by the shadows instead. Among them, there were some very intelligent beasts. While the other beasts were entangled with the shadows, they turned around and attacked Luo Jie. A strong stench attacked Luo Jie. Luo Jie frowned, and a long knife popped out from the shadow. He grabbed it and swung it with his backhand. Suddenly, the attacking beast was split into two halves. The corpse of the strange beast fell to the ground and was swallowed by the shadow. Luo Jie kept moving and rushed out. The power of the shadow entangled his eyes, and the attack of the strange beast suddenly became extremely clear. The black long sword slashed through the group of strange beasts. Every time it slashed, one strange beast would be injured or killed. Occasionally, several strange beasts would attack together, intending to make him unable to resist, but Shadow could quickly separate his black hands to block the attacks for Luo Jie. Therefore, although Luo Jie was besieged by a group of strange beasts, he was able to handle it with ease. Of course, the main reason is that these strange beasts are not strong. They feel about the same as the one he killed in the slaughterhouse last time. Although there are more of them this time, Luo Jie is also much stronger than last time. What's more, Luo Jie fights with the black-robed man in his dreams every night, so he has a lot of combat experience. In addition, he has no feeling towards the naturally terrifying aura of the strange beasts, so he can gain the upper hand in the fight. 10 minutes later. The strange beasts around were either dead or half dead. Luo Jie stood in the center of the battlefield, breathing slightly. His shadow spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield area, and stretched out thin threads to cut the corpse of the strange beast. Bits of flesh fell down and sank into the shadow. Luo Jie glanced at the shadow. Just now he was eating with big mouthfuls, but now he is chewing slowly. How elegant! So elegant! Turning around and finding a clean place to sit down, Luo Jie patted the shadow under him and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you." After getting in the taxi, he always felt something was not right. After having this thought, whether it was the driver's smile, the traffic jam, or everything in the hotel, everything seemed wrong to him. Later, when Luo Jie saw the 3 bowls of noodles, he felt the shadow of the shadow suddenly boil up, and in an instant, he understood what was wrong. The shadow stopped talking. Did it turn off the microphone? If you think about it carefully, after encountering the first batch of flying monsters, Shadow Boy never communicated with him again, which was obviously abnormal for a chatterbox. Either something scared it and made it afraid to speak, or there was something wrong with the signal they were using to communicate. So, a series of things happened afterwards. Luo Jie watched the shadow devour the corpse of the strange beast. Waves of warm power surged from the soles of his feet, flowed throughout his body, and finally entered deep into his brain. He sighed comfortably, and his originally rapid breathing gradually calmed down. The energy he had consumed in killing the strange beast was recovering rapidly, and even increased a little. Seeing that Ningzi had almost finished eating, Luo Jie stood up and shouted, "Boy, let's go! Shadow, Baji, here I come!" The scattered shadows shrank back to their normal size in an instant. Luo Jie walked in the night with a black sword in his hand, looking for his companions. "TSK, this scene shouldn't be an illusion." Feng Yuqing took his teammates to report the situation to the person in charge of this mission. Just as they were about to enter the government department, Feng Yuqing suddenly stopped, quickly took out the ergwotu in his arms and took a sip, then whispered, "Mountains and rivers are so steep that you may think there is no way out, but when you turn around, you will find another village." In an instant, a sharp and clear air rushed out and spread out in all directions with his body as the center. Feng Yuqing only felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The government department disappeared and turned into a dark cave where he couldn't see the inside clearly. Looking at the cave in front of him, Feng Yuqing muttered softly, "I said my heart was beating so fast, and I felt there was great danger. It turns out I was right." He looked at his companions and saw that there were only 3 of them following him. Although they were still a little confused at this moment, they were all on high alert. "Boss, what's going on?" "I'm hallucinating," Feng Yuqing said calmly, took a sip of ergwotu, turned around and left. "Clap your hands, we've encountered a strange monster." "What's there to applaud? It's so fierce." "Because this strange beast is not strong, I was able to break free." Feng Yuqing took another sip of wine and continued. "Besides, this strange beast trapped so many of us at once, so the cost should be huge." "Boss, what exactly is this strange beast?" Anyway, the origin of the strange monster cannot be verified. It exists in many forms, most of which are dead things. From now on, the dead things or plants you see may be strange monsters." "Okay, I don't remember the rest, go read the book yourself." "Then, could the strange villain be a human?" "It's possible that someone died." Throwing away the empty bottle in his hand, Feng Yuqing straightened himself up and said seriously, "Let's go, it's time to find other people. I hope they are not dead. After all, when a strange and evil creature appears, there must be some strange beasts accompanying it, and none of them are weak." Luo Jie was walking in the woods, looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, the shadow moved and deviated in a certain direction. Raising his eyebrows, Luo Jie followed the direction the shadow turned. After a while, he lifted the grass in front of him, and saw a swaying flower not far away. It was a snow-white flower, emitting a bright glow under the moonlight. It looked beautiful and attractive. It seems like a fatal temptation. This is... Chapter 38, Snakes, Flowers and... Luo Jia looked at the flower, a little dazed, as if he was attracted by the flower. The flowers swayed gently, and the silvery pollen was shaken off and drifted towards Luo Jia with the wind. A strange fragrance suddenly spread. The aroma was tempting and hallucinogenic. It seems that you can see a silver-haired woman in the moonlight, draped in a veil, dancing gracefully, her graceful figure looming in the moonlight, and her seductive eyes seemed to arouse people's desire. Luo Jia seemed stunned. His expression was a little dazed, and the next second, he reached out, took out a mobile phone, and started taking pictures. This flower is a new variety. It looks pretty. I think I can get a lot of money if I sell it to a botanist. After taking a few photos, Luo Jia put away his phone, looking alert. Haha, he didn't see any white-haired beauty dancing at all. Not to mention that it was very strange that a flower was glowing in the middle of the night, not to mention that his shadow was yelling frantically, "Oh no, it's dangerous." The thing that Shadow said was dangerous must be some huge and powerful creature. Shadow, I really want to do this. Degree. Luo Jia, if you can beat them, we'll eat them. The black long knife moved the grass. Luo Jia stared at the snow-white flower vigilantly, and two shadows stretched out and probed towards the flower. Two shadows approached the snow-white flowers little by little. The flowers were still swaying without any abnormality. Suddenly, something strange happened. A white shadow slapped towards the shadow, so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Jia was startled and quickly pulled back the shadow, allowing the shadow to barely avoid the attack. Then there was a loud bang, and countless dust rolled up, submerging Luo Jia. Luo Jia's heart tightened, and he took a few steps back and jumped out of the smoke. What hit you? Luo Jia was confused for 2 seconds, but then he saw dozens of black lines in the grass attacking him from different angles. The speed is so fast that it is difficult to keep up. Fortunately, the shadow was faster. When dozens of black lines were about to hit Luo Jia, the shadow wrapped around Luo Jia's legs and made him jump backwards, trying to avoid the dozens of black lines. Unexpectedly, these dozens of black lines also bounced on the ground, then jumped up and attacked Luo Jia, who was still in the air. Although he was surprised that the black lines reacted so quickly, Luo Jia also used this jump to see clearly what the black lines hidden in the grass were. That's a group of snakes. It is completely black, and glows dark purple under the moonlight. There were 2 ferocious fangs in the open mouth, and a faint black gas spewed out from their mouths. Some grass leaves were touched by the black air and withered instantly. Fuck, you actually used poison, you have no moral principles. Luo Jia continued to retreat quickly, grabbing the long sword with one hand and slapping the sword hard. The long sword softened and shrank instantly, condensed into a ball in his hand, and then suddenly expanded. The black gas spewed out by the black snakes was instantly bounced off by the shadow barrier, and dozens of black snakes also crashed into the shadow barrier. Luo Jia slid a few steps after landing, looked at the black snakes fiercely, and shouted softly, "Entangle!" Suddenly, a large number of black lines appeared on the shadow barrier, tightly wrapping the black snakes. The next moment, the black barrier turned inward, wrapping the black snakes tightly inside like dumplings, and then sank into Luo Jia's shadow with the black snakes. This change happened in just a flash, and the smoke and dust not far away had not even dissipated completely. Luo Jia pulled out another knife from the shadow and looked vigilantly at the smoke that was gradually dispersing not far away. He wanted to see what the white shadow that hit his shadow before was. Most likely, it's a snake. Not necessarily. Although when a strange beast appears, there are usually a large number of strange beasts following nearby, they may not necessarily be a group. There may even be a relative group staying near the strange beast together. Feng Yuqing was holding onto the short tree in front of him, while imparting knowledge to the students behind him. Well, during this period of searching, he and several team members found several members of the hunting team and 7 or 8 students. A few members of the hunting team were lucky enough to realize that they were in an illusion in time, and were not too embarrassed. However, the students were a little exhausted. Some of them hugged trees and rubbed against them, some lay on the ground and did push-ups. Even more bizarre was that two boys hugged each other and did a quantum collision experiment. Feng Yuqing was shocked at the time. He could only say that he was indeed a young man, full of energy. However, this would probably leave him with a psychological trauma in the future. They were lucky as there were no strange beasts passing by, otherwise when Feng Yuqing and his companions arrived at the scene, they would only see some corpses. In fact, Feng Yuqing and his team had already seen the bodies of many students. I thought the mission was foolproof, but now it seems that there is a big problem. Feng Yuqing sighed inwardly and continued to explore the way ahead. A student suddenly asked, "Teacher Feng, if we just kill the strange villain, can we escape?" Hearing this, Feng Yuqing sighed. "It's not that simple. The strange beast cannot be killed easily. In most cases, we can only seal it up. Unfortunately, we didn't bring the tools to seal up the strange beast on this mission." What should we do? If we can't seal off the strange evil, won't we be trapped here to death?" A student asked anxiously, tears welling up in his eyes. Feng Yuqing looked back. "Grass, a kind of plant, this is a man?" Rolling his eyes, Feng Yuqing said helplessly, "Just fight our way out. Qi Xiong's power has a coverage area, and Qi Xiong usually won't move easily. As long as we escape from this coverage area, we'll be fine." After saying that, he didn't say anything more. Concentrate on finding teammates, and don't want to look at that tearful thing. Luo Jia lowered his head and saw a ball of white mucus. The moment the mucus fell to the ground, a big hole was immediately eroded on the ground. Luo Jia glanced at it, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. If this hit him, he would probably be pierced through easily. Looking at the strange beast coiled around the snow-white flowers not far away, Luo Jia became more alert, but a question arose in his mind. Is this a fucking slug? The strange beast opposite was about 3 meters long, and its waist was twice thicker than his entire body. Mucus dripped from its body around the snow-white flowers from time to time, but it quickly disappeared, as if the flowers absorbed it. Looking at the big slug, Luo Jia's face almost wrinkled into a ball. So disgusting. Forcing himself to suppress the nausea in his heart, Luo Jia let the shadow wrap around his legs. He exerted force on his feet and rushed towards the large slug like a bullet. The black sword in his hand turned into a black curtain and slashed towards the slug's head. The slug naturally would not sit still and wait for death. It sprayed large mouthfuls of mucus at Luo Jia and swung its tail towards Luo Jia. Luo Jia used the power of his shadow to dodge and avoid the flying slime and tail. Fortunately, the slug did not move fast. With gray light flashing in Luo Jia's eyes, he could see the slug's movements clearly. He dodged at a certain distance, gradually approaching the slug while getting familiar with the slug's attack rhythm. Gradually, he became familiar with the slug's attack and his speed increased. Luo Jia saw the opportunity and was about to attack with a knife. At this moment, the slug's attack rhythm suddenly accelerated, white mucus splashed all over the sky, and the angle of its tail's strike became more tricky. Luo Jia's several directions of dodging were blocked, and he was about to be hit by the tail. Strange syllables sounded in the slug's body, as if mocking Luo Jia's arrogance. At the critical moment, Luo Jia's speed suddenly increased, and he quickly approached the slug. He leaped forward, put his body close to the ground, supported himself with his hands, and turned sideways, barely avoiding the attack. Then, Luo Jia swung his knife upward, turned around, and chopped again. Suddenly, the slug's tail broke into 3 sections. The strange syllables uttered by the slug became rapid and sharp, its body trembled violently, and a large amount of black blood spilled out. Luo Jia took 2 steps back to avoid the dirty blood, swung the black long sword in his hand, and rushed forward again. This time, the long sword was aimed at the slug's head. However, at this moment, the change happened again. Chapter 39: The Surge of Desire. Luo Jia is actually very vigilant. During the battle, while he was looking for opportunities to attack, he was thinking about a question: where did such a huge monster slug come from? There was clearly nothing near the flower before, but as soon as the shadow approached the snow-white flower, the slug jumped out immediately. It feels like being able to become invisible. Well, Luo Jia suspected that this slug could become invisible, the kind of powerful invisibility that even if he covered his eyes with a shadow, he wouldn't be able to detect it. So Luo Jia has always been wary of the slug's sudden invisibility. But he never expected that before the slug became invisible, he felt an inexplicable impact instead. The impact was obscure and difficult to understand, and it directly hit his brain, causing Luo Zhe to be dazed for a moment, and causing his swift movements to pause for a moment. The slug made a strange sound and swept its broken tail towards Luo Jie. When Luo Jie came to his senses, he was still in the air and couldn't dodge in time, so he immediately wrapped his whole body with shadow as a defense. The next moment, Luo Jie was knocked flying and fell to the ground, rolling several times. Fortunately, shadow took most of the damage, otherwise Luo Jie felt that he would be seriously injured. But even so, Luo Jie still felt pain in his chest and felt like he couldn't breathe. What the hell, I'm going to tear you into pieces. My last name is not Luo. Shadow / almost got it. Luo Jie, don't be impatient, kid, kill it right away. In the distance, the slug kept making strange syllables, and many tumors suddenly appeared on its tail, blocking the wound. Luo Jie stared at the slug with empty eyes, wondering what was going on with that impact just now. Could it be that in addition to being invisible, this strange beast could also launch mental shock waves or something like that? Thinking of this, Luo Jie became even more alert. Taking a deep breath, Luo Jie adjusted his breathing, and then the shadow wrapped around Luo Jie's limbs. Once again, Luo Jie launched a charge. But the slug's tail shook, and suddenly black scales spread all over its white body, and then it disappeared into the night. Second stage transformation? You really think you are the dungeon boss? Luo Jie complained, and he understood in his heart that the slug's invisibility should be related to its scales. His mind raced, but Luo Jie's steps did not stop. Instead, they moved even faster, aiming directly at the snow-white flower. The long sword points with a sharp blade. Just as Luo Jie approached the snow-white flowers, a black shadow suddenly smashed over. However, Luo Jie was well prepared. With the blessing of the shadow, the strength of his arm was increased to the extreme. The black knife in his hand suddenly accelerated and collided with the attacking black shadow. Clang! A dull thumping sound echoed. Luo Jie forcibly blocked the attack of the black shadow and also saw clearly what the black shadow was. A big black snake. Luo Jie was shocked. How come the species changed? From slug to snake, that's a big change for you? The big snake suddenly opened its mouth, and its thick and long fangs bit towards him with a sweet smell. Luo Jie retreated quickly and took the opportunity to cut a hole in the black snake's mouth with his long knife. The black snake felt the pain and became even more ferocious. It swam towards Luo Jie, and its biting attacks became more fierce. The smoke and dust raised between the attacks looked quite intimidating. Luo Jie responded calmly, the gray light in his eyes spinning rapidly as he watched the giant snake's every move. He dodged its attacks while chopping its scales with his long sword. However, the scales were very hard, and every blow he made could only leave a shallow wound, without even a few drops of blood. Luo Jie was not in a hurry. He continued to cut with his sword, while counting silently in his heart. 21, 22, 23. At this moment, the obscure mental shock wave came again, and was about to hold Luo Jie back for a moment. At the same time, the black snake seized the opportunity and bit Luo Jie's head. However, Luo Jie shouted, "I'm just waiting for you to open your mouth." Then, he shot the black knife in his hand into the mouth of the black snake. The black knife suddenly became bigger, and got stuck directly in the mouth of the snake. Luo Jie rolled over to avoid the black snake's big head, then snapped his fingers, and saw that dozens of tiny wounds on the black snake's body actually gave rise to thin black lines. At the same time, Luo Jie's shadow suddenly expanded, and dozens of black hands stretched out, connected to the thin lines, and violently poured into the wounds. The big snake struggled violently, but pairs of black hands stretched out from the shadows and tightly bound its body, making it unable to move. Luo Jie looked at the black snake, and wave after wave of mental shock waves came at him, but Luo Jie remained motionless. He just sneered and said, "Don't you know that the same move can only be used once against a saint? Shadow, _" Luo Jie, eat your meal. The shadow accelerated, pouring in from dozens of wounds while transforming into countless lines to quickly cut the black snake's scales. Luogia kept pulling out a long knife from the shadow and stabbing it into the big snake's open mouth. After the mouth was full, he ran to the snake's tail and stabbed the snake's tail covered with tumors. This knife stabbing, my heart is inexplicably satisfied. Shadow caused huge damage to the black snake inside, while Luogia was doing some useless things outside. The black snake's struggle became weaker and weaker, and finally, its head fell to the ground and remained motionless. Luogia let the shadow continue to tightly wrap around the black snake, but he turned around and walked towards the snow-white flower. This strange beast snake has been guarding this snow-white flower and not letting him get close. In the novels about cultivating immortals, it would be a natural treasure guarded by a strange beast. Should we study it carefully? Thinking of this, Luogia stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the snow-white flowers, after wrapping his hands with shadows. Suddenly, Luogia felt several mental shocks again. He looked back in surprise, thinking that the black snake was not dead, but he found that Shadow Cub had eaten half of its tail. The big snake is dead, so where does this shockwave come from? At this moment, Luogia felt a chill brushing across the back of his neck, and subconsciously, he jumped back to escape from the chill feeling. Turning his gaze back, Luogia saw the source of the cold feeling. On the snow-white flowers, a graceful woman wearing moon-white gauze stood in the air, staring at Luogia with a pair of seductive eyes. As the moonlight shone down, the woman's voluptuous figure was faintly visible under the gauze. An ordinary person would probably be distracted when seeing such a scene, but Luogia didn't have that thought at all. He just looked at the woman's face in shock. My goodness, except for the eyes, the other facial features are not in the right place. Don't look at the face, it's a picture of beauty. One look at the face and the injustice is cleared. Besides, sister, don't you think your method of seducing people is too low level? At least give yourself some cat ears. In short, Luogia had a lot of complaints in his mind. But the woman in gauze had already rushed towards him, with anger flashing in her seductive eyes. Faintly, Luogia heard a sharp roar. I just don't believe that I can't arouse the desire in your heart. The next moment, a powerful mental force hit Luogia's head. The invisible impact force knocked Luogia backwards, and then he fell to the ground with a bang, motionless. The alien Luogia didn't move. Grass, a kind of plant, why do I feel like I have achieved something? 2 seconds later, Luogia sat up and scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Shadow, Baji, D, good one. Luogia. Desire. Some people avoid these two words, and some indulge themselves. But it is undeniable that most people restrain their desires with various dogmas and laws, and only vent their desires within the legal scope, whether the desire is lust or other. After all, those beyond this range have entered. They are strange and fierce, and are best at stirring people's hearts and making them sink into desire, which in turn produces the most delicious nutrients for them. The girl born from this snow-white flower is Jixiong, so let's give her a very artistic name, the Girl of Flowers. Flower Girl. The Flower Girl is depressing in every sense of the word. In this woods, she aroused the desires of many people, and made some people sink into desires and lose their lives. However, first a group of people saw through the illusion, making it difficult for her to invade. Later, some people broke free from the illusion and became more vigilant, making it even more difficult for her to invade. Just then, a lunatic ran to where she was living, rushing towards her with a knife brandished. Although there is a big snake protecting her, the snake is stupid and the flower girl doesn't trust it. Compared to seducing other people in the forest, her own life is definitely more important. So the flower girl took back her scattered power and wanted to focus on dealing with that psychopath. Then, the flower girl felt even worse. Her power had little effect on this psychopath. Apart from making him lose consciousness for a moment the first time, it had no effect at all afterwards. How could the flower girl bear this? She is a monster that is superior to all the strange beasts and can play with people's desires. So, she transformed herself and attacked the mental realm of this psychopath with all her might, determined to sink him into the sea of desire for eternity. Looks reckless. But the flower lady has her own plans. This lunatic is obviously much stronger than that stupid big snake. As long as she can control this lunatic and keep him by her side, she can deal with other people in the forest more calmly. No matter whether it is lust, sexual desire, desire to kill, or any other desire, as long as one of them is aroused, she wins. With this plan, the flower girl came to the mental realm where she successfully invaded a psychopath. Then she saw a gray purple sky, a black mountain towering into the clouds, a headless body of a young boy, and an extremely huge figure sitting high in the sky. What is this? The flower lady was horrified. She had never seen anyone's spiritual realm look like this. In horror, the flower girl suddenly heard a voice. Zayawawa, do you want to play with me? The flower girl turned her head suddenly and saw that the headless corpse stood up, holding an exaggerated sword in one hand and a bundle of black chains in the other. There was an extremely bloated head floating above the corpse, looking at her with a smile. Want to play with me? The cold breath swept across the flower girl's body, making her feel a piercing pain. Fear. Unexplained fear. The flower girl turned around and tried to escape, but a wooden frame fell from the sky, blocking her way. Before she could turn around, she saw several ropes suddenly grow from the wooden frame and tied her tightly to it. The flower girl struggled violently, using all her strength, but to no avail. The big head laughed wildly, and his body was already standing next to the wooden frame with a big sword in his hand. Then, 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The great sword stabbed the flower girl's body steadily and regularly, and a shrill and desperate wail sounded in the space. But no one cares. Chapter 40 Luogia? HU. If you sneeze, you must be quarantined immediately. Hey, that's not what the original song says. Luogia sniffed, but the 2 daggers in his hands did not stop. He was cutting. The big snake was already dead. Shadow Cub said the skin was too hard and he didn't want to eat it, so Luogia came to process the snake's skin. Luogia, collecting materials. I don't know if I can make a snake skin coat out of such a large piece of snake skin. I wonder if I can exchange it for money if I hand it over. Luogia thought. At this moment, Luogia really hoped that Teacher Feng was present and could help him answer the questions. After spending some time peeling off the snake skin, Luogia put the skin away and let Shadow eat happily while he returned to the snow-white flower. Before that record of clearing wrongs, no, it was the woman in gauze, who said that she was going to break into his mind. Luogia did feel the impact of a force at that time, but it only knocked him out for 2 seconds. In these 2 seconds, if the big snake was still alive, or if there were other strange beasts in this place, he would probably be doomed. Shadow, knocked out face? Baji. Well, that shouldn't happen. Shadow Kid will take him away. Moreover, this possibility is no longer possible now. Then why did she knock me out for 2 seconds? Was it for fun? Luogia was a little confused. Could it be that it has some effect on my mind, but I just can't feel it? Thinking of this, Luogia took off the black watch hanging on his backpack and checked his mental state. After getting a series of normal results, he felt slightly relieved. It doesn't affect my spirit, is it just to scare me? You're trying to scare me by making such a big scene? That's unreasonable. Feeling a little confused, Luogia's gaze returned to the snow-white flowers. At this time, the bright white light on the flower had become a little dim, and the whole flower looked a little withered, probably affected by the woman in gauze. Luogia stared at the flower for a long time, and suddenly said to Ingzizi, Kid, look at this flower, do you want to eat it? The shadow came over and looked at the snow-white flowers. Shadow. Luogia, what do you want to say? Just say it. Shadow, Hatue. Shadow walked away again and continued to eat the big snake meal. Feeling very arrogant? Luogia was speechless for a second, then he grabbed the flower and twisted its roots off. He put it to his nose and sniffed it, a stench rushed straight to his head, and he threw the flower aside with some disgust. Luogia covered his mouth and retched. This is the golden exterior with rotten cotton inside, so disgusting. With a gloomy face, Luogia found a place to sit down. He watched Shadow eat while thinking about the battle with the giant snake just now. Undoubtedly, the snake is very strong. If Shadow had not swallowed a group of weak monsters before, which slightly strengthened his body, and if Shadow had not blessed his body, making his reaction speed faster and his strength stronger, otherwise, Luo Jia might not be able to kill this monster snake. Even so, he was almost hit by the thick and long fangs several times when he was maneuvering with the big snake. Of course, if he were to directly put on the black robe, he should be able to kill the big snake. But he wasn't sure how many days he would be dizzy. However, although it was dangerous, there were also gains. Shadow got the big snake rice and ate it very happily. Warm power kept pouring into him from the soles of his feet, washing over his whole body, and he felt very good. Once he completely digests these powers, he should be much stronger. Another 10 minutes passed. The shadow finally finished eating the big snake, and even the white bones inside were gnawed into yellow. The shadow jumped back to Luo Jia, turned around, and returned to normal. Luo Jia put on his bag, looked around, aimed at a certain direction, and started moving forward. Half an hour later, a group of people stood in front of the skeleton of the giant snake, silent. Feng Yuqing wore a glove and rubbed the snake bone for a while. It was eaten very cleanly. There is not even a trace of the strange beast smell left. Boss, who did this? Someone swallowed, a look of disbelief on his face. Feng Yuqing shook his head. I don't know. Could it be an internal conflict among the strange beasts? Someone looked at a patch of ruined grass and came up with a hypothesis. It's very likely. Judging from the range of the battle, the other beast is probably quite large. Feng Yuqing looked at the snake bones without any burrs and couldn't help but hiss. If this was really done by a strange beast, then this beast must have been starving. Everyone looked at the smooth snake bones and thought that the snake must have gone mad with hunger, otherwise it would not have eaten it so carefully. Then this strange beast, maybe it's not full yet? Suddenly, someone whispered. Hearing this, a group of people turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke in silence. Feng Yuqing. All right, don't think too much, hurry up and go, and meet up with the others as soon as possible. Also, everyone, be alert, be careful of the monsters in the forest attacking. A group of people walked into the woods carefully. The night wind blew, and a rustling sound was heard between the leaves, adding a sense of tranquility to the entire forest, making it feel even more eerie. Suddenly, someone screamed. Everyone's scalp tensed, and they turned to look at the source of the scream. But a boy twisted his leg and pointed tremblingly at a place not far away, saying in a trembling voice, There is a mummy! As soon as he finished speaking, several members of the hunting team moved, surrounded a group of students, turned their backs to the students, and looked around vigilantly. Feng Yuqing walked to the corpse and examined it carefully. Judging from his clothes alone, he should be a student participating in a youth hunting team. The body is very dry and a piece of residue can be pressed down with a little pressure. It is obvious that all the water in the body has been squeezed out. But besides his own footprints, there were no traces of other strange beasts. And the footprints extended deep into the forest. Feng Yuqing narrowed his eyes, looked into the depths of the forest, and then turned and left. We can't go this way. Let's go back the way we came and take another road, Feng Yuqing said quickly, leading the way. Are you kidding? He would never do such a thing as rushing forward knowing there is danger ahead. The others followed his instructions and turned around to walk back. However, after they all passed through a bush, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. Green grass, green trees, and a clear pond. There is no big snake bone. Feng Yuqing's face changed, he took a sip of wine, and said softly, When you are surrounded by mountains and rivers, you may think there is no way out, but when you turn around, you will find another village. A clear sword energy rushed out, and Feng Yuqing turned around and left with everyone again. However, after a quick walk, the scene before my eyes is still. Green grass, green trees, and a clear pond. Feng Yuqing stood still in front, his expression gradually becoming more ugly, and he said in a deep voice, Pay attention, our sense of direction has been disturbed, be alert, and don't act rashly. He looked at the clear pond in the distance warily, waiting for the next changes. At this time, Luo, a rather large and strange beast, was running wildly in the woods. The power surging from the soles of his feet made him feel energetic. He was so energetic that he couldn't help running in the woods. Of course, he didn't just run blindly. While running, he observed the surroundings to see if there was any sign of other people. I don't know what happened to Lao Tang and Luo Luo. Thinking of this, Luo Jia's heart tightened a little and he sped up a little. Shadow, right. Luo Jia's heart skipped a beat and his body moved, turning to the right. Rustle. The leaves brushed against his clothes, and Luo Jia landed on an open space, and then saw this scene. Tang Gan had a dejected look on his face, sitting there cross-legged in a daze. Beside him lay a pile of charred corpses, all of which were those of strange beasts. 10 meters away, Luo Iluo was pinching the neck of a strange beast and punched it in the heart. Immediately, a large amount of blood splattered all over the ground. Then, she casually threw the strange beast with the broken chest away. Luo Jia? Well, it seems I worried for nothing. At this moment, he saw Tang Gan and Luo Iluo looking at him at the same time. Tang Gan sighed, and Luo Iluo shouted angrily. Again? A dazzling thunder rose from Tang Gan's body. Luo Iluo slowly clenched his fist. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards him together. Luo Jia? 3 minutes later. Tang Gan and Luo Iluo knelt on the ground, bowed sincerely, and said in unison, Sorry, we were wrong. Luo Jia touched his curled hair, then touched his dark blue eyes, looked at the two of them, and said angrily, If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? Tang Gan licked his lips, lowered his head and said, The police shouldn't take care of this. I don't care whether he cares about this or not. I just want to know what the two of you saw in the illusion. Why did you attack me when you saw me? Luo Jia was mad. I went to great lengths to find you, but in the end, this happened. I'm so heartbroken. Okay. Luo Iluo said cautiously. Is there a possibility that you might be more heartbroken if you knew the reason? Luo Jia fell silent for a while. After a while, he touched his face and said in a deep voice. Okay, let's change the question. How many times have you two killed me? Tang Gan. 17 times. Luo Iluo. I did it 26 times. Tang Gan glanced at Luo Iluo and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Luo Jia looked at two piles of corpses not far away, 17 on one side and 26 on the other. He fell silent again. Chapter 41 Someone is dancing. It was impossible for Luo Jia to keep Tang Gan and Luo Iluo kneeling, so he asked them to move aside. He fell silent again, wondering if he had done anything to let them down. It seems not. At this time, Luo Jia let the shadow cover the eyes of the two people. There was no influence of the illusion in front of them. Naturally, they could see the scene of the corpses clearly. Then Luo Jia heard a certain lady exclaim, How bloody, how cruel! Luo Jia, really not? After resting for a while, Luo Jia looked at the two and asked, How are you? Are you feeling better? Luo Iluo. Much better. Tang Gan. Not bad. In fact, when Luo Jia came here, he found that the two were in very bad condition. According to them, they had been using their abilities to kill Luo Jia, which consumed a lot of their mental energy. In addition, they had to be alert to other changes in the illusion, so they were always in a tense state. They could not relax until he, the real Luo Jia, appeared. Luo Jia glanced at Tang Gan and asked, Aren't you hungry? Tang Gan. He looked back at the scorched and smelly corpse of the strange beast in the distance, and said expressionlessly, I don't eat strange beast meat. What are you thinking about? Luo Jia rolled his eyes and took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his school bag. Here. Compressed biscuits, this needs to be mixed with water. A bottle of water was handed over. But now I want to pull. A packet of paper was handed over. Actually, I want to eat some shui ling. An apple was thrown over. Tang Gan looked at Luo Jia in shock. Doraemon? Is that you, Doraemon? Go to hell. Luo Jia snatched the apple and handed it to Luo Iluo, then looked at Tang Gan and said unhappily, If I were Doraemon, couldn't I just use a portal to go to Yanjing? Why would I take a plane? Tang Gan took a bite of the compressed biscuit and said seriously, That's fine, but the prerequisite is that you have been to Yanjing and know where we should land. Otherwise, the place we appear may be a women's restroom. Why don't you just ask Teacher Feng to open the door? Then you need a searching stick, otherwise you won't be able to find Teacher Feng. Fuck, this place is so broken, I really want to blow it up with a world destroyer bomb. Then we're done. Luo Iluo sat aside quietly eating an apple, not understanding why the topic suddenly turned to a comic book. She just thought the apple was delicious and a little sweet. After Luo Luo finished eating the apple and Tang Gon finished eating the compressed biscuits, Luo Jia stopped discussing with Tang Gon about a certain elementary school student comic about the god of death, and said seriously, "Okay, now that we have eaten and drunk enough, it's time for us to set off." "Where are you going?" Tang Gon wiped his mouth, and his depressed face looked a little more energetic. Luo Jia stood up, looked around, and sighed. "Although we don't have a walking stick, we still have to go find Teacher Feng. After all, they have a lot of experience, and if we're alone for too long, it's easy to get into trouble." As he spoke, Luo Jia was mumbling to Shadow in his heart for a while. Luo Luo dusted himself off and said, "Then our current mission is to join the main force. Which way should we go?" Luo Jia and Tang Gon looked at each other and said in unison, "I will choose whoever the little rooster points to." "There. This way. That's where I came from." Luo Jia rolled his eyes and led the way, but he didn't walk fast. After all, Tang Gon and the others were still quite exhausted and needed to be taken care of. Luo Jia thought so. Tang Gon glanced at Luo Luo, shrugged, and followed him. Luo Luo chuckled and followed. The three of them walked slowly, and inexplicably felt a sense of comfort in this dangerous forest. "By the way, what else do you have in your bag?" "Identity card, bank card, mobile phone charger, spare mobile phone, spare clothes, spare shoes, spare socks, and some food, that's it." "Elegant, so elegant. You really have to play this joke, right? $3? Ah? Nothing." When they came into the woods with a lot of noise, the three of them fell silent, instantly becoming alert and paying careful attention to the changes around them. But what Tang Gon and Luo Luo didn't know was that the moment they entered the forest, a black line spread and stretched along the ground, heading straight for the pile of strange beast corpses. "Shadow, Baji, Baji, it falls so quickly, upright arrow." Well, if Tang Gon and Luo Luo turned around at this moment and saw a pile of bones, they would probably be horrified. A horror movie. Luo Jia walked slowly while waiting for Anxai to send him a message. After knowing that Anxai had finished eating, Luo Jia felt certain and quickened his pace. Luo Luo glanced at Luo Jia with some doubt, and felt that the other party seemed to be happier. As Tang Gon walked, he whispered to Luo Jia, "Lao Luo, when you came here, did you encounter any danger on the road?" "It's dangerous." Luo Jia thought for a while and told Tang Gon and Luo Luo about the black snake and the snow-white flower. After he finished speaking, he saw Tang Gon and Luo Luo looking at him strangely. Luo Jia was surprised and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Tang Gon touched his chin, with an expression of serious thought. "According to your description, the record of clearing wrongs." "The woman in gauze," Luo Jia corrected. "Oh, that record of clearing wrongs might be a strange villain. Did you deal with the strange villain?" "Not necessarily. She bumped into me and disappeared. Who knows if she escaped?" "Yeah, that makes sense." Luo Luo was listening nearby and suddenly asked, "That strange beast has a good figure?" "Yes, it will kill the entertainment industry in seconds." Luo Jia nodded honestly. Tang Gon covered his face, Luo Luo was silent, and Luo Jia looked innocent and continued to lead the way. Although he was chatting with the two of them, Luo Jia did not relax his vigilance at all. He directly spread out the shadow and used the shadow to detect the movements around him. Whenever there was anything abnormal, the shadow would take the lead to move, giving them time to react. As he was walking, Luo Jia suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. That direction was also the direction the shadow guided him in. "Shadow, over there, there's a big guy." Luo Jia raised his eyebrows. "Can you handle it?" "Shadow can? Omega?" "Luo Jia, damn it." Luo Jia turned around, glanced at Tang Gon and Luo Luo and said, "Can you two still fight? There may be danger ahead. We have to go up whether we can or not. This is a dangerous place." Tang Gon rubbed his shoulders and said sadly. Luo Luo shook his hair and said coldly, "I can do 10 now." Luo Jia was surprised. Recovering so quickly? Maybe he was angry. "Ah? Nothing." Luo Jia scratched his head, took the lead and walked towards the direction indicated by the shadow, and Tang Gon and the other two followed. As they walked forward, the trees around them grew taller and taller, and the surroundings became quieter and quieter. Luo Jie slowed down his pace and looked around vigilantly, fearing that any sudden changes would occur. After wasting 10 minutes like this, the three of them passed through a bush, and the air suddenly cleared. In front of me is a large open space. In the center of the open space stands a big tree, about 10 meters high. Although the trunk is not thick, the open crown covers half of the sky, which looks quite amazing. Of course, if that were all, it would only be amazing. What is truly horrifying is that there are nearly 40 people standing under the tree, from the elderly to students, from the recently deceased to skeletons. They just stood there, facing Luo Jie and the other two, then bowed together and started dancing. There were classical dances, modern dances, tap dances, waltzes, and Luo Jie even saw someone slam his head into the ground, turn himself upside down, and dance an earth ballet. These 40 people were like the best dancers in the world, performing various dances to the three people. Intense and indulgent. Weird and confusing. The 40 people moved in a strange rhythm, charging towards Luo Jie and the other two, giving them an inexplicable impulse. I really want to dance with them. Luo Jie rubbed his brows, and a shadow suddenly popped out from under him, entangled Tang Gon and Luo Yiluo's hands and feet, and said, "They are performing a dance, why are you two meddling in it? Sit down and watch the performance." As he spoke, Luo Jie sat down first, and even had time to take out a bag of potato chips from his backpack and start eating. Tang Gon and Luo Yiluo also sat down, with fear on their faces. Just now, if Luo Jie hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed that their hands and feet had already started dancing, as if they were not their own. Luo Yiluo looked at Luo Jie with some concern. "Can you handle it? Should we run?" While eating potato chips, Luo Jie whispered back, "Why are we running? We have to run. Do you want to eat some potato chips?" Luo Yiluo looked at the potato chips, hesitated, and took one. Tang Gon looked at the thin line wrapped around his hand and asked curiously, "I forgot to ask you last time, Lao Luo, what is your ability?" "Controlling shadows is quite versatile." Luo Jie came back, but he was blaming anxiety in his heart. "You said you can handle it, but it's such a big situation, are you sure you can handle it?" "Shadow, confirm. Oh, if I use all my strength." "Luo Jie, use your full strength next time. Remember to tell me." "Shadow, okay." While he was communicating with the shadow, the 40 dancers danced more vigorously. His limbs seemed to be broken, his waist and hips seemed to be cracked, and his head seemed to be twisted 360 degrees. In a trance, Luo Jie seemed to hear grand and majestic music playing, offering a lofty hymn to the group of dancers. The music became more and more passionate, the dancers' movements became more and more fanatical, and Luo Jie's shadow covering Tang Gon and Luo Yiluo's heads became thicker and thicker. Finally, the music reached its climax and the dancers began their gorgeous finale. The music stops, the dancers stop. With a few bangs, the limbs of 40 dancers flew everywhere, just like fireworks exploding in the sky at the end of a grand evening party. When the bodies fell to the ground one after another, Luo Jie stood up and took a look. The corpses actually fell into a grinning expression. Luo Jie clapped his hands, exclaiming that it was wonderful and exciting, and then changed the subject. "Since the dance is over, we won't disturb you anymore. Are we leaving first?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jie felt the trees behind him move slightly, blocking the way forward. "Then there's nothing to talk about. Let's fight. It's a good thing I don't plan to run away." As soon as he finished speaking, a black knife popped out from the shadow. Holding the knife, Luo Jie grinned. The murderous intent surges. Chapter 42, Lizard, Tree and Three People. Luo Jie was filled with murderous intent and a strong desire to fight. Tang Gon complained expressionlessly. "If your remarks were put into a novel, you might become the protagonist, but this is not a novel." Luo Yiluo stood up and added, "Besides, in some novels, the protagonist may also be the villain. In that case, your remarks are like sticking a flag in your head. You will definitely die." Well, she can participate in this topic. She doesn't read many comics, but she reads a lot of novels. The two of them were talking to each other. For some reason, Luo Jie felt that his momentum had weakened. Luo Jie held the knife and said dryly, I didn't say that you can't fight. Why are you squeezing me? Can you two do it? Tangon grabbed with both hands, purple lightning flashing and circling between his palms. I'm too lazy to respond to your joke. Luo twisted his neck, and a stream of light yellow air rose from his body. Don't worry, I'm fine even if you die of exhaustion. Luo Jie grinned and shouted. 3, 2, 1, team up! While counting 321, Luo Jie had already rushed out. Tangon hurriedly followed him and wanted to curse him at that moment. You rushed out while counting 321. Do you have any morals? You have to count down before the team fight. Are you stupid? Shadows entangled his limbs, and Luo Jie yelled. Don't be 100 meters away from me, or I can't help you. After saying that, he suddenly accelerated and broke away from the three-person charging team. Tangon was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a strong gust of wind coming and hitting him in the face. Tangon dodged to the side and barely avoided the strong wind. The lightning in his palm shot out and quickly spread in front of him. With the spread of the lightning, he could see clearly what was attacking him. A nearly 4-meter-tall, translucent lizard? Just as he was wondering, Luo Ilo's urgent voice sounded. It's a corpse lizard. Its body is translucent and it uses corpses as outer armor. Stop it quickly. Before she finished her words, she saw the translucent lizard suddenly leap back and retreat to the scattered corpses. It rolled its long tongue and swallowed most of the corpses on the ground. Then, there was a clacking sound of bones rubbing against each other. The surface of the big lizard's body suddenly opened up, revealing bulges and pieces of abnormally colored corpses. The corpse lizard is officially formed. Luo Ilo. Pinch it. Just then, Luo Jie's voice came. I'll leave the big lizard to you. I'm going to go find the big boss. Luo Ilo gritted her teeth and turned to help Tangon. A light yellow aura flowed through her body, and a layer of light yellow lines covered her body surface. Ability? God of War. Luo Ilo's speed suddenly increased, even faster than Luo Jie's. He quickly approached the giant corpse lizard, clenched his right fist, and punched out fiercely. Bang! With a dull thud, the corpse lizard's right leg joint was hit, and its huge body staggered suddenly. The corpse lizard was angry and turned around to spit out its tongue full of barbs at Luo Ilo. Luo Ilo quickly dodged. At this moment, Tangon's thunder came, and the exploding thunder insidiously followed the corpse lizard's tongue into its mouth. I'll give you the sneak attack you just now! As Tangon spoke, a sneer appeared on his sad face. Then he saw that the corpse lizard's tongue was broken. Broken? Tangon was stunned for a second, and then he saw the corpse lizard opened its mouth, with 6 tongues spinning in its mouth, as if mocking him. You little brat, I have 6 more tongues like this. Grass? Tangon only cursed, but his body suddenly lowered, and he slid through the belly of the corpse lizard, avoiding the sweep of the lizard's tail. Just as he came out, Luo Ilo fell from the sky and kicked the corpse lizard on its back. A cloud of dust dispersed, and Tangon took the opportunity to hide far away. He waved his hand towards the ground, and several thunders hit the ground, and then, nothing happened. Where's the electromagnetic? The railgun is my mistake. Complaining in his heart, Tangon pulled with both hands, and a thunder spear appeared, which he shot at the corpse lizard. But the corpse lizard ducked down, and the thunder spear that was originally aimed at the soft flesh of the abdomen suddenly hit the outer armor of the corpse. Luo Ilo retreated to Tangon's side, panting slightly. I should have known not to explain it just now. Tangon. Please explain. The two of them were stunned for a moment as they looked at the corpse lizard that was shaking its body but looked unharmed. The other side. Luo Jie was extremely fast, and the black sword in his hand left an afterimage. During this time, corpses and debris kept rushing towards him. The long sword swung casually, and the corpses shattered one by one. Soon, the corpses in the field were cut into pieces and unable to move. It was during this time that Luo Jie discovered the reason why the corpses moved. There were some tiny root-like things attached to the back of the corpse. It is these roots that carry the corpses to attack. Luo Jie's eyes rolled and he stabbed the ground with his long knife. At this moment, the big tree in the center of the clearing suddenly shook, and dozens of corpses fell from the treetops, twisting and turning towards him. The treetops high up above are actually a den of filth and dirt. Why the hell don't you hide in the ground, where you can still get some nutrients? Luo Jie snorted coldly, but did not get entangled with the corpses. He moved around, got out of the encirclement of the corpses, and rushed straight to the big tree in the center. As long as he got close to a big tree, he would immediately put on a black robe and destroy the tree. Just as he was thinking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and a tree root as thick as an arm came towards him. Luo Jie paused and swung his sword. With a swish sound, the tree roots broke. The attack was effective, but Luo Jie did not stop. He turned around and made a large horizontal slash, cutting off all the tree roots that were attacking from behind. Then, the shadow under his feet bounced and directly bounced him up, and he once again avoided the attack of a bunch of tree roots. This time, Luo Jie was too lazy to cut the tree roots. With a wave of his hand, dozens of daggers nailed the tree roots to the ground. At this time, after some dodging and moving around, Luo Jie was only 20 meters away from the central tree. He has already entered the tree canopy. Luo Jie's vigilance became stronger and stronger. The tree roots would come out of the ground to hit him. He didn't believe that there was nothing else in the treetops except corpses. Sure enough, just after Luo Jie ran 2 more steps, countless vines suddenly fell from the tree canopy and stabbed towards him. The number is so large that it is like a rain of arrows falling on the battlefield. Can't cut it. As this thought flashed through his mind, Luo Jie's shadow instantly boiled and enveloped his entire body. The next moment, Luo Jie was wearing a black robe, half of his face was hidden under the hood, and his eyes were flashing with a faint light. The long knife turned, and the vines in front of him broke into pieces. Immediately afterwards, Luo Jie disappeared from the spot and appeared under the tree trunk. Luo Jie took half a step back. With the first strike of the sword, the tree trunk broke into 2, bending and jumping up. With the second slash of the knife, a circle of branches was completely cut off, revealing a black and white dry bone at the top of the tree trunk. Luo Jie's body began to fall. The third time he swung the long knife, it stabbed straight into the forehead of the dried bones. The long sword shot out, cutting through the air, making a whistling sound. At the same time, the black robe on Luo Jie began to dissipate. Not counting the knife that cut the vine, he could only make 3 cuts with all his strength while wearing the black robe. Success or failure depends on this third knife. Luo Jie landed and turned to look at the situation of Tang Gon and Luo Yiluo in the distance. Luo Yiluo was seen holding a beam of purple thunder and thrusting it fiercely into the corpse lizard's head. However, the corpse lizard did not die and began to struggle violently. But Tang Gon flew up and stood on the corpse lizard's head, with a large amount of thunder wrapped around his hand, and thrust it directly into the corpse lizard's head. Suddenly, lightning flashed. The brain area was attacked strongly, the corpse lizard trembled violently, and its originally translucent body began to turn black. It seems, it can be done. As Luo Jie was thinking about it, he heard a crisp sound beside his ear. Luo Jie turned his head and saw that his long sword was held in the hand of the skeleton, and the skeleton's head was looking at him, making a clicking sound, as if mocking him. Fuck, failed. Luo Jie relaxed and fell to the ground, sighing slightly in his heart. The next moment, the black long sword suddenly spread and turned into a ball of pitch-black mucus that wrapped the black and white bones. The black and white bones had no time to react and were instantly swallowed up by the pitch-black mucus, without even a click making a sound. Shadow, let's eat. Omega? Luo Jie, let's eat. The shadow spun rapidly, and warm energy poured into Luo Jie's body, washing over him and restoring him a bit of his energy. Just as the shadow was devouring the black and white skeleton, Luo Jie discovered that the originally lush green trees around him were gradually withering, and in the distance, a shrill roar suddenly arose. Chapter 43 Tang Gon, anything is fine? The charred body of the corpse lizard fell to the ground with a loud bang. Luo Yiluo and Tang Gon jumped down. Their breathing was a little rapid, but there was a clear difference in their conditions. Luo Yiluo was panting with a ruddy complexion and looked very excited, while Tang Gon was supporting his knees with his hands, his face slightly pale, and he looked like he had kidney deficiency. While panting, Tang Gon raised a hand towards Luo Yiluo. At that time, Luo Yiluo was happy. Victory high five! Who high-fived you? Tang Gon took a few deep breaths, then looked at Luo Iloa seriously and asked, "Why were you able to catch my thunder?" Luo Iloa was startled, and looked at his own hands, also a little bewildered. "I don't know, I just felt that I could grab it, so I grabbed it." Tangon opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no words came out. "Others cooperate with A. Let's go together. B. Okay." His cooperation with Luo Iloa is Tangon, let's go together. Luo Iloa, no, give me the thunder, I'll go. But this guy can actually get in, who can I complain to? Thinking of this, Tangon thought of Luo Jia, so he looked in the direction of the tree and saw Luo Jia lying on the ground motionless. Tangon's pupils trembled, a bad premonition came to his mind, he shouted, "Lao Luo," and rushed over immediately. "You're exhausted, but you're not dead, don't shout." "Okay." Tangon stumbled and almost sprained his waist. Tangon walked to the dead Luo Jia with a dark face and asked, "Summarize it, what happened?" Luo Jia said weakly, "I tried my best, but now I don't have the energy anymore." "Then why do you look so comfortable now?" Luo Jia waved his hand and didn't want to talk about this. "Because he is really comfortable now." The energy contained in the black and white bones is beyond Luo Jia's imagination. To give an inappropriate example, the energy provided by the black snake to him is a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, and the energy provided by the black and white bones is a 16-liter bucket of water. Naturally, Luo Jia also had doubts about this. After all, when the real fight started, he didn't feel that the black and white bones were so abnormal, so how could they convert so much energy? In response to this, Shadow Cub explained that part of the power of the black and white bones was dissipated to maintain the forest. Luo Jia understood immediately. No wonder the surrounding trees are starting to wither. Hey, there can't be only one pillar of the family. Shadow, underscore? While thinking about it, Luo Jia asked about the situation of Tangon and Luo Iloa, so Tangon explained it to him. When he heard that Luo Iloa used Tangon's thunder as a weapon, he looked at Luo Iloa in surprise and said, "Not injured?" "No, look." As he spoke, Luo Iloa waved his green and tender white hands in front of Luo Jia's eyes. Luo Jia was shocked at the time. Could this be the insulation claw? Insulating claws? Tushan X Hong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tangon shook his head. All right, I know it's impossible, don't tell me about the setting. Luo Jia moved his head, looked at Luo Iloa and said, "This should be due to Luo's ability. I can find a chance to try and see if I can catch water, wind, fire, etc." Luo Iloa nodded and said, "I'll try it when I have the chance." It would be fun if they could really create an insulating claw. Tangon was speechless. Seeing Luo Jia still lying on the ground motionless, Luo Iloa couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Luo Jia, can you still walk?" In response, Luo Jia said no. "I'm exhausted. I can't do anything for a while." "I can't do anything?" Tangon's expression became serious, and he said solemnly, "In other words, I can do anything to you now." While saying this, his eyes kept hinting at Luo Iloa. Luo Jia. "Although I don't know what you want to do, I can make you regret it for the rest of your life." Luo Iloa. "Exactly, Tangon. Luo Jia is now a seriously injured person. How can you play a trick on him casually? This is not fair." Luo Jia. "That's right." Tangon. The three chatted for a while, and Luo Jia felt that he had recovered some strength, so he let Tangon pull him up and said, "Let's go. There was a scream over there. Let's go and take a look. Let me make it clear first. If we have to fight again later, I'll do it first. Good luck to you too." I know. Some time ago, Feng Yuqing and others were on guard, not knowing whether there would be any sudden changes around them. However, Feng Yuqing never expected that the mutation would occur within his own team. One student suddenly seemed to lose his mind and rushed towards the clear pool. Although he was quickly pulled back, this student's loss of control was like a signal. Many students began to shout frantically, saying they were thirsty, hot, and give me water, and then rushed towards the clear pool. Although Feng Yuqing and other members of the hunting team tried to stop them, the number of students was greater after all, and a few students still ran into the pool and began to drink water in big gulps and tear off their clothes. Then, in full view of everyone, these students turned into mummies and fell into the water with a plop. There was no ripple anymore, and the water in the pool was still clear. Feng Yuqing and others reacted quickly and used some means to keep the students awake, or simply tied them up so that they could not move. Soon, the members of the hunting team saw the clear pond suddenly surging, and a circle of mummies suddenly floated on the surface of the pond. In the center of the mummies, a toad-like thing made of water was making strange gurgling sounds at them. Very fierce! Be careful of the herd of strange beasts nearby! Feng Yuqing shouted, but suddenly a group of monkeys with white bones on their faces jumped out from the surrounding woods, waving various big sticks and hitting them. In addition, a group of small corpse lizards would emerge from the ground from time to time and attack them. The members of the hunting team are experienced and can handle these strange beasts, but now they also have to take care of the students and are somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, these students are actually extraordinary people after all. Except for a few who are not sober or extremely timid, most people begin to use their abilities to fight against the attacks of the strange beasts, which also makes the members of the hunting team feel relieved. The actual output may not be large, but the placebo effect is still there. The water-like toad lay in the middle of the mummy, watching the fight between everyone and the strange beast leisurely, making strange cuckoo sounds from time to time, stirring up a feeling of heat and hunger, and arousing everyone's physical desires. Feng Yuqing held a bottle of webtoon in his mouth and sang and recited poems from time to time. In front of him, all kinds of poetic ideas turned into sword energy and swirled in front of him. Any strange beast that approached him was minced into a pile of minced meat. Suddenly, he soared into the air, and the sword energy in front of him gathered and pointed directly at the water-like toad in the center of the pool. There was a loud bang. The water in the pool exploded, and Feng Yuqing flew back, his expression calm. Don't relax if you didn't succeed. The sword energy dissipated, and a circle of mummies stood up in the pool, protecting the water toad. Although Feng Yuqing's sword energy still injured the toad, its wounds healed quickly. It can be used to treat wounds? No, water is its host, there are other things helping it. After a conversation, Feng Yuqing once again used his sword energy to kill the strange beasts around him, but this time he did not easily step forward to attack the toad. If he didn't find the thing to cure the toad, it would be a waste of effort even if he cut the toad in half. Or, he could use a stronger force to evaporate the water in the pond where the evil toad was living, but the toad was not weak and he couldn't evaporate it at the moment. If he were a commander-level alien, he should be able to do it. The water toad looked at Feng Yuqing with its bulging eyes, and the rhythm of its strange gurgling sounds quickened. Feng Yuqing's body shook, and he felt a strong desire in his body. I want to drink water. I want to drink a sip of the clear water in the pool. Just take a sip and die without regrets. With a cold snort, Feng Yuqing began to recite. No matter how many blows you make, you will still be strong. No matter which direction the wind blows from, you will still be strong. Instantly, a clear sword intent spread, and immediately everyone's desire to drink the pool water was mostly gone. The water toad gurgled twice and was about to take action again, but saw changes happening on the scene. The small corpse lizards that had been attacking everyone suddenly stopped, turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. After a moment, they scattered like birds and beasts and fled in all directions. In addition to them, the bone-faced monkey that was originally jumping between the trees and waving a stick also showed abnormality. Its flexible body suddenly staggered and fell from the tree, and its originally strong body shrank directly. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, the water toad let out a shrill roar, and not only did its body shrink, but even the pool under it shrank. Feng Yuqing's eyes flashed, and he muttered something. The next moment, an ordinary and unremarkable long sword appeared in his hand. Holding a long sword, Feng Yuqing attacked the water toad again. This time, the water toad's reaction was obviously much slower, and the long sword pierced into its mouth. Feng Yuqing let go of the sword and stepped back suddenly, but a team member stretched out a silk thread and pulled him back. The moment he fell back, the sword suddenly exploded. The toad screamed miserably, and its body evaporated rapidly, eventually turning into a ball of white mist and disappearing. It's done! Feng Yuqing fell to the ground at once and let out a long sigh. The others were energized and began to quickly strangle the remaining strange beasts around them. As for the strange beasts, they lost the command of Qi Xiong, and they also had some unknown problems, so a one-sided situation appeared on the field. The smaller human group chased after the strange beast and killed it. The crisis has been resolved. Chapter 44: A Transformation of Immortal Cultivation Theater. Because Luo Jia felt weak all over, Tang Gon helped Luo Jia walk. Also, because Tang Gon had been busy generating energy, he had a bit of kidney deficiency, so not long after they started walking, he and Luo Jia fell to the ground. So the scene became Luo Ilua carrying the two people away by himself. Luo Jia leaned on Luo Ilua and smacked his lips. This scene suddenly reminded me of another trio. What trio? Tang Gon said listlessly. The excitement of killing the large strange beast had passed, and dejection once again occupied the nerves on his face. Hermione and her two useless men. Tang Gon. Luo Ilua. That girl named Hermione has ever thought about throwing away her two useless men. You two should move your feet and don't let me drag you away. Luo Jia and Tang Gon moved their feet awkwardly. That's all. Luo fell down with one and dragged two, and the three of them slowly walked into the woods that were still withering. While walking on the road, Luo Jia suddenly asked a question. Speaking of which, you two should have reached the level of driver, right? How should we practice after that? I feel like I haven't made any progress since I reached the level of driver. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Ilua and Tang Gon looked at him with strange expressions. How to practice? Stop practicing. Luo Jia was full of questions. In the driver stage, accumulating mental power is still useful, but that mental power is scattered, just like some nerves in the body. They are yours, but you can hardly use them. The correct way to practice is to obtain a visualization diagram after entering the driver stage, and use visualization to sharpen the superficial mental power. Only then can we talk about the progress afterwards. After hearing Tang Gon's explanation, Luo Jia was shocked. Visualization diagram? Is this the first stage of cultivation theater? Tang smacked his lips, chuckled, and said, It is said that the earliest group of aliens really extracted the concept of visualization from immortal cultivation novels. Luo Jia. Nothing more to say, what a great cultivator. Luo Ilua carried two people and joined the explanation. The visualization picture can be to visualize mountains, rivers, sun and moon, to visualize ancient and modern great men, to visualize gods and demons, and some people even visualize strange beasts and strange monsters. In short, many things can be used for visualization, but no one knows how many of them are really useful. Currently, the visualization diagrams that can be used are basically collected in the libraries of major alien universities. If you want to advance, when you get to college, just find a visualization chart as soon as possible. Luo Jia nodded in understanding, but his mind couldn't help but recall the huge figure sitting in the sky that he saw in his dream when he was unconscious some time ago. The next moment, a gray-purple light flashed in Luo Jia's eyes. He felt a blur before his eyes, and when he woke up, he found himself on a golden ocean. The golden ocean is rolling and boiling, creating waves, and it looks quite active. Luo Jia could clearly feel that these golden oceans were his spiritual power, a lot of it, but as Tang Gon said, he could only use a small part of it. The rest was like a group of energetic naughty children who didn't listen to him at all. Use the object of visualization to suppress the spiritual sea and sharpen the spiritual power. Luo Jia was muttering to himself, when he saw a majestic figure suddenly appear in his sea of consciousness. It has 8 arms and 2 heads, is pitch black and faceless, and is covered in billions of black air. It was exactly the same as what he saw when he was unconscious. The next moment, the spiritual sea shook violently, and the surging waves slowly calmed down and shrank, eventually turning from an ocean into a large lake. Luo Jia's spirits lifted. He felt that the stagnation in his realm after entering the realm of the rider suddenly disappeared, and his mental strength was enhanced again. Now Shadow was still digesting the strange and fierce power of the beast. After Shadow had completely digested it, he should have made great progress. The loss of consciousness lasted only a moment, and Luo Jia regained consciousness in the next moment. He thought to himself that it was no wonder that after killing so many strange beasts, he only strengthened his body and restored his spirit, but his mental strength did not increase much. It turned out that this was the problem. But now it's fine, the problem is solved perfectly. There are actually some so-called visualization pictures on the internet, such as Doraemon, Fighting Buddha, Tathagata Buddha, and Black Dragon King Nidhogg. Let's not talk about whether they are useful or not. In recent years, universities of extraordinary people in various countries have conducted research. The best objects for visualization are inanimate objects like mountains and rivers, or people who are close to people like great men. If you visualize an object that is too powerful, it is very likely that you will block your own way out. Tang Gon talked eloquently, and even cited several examples of people who never made any progress in their lifetime because the objects they visualized were too powerful. He didn't notice that the more he spoke, the darker Luo Jie's face became. Will the visualized object being too strong block the road ahead? That thing with 8 hands shouldn't be very strong, right? Tang Gon kept talking nonstop. Luo Jie looked melancholy, and Luo Iloa suddenly wanted to throw the 2 men out. The 3 people had different expressions. After walking for a while, they finally met Feng Yuqing and others. Returned to the team safely. The 3 of them sat on the edge of the student group and began to remain silent. Some topics only needed to be discussed among the 3 of them, and there was no need to discuss them with others. Feng Yuqing asked everyone to rest on the spot and to be alert for any other strange beasts, while he took 2 team members aside and said something. After a while, only Feng Yuqing came back, and the other 2 turned around and left. Looking at everyone, Feng Yuqing smiled and said, "Everyone, have a good rest. I have already contacted Yan Jing and someone will be here to pick us up soon." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Some people relaxed and immediately covered their faces and cried. Even if they didn't cry, most of them looked worried and sad. No one was calm. Only Luo Jie and the other 2 had either expressionless faces, dark faces, or fatigue. Highlight a misfit. Seeing that look, Feng Yuqing really wanted to grab the 3 of them and ask them if they had experienced any special events. Everyone rested there for 10 minutes. The 2 hunting team members who had left earlier came back, and with them came the bodies of 2 students. The 2 men pulled Feng Yuqing aside and explained the situation. Including the mummy we saw earlier and the body in the pool, there are 7 student bodies that can be found. There are still 2 students who have not been found. However, we found some body fragments in an open space. Some of the bodies looked very new, and we are not sure if they are students. Then, the plane was still there, but the pilot was missing, no body was found, and there was no sign of his movements nearby. Feng Yuqing frowned and thought, "The driver is missing. We need to see where this is. If it is near Yanjing, then the driver may not have a problem, but if it is far away, then it may not be certain." Just then, Feng Yuqing's cell phone rang. "Hello, I'm Feng Yuqing. Mr. Feng, the helicopter that picked you up is ready to depart. Please keep the signal clear." "Okay." Feng Yuqing hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, "Excuse me, can you see where I am now?" "According to the signal point, you are currently in Beisai, nearly 200 kilometers away from Yanjing." Beisai. Was it really an accident? Inexplicably, Feng Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. You know, this plane was temporarily transferred from Fuqing. If any random plane had problems, then the entire aviation department of Fuqing and even higher-level departments would have to conduct a thorough investigation. Feng Yuqing thanked him, hung up the phone, and then looked at his 2 teammates and asked, "Anything else?" "Have." Feng Yuqing had just asked casually, but he didn't expect that his 2 teammates would actually have something to say. Feng Yuqing was stunned for a second. Seeing that the 2 looked hesitant, he could not help but urge them. "What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and speak." "We found a dry tree in an open space. There were more than 100 bodies of various sizes stuck in the branches. Many of them were still fresh. There were also many body parts near the tree. It was estimated that there must have been more than 100 bodies to form such a scene." Feng Yuqing was stunned, and a few words floated in his mind. "A strange murder, a large number of corpses, northern China, close to Beijing, a ferocious beast." Hiss. Feng Yuqing couldn't help but take a breath, thinking to himself, Fuqing is probably fine, but the Beisai district is going to have a big problem. On the other side, Luo Jie had a gloomy face and said nothing, but he heard Zai making a slurping sound. "Luo Jie, what are you sucking?" "Shadow, drink?" "Slurp, slurp." "Luo Jie, I'm thirsty from sucking so much." Luo Jie rummaged around in his backpack for a while, took out 2 bottles of water and handed them to Luo Ilua and Tang Gon, then he took an apple and started eating. As for the resentful looks from others, they simply ignored them. Half an hour later, 2 helicopters appeared above their heads. These 2 helicopters would carry their 18 surviving students and 9 hunting team members to the real Yanjing. Chapter 45, The First Lesson of the Youth Hunting Team. 7 days later. Shocking news! A cemetery of bones was discovered in Baisai, with more than 300 new and old abandoned corpses. The top leader of Baisai's aliens was corrupt and took bribes, colluded, and resold illegal drugs for profit. The highest management department of the aliens nationwide issued an order to launch a secret investigation of alien officials at all levels across the country, and will make the results of the investigation public. However, this newspaper doubts whether this non-public investigation is authentic. Are the Dahua aliens still worthy of the people's trust? Lying on the bed, Luo Jie held his phone and shook his head while reading. Is the great Hua Yurin still worthy of the people's trust? Still? How dare you say that? Who is it? Old Yen newspaper. Tang Gon took off his headphones, looked back at Luo Jie, and said with a dejected look, "This is the nature of this broken newspaper. It insults China when it has something to do, and praises the West when it has nothing to do. It treats it as a fool. Why bother with it? It's not a big deal if a fool jumps, but it's a big deal if someone believes what the fool says. Then he is even more foolish than a fool." Tang Gon laughed twice. "I don't care about this matter, I just want to know when I can win a game." Luo Jie glanced at the computer. 1/15/7, 17 consecutive losses. In one word, dish. You really have a habit of being a wimp. Luo Jie immediately became excited. He threw his phone away, rolled up his sleeves, and said domineeringly, "Let Dad teach you." Half an hour later. Luo Jie looked at 0/19/5 on the screen in silence for a long time. "Do you think Luo will take us with him? I heard that she became a master in heaven before. I don't think so." Luo Jie. Tang Gon. The 2 noobs suddenly felt a little melancholy. 7 days ago, Feng Yuqing sent them to the training ground, and told them clearly how dangerous and brutal the hunting team's training was. Although you won't have the same near-death experience as today, you will definitely feel sick in the early stages. In the later stages, you will definitely participate in hunting strange beasts, and even go deep into the depths of strange beast groups. The danger will not be lower than today. Now let me ask you again, is there anyone who wants to quit? So, there were only 10 students left out of the 18. Then Luo Jie and the other 10 people stayed in the dormitory of the training ground for 7 days. Everyone was free to do whatever they wanted every day, either going out of the training ground to go shopping in the city, or playing games in the dormitory like Luo Jie and Tang Gon. By the way, the internet in the dormitory is very fast and the computers are of high configuration. Luo Jie and Tang Gon have no face to blame the computers for affecting their ability to kill the enemy. How about we discuss when the youth hunting team will start classes? Luo Jie changed the subject, and Tang Gon agreed and said it was a good idea. Luo Jie. Then I guess tomorrow. Tang Gon. I guess tomorrow afternoon. Then. 10 minutes later. Luo Jie and Tang Gon wore special black uniforms and stood expressionlessly in the training ground with more than 500 peers. The 2 secretly looked at each other, and only had one word in their hearts. Grass, a kind of plant. In front of the crowd, a middle-aged man in a brown short-sleeved shirt stood with his head held high. There was a hideous scar the size of a palm on his face that extended all the way to his neck. The middle-aged man looked at the group of students and spoke loudly. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Tao Zhe. You can call me Instructor Tao. Before I came here, someone told us that you are all extremely outstanding talents, that you have high levels of talent, and that you have outstanding abilities. I laughed at that time, and I asked those people, how many missions have you carried out? Have you ever killed illegal aliens with your own hands? How many strange beasts have you killed? And have you ever faced off against strange monsters? Those people are silent. So I can only say that they are not talents, they are just trash, garbage, and a bunch of ignorant bugs. Having said that, he was silent for a while, scanned the whole room, saw pairs of angry eyes, and felt quite satisfied. However, when he saw someone, he was stunned. There was no anger in those eyes, only a hint of frustration and, so sleepy. Taoja flipped through the roster and saw the student's name, Tang Gon. There was a note behind it, indicating that Tang Gon had survived with several companions in the abnormal area of Bayside without relying on the hunting team. No wonder he didn't seem angry. He didn't put himself together with other students. His eyes continued to move, and then he was stunned for a moment. Wow, this student not only had anger in his eyes, but also an eager expression on his face. Luo Jie, it's time to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Choose me, I want to show off. Shadow, pretending to be cool? Luo Jie, children, don't swear. Taoja looked at the roster and found the person. Luo Jie, note, he once killed 2 illegal aliens, killed an injured strange beast in the urban area, and survived with his companions in the abnormal place of Bayside. Wow, what a tough guy. Taoja was shocked and thought that this was not putting himself on the same level as other students. Looking at those who were eager to try, Taoja thought to himself that this was a good target to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Hey, I won't be fooled. Just kidding, his skills are not as good as they were in previous years. If he really uses the plot of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, he might fail miserably. So, his gaze smoothly shifted away from Luo Jie. Luo Jie? After sweeping the entire field, Taoja said expressionlessly. Very good, I can see the anger on your faces and your dissatisfaction with me. No problem, as long as you complete all the training, I will stand here and let you play. Of course, it's okay if you can't finish it, you can quit halfway, but here with me, in my army, you will always be garbage. You can stand up and say, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor, and then when you are successful, come and slap me hard, but you also understand that this is not a novel, and there is no broken engagement event to buff you. You are now the lowest level of garbage, and in the future I will only bring you humiliation, not dignity. Now I'll ask you again. Anyone who wants to quit, who can't stand the humiliation, who feels that their dignity has been insulted, please stand up immediately. I'll have someone escort you out. Taoja shouted very loudly, but none of the 500 people present moved. Seeing this, Taoja nodded with satisfaction. Very good, remember, this is your own choice. Then he asked everyone to turn around. Everyone turned around at the command, and then they were stunned for a moment. Not far behind them, a large curtain was put up and drawn at some point, and everything behind the curtain was completely blocked. Now, let's start your first lesson. After saying that, Taoja waved his hand, and the heavy curtain was lifted. Suddenly, a strong fishy smell spread. When everyone looked, they saw 500 cages in front of them, filled with all kinds of strange beasts, of all kinds and strange types. Well, if I have to say what the characteristics are. It was extremely smelly and disgusting, and they were all dying. Everyone was stunned, and some people subconsciously covered their noses, but Taoja stopped them. Now, take out the daggers at your waists and dismember these monsters. Remember, cut slowly and carefully, and feel the knife entering the beast's body. Taoja roared, and 500 cages suddenly floated up and landed accurately in front of everyone. After the start call, Taoja began to walk around the crowd, observing everyone's expressions and abnormalities, and recording them. He didn't know what the meaning of doing this was, but it was just an order from his superiors. If you see someone covering their nose, you ask them to put it down. If you see someone holding their breath, you force them to take a deep breath. You can torture them in any way you want. As Taoja walked, he felt inexplicably in a good mood. After walking for a while, he came to Tang Gon's side and saw Tang Gon frowning. The dagger was slashing across the dying strange beast. Suddenly, the strange beast's blood flowed all over the ground and the stench became even stronger. But Tang Gon just frowned and slowly cut the strange beast without any expression. Taoja nodded, thinking that he was indeed a guy who had been noted, and his performance was very good. Thinking of this, he looked at Luo Jie beside him again, wanting to see how Luo Jie performed. But when he saw this, he was stunned. Chapter 46. The main purpose is to persuade people to quit? What is Luo Jie doing? Of course, he was also dismembering the strange beast in front of him. But his movements did not strictly conform to what Taoja said about slowly. On the contrary, he cut very quickly and very finely, so finely that his first step was to start with shaving. Then skin, cut meat, remove bones, and dissect the internal organs. While cutting, he kept muttering, "It should be cut into thin slices to make the sauce, without any fat on it." Tao Zhe was confused for a moment. This line sounds a little familiar? Then, Tang Gan's complaint at the side gave him the answer. "You are like Lu Jishan, who picked up the knife to cut thee himself." "I am Luo Jishan, not Lu Jishan." Luo Jia turned around and said seriously, "Without Jingguanqi, I have no choice but to do it myself. In other words, as long as we gather Luo Jishan, Shaozi, and Jingguanqi, we can combine them into a 5-star hero, Lu Jishan," Tang Gan said seriously with a dejected face. Luo Jia smacked his lips. "Then you still need Jingguanqi, and the probability of Lu Jishan up is only 1.600%. It's okay, I'm lucky." Tao Zhe walked away silently. He couldn't understand what these young people were saying. After thinking about it, he wrote a sentence in Tang Gan's evaluation: good execution, excellent performance, and strong adaptability. Finally, he added, talking with Luo Jia seems to show symptoms of neurosis. As for his evaluation of Luo Jia, Tao Zhe hesitated for 2 seconds and finally wrote only 2 words: awesome. In addition to Luo Jia and Tang Gan, there were several other students who performed well, for which Tao Zhe gave them high praise. However, not all of them performed well. Most of them had ferocious expressions on their faces, trying hard to suppress the urge to vomit, and barely managed to dismember the monster. Quite a few people simply couldn't hold it in and vomited. Tao Zhe's evaluation of this group of people is: you are just a bunch of losers who have read countless pornographic books but dare not take any action even though you have reached the stage of getting started. In short, the first class ended with him cursing. Everyone held their breath, dealt with the blood on their bodies, and went to the second class with an unhappy heart. Luo Jia, on the other hand, just felt a little regretful. In a special training session like this, it would be a bit of a pity if there was no plot where the instructor would criticize him, and then act cool and get slapped in the face. The second class was a small class. The teacher who taught Luo Jia and the others was a woman with an excellent figure. She had the face of a traditional Dahua woman, but she had ice blue hair. But it doesn't seem weird at all, instead it seems very natural. After all, this person looks cold. "My last name is Lin, Lin Xiu, you can call me Teacher Lin." Teacher Lin briefly introduced herself, and then began the class. The content of her lecture was about the disadvantages of superhuman abilities. "I won't talk about the lifespan of aliens, you can find out about that. What I want to say is that your respective abilities will cause irreversible damage to you." Some people in the classroom had blank expressions on their faces, obviously having known about this for a long time, while others were a little shocked, as they had never heard of this before. But Lin Xiu continued, "Let me give you an obvious example. My ability is ice. It corrodes me by causing part of my body to turn into ice crystals. Although it normally won't have any impact, even if it does, I can rely on replacing organs or even using mechanical organs to replace them. But once it corrodes an irreplaceable organ, it will be very dangerous." So Luo Jia and the others all looked at Teacher Lin's hair. Could it be? "My hair is dyed, don't look at it." Everyone. Then, Lin Xiu talked about many examples of people who died tragically due to physical erosion. Everyone was terrified by the various cases. When the course was about to end, she sighed and made a summary. "In fact, the aliens are not glorious. They are just a group of people who desperately squeeze their bodies and spirits. When necessary, they will even eat the flesh and blood of strange beasts. They fight hard to survive surrounded by strange beasts. They are just disabled people. Finally, if you want to quit now, it's not too late." Lin Xiu looked at everyone and said calmly, "You have a week to think about it. During this week, the hunting team's internal network will be open to you for a limited time. You can see everything I mentioned before on the internal network. Please think about it carefully." After saying this, Lin Xiu left. The third class was in the afternoon. Everyone wore bracelets that restricted their mental power and were driven into the mud, where they began to fight each other. At this time, Luo Jia and the others also knew the use of the strange beasts that had been dismembered in the morning. Some people specifically took the dismembered monsters and threw them into the mud pit. Luo Jia and the others were fighting while being hit by the monster's flesh and blood, which they found extremely insulting for some reason. The instructor at the mud pit was still shouting, get excited, don't use your abilities, just fight as much as you want, it doesn't matter if you get seriously injured or vomit blood, we have the best medical team, let's make it clear first, no attacking the lower 3 routes, whoever starts it will be kicked out of the training base. I advise you not to yell and keep your mouth shut. If the beast meat accidentally flies into your mouth, don't spit it out. I will consider it as you entering the next lesson early. Well, this sentence contains a lot of information. After the fight, he dragged a group of people to do physical training. Although it was all regular training content, the number of people started from hundreds and there was no upper limit. Then he made it very clear that if he saw someone he was unhappy with, he would double the number, and those who were unhappy in their hearts had to keep it to themselves. Then he made everyone feel unhappy again. Fortunately, there were no classes after that, so they could go back to their rooms to take a shower and rest, and then think about whether they should stay. After taking a shower, Luo Jia sat in front of the computer in the dormitory and successfully logged into the so-called hunting team's intranet. He indeed saw many examples of the bodies of hunting team members being eroded by abilities. However, everyone said it in a joking tone, and some people even posted pictures to show some of their weird eroded parts, which earned a lot of laughter. Luo Jia couldn't figure out anything from these joyful and even funny words. He just flipped through the posts silently without saying a word. Just then, Tang Gon came out of the shower. After taking a look at the computer, he asked curiously, is this the intranet that Teacher Lin mentioned? Yes. Luo Jia nodded in response. How do you feel? Tang Gon asked casually. He was asking about his feelings about the intranet. But Luo Jia's answer was irrelevant. It feels like all the classes today are trying to dissuade us from attending. Ah? That's right, it's to persuade people to quit. In the main seat of the conference room, the middle-aged man looked at the teachers below and said seriously, this so-called youth hunting team is actually a screening. The purpose? I can't tell you for now. The teachers must follow the scheduled curriculum and torture them as much as possible. It doesn't matter how disgusting or excessive it is, as long as no one dies. Below, Lin Xiu was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly said, is it related to what happened 18 years ago? The middle-aged man suddenly paused and looked at Lin Xiu sternly with scrutiny in his eyes. Lin Xiu shrugged and said calmly, Leader, your arrangement is too abrupt. Anyone who cares can think of what happened 18 years ago. Teacher Lin, you don't have to worry about this. Let those who are interested guess. When the mystery is revealed, whether it is death or madness that awaits them has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Lin Xiu remained silent. Fuqing. Alien Center. Lu Guolai sat in the office, holding a thermos cup in his hand, taking a sip from time to time, looking very comfortable. With a comfortable sigh, he looked up at the window and muttered to himself, it's been 18 years. On his desk was a yellow newspaper with a news article in bright red that stood out. Shocked, recently, large-scale explosions occurred in many places across the country, and the radiation spread over a wide area. Lu Guolai continued to drink tea, drank the last drop of water in the cup, and then covered the lid. As for the newspaper, it was gone. He threw it into the shredder. Yanjing Training Base. Luo Jia crumpled up a piece of paper and slammed it hard on the table. Riddler, get out of Yanjing! Then he went to bed angrily. Tang Gon glanced at the computer screen, and what was written on it was, Learning Material Exchange Group, need to guess the riddle. You can join if you guess correctly. Those who understand will understand. Tang Gon. Chapter 47. I haven't had a dream in a long time. Luo Jia was lying on the bed, browsing on his phone, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Tang Gon sneakily sitting in front of the computer. 2 minutes later, Tang Gon did the same thing as Luo Jia. Ball up the paper and throw it angrily. Then Tang Gon went online to play the game. After browsing his phone for a while, Luo Jia saw that it was almost time, so he put the phone aside and fell asleep at a speed that made Tang Gon envious. In the stone forest. Luo Jia opened his eyes, looked at the tall stone pillars around him, and couldn't help but pinching his nose. Tonight, I will take down the stone man. Well, although Luo Jia has been saying this these days, he is still stuck with the stone man. Although he can now chop off the stone pillars of the stone forest with 5 swords, he is still far behind the stone man. Therefore, Luo Jie has been struggling with the possibility of outsmarting the opponent these days. Tisk, playing a battle of wits with a stone man. It always feels stupid. Luo Jie clicked his tongue, and the hand holding the long sword trembled slightly, and the long sword became shorter in an instant. Then, Luo Jie squatted, turned around, and stabbed the sword in his hand fiercely, just piercing the black-robed man nearby. Before engaging in a battle of wits, he had to get rid of the man in black robe first. However, Luo Jie was much stronger than them, and was adept at dealing with the black-robed men, so he quickly dealt with the black-robed men who appeared one after another. After killing the last black-robed man, Luo Jie did not stop, but rushed quickly towards a stone pillar, stretched out his dagger, and chopped it fiercely on the stone pillar. A ding sound spread through the stone forest. Luo Jie continued to move, swinging the sword in his hand 3 more times, then he jumped onto another stone pillar, and chopped it 4 more times. This action was repeated more than 10 times. Just when Luo Jie was about to chop down a stone pillar, the ground shook and a stone man came out. Luo Jie's eyes flashed and he sighed, thinking that his speed was still not fast enough. Then he turned around and gave the stone pillar he had just chopped another time, and then he stepped hard on the stone pillar. The man jumped backwards due to the reverse thrust, but the stone pillar fell down and hit the stone man. As soon as the stone man appeared, a stone pillar came crashing down on him. If it were an ordinary man in black robe, he would have been smashed into pieces. However, the stone man was much taller and faster, so he immediately blocked the falling stone pillar. However, what was waiting for it were more than a dozen stone pillars falling one after another. After barely dodging a few times, the stone man took most of the attacks from the stone pillars. Of course, this kind of attack is useless to the stone man, and Luo Jie is well aware of this, so when the last stone pillar fell, Luo Jie actually stepped on the stone pillar and ran towards the stone man. While the stone man was blocking the stone pillar, he held the knife in both hands and thrust it hard into the gap at the position of the stone man's head. Bite. With a sound, Luo Jie raised his hand slightly, only to feel that his knuckles were injured by the bullet. Gritting his teeth, Luo Jie flipped his hand, changed from stabbing to chopping, and slashed at the stone man twice. There were 2 more ding-ding sounds. A gap finally appeared at the joint of the stone man's head. Just when Luo Jie was about to chop out the 4th time, the stone man finally reacted. He stretched out his giant hand, grabbed Luo Jie and threw him backhanded, embedding Luo Jie directly into the stone pillar. After struggling free from the stone pillar, Luo Jie endured the severe pain in his body and dodged the slap from the stone man. "Tianendi, just stand there. Why don't you just stand there and let me chop you? Just stand there!" Luo Jie roared, swung his sword upwards, and the long sword chopped on the stone man's arm, but it also scraped up a piece of gravel. "Scratch, scratch, scratch, am I fighting Wuxianjian?" Luo Jie complained, his hands shaking. Fortunately, this was a dream, otherwise the blade of the knife would have been rolled into a mess. The stone man naturally didn't understand what Luo Jie said. When his first strike failed, he immediately slapped again, while his other hand grabbed a stone pillar beside him, obviously intending to load a weapon. But Luo Jie would never let him get the weapon easily. He rolled on the spot to avoid the stone man's second palm, then turned over and jumped up and sprinted forward, but he didn't chop the stone man's hand, but chopped at the gap next to the stone man's head. The 4th strike hits. The cracks on the stone man's body became bigger. Now the stone man seemed to realize the danger. He gave up grabbing the stone pillar, and withdrew his hand to grab Luo Jie. Luo Jie jumped up, dodged the stone man's grab, landed on the stone man's hand, used the force to bounce, and flashed to a place farther away from the stone man. The stone man covered the crack at the joint of his head and took 2 steps back, as if he was afraid that Luo Jie would attack this position again next time. He picked up a few stone pillars and threw them at Luo Jie. The stone pillar hit the ground, raising clouds of dust, and a black shadow wrapped in the dust rushed towards the stone man rapidly. The stone man swung his fist at the black shadow, but the black shadow suddenly jerked, trying to dodge the stone man's attack. However, the stone man's fist also turned and hit the black shadow, and with a bang, it directly flattened the black shadow. But that shadow was a black robe. "You never thought I would take off my clothes!" At this moment, Luo Jie's voice sounded behind the stone man. "Die for me! With an angry roar, the black knife in Luo Jia's hand suddenly became bigger, and with a whistling sound, it smashed hard on the crack of the stone man's head. The stone man's body stiffened, he let out a silent roar, and cracks began to spread on his body. Eventually, cracks appeared all over the stone man's body, and then he exploded. However, before Luo Jia could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a man in black robes suddenly emerge from the back of the stone man's neck and stab him directly in the chest with a knife. Luo Zhe's eyes widened, he gritted his teeth, and endured the piercing knife, then chopped off the black-robed man's head with his backhand. Then his eyes went dark. Oops. But not completely. At the critical moment, Luo Jia barely avoided the fatal wound to his heart, and did not die immediately. But to be honest, injuries of this degree cannot be treated in this dream world at all. Luo Jia is now entering a stage of chronic death. Haha, experiencing slow death in a dream. This feeling is so fucking suffocating. Just when Luo Jia was about to lose consciousness, he saw the stone forest fall down, the rock wall shattered, and the entire mountain began to collapse, revealing a purple-gray sky. Then, Luo Jia really got angry. Luo Jia woke up, and before he could hold his chest and cry out in pain, he was startled by a depressed face beside the bed. "Fuck, what are you doing?" Tang Gon hung his head and said with a fairy-like face. "Why are you asking me? I want to ask you what you are doing. What are you mumbling about? What the hell are you dreaming about?" Hearing this, Luo Jia was stunned for a second and touched the back of his neck unconsciously. "Let me ask you a question. In what kind of work will someone suddenly come out from the back of your neck and hit you?" Tang Gon was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and thought for 2 seconds, then his face twitched twice, and he looked at Luo Jia in disbelief. "You dreamed of this? Do you also want to last at least 10 years? Don't curse me, that kind of thing is really unacceptable." Looking at his phone with a pained look on his face, it was only 6 o'clock. Luo Jia glanced at Tang Gon and asked, "How long did you sleep today?" Tang Gon said with a fairy-like look on his face, 4 hours, not bad." Luo Jia smacked his lips and said in admiration, "It's because your family is rich that you don't have to work in the future. Otherwise, your bad habits are what the black-hearted capitalists love the most. Maybe they will even give you the title of the king of workers." Well, Tang Gon has a problem. He won't sleep more than 4 hours a day. Even if he feels very tired after waking up, he can't fall asleep on his own initiative. It is also because of this that Tang Gon looks listless and dejected. Hearing Luo Jia's ridicule, Tang Gon pinched his chin and thought for 2 seconds. "Strictly speaking, I am also a capitalist." "That's your dad, it's too early for you, and besides, you won't live long." "Yours isn't that long either." The two of them teased each other, and after a few words, they each understood the other's plan. A strange and ferocious beast? Fuck it. By the way, do you want to inform your dad to open a small account? Tang Gon. Looking at the phone on the table, Tang Gon fell silent. Chapter 48 Screening. Yanjing. Tang Family Courtyard. Tang Guizhong didn't sleep all night and was still processing data files. He looks very young, but the white hair on his temples shows that he is no longer young. I was writing a document when someone suddenly pushed the door open. Tang Guizhong didn't look up, but he smelled the smell of medicine. He thought it was the aunt at home who came to deliver the soup. "Aunt Liang, put the medicine here. I'll drink it later." "You'd better drink it now." A cold voice sounded, and Tang Guizhong was stunned for a moment. He looked up and saw a cold girl standing in front of him. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Xiaojiu, why are you awake? Is it already 7 o'clock in the evening?" As he spoke, he glanced at his phone and found that it was just after 6 in the morning. "It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and my daughter should be sleeping soundly. Could it be that an enemy has sneaked in?" Tang Guizhong was alert for a moment, but he heard Xiaojiu in front of him say, "Don't think too much, I just woke up, I don't know why." Tang Jiuxia looked at his hands with a confused look. She has a problem. She is only awake from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. every day. At other times, she is in a deep sleep and cannot be woken up no matter how hard you call her. The disease appeared when she was 5 years old and plagued her for 18 years. However, today, Tang Jiuxia only felt a sense of relaxation in her body, and then she woke up. Tang Guizhong was stunned for a while, then quickly made a phone call, saying, "Wait a minute, Dad will call someone to check on you." "Yeah." Tang Jiuxia nodded, his expression a little cold. I reached out and touched my hair, and found that the hair that originally had some black in it had turned completely white. Half an hour later, the gray-haired old man looked at Tang Jiuxia and said kindly, "Little sister, can you tell me what dreams you have had over the years?" Hearing this, Tang Jiuxia shook his head and said softly, "I didn't have any dreams. Every time I saw it was black, and then I woke up." At this point, she hesitated for a moment, then changed the subject. "But I did have a dream today." "Oh? Tell me about it." The old man seemed interested. Tang Jiuxia organized his words and continued. "That is, I saw a light and shadow, and saw someone attacking me. Then, a cage that bound me was broken, and then, I was killed by that person." "Then you woke up?" the old man asked, and Tang Jiuxia nodded in response. The old man thought for a moment, and changed the question. "Well, did you see who killed you?" Tang Jiuxia shook his head. "I can't see clearly. I can only see that it is a human-shaped thing." After that, the old man continued to ask some questions, and Tang Jiuxia answered them cooperatively. The old man asked for a blood test, and she also cooperated and allowed the blood to be drawn. Then, the old man said a few words to Tang Guizhong and prepared to leave, and Tang Guizhong went out to see the old man off. Tang Jiuxia was the only one left in the room. Tang Jiuxia looked around the room with his eyelids slightly lowered. The next moment, all the furniture in the room was floating in the air. A smile appeared on Tang Jiuxia's cold face, which was extremely stunning. Luo Jie didn't know whether Tang Gon asked his father to open a small account. But he was very clear that his life was now in a routine. In the morning, I listened to Tao Zhe cursing and cutting, and listened to Lin Xiu telling horror stories and the various helplessness of the strange people. In the afternoon, I fought with others in the mud and got soaked in the rain, and then went back to the dormitory to post nonsense on the internet forum. To say there is any change. There were new changes in Luo Jie's dream. The mountain collapsed, the stone forest disappeared, and Luo Jie stood on the vast land, surrounded by nearly 100 men in black robes. Just when Luo Jie was stunned, a man in black robe jumped out and fought with him. Luo Jie thought this level was just a simple fight, but another man in black robe joined the battle. More than a dozen? Not bad, not bad. Luo Jie was thinking so, and then he saw two men in black robes suddenly lift up their black robes, and instantly turned into two orcs with different shapes, and then cut him with a few claws. "I'm Nima." This also has a transformation? Luo Jie wanted to curse at that time. You have already deviated from the setting of the man in black robe. But no matter how unhappy he was, he still had to fight these black-robed men who could transform at night. In short, life is very regular. Then, a week passed. As teacher Lin Xiulin said, today is the last time we can ask to leave the training base. On the training ground, Tao Zhe stood in the front, looking at these young but upright children in front of him, thinking about the torture they had endured in the past few days, and he couldn't help feeling worried. TNND, the higher-ups have issued a target requiring teachers to persuade as many students as possible to drop out, and it would be best if only 100 or 200 people were left. But the reality is that only 100 or 200 people left. Why do you say you are so resilient? Tao Zhe felt melancholy for a while, and then he decided to try again. Looking at the 300 people in front of him, he couldn't help but speak loudly. You have all felt deeply the training in these 7 days. I must say that the training after this will only be more cruel and more undignified. Now, those who want to quit, stand up. More than 300 people, dead silent. Damn, please give me some reaction. Tao Zhe's eyes twitched, and he continued. Don't worry about people laughing at you. Sometimes retreating is also a kind of courage. People who try to be brave are stupid. This statement seemed to have a good effect, and some students began to whisper to each other. Tao Zhe was delighted, thinking that he had convinced these bastards, but then he saw a student suddenly raised his hand. Classmate, are you planning to quit? Tao Zhe almost laughed. As long as there is one person taking the lead, it is easy to lead a large group of people. No, I don't plan to quit. Luo Jie shook his head and said. I just want to ask what you said before, that if you complete all the training, I can beat you up at will. Is it true? Taoja was stunned, nodded subconsciously, and then he wanted to slap himself. Because he saw that the students who were originally whispering to each other suddenly looked at him with flames burning in their eyes. There were only 3 words on the faces of a group of people: just wait. Taoja was immediately shocked in his heart, thinking, you guys are staying here just to beat me up, right? Everyone, yes. Luo Jia withdrew his hand with a smile. Ah, this is the joy of adding fuel to the fire. Taoja announced the disbandment, saying that he had other things to do today, and asked everyone to stay in the dormitory and wait for notice. Then he went to report the situation to his leader with a melancholy look on his face. On the way back to the dormitory, Luo Jia said to Tangon in a serious tone, I am now sure that teachers like Taoja are trying to persuade us to leave. Tangon expressed his objection. If they want to persuade us to leave, then why do they gather us together? Look at the demeanor of the young people of the new era. Luo Jia smacked his lips and continued. Why are you asking me? I'm not some wise young man, nor do I have an intelligence system spread all over the country. How would I know about this? I just simply think something big has happened. In a classroom, an elderly man with gray hair watched Taoja leave, and then said to the people around him, 327 people, we can't have fewer, time is short and the task is heavy, let's get started quickly. A group of people nodded solemnly. Among these people, there is Tang Guizhong and also Tang Jiuxia. The old man watched everyone setting up the stage, took out a walkie-talkie and said seriously, Nightmare Factor Screening, begin! Chapter 49 3 Questions. Waiting is a torment. More than 300 students returned to their rooms. They didn't know what they would face next, but everyone knew that this matter must be related to them. As for Luo Jia, he guessed that there might be something big going on here. But it was hard for him to imagine what kind of thing would be related to a group of students who had just reached adulthood, and it seemed like a big deal. Lying on the balcony, Luo Jia watched the large trucks coming in and out of the training base, wondering what was inside. Not long after, someone came to the dormitory area to inform the students to go for a talk. Luo Jia thought that if he wanted to do talk therapy, it would probably take a long time. However, in reality, the students who were called for questioning came back very quickly. Occasionally, there were a few who came back late, and when you asked them about the situation, they just said with a confused look on their faces, I wasn't here. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Luo Jia's turn. Led by a security guard, Luo Jia walked into a classroom. As soon as Luo Jia entered the classroom, he found something wrong. The size of the entire classroom is wrong. The external area and the internal space do not match. It should have been renovated, and there should be some space behind the wall. Why did we choose a classroom like this for this conversation? A thought flashed through Luo Jia's mind, and he finally had the mind to look at the people sitting opposite him. An old man in a Zhongshan suit, 2 middle-aged men in white coats, a middle-aged man in a suit and a white-haired girl. The weirdness of this combination made Luo Jia couldn't help but take a few more glances. TSK, this girl is lowering her head, and I don't know if her eyes are red. Walking to the center of the classroom and sitting down, Luo Jia briefly introduced himself, then sat on the chair and waited for what was to happen next. But they heard a few whispers, and then the old man in a Zhongshan suit sitting in the first seat said with a smile, Luo Jia, right? I want to know why you stayed here. In order to kill the strange beasts and raise their cubs. Luo Jia said seriously, it is our duty to kill all the strange beasts in the world and restore the glory of mankind. The old man in the Zhongshan suit was stunned for a moment. This bragging was too much. After a dry cough, the old man continued, you also know that aliens have a limited lifespan. If your time is up, what will you do? Buy all the figures that you haven't bought and touch them again. Luo Jia continued righteously. Go deep into the war zone, kill strange beasts and fierce beasts, and go crazy as you like. Well then, one last question, you. Have you ever had a nightmare? Ah? Luo Jia was stunned for 2 seconds. He never expected that the last question would be like this. Nightmare? It happens to any normal person. Subconsciously, he nodded. Yes. At this time, Luo Jia noticed that when answering this question, the 5 people opposite him all looked absent-minded, as if the last question was just used to make up the numbers. Just after he finished answering, there was silence in the classroom for a moment, and then several people huddled together and whispered. Only that girl kept her head down and ignored everyone. Either she had some powerful status, so she had such a detached attitude, or she came here to broaden her horizons and didn't dare to speak casually. After a while, the few of them stopped whispering. The old man in the Zhongshan suit looked at Luo Jie and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Luo Jie. Go back and wait for notification. Luo Jie said okay, and then went back with a confused look on his face. After he left, the old man in the Zhongshan suit took out a walkie-talkie and said, Is there anything unusual? Reporting to the commander, no abnormalities were found in the 5 patients, and they are still unconscious. Nothing unusual at all? No. The old man sighed and said, Go on and call the next one. Tang Guizhong looked at the old man and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He sighed and wanted to talk to his daughter beside him, but he saw his daughter's body suddenly trembled. Xiaojiu, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I just fell asleep accidentally, Tang Jiuxia said, rubbing his eyes. I have been sick for so many years, I am used to it, and suddenly I become normal, my body has not reacted yet. Can you still hold on? Tang Guizhong said with some concern. If not, then go back first. It doesn't matter. After all, I am a 1,000-stone level charioteer. I can still hold on through this. Just then, the next student walked into the classroom. Tang Jiuxia looked at this student, and his eyes immediately condensed slightly. The old man in the Zhongshan suit looked at the person in front of him and smiled. Tang gone, right? Luo Jie returned to the dormitory, thought about it, then turned on his computer and logged into the hunting team's intranet. As an internal website that brings together all kinds of weird things, the people here speak nicely and have special skills. Luo Jie thinks that this website may have some useful information. From recruiting to persuasive training and then to today's talk therapy. There was something wrong inside and out. Luo Jie didn't really want to explore the secrets, but he still wanted to see if there was any strange news and whether he could find some clues from it. However, there was no information on the internet. A group of people were just chatting and posting nonsense. Luo Jie even doubted whether they should carry out the mission or not. Didn't the hunting team have mission targets? After reading the post with great interest for a while, Luo Jie went to the external website to check it out, but didn't see any news. Just as he was about to turn off the computer, he caught a glimpse of a piece of news from 10 years ago. Large-scale explosions occurred in many places across the country, the power of which was second only to that of 8 years ago. How should laboratory operating specifications be optimized? Luo Jie frowned and thought for a while, remembering that when he was 8 years old, his family suffered an earthquake. The 8-year-old boy was so scared that he screamed and huddled under the bed, waiting for his family to come back before crawling out. Tisk, it's really embarrassing when I think about it now. Touching his nose, Luo Jie looked at the second sentence of the news headline. Its power was second only to that of 8 years ago. What? There was an explosion 8 years ago? Well, I was just born 18 years ago. Smacking his lips, Luo Jie turned off the computer and went to bed to check his phone. More than 20 minutes later, Tang Gon came back, looking confused. It took you so long to come back. What did they ask you? After communicating for a while, the two found that the problems were the same, but the treatment in the details was very different. Luo Jie left right after asking the questions, but after Tang Gon asked the questions, those people asked him to describe the content of his nightmare in detail, so Tang Gon spent 15 minutes explaining his nightmare to those people. I feel like a very stupid guy. Hearing this, Luo Jie frowned and thought for a long time before saying, Could it be that they want to dig up a group of nightmare-type aliens? Can we still do this? Everyone's abilities are fixed, so how can we do nightmare-related stuff? Those who haven't become inhumans can study it. Maybe they have some special medicine. Luo Jie said, having already flipped through dozens of pages of settings in his mind, but he heard Tang Gon ruthlessly say, If this medicine really exists, why give it to us? Take it to the front line. If those soldiers have dual abilities, then our battle line with the strange beasts will not only stop near the suppression area. That's true. Luo Jie shrugged and said nonchalantly, Forget it, it doesn't matter. This kind of thing is not something you and I can worry about. In the evening, in the meeting room. Except for Tang Jiuxia, everyone else had a look of fatigue on their faces. The old man in the Zhongshan suit pinched his brows and said in a hoarse voice, "Now, everyone has been examined, and the result is..." As he spoke, the old man in the Zhongshan suit looked at Tang Jiuxia, who was standing beside him. "How many are there?" 9. Chapter 50. 9 candidates, 10 teams, 2 stories. 18 years ago, high-energy explosions occurred in many places in Dahua. After investigation, it turned out to be a mysterious experiment conducted by Fuxia researchers. This experiment exposed many people to radiation, and many of them developed various abnormal conditions. After a series of investigations, we found that the abnormalities of these people were related to a black factor. Because most people affected by this factor have frequent and normalized nightmares, we also call it the nightmare factor. Fortunately, the influence of the nightmare factor on most ordinary people is not persistent. Soon, those people return to normal. However, some ordinary people in the inhuman group had big problems. Some of them fell into a coma, some lost control of their minds, some thought they were livestock and running dogs, and the worst case was that their sleep time was out of control and they often had nightmares. Of course, there are benefits as well. If we can successfully get rid of the influence of the nightmare factor, the strength of the Inhumans will greatly improve, and it is not impossible for ordinary people to reach the top in one step. Let's talk about this later. After investigating it, we determined that the nightmare factor had basically dissipated and had no further impact, so we turned our attention to studying how to wake up those affected by the nightmare factor. After all, many of Dahua's senior alien generals were affected by the nightmare factor and fell into a coma. Unfortunately, many research institutes have tried to revive them but to no avail. After a series of studies, we found that in order to restore them to normal, we might still need the nightmare factor. However, the nightmare factor has dissipated. Just when we were at our wits' end, we received information that the nightmare factor still exists, in newborns. After many investigations and excluding those ordinary children, we found all the children suspected of carrying the nightmare factor. After some screening, we screened out the children whose nightmare factor had disappeared. Finally, we found the 9 of you, the carrier of the nightmare factor. In the bright classroom, the old man in the Zhongshan suit looked at the 9 people in the audience and spoke gently. At this moment, someone raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, what is the method of screening?" The carriers of the nightmare factor have a strong passion for hunting strange beasts. Even if they don't realize it, hunting strange beasts will bring them a strange pleasure. Tangon was silent, recalling how he felt when he first hunted a strange beast, and found that he could not refute. The old man in the Zhongshan suit glanced at Tangon and continued, "Of course, this is very subjective. Maybe some people really like to kill strange beasts." Well, Tangon thought of Luojia. What really screens you out is actually the nightmare factor. I just said that many of Dahua's senior alien generals were affected and fell into a coma. They are carrying the nightmare factor. These nightmare factors have a characteristic. If 2 of them meet, the activity of the quiet one will approach that of the active one. After a period of time, the activity levels of the nightmare factors of both sides will converge. This is why you were selected. Tangon. So you want us to help those senior generals wake up quickly, using the nightmare factor in us? The old man nodded and shook his head. On the one hand, I hope you can go to the battlefield as soon as possible, kill strange beasts, and grow quickly. As for why he had to grow so quickly, the old man didn't say. Someone asked, "Are you planning to have the 9 of us form a hunting team and head to the battlefield?" "No, you each lead a team." The old man turned and looked at the girl who was speaking. Her name was Luoilo. The remaining students in the base will be your team members. You can select 8 of them as your teammates. 3 months later, we will send you to the front line. Tangon. For some reason, it felt so bloody and nervous. At this time, someone handed out a roster to each person. The old man held the roster and said, "This is the basic information of the remaining students in the base. You can use your personal charm to recruit them to become teammates." Finally, the old man added, "By the way, some of the students on the roster with sugar cube symbols on them have already been selected. You don't need to consider them anymore." Luojia wiped his face and said with a pained look, I felt that there was something wrong here, but I didn't expect it to be so bloody? Tangon laughed. That's what I thought at the time. Luojia looked at Tangon, then at Luoilua, and raised his eyebrows. Do you count as the chosen children? Then we should have a Digivis, and then a sub-monster or something, Tangon said expressionlessly. Is it possible that the versions are different? It doesn't matter. Anyway, we came to you just to ask, whose team did you join? Luoilua, who had been unable to get a word in, suddenly spoke up, handing over a roster as he spoke. Luojia took it and took a look at it, and found that a cube had been drawn where his name was. What does this mean? Luoilua explained. 9 people were selected, but there were 10 teams, and you were chosen by the captain of the 10th team. Impossible, absolutely impossible, no one came to find me. Luojia frowned and scratched at the cube. What the hell is this? That's a sugar cube. I'm the one who provoked you. A cold voice sounded. Luojia and the other 2 turned around and saw a cool girl with white hair and a slim figure. Let me introduce myself, Tang Jiuxia, 1,000-stone level charioteer, your future captain. Luojia looked at the girl who claimed to be Tang Jiuxia, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, muttering to himself. Where have I seen this girl before? Fuqing. Alien Center. An old man is telling a story. The explosion 18 years ago undoubtedly had a huge impact. The nightmare factor affected too many people, but many people's bodies were unable to retain the nightmare factor, so they quickly got rid of the influence of the nightmare factor. We have done a lot of research and found that just a little nightmare factor can drive a person crazy, but if they can get rid of that madness, mortals will rise to heaven in one step, and aliens will leap forward in strength. So what would happen if you injected a dose of nightmare factor directly into a child? I was lucky enough to do this experiment. I also know that all current methods of detecting nightmare factors are useless to that child. As long as he grows up, he will become the only true god in this world, and I will be his creator. His face was fanatical, but his words seemed to be telling a fantasy story. One researcher didn't understand what he was saying, so he asked, Teacher Lu Guolai, what are you talking about? Lu Guolai looked at everyone in the laboratory and suddenly grinned like a child. I'll tell you a secret. He raised his finger and said word by word. I am not Lu Guolai. Pa. A snap of fingers. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then started doing their own things. The laboratory was full of young people, and the old man who told the story was not there. In the stairwell, Lu Guolai, or rather the fake Lu Guolai, snapped his fingers and twisted his waist rhythmically, seeming to be in a very good mood. All the people going up and down the stairs seemed not to notice him, and walked straight past him. Slowly, the fake Lu Guolai walked to the rooftop. He took rhythmic steps, his face showing sickness and weakness, and he looked very crazy. Go ahead and fight, go crazy, all the prophecies of salvation will be completely destroyed in your hands. My child, bring a storm to this world, ha 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 ha. No one listened to his crazy talk. The fake Lu Guolai was like a car spinning out of control, laughing, and rushed to the edge of the roof. A few seconds later, a field of red, yellow, and white appeared in front of the gate of the alien center, causing a group of people to cover their noses and retreat in horror. Chapter 51 Hunting Team, Sugar Cube Team. This is Fat Dog, no target found. Mushroom Kun, no target found. Red Umbrella, no target found. At the airport, suspicious traces were found, but they could not be captured. Someone hasn't reported yet. A cold voice suddenly came from the black watch. Luojia glanced at the black watch hanging on his waist and said helplessly, This is Shadow. No. Well, the target has been caught. Huh? 7 different voices sounded in the watch at the same time. Luojia covered his face and sighed. Keep your voice down. A few minutes later, 8 figures appeared in front of Luojia. They are Luojia's teammates. 3 months ago, Tang Jiuxia announced that Luojia would become her team member, and with the cultivation of a 1,000-stone level driver, she suppressed Tang Gon and Luoilua. At that time, Luojia calmly asked Tang Jiuxia why he chose him as a team member, but Tang Jiuxia exuded the power of a 1,000-stone level driver and said lightly, Because I have no impression of you, so I thought of choosing you first to see. Luojia, So you happened to fall asleep when I was answering the question? Tang Jiuxia. So are you joining? In order to protect his two good friends, Luo Jie had no choice but to accept Tang Jiuxia's invitation. Well, it's definitely not because of the white hair and red eyes. Then, Luo Jie met his teammates, a group of very distinctive, talents, questionable. For example, Fat Dog, whose real name is Wang Zitao. He is the kind of person who would whine in the chat group about being a fat otaku, but in fact he is too much of an exaggerator. However, he is the only one in the team who can respond to Luo Jie's jokes. For example, Airport, whose real name is Chu Lingling. Well, it sounds like the name of some flat-chested characters in novels, but she herself is quite extraordinary. Just from a visual point of view, she seems to be bigger than the captain. In short, this group of people are very happy when they get together. After that, everyone went through 3 months of inhumane training together. After the training, everyone caught Tao Zhe and beat him up. From then on, a deep revolutionary friendship was formed. Yes, 3 months. The university had already started, and Luo Jie had originally planned to go to school and enjoy life for a while, but they said to wait until the training was over. So, on the first day that Luo Jie reported to school, he took a leave of absence. As a result, after the training, they were given another task, asking them to go to the suppression area of Lingdu to carry out the mission. Hee. Go to school? Fuck. It is worth mentioning that during the past 3 months, Luo Jie used the 8-armed, 2-headed giant statue to sharpen his spiritual sea, and successfully compressed the scattered spiritual sea like a lake into a round dark gold bead core, achieving the 1,000-stone level driver. It was also at this time that Luo Jie realized that although the Qianshi level is called the Qianshi level, there are still differences. For example, Captain Tang Jiuxia has 3 bead cores in her sea of spirituality. Professionally speaking, she is a Qianshi level, a 3rd-level controller. Luo Jie had a toothache at that time and almost dropped his phone. Back then, he saw a bunch of intermediate and advanced Qianshi masters bragging on Qiandubihu. He was still young and was frightened. But it turned out that it was not the case at all. Ahem, let's not talk about these trivial matters for now. Let's get back to the present. The 8 teammates looked at Luo Jie. Darkness surged beneath his feet. Soon, a one-legged monkey with a toad face was dragged out by the shadow. The bristles on his body were as black and hard as a pig brush, and his scarlet eyes stared at everyone as he struggled desperately. This is a chariot-class monster, but it is bound by its shadow and cannot use its full strength at all. Controlling the shadow to hoist the strange beast, Luo Jie said, "It's a chariot-level beast, very weak. There should be a strange beast settlement not far away, and there should be what we want there." As he spoke, he took out a small knife, cut open the beast's head, and took out a thumb-sized, irregular stone. This is the heart core of a strange beast, an important material for studying strange beasts. What do you mean, should we use the telescope to conduct reconnaissance, or should we attack directly? Luo Jie put the stone away and scanned the faces of the 8 people one by one, finally stopping at the captain, Fang Tang, and Tang Jiuxia. Tang Jiuxia thought for a moment, looked at one of them and said, "Zhou Lu, telescope, go and do some reconnaissance." Luo Jie sighed. "Captain Fang Tang, I've told you several times not to mention your real name easily in the suppression area. If the strange evil who is good at cursing knows it, we may all be in danger." "I understand." Tang Jiuxia nodded, looking very obedient. But everyone knew that what Captain Tang meant was, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will forget it next time." Of course, when encountering a particularly fierce beast, Captain Tang really wouldn't call everyone by their name, so this guy did it on purpose, right? The others sat on the ground, eating their dry food while watching Luo Jie teach their captain a lesson. "To be honest, when I was training, I saw shadow-provoking instructor Tao and beating all the students. I thought this was a crazy person who likes to make trouble. Unexpectedly, he was a crazy person in another sense." Honglum bit the dry food and carefully wiped off the debris from his mouth to prevent the debris from falling on the ground. Fat Dog on the side rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "What do you know? Shadow is Kozing Ling Xa, a super high school level housekeeper. You rashly put the 2 works together. Aren't you afraid that the fans of the works will beat you up?" Tang Jiuxia, who was being scolded, suddenly said. The rest of the words in Luo Jie's mouth were swallowed back by these words. Fat Dog waved his hand carelessly. It's okay. Those who know about these two works, unless they go to see them on purpose, are at least one generation older than me. These people won't draw me. Besides, they can't draw anyway, yo ho ho ho. Shit, the dead unfinished comics suddenly started attacking me. +1. Tang Jiuxia said expressionlessly. The conversation between the three was smooth and natural. The people around them, including Red Umbrella and the airport, lowered their heads and ate their dry food in silence. These topics, they couldn't understand. Luo Jie was not in the mood to play COS, so he sat down on the ground, took out some dry food and started eating. Beneath him, shadows spread out, staining the nearby ground black. The airport finished eating the dry food first, then looked at the shadow under Luo Jie and asked curiously, Shadow, what is the maximum range that your shadow ability can cover? About 300 square meters, Luo Jie said indifferently. Add another 200. Mushroom heard this and sighed. 300 square meters, I don't know when I can buy a 300 square meter house in Yanjing. It's not easy to live in Yanjing. Just think about it. Not necessarily. The hunting team pays well. Maybe after working for 17 or 18 years you'll have enough money for the down payment. Forget it. I don't want to think about that anymore. We are actually quite lucky. If it were a few hundred years ago, we would have fought for our entire lives and probably wouldn't even be able to afford a house. Someone comforted me like this. Anyway, the topic suddenly changed. And it changes very quickly. Basically, in just 3 or 4 sentences the topic changes from real estate economy to changes in the entertainment industry, to national policies, and then suddenly to changes in the international situation. If these conversations were released, people would think they were chat records from a chat group. But Luo Jie knew that this was the way these guys resisted erosion. This is the suppression zone, originally an area where strange beasts roam and the aura of bewitching and madness is rampant. If a person with weak will comes in, he may be lost in the temptation and madness. Even if you are a determined person, you cannot stay here for a long time, otherwise problems may arise. Luo Jie and his team had originally planned to return to the city in the suppression zone, but they suddenly received news that a team had lost contact and a nearby team was needed to go and investigate. As a last resort, they had to give up the idea of going around the city and rush to the place where the team last sent a signal before losing contact. This place is quite far from the city, so returning to the city to recuperate is not an option. Everyone can only remain highly alert, thinking about various conversations to prevent their thinking from being eroded, while looking around vigilantly, worried about any unusual changes. Just then, a slight rustling sound was heard in the woods. Then, a black shadow fell to the ground, and it turned out to be Zhou Lu, the telescope man, who had returned. He looked up through the telescope, looked at everyone with a serious face and said, "We found the target. 3 people died, 2 were trapped, and the remaining 4 are missing. There are many strange beasts around, but most of them are relatively low-level strange beasts. Only a few are powerful and can be dealt with." Hearing this, Tang Jiuxia thought for a moment and said, "Lead the way, and dive over to take a look." After that, everyone followed the telescope into the woods. As soon as everyone walked into the forest, a black shadow emerged from the forest, ran straight to the corpse of the strange beast on the ground, and started eating it. Shadow, Baji, it lacks some seasoning, not very good. Chapter 52. Feeling a bit weird. Everyone followed behind the telescope. After walking for about 5 minutes, we arrived at the edge of a cliff. The telescope pointed down the cliff, and said with a hint of anger in his tone, "Over there, 200 meters away, there is a group of strange beasts of different species." As he spoke, a blue light flashed in Telescope's eyes, outlining a pair of extremely cool-looking glasses in front of his eyes. Then, a blue light also appeared behind his head, drawing a blue square. Then, a picture appeared in the box. A man and a woman collapsed on the ground, without a single piece of clothing on them, only gray-black threads wrapped around their bodies, moving from time to time, drawing blood from the two. Not far away, more than a dozen strange beasts of various shapes were fighting for something. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be several pairs of human hands and feet. Further away, there was a strange beast doing something shameful to a man without hands or feet. Everyone felt a chill when looking at the picture in the frame, and then they were filled with anger. Any mentally normal person standing here would be shocked and furious, let alone a group of passionate children. Telescope, sniper on the cliff, fat dog for guarding, red umbrella, save people, everyone else, follow me, kill the strange beast. Tang Jiuxia's voice was icy cold. While she was speaking, she had already jumped down, and a crystal red and translucent 3-foot-long sword appeared in her hand. Following her command, Luo Jie and others also started to move. A sniper rifle materialized in the telescope's hand, blue lines appeared on the fat dog's body, and a heavy aura burst out. The red umbrella really took out a red umbrella and threw it into the sky. The next moment, the red umbrella appeared next to the naked man and woman. It immediately bounced off the silk-like things on their bodies and then put the two of them into the red umbrella. Mr. Mushroom waved his hand and summoned a large mushroom, then rushed down the cliff holding the large mushroom. The airport took out a stack of yellow paper from his arms and tore it off one by one, muttering to himself. From time to time, there were sudden flashes of wind, thunder, snow and fire in the air. Luo Jie was even more exaggerated. The shadow under him surged, lifted him up and smashed him towards the strange beast that was having an affair with the man. His limbs were entangled in shadows, and a black long sword popped out. He held it in his hand and slashed at the strange beast. But they made a lot of noise, so the group of strange beasts naturally discovered them and easily avoided their attacks. Of course, Luo Jie didn't think about killing the strange beast directly, so he wanted to rescue the people first. However, just after rescuing the person, Luo Jie heard a hoarse voice. "Kill me, please!" Luo Jie turned around suddenly and looked at the man. He saw a pair of lifeless eyes, a pair of eyes full of death. Luo Jie's eyes twitched, and he turned around and rushed towards the strange beast. The black knife was pulled into a black curtain, and he slashed towards the strange beast with an extremely fierce momentum. There was a flash of scarlet in the monster's eyes, and it was about to jump away to avoid it, but it failed to do so. There was darkness beneath it, and countless pairs of black hands kept rising from it, grabbing it tightly. Some black hands even grabbed the beast's head tightly, pried open its eyes, and made it look directly at the thundering knife. The shrill roar only sounded halfway before Luo Jie's black knife slashed across, dozens of black lights flashed, and the strange beast turned into mincemeat. Luo Jie was very fast, and Tang Jiuxia was not slow either. He waved the sword in his hand. "Deep red? 3 talents!" Suddenly, the deep red sword in his hand split into 3 and stabbed at the group of strange beasts that were gnawing on the corpse. Ding 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 3 times sounded in succession. 3 red walls of sword energy suddenly rose up, blocking the path of the group of strange beasts. Then, the crimson sword was swung again. Crimson? 4 symbols! 4 mysterious red stone statues suddenly appeared outside the high wall of sword energy. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, each in their positions, began to spit out sword energy. The sword energy poured out, seemingly endless. The group of strange beasts were turned into rags in a moment. The others also showed their abilities and killed all the strange beasts. At least, all the strange beasts on the surface are dead. A dark light flashed in Luo Jie's eyes, and he suddenly shouted, "Telescope, look at my knife!" As he spoke, a short knife shot out from Luo Jie's hand and stabbed somewhere. As soon as it was inserted into the ground, a loud bang was heard. A thumb-sized hole appeared where the dagger had pierced. What followed was a dull roar. The ground was churning and a giant snake with red barbs on its back, nearly 7 meters long, horns on its head and black flames came out of the ground while dancing wildly. A light blue bullet was firmly embedded in his left eye. Tang Jiuxia said coldly, "Deep red? 5 elements!" The crimson sword flashed, and 5 sword shadows pierced the black flame snake, pinning it to the ground. The breath circulates endlessly. Luo Jie approached with a sword in hand, and with a flash of the black knife, half of the snake's head was cut off. Taking a deep breath, Luo Jie let go of the long sword and walked towards the man who had turned into a human pig. Someone called out from behind, "Shadow, is he still alive?" "No, he's dead." Luo Jie took a short knife from the man's chest, looked at the light of God and relief in the man's eyes as he was dying, and said softly, "Have a safe journey." Covering the man's eyes, Luo Jie turned around and walked towards the rescued man and woman. The man and woman were taken into a red umbrella. When they were let out, they had fainted. A short-haired girl was treating them. Green bubbles wrapped around the two men, and their wounds were recovering quickly. Luo Jie glanced at the short-haired girl and pretended to be relieved. Fortunately, Bubble is pooped, but Bubble is not pooped. Fat dog. It's bad. I haven't seen that movie. I can't continue. Tang Jiuxia. I haven't seen it either. Everyone. Bubble. Brother Shadow, how about you get me something to eat? I'm a little hungry. Okay. Luo Jie looked around and said, but let's leave here first and find a quiet place. The fight just now was quite noisy, and Luo Jie was worried that it would attract other strange beasts. It would be fine if it only attracted one or two small waves, but it would be troublesome if it attracted more and more. Upon hearing this, everyone followed suit and was about to leave with the two wounded. Before leaving, Luo Jie took out a camera from somewhere and took a few pictures of the mess in front of him. Tang Jiuxia felt a little strange, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Jie shook his head and frowned, saying, I just feel that it's a little strange, but I can't put my finger on it. I'll report it to the higher-ups and let the professionals handle it. After a lot of twists and turns, everyone returned to the clearing in the forest where they had gathered to rest before. At this time, the man and woman had woken up, with some fear in their expressions, but when they saw clearly that the shadow in front of them was a human, they burst into tears instantly. He shouted for help while holding on to the person next to him. Fat dog. Let go, don't grab me, it's broken. Bubble had a piece of compressed biscuit in his mouth. With a wave of his hand, the bubble surrounding the two of them turned into a gentle blue. Wrapped in the blue bubble, the two seemed to gradually regain their composure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Jie tentatively asked the two what had happened, why they had run to such a remote place, and where the other 4 people had gone. The 2 men were trembling all over, looking at Luo Jie, and began to answer his questions with trembling voices. As the 2 spoke, Luo Jie and the others also understood what was going on with this group of people. Originally, this team was operating on the periphery and had never dared to go deep into the suppression area, but recently their captain broke through to the controller level. A few people thought that since the captain was the driver, they should go a little deeper. It's just a little bit, it shouldn't be too much, right? In fact, they only went a little deeper and didn't dare to run far. At the time, we just wandered around there, but didn't get anything, so we thought about leaving and coming back to get some intelligence or something. But we suddenly found that we couldn't get out anyway. It's like, I've encountered a wall of ghosts. The 2 swallowed their saliva, and fear appeared in their expressions again. Then, suddenly a man in a black windbreaker appeared and said he could take us out. After we gave him some money, he fulfilled his promise and led us out of the ghost wall and in front of the group of strange beasts. Luo Jie and the others looked at each other, their expressions somewhat solemn. Is someone trying to make money? Or is it colluding with the strange beast? Chapter 53 Civilization? As for the other 4 people, before I passed out, I saw a few strange beasts taking them deeper into the cave. They must have been eaten. After the man finished speaking, he lowered his head and said no more. The woman next to him buried her face in her arms, tears already streaming down her face. Luo Jie and others fell silent. The teammates who I spent every day with were being eaten up in front of me, and I was powerless to do anything. This is not a pleasant thing for anyone. Luo Jie and others did not try to comfort them. After the 2 men calmed down a little, they started walking towards the city. The group moved forward quickly. About half an hour later, everyone saw the city gate and city wall from afar. The city walls are tall and majestic, covered with claw marks and body parts of various strange beasts. This is the trace left by countless battles between strange people and strange beasts since the establishment of the city. It is the metal owned by this strong city. As long as the city wall stands here, it can bring peace of mind to countless people. After entering the city, Luo Jie and others were divided into 3 groups. Fat Dog and Bubble took the 2 survivors to the hospital for treatment. Red Umbrella, Airport, and others went to the market to replenish supplies. Luo Jie and Tang Jiuxia took the survivors' recorders to the Alien Center to deliver the mission and report the situation. After handing over the rescue mission at the front desk, Luo Jia and his companion went to the abnormal situation reporting office and handed over the photos he had taken earlier to the front desk. I think the scenes in these photos are a bit strange, but I can't tell what the details are. Please report it. Luo Jia said this, looking at the front desk with a serious face. After seeing the receptionist put the photos away, he left. He was not worried that the front desk staff would suppress the matter and not report it. After all, since it involved strange beasts, no matter how minor the matter was, it was nothing trivial. After leaving the alien center, Tang Jiuxia left in advance for something, while Luo Jia wandered around the city. Cities in suppression zones are different from ordinary cities. They have a more sturdy atmosphere. Although people's brains wouldn't be beaten into dog brains just because of a sentence like, "What are you looking at?" or, "What's wrong with me looking at you?" Everyone has a look on their face that says, "I'm not someone to be trifled with, don't get close to me." Of course, this doesn't mean that this place isn't lively. On the contrary, it is very lively here, with all kinds of shouting and hawking going on. In addition to food and clothing brought in from other places, there is also the trade of strange beasts that can only be found in suppressed towns, and you can even see people selling strange and ferocious beasts. Well, it depends on who is the biggest victim. Luo Jia looked at the vendor in front of him, who was taking a picture of a painting, and said excitedly, "Our team spent a lot of effort to get this painting back from a group of strange beasts. Look at the painting skills and the humanistic atmosphere from hundreds of years ago. What's the most important thing? Most importantly, this painting is extremely evil." The vendor played the music very nicely and Luo Jia enjoyed listening to it very much, just like he was listening to a fucking storyteller. "Take a look at that painting." Teresa's smile. "Shadow, that's fake, right? No one will buy it, knocked out face." Luo Jia, indeed, the kid has become smarter again. Shadow, must Q, greater than over equal to less than over equal to Q. Luo Jia shook his head, turned and left. This painting has been everywhere for a long time, why are there still people using it to deceive others? What kind of fool would? "I bought it." Luo Jia. Shadow, is parallel to. He paused and looked back in surprise. Luo Jia saw a guy dressed as a student, who took the painting from the vendor with an excited look on his face, and walked away happily, as if he had gotten a great bargain. "Look at the clothes, he's from Yeni University, right? How did he get in with this brain?" After thinking about it, Luo Jia found a restaurant and sat down. Let's eat first, and see how long it takes that idiot to react. The meal lasted more than half an hour, and just when Luo Jia thought he could no longer see the student came back with a painting. The anger on his face was evident. Luo Jia was immediately satisfied, paid the money and left contentedly. Alien Center. Abnormal Situation Reporting Office. As a special department of the Alien Center, it is only set up in the suppression area. When the department was first established, it was extremely busy. After all, anything related to strange beasts would be considered abnormal. But now it is a rather idle department. After so many years, everyone has become accustomed to fighting strange beasts, and no longer makes a fuss about it. At this time, in the research room, Lin Fang held a water cup and drank from it in small sips. He felt that this salted fish life was so decadent, but at the same time he felt that being so decadent was so damn cool. Just then, someone suddenly opened the door. "Teacher Lin, a stranger just reported a group of photos, saying that he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He hopes we can take a look." Lin Fang frowned, feeling that his decadent life was disturbed. But out of professional ethics, Lin Fang still took the photo and took a look at it. Upon seeing this, Lin Fang's eyes suddenly fixed. "These photos." Lin Fang looked at the photo carefully. Broken filaments, eaten corpses, small strange beasts shattered into pieces, and a strange snake with its head cut off. The corpses of different strange beasts were gathered together. After thinking for a while, Lin Fang asked his researcher, "Is there any strange evil in this place?" "According to the relevant alien reports, no." "Show me the reports of the relevant aliens. Also, if there are any battle records, give me a copy as well." The researcher responded and went to get the information. 10 minutes later, the information arrived. Lin Fang looked at the battle records carefully, looking at the photos from time to time, and his expression became more and more solemn. After hesitating for a while, he made a phone call and called some relevant people into the conference room for a meeting. The projection came down, and the photos taken by Luo Jia were projected onto the screen. Lin Fang looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please look, from the battle record video, this place is home to 8 kinds of strange beasts, big and small. And they were brought together without the presence of any strange evil. From the video, these strange beasts include those that are growing, those responsible for hunting, those responsible for breeding, those that are sentinels, and those that are transporting." Someone interrupted Lin Fang's speech and said, "Mr. Lin, what do you want to say?" Lin Fang looked at the person who was speaking and said word by word, "I suspect that a settlement-like civilization has appeared inside the strange beast, without relying on the strange beast to lead it. A civilization with clear division of labor, orderly hierarchy, and even tolerance of multiple races, obtained by learning from humans or evolving autonomously from within." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, thinking that Lin Fang was mentally ill. Seeing everyone's disbelief, Lin Fang took a deep breath and said, "I know you don't believe it. After all, this is just my guess, but it's a serious matter. I hope the mission center can issue some missions to investigate the strange beast settlements and bring back more information. If this settlement is just an isolated case, then it's fine. But if it appears on a large scale, then we must be on high alert. Also, the black-robed man who led the other team to the group of strange beasts must be found. This is hard to find. Many members of the hunting team like to wear black robes." Upon hearing this, someone spoke up to refute. Lin Fang shook his head, looked at the person who was speaking and said, "It's easy to find. Just look through the alien files and see if there is any alien who is a 1,000-stone level driver and has abilities like illusions." After a meeting, all participants started to get busy. Although some people think that Lin Fang is making a fuss out of nothing, but it's not a waste of time if it's something that can be done easily. Just like that, the Archive Center went to search for alien files, and the Task Center posted a new task. Investigate the strange beast settlements near the town. Chapter 54, Bringing Students? The next day, early morning. At the town gate. Luo Jia. Fat dog. Airport. Tang Jiuxia. Yeah. Everyone. Why are you sighing? Tang Jiuxia's face looked a little ugly, and he looked at his teammates awkwardly and said, "I am the captain after all, can't you be more polite to me?" Luo Jia wiped his face and said, "Fan Tang, it's not that we don't give you face, it's just that this mission is too ridiculous." "I know it's ridiculous, but this is a mission assigned by the higher-ups, and I have no choice but to accept it." Luo Jia and others were helpless. This is the bad thing about the official hunting team. You have to accept any missions given by them. Luo Jia and others did not reject these things. After all, they were provided with resources, visualization diagrams, and super professional training. There was nothing wrong with doing the tasks above. But they never expected that the first mission they took would be this. Lead a team of students into the suppression area for training, and ensure they stay alive. Student? A college student from Yiren University? Luo Jia and the others were actually students. They were just carrying out hunting missions in the suppression area as required by their superiors, so they went to register and take a leave of absence on the first day of school. Luo Jia took the opportunity to take a walk around Yiren University and learn about the courses. So he also knew that something like this would happen at the alien university. More than a month after school started, the students were sent to the suppression zone to learn how to fight. This was also what Luo Jia knew before, the reason why the student mortality rate at Yiren University was extremely high. Luo Jia didn't care at that time. It's just killing a strange beast. Even Shadow Cub is more skilled at it than him. Luo Jia always thought that he would not have anything to do with students in school in the short term. But he never expected that the students who came out for training would be led by people from their hunting team. Where are the teachers at school? Are they all slacking off? Tang Jiuxia. You can't ask the teachers who don't have many years left in school to lead them. Okay, you can let me take it. This guarantees my survival. I won't complain or cause any disputes, right? Well, Luo Jie never thought of luring the strange beast to attack this group of students. His idea was very evil. Once they entered the suppression area, they dragged these students into the alley, broke their legs, and then threw them back into the town. Easy and efficient. Luo Jie chuckled. Tang Jiuxia looked at him suspiciously, and said calmly, "It's okay if it's caused by normal monsters, but if there's a little bit of human intervention then it's a big problem." Luo Jie. Okay. Fat Dog and others silently threw away the iron rods and bricks. Tang Jiuxia. A group of people waited at the door for another 30 minutes, and 9 students finally arrived. Looking at these 9 students, Luo Jie was happy. There is an injustice. The students obviously saw them and walked over quickly. The fat boy in the lead scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry, teachers, we're late." His attitude of admitting his mistakes was so good that Tang Jiuxia and others were unable to say anything. But Luo Jie was different. He patted the little fat boy on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Since you call me teacher, I'll punish you. It's not too much, right?" The little fat man's face froze, and he said stiffly, There's no need for that. Hey, don't be polite with me, you already call me teacher, right?" Then, Luo Jie laughed and scolded these students. The fat boy and others wanted to say something, but Luo Jie's murderous aura made them dare not say anything. After scolding everyone, Luo Jie returned to the team in a good mood and glanced at Tang Jiuxia. Although the other party still had a blank expression on her face, her slightly raised eyebrows showed that she was in a good mood. After all, anyone standing on the street waiting for someone will still have to wait for 30 minutes for a bunch of strangers. This would make anyone feel unhappy. After Luo Jie's operation, everyone felt relieved and some of the arrogance in these students was also eliminated. At least, the students who were smiling and laughing just now have become much more obedient now. Then it was Tang Jiuxia's turn to play the good guy. He comforted the students, helped them regain some spirits, and then announced today's tasks. Yesterday, the Alien Center issued a mission to explore the strange beast settlements near the towns in the suppression zone. This is your mission today. As she spoke, she handed the mission record sheet to the leading little fat man and said, "The specific requirements are all on it. We will not interfere with your mission. We will only provide some supplements to your actions and results." After saying that, she nodded her head. "Now you can go." Several students looked at the task sheets in their hands and opened their mouths to say something. But when he saw Luo Jie's encouraging and expectant look behind Tang Jiuxia, he immediately swallowed his words. "Can't say, absolutely can't say. Otherwise, this man will definitely say something unpleasant again." Scratching their heads, several people gritted their teeth and walked out of the city. The members of the Sugar Cube team followed behind from a distance, watching the performance of this group of students and chatting. "Shadow, did you enjoy preaching just now?" Fat Dog put his arm around Luo Jie's shoulder and asked with a smile. Luo Jie smacked his lips and said unhappily, "It's just SOSO. It could have been a long story, but it was just rushed through." "Ah? Nothing, just be alert. It's okay to save your life, but if one of them gets killed, then kill them all, and then put the blame on them, saying they didn't follow the instructions and ran around. Hey, why did you retreat so far?" Luo Jie turned his head and took a look, only to see that the members of the Sugar Cube team were silently moving away from him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said unhappily, "I was just kidding, what are you thinking?" Everyone's mouth twitched. "Sorry, I really didn't see that." The Sugar Cube team was joking around, but the 9 students in front suddenly yelled, followed by a few loud bangs. Luo Jie and others were startled and looked forward quickly. Then I saw all kinds of lights and shadows flashing on those students, and they screamed and rushed towards a strange beast, a super weak one. Luo Jie. Tang Jiuxia. Fat Dog. Airport. The little fat man killed the strange beast in front of him with one punch. His face turned slightly pale, and he was shocked by the way the strange beast died. Immediately, a flush of excitement appeared on her face. The others were also excited. They worked together to kill a strange beast. They achieved such results on the first day of field study. Would they be even more amazing in the future? A group of students were getting excited when they heard a few bland voices coming from their ears. "It's a piece of trash equivalent to level 4 of refining essence. I don't know what to be happy about." He has no rules or control over his ability. His mental and physical strength are all wasted. Is this the top student at the alien university? Ahem, there are actually, maybe there are some outstanding students in the alien university. Then several students saw the members of the Sugar Cube team passing by them calmly without even looking at the strange beasts they had killed. The little fat man and others couldn't help but grit their teeth in anger. Everyone swore in their hearts that they must kill a big one soon to make these arrogant guys look at them with new eyes. With this thought in mind, several students began searching for nearby strange beast settlements. Although they were unhappy, they did not forget their mission. However, all the strange beasts nearby were cleared out. After all, the Alien Center released a mission yesterday. The mission was relatively easy, and the reward was not low. The experienced hunting team had already accepted the mission and started working on it. At this point, it is truly a miracle that we can still see settlements of strange beasts near the town area. The more Fatty and the others searched, the more impossible it seemed to them. The more they searched, the more unwilling they felt to end up with nothing. In the end, 9 students combined. The little fat man gritted his teeth and decided, "Let's go a little further. I don't believe there's no strange beast settlement nearby. They will definitely say something like fortune comes with risk and then go deeper, and you see, they are in, right?" Luo Jie pointed at the group of students with an expression that said, "I'm right." Then he asked Tang Jiuxia, "Captain Fontaine, are we going to leave them alone or let them come back?" Tang Jiuxia thought about it, then said, "Let them go, with us here they shouldn't." Luo Jie and others, "Don't talk. Don't insert the flag." Tang Jiuxia. Chapter 55, Killing the Cute Beast. The Fatty and the others moved deeper into the suppression area. But not too in depth. Although they all have their own pride in their hearts, they are not blindly arrogant and think that they can defeat monsters stronger than themselves. After moving forward for a while, they stopped moving forward when the frequency of encountering strange beasts increased slightly. Instead, start searching along this line. Look for the settlement of strange beasts. After some effort, they finally saw the settlement of strange beasts behind a low hill. And then, they had an argument? Luo Jie and others looked at each other, not understanding what these top students were arguing about. Were they really not afraid of attracting strange beasts? I ran over and asked. The reasons for the quarrel were actually very serious. Some students said that they should retreat after taking pictures, and some students said that these strange beasts should be killed. After all, they didn't look strong. But what confused Luo Jie was that 2 girls actually said that these strange beasts should not be killed, and the reason was, "They are lying there, so cute, why are you killing them?" Scratching his head, Luo Jie glanced at the 2 silly, cute monsters that the children mentioned. What to say? Not far away, 2 strange beasts that looked like puppies were sticking together, their big eyes blinking and their tails wagging. To be honest, it does look kind of cute. Oh, they do look cute. Fat Dog came over and took a look at the 2 girls with an ambiguous expression. Luo Jie rubbed his brows and said, "No, I remember you 2 didn't hold back when you killed the strange beasts before. Why are you unwilling to kill them now? Just because these 2 are cuter?" Then he saw the 2 silly kids nodded righteously. Luo Jie looked at the fat boy and the others with a look of disbelief. "Is this really your classmate?" The fat boy and others looked embarrassed. Luo Jie thought about it, took out his camera and took a few pictures of the settlement over there. Then he took out a piece of meat from his pocket. "This is a piece of meat I found while you were searching for the settlement. After identifying the smell and analyzing the meat quality, I determined that it is human flesh." Hearing this, everyone took a half step back. Luo Jie's eyes swept across the faces of the 2 silly children, and seeing that their faces were a little pale, he couldn't help but think that it seemed that these 2 just had poor brains, but some of their cognition was still normal. Thinking of this, he swung his hand, and the piece of human flesh flew straight towards the 2 strange beasts. Then everyone saw that the 2 strange beasts that were originally stuck together suddenly became manic and ran towards the piece of human flesh while roaring. They looked as if they were fighting for the best delicacy in the world. They fought with each other from time to time, with blood on their claws and exposed flesh. Luo Jie looked at the 2 girls with a smile. "Are they still cute? Go ahead. Don't you think they are cute? Go hug them. Maybe they think you are cute and won't eat you. You are seducing their nature. Oh, you know that eating people is their nature. Luo Jie rolled his eyes. I've seen people whose values follow their senses, but this is the first time I've seen people like you. If something like this happens again, you too should not come to the suppression area. I'm really worried that you'll see a monster that's too cute and then turn around and kill your teammates to feed them to the monster. Luo Jie's voice was very cold. He suddenly remembered a strange trend that had come from nowhere in the past 2 years. A small group of people were shouting there, saying that strange beasts were also lives and humans should respect life. They also said that those aliens who wantonly slaughtered strange beasts were cruel butchers. When Luo Jie saw the news, he laughed. A group of aliens or even a large group of ordinary soldiers were fighting against ferocious beasts on the front line to defend their country, but in the end, they protected such a thing? Fortunately, these are just a small group of people and cannot cause any trouble. Otherwise, Luo Jie felt that this world was not far from destruction. Moreover, Luo Jie felt that those guys who loudly called for respecting the lives of strange beasts and protecting strange beasts just wanted to do business. They put links to shopping websites on their social platforms one by one, and the purpose is too obvious. While Luo Jie was teaching 2 girls a lesson, the strange beast that was snatching human flesh over there suddenly changed. Suddenly, a rat half the height of a man appeared and knocked on the heads of the 2 strange beasts. The 2 strange beasts that were originally fighting over the human meat strips suddenly stopped, hung their heads and listened to the big rat squeaking and humming for a long time. Then the big rat picked up the strip of human flesh, tore it in half and threw it to the 2 strange beasts. When Luo Jie saw this scene, his expression suddenly became strange. He subconsciously took out his camera to take a few photos, muttering, "Why is it so inconsistent?" Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Tang Jiuxia suddenly say, "Sharing, fairness, mediating disputes." The moment he heard these words, Luo Jie felt his scalp suddenly go numb for no apparent reason. After taking a quick photo, Luo Jie said seriously, "Let's go back to the city first and report the situation here. Captain, please go and do this." As he spoke, the shadow beneath Luo Jie surged and rushed towards the strange beast settlement not far away like a tide. Soon, more than a dozen strange beasts were reduced to pieces. "Okay, we're done, let's go." Luo Jie calmly put away the camera, turned around and walked towards the city, singing as he walked. "The cute little monsters have all turned into meat dregs." Tang Jiuxia and the others were not surprised and turned around and left together. The little fat man and others were a little frightened when they saw Luo Jie's back. Originally it seemed that the opponent was about the same age as them, so his strength shouldn't be much stronger than theirs. At most, he just had more combat experience. But now it seems that the opponent's strength is not at the same level as theirs. Suppression Area, Alien Center. Inside the meeting room, Lin Fang didn't return to his office at all. To be precise, from yesterday till now, he has been in the conference room, screening the mission reports submitted by the hunting team with several staff members. Remember, any text or pictures that mention a settlement of strange beasts of a different species must be marked. Also, if you find any reports of strange beasts performing any special behaviors, please give them to me as well. Yes. Lin Fang looked at the report in his hand with red eyes. To be honest, most of these reports are very homogeneous, just like copied homework. But occasionally he would mention the situation of the settlement in some corner. Obviously, this group of people did not understand the importance of this mission. Instead, they kept talking about what would happen if they attacked a certain settlement. It's not that this information is useless, but he doesn't want to read it now. Of course, it's not completely without gain. Lin Fang did see some pictures and texts describing some very unnatural places in the strange beast settlement. But the content is too repetitive and not very rewarding. He rubbed his eyebrows. Looking at the file report in front of him that was reduced by half, Lin Fang sighed. Today, I didn't gain anything. At this moment, a staff member suddenly shouted loudly, "Teacher Lin, here is a report from the Sugar Cube team." Hearing this, Lin Fang's eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, "Quick, show me what you wrote." After taking the report, Lin Fang read it word by word and soon saw the 3 words in the report: fairness, sharing, and dispute resolution. Lin Fang took a deep breath and felt his scalp tingling. The strange beast, which has always only known how to kill, plunder, and bite its companions to death, actually knows these things? He wanted to say something, but his mind was still a little confused. Then I heard another staff member say, "Teacher Lin, here is a very strange report." Lin Fang was shocked. He took the report and took a look at it. This is a report with no text description, only pictures. In the picture, a group of strange beasts are standing or crawling, and there is a strange beast standing in front of them, like a leader. In front of them was a pile of minced meat, and a little bit ahead of that was a picture of what looked like a baby or some kind of insect hatchling. Lin Fang stared at the photos in a daze, muttering to himself. Is this totem worship? Chapter 56. The strange beast yearns for peace? It's still a meeting room. It was still Lin Fang and the top leaders in the suppression area. Lin Fang projected 2 photos onto the screen. One photo shows a strange beast mediating a dispute, and the other shows a group of strange beasts apparently performing a worship ceremony. Then, Lin Fang explained the contents of the 2 photos, and then looked at everyone in the conference room and said in a deep voice, "We all know that the strange beast has suddenly appeared hundreds of years ago, and has always been bloodthirsty and enjoys eating people. But looking at the first photo, the strange beast divided the meat strip into 2 equal portions for the little strange beasts. According to the information reported by the team, the meat strip was human flesh. You should all know how attractive it is to strange beasts. In addition, strange beasts have another characteristic, exclusivity. When strange beasts of different species are together, great conflicts will break out. It is not impossible for them to fight to the death. Unless there is a strange beast, different strange beast species cannot live in peace." At this point, Lin Fang pointed to the second photo and suddenly asked, "As for this second photo, what do you think of it? They are having a meeting?" Someone thought he had told a joke and laughed out loud. But no one laughed along. Someone on the side tentatively asked, "Are these strange beasts worshipping?" "Worship? Worship whom? Worship the gods? Does this mean that the strange beast has faith?" "No, look carefully, what they are worshipping seems to be a baby." "Dead babies, are they extremely vicious?" The conference room suddenly exploded, and a group of people began to talk. However, Lin Fang, who was presiding over the meeting, did not interrupt and allowed these people to speak freely. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "They can mediate, share, and worship the gods. Does this mean that a simple civilized group has emerged among the strange beasts?" "Very likely," Lin Fang replied briefly. "With the emergence of civilization and the learning of cunning, will the alien beasts in the future be more difficult to deal with? The current monster attacks and suppression areas are still based on force. If they appear in the future and are based on intelligence, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. The strange beasts in the past only had simple intelligence. Will their intelligence be higher in the future? If they master human technology? Don't think so far ahead. Right now, these are just examples from our suppression area. We don't know if they are isolated cases. Don't make random assumptions and don't cause panic. It is necessary to conduct a more detailed investigation and inform the brothers in other suppression areas to keep an eye out for relevant changes." The discussion was very heated, basically talking about how to fight against strange beasts in the future. At this moment, someone suddenly said something, like pouring a basin of water, making the entire conference room quiet. "Is it possible that we don't have to fight the strange beasts, but can negotiate with them peacefully and reach a settlement?" Suddenly, everyone turned to look at the middle-aged man with the big belly. The conference room was very quiet as if everyone was dead. The middle-aged man was surrounded by this atmosphere and felt uncomfortable all over. He smiled awkwardly and said, "What's wrong? I just suggested a possibility. There's no need to be so serious. If you have any suggestions, just tell me." Lin Fang took off his glasses, wiped them, and looked at the middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. "If I remember correctly, you are a top student in the history department, right?" Yes. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned a little ugly. "Then please answer me, hundreds of years ago, when the strange beast disaster broke out, how many people died in Dahua? Please answer me, what has been the favorite food of strange beasts over the past hundreds of years? Finally, please answer me, how many people have died fighting against strange beasts over the years?" The middle-aged man was sweating profusely and his face turned from rosy to pale. He knew the answers to these questions, but he didn't dare to answer them. At this moment, there was an invisible pressure in the conference room that prevented him from uttering those heavy words. Lin Fang looked directly at the middle-aged man, his voice becoming cold and cruel. When the disaster broke out, Dehua sacrificed 300 million people. For hundreds of years, the monsters have loved nothing more than human flesh. Now millions of us die every year directly from fighting monsters. Even your father was killed by a strange beast. How the hell are you suggesting peace talks? Lin Fang pounded the table, and the solid wooden table was cracked. Peaceful negotiations? Are you going to build a shrine for the monsters to commemorate them for slaughtering humans? Speak up, don't shut up, speak up! Lin Fang's roar exploded in the conference room, and the entire room seemed to be shaken. Everyone is watching, no one wants to be a peacemaker, and no one is willing to be the peacemaker. Everyone hopes that the bastard who said such things would die. In the end, the middle-aged man resigned voluntarily, and in order to keep it secret, he chose to isolate himself, and he was no longer seen in the entire suppression area. After that, the meeting continued and lasted until late at night. Everyone in the conference room agreed. This matter will not be made public for the time being. We will first notify people in other suppression areas to pay attention to related changes and continue with related tasks. One additional item: whenever such a settlement is found, it must be destroyed as much as possible. In addition, we will strengthen the ideological construction of the staff in the suppression areas to prevent anyone from going astray. Of course, there are still many detailed regulations that need to be studied and finalized by their respective departments, and it cannot be completed in a short time. But everyone knows that the nerves of senior leaders in the suppression area will be tense for a long time to come. However, none of them expected it. A news pop-up window appeared on everyone's mobile phone. Breaking news! Weird beasts may have a civilization, and humans may be able to coexist peacefully with them. Experts: after hundreds of years of slaughter, the lower-class people of the weird beasts are suffering and yearn for peace. What the hell is this? Luo Jia looked at the news on his phone, his face wrinkled into a ball, and his head was full of question marks. 3 minutes ago, this news became a hot topic on social media. 3 minutes later, this piece of news topped the trending search list, followed by a hit. Luo Jia clicked on it and took a look out of curiosity. The official post, the old Yambao, well, I know what the composition is. Looking at the article again, it is full of all kinds of self-righteous assumptions and guidance. It claims to be benevolent, righteous and virtuous, but the words between the lines are full of selfish opinions and distorted misleading. The comment section is even more lively. All kinds of unknown celebrities, pure passers-by, rational people, who appeared out of nowhere, expressed their opinions on this news. Luo Jia took a look and found that the tone was basically in favor of negotiation. There was even a guy who claimed to be a top law student who said, "I've studied it. In fact, it was the aliens who took the initiative to attack and kill the strange beasts over the years. The strange beast group has long been unwilling to be enemies with humans. Most of the strange beasts. There's a lot of blah blah. The general meaning is that these are all the fault of the aliens. Why blame the strange beasts? Anyway, it's just to whitewash the strange beast. The point is that there are actually a lot of people praising him for being smart and awesome." Luo Jia tried to post a comment. "You are stupid." Just sent it out, it disappeared immediately. Luo Jia knew that he was being accused of commenting. He lay in bed and thought for a long time, not understanding why these people jumped out. Were they seeking their own death? Could it be that their shop business is not doing well and they are trying to take advantage of the popularity? If this plot was put into a novel, it would be criticized to death. Is there really someone so stupid as to write like this? Luo Jia lay on the bed, lost in confusion. I don't know when this group of people who speak out will die. Chapter 57 Reaction. The hot search continues. Overnight, the number of discussions exceeded 1.5 billion, which is more than the population of Dahua. There are more and more comments under the news. There are more and more calls for peace with the monsters, and although some people have spoken out to refute these views, their comments have either been deleted or drowned out by the vast majority of supporting arguments. For a time, calls for peaceful coexistence with strange beasts became mainstream on the internet. Some even said that they did not need the surveillance and confinement of the great Huayuan, and that they wanted to be free to embrace and sleep with the lovely strange beasts. The aliens are the real heretics, they are not fellow humans! Well, this ranked second in the trending searches. What was the reaction of the Dahuayuan? They did not react. They were angry, but all the relevant departments of Iran had notified them that they were temporarily banned from speaking on online platforms for the next period of time to avoid being exploited by those with ulterior motives. Although the aliens felt aggrieved, since this was the official statement, they could only endure it for the time being. At the same time, all the aliens in the suppression area were also notified that the city would be temporarily closed during this period and no one was allowed to enter the area where the strange beasts were active. Luo Jie and others naturally stayed in the suppression area and couldn't go anywhere. Looking at the various comments on the internet, some of them feel helpless and some feel angry, but more of them feel uncomfortable. While Luo Jie was scanning the news, he said to everyone, "Okay, stop looking so sad. Believe it or not, the silent ones are the majority." Fatty sighed and pounded his fist on the stone table. "I understand all this, but it still hurts." Luo Jie was helpless and felt it was hard to say anything. He could only rub his brows and sigh. Trust the higher-ups, they will handle it. When some people are worried, others are naturally happy. For example, those unknown big verses who spoke. They are almost going crazy with joy. Although there are many smart people who come to scold them, there are more brainless people who support them. Then a little scolding means nothing. Besides, only when there are criticisms will there be popularity. And only when there is popularity will things sell well. Haven't you seen that the things in their online store are selling like hotcakes? Even these big verses have already thought about inviting a few princesses or gigolos to celebrate. Of course, the happiest ones were not them, but the old Yabao. As the news media that single-handedly led this explosive point, the middle and senior management of the old Yabao are ready to open champagne. How many years? They have been trying to smear and slander the Great China for many years. But there are so many patriotic idiots here, which makes it difficult for them to carry out their smear campaign. Well, these middle and senior executives of the old Yabao think that those who are patriotic are fools. It hinders their business. Fortunately, Dad Shigua has put in a lot of effort in recent years, and there are more and more smart people in the country, and more senior elites support the old Yanbao. Now, these smart people come together and lead public opinion in an instant. An uproar broke out in an instant. My dear colleagues, our efforts over the years have not been in vain. Now is the time to launch the final offensive against Dahua public opinion. For the sake of our country and our people, we... The editor-in-chief was all smiles, having already calculated in his mind how many bones he could get from the Western daddy this time. No, not just bones, there should be a lot of meat as well. Just when he was happy, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A young editor rushed in a panic. "Editor-in-chief, this is bad. Dahua has officially responded." Dahua Alien Consulate General, after discovering the possibility of civilization within the strange beasts, our bureau held a long meeting and discussed, and after browsing the opinions of the general public on the internet, our bureau negotiated with other relevant departments and decided to support the organization of a peace visit team to go to the suppression area to negotiate with the strange beast civilization in a friendly manner. Considering that the visiting team should come from various industries, we decided to select people from the relevant news as peace messengers of the visiting group to go to the suppression area. In addition, considering that strange people may cause the cute strange beasts to panic, strange people will not appear in this visit to avoid contradictions and conflicts. The following is a list of the visiting personnel. The future and peace of mankind depends on you. Please cheer for them. What followed was a series of official reposts, likes and comments. This response directly became a hot topic and ranked first. All comments are for peace and warm support. However, if you look closely at the list, there are big verses who have previously slandered the official and outsiders, keyboard warriors who have been slamming online, senior leaders of the old Yen Daily, and experts who will fart for money. This is not a peace negotiation list, this is a revenge list. Official retaliation. Now, the silent majority is happy. He started speaking, supporting these people to negotiate peace with the strange beast. While speaking, he also tagged those big versus and experts. The topic discussion directly exceeded 2 billion. The big versus and experts just smiled disdainfully when they saw it. It's just for show, who would believe this? At most, you can just delete the comment. But when someone tried to delete the post, he found that he couldn't delete it. Not only could they not delete it, but an additional update was automatically added to their articles, containing just 2 words, "Oh my god." The popularity exploded again instantly, and the 2 words, "I'm going," jumped to the second place in the hot search list. The comments under these people are all full of encouragement and praise for them as righteous people, pioneers of peace, and forerunners who will create changes that have not been seen in a century. In short, wear the hat no matter how high it is. The big versus panicked instantly. They knew that this was a fatal move by the authorities, trying to silence them in some way. This made them crazy. They threw things, punched walls, and cursed the authorities for being shameless for depriving them of their freedom of speech. Well, so these big verses are very interesting. It is obvious that their Western father often does this, but they just can't see it. They clearly hope that Dahua will become one of the Western territories, but when Dahua starts to use Western methods, they curse the officials for being shameless. Some people are furious and helpless, and they think they are terrified. They mobilize their own connections to try to remove themselves from the list. But those people who usually curry favor with them have now scattered like birds and beasts, and none of them can be contacted. They became more and more frightened, yet they also had a glimmer of hope. I think this is just an official joke. After all, they are just trying to get some popularity. It's no big deal. It's for business. At most, we can cooperate with the authorities, pretend to do something, and fool those idiots, that's all. They have paid taxes, so the authorities will definitely not be too harsh on them. Just as they were thinking this, the door of their room rang. Open the door and send warmth to the community. Beyond everyone's expectations. This time the official action speed can be described as thunder. Many residents saw officials going around and friendly inviting some people to get on the bus, even though those people were very reluctant. Soon after, countless planes took off from all over the place and flew to different suppression areas. A banner was hung on the tail of the plane, for peace and future special flight for friendly visiting team. On this day, suppression areas across the country welcomed a visiting delegation of nearly 200 people. The aliens had already received the notice, and had not appeared in the buildings along the streets. The towns in the suppression area were empty and looked a bit deserted. But the sights coming from the buildings on both sides made them shudder. These big V experts wanted to say something, but several aerial cameras were pointed at their faces. At the same time, Dahua's official account launched a nationwide live broadcast, of friendly interviews with cute monsters. Countless people flocked to the live broadcast room to watch this epic-making, grand interview. Then they saw a host with a smile on his face and a group of interviewers who looked like their parents had died. The town gates have been opened and the host announced that everyone can set off. However, these people who highly advocate the idea that strange beasts yearn for peace on the internet dare not step out of the city gate. There are also elites who boast of their status and calmly say, "It is unreasonable that there are no aliens following us. We are also citizens of Dahua. We must ensure our safety. Hey, how can we let the bloodthirsty aliens hurt the peace-loving strange beasts? Don't worry, the strange beasts love peace, how could they hurt you?" The host said this with a smile, his words full of sarcasm. As he spoke, he glanced outside the city gate and said calmly, "If you don't go, the cute monster will come looking for you." As he finished speaking, everyone present and the audience in the live broadcast room saw billowing black smoke suddenly rising in the distance. The camera zooms in. The audience could clearly see that it was a group of strange beasts running towards the town. The appearance is hideous and terrifying. Suddenly, the elites panicked. He wanted to run away as soon as possible. But an invisible pressure imprisoned them, making them unable to move. The host was still smiling. "Oh, it can be seen that the cute monsters are very enthusiastic. They must want to hug you and give you a passionate kiss. Come on, ambassadors of peace, go and greet them." Then, everyone felt an invisible force pushing them out of the town. Getting closer to the city gate, getting closer to death. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and peed his pants. Someone suddenly knelt down and cried loudly. "Don't let me go out, I won't go out, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said those things online, I'm sorry. I have parents and children to take care of, you can't do this to me. I just want to make some money. It's not easy for me. I'm just joking. Why do you take it so seriously? It's not my fault. I just took the money to do the job. It's none of my business. I am a Spanish citizen. I want to apply for international arbitration. You can't do this to our international friends. I'm just selling things. I'm just trying to take advantage of the popularity to fool fools, don't hurt me like this. I was just saying it casually. Even a fool knows that strange beasts are bloodthirsty." The collapse of one person brings about the collapse of a group of people. All kinds of truths were spoken out like this and were broadcast live, allowing all the audience watching the live broadcast to hear them clearly. The ugly postures of these big V experts and senior elites were also captured clearly. The host waved his hand with a cold face, and a group of policemen in special uniforms appeared and took away these celebrities who were covered in shit and piss. A severe trial was waiting for them. At this time, Dahua officials issued a list of people engaged in espionage activities in Dahua, and a list of people who accepted bribes and sold out their country. The list was very long, listing all the amounts of bribes and details of the crimes. On that day, more than 10,000 people were arrested and imprisoned for espionage. As for the number of people arrested on other charges, the number is even more difficult to count. Since then, the internet environment has improved a lot, and the online condemnation of aliens has quietly disappeared. Of course, this is all a story for later. At this time, the Big V experts were taken away, but the live broadcast had not yet ended. The host jumped up and looked at the group of strange beasts approaching from a distance, a sense of solemnity and murderousness echoing in his body. He waved his hand and shouted, "All the strangers in the city listen to my orders!" Countless strange people suddenly appeared in various places on the originally empty streets, holding their breath, ready to go. "Kill!" The word "kill" resounded over the town. All the aliens responded and rushed towards the group of strange beasts without hesitation. Chapter 58. Outrageous. Really outrageous. Outrageous. So fucking outrageous. Luo Jie shook his head with emotion while watching the news. He never expected that the Dahua official was so fast. With a series of combos, they cleared out those online trolls and captured a bunch of spies. What he didn't expect was that the scene of him killing the strange beast just now was also broadcast live. You should know that in the past, Dahua officials banned such live broadcasts. The reason is that they are worried that it is too bloody and will have a negative impact on minors. But now, not only is it live broadcasting, Luo Jie even saw people making remixes with the live broadcast footage on some platforms, which was so exciting with the background music. The video has a lot of views and the comment section is very lively. It makes my blood boil. I just want to pick up a knife and kill the monster. Next year's mutant test, I must succeed. Brothers, I cried when I saw this, but my brother didn't cry. I beat him until he cried. I did the right thing. In fact, police, firefighters, and doctors are all heroes who save lives and heal the wounded, and they all deserve our respect. In addition, various serious popular science articles about strange beasts have appeared on major online platforms. A large amount of bloody information was even posted on the internet platform without being censored. This was something that was unthinkable before. If you say there was no official instigation behind this, even the monster Luo Jie would not believe it. Of course, there are also some doubts and sarcasm in these remarks. But these remarks were drowned out by the crowd. In this regard, Luo Jie could only say, "This moment is just like that moment. The classics will be passed down forever." Luo Jie took off his clothes, took a bath, and washed the blood off his body. The group of strange beasts that were about to attack the city gate had already been wiped out by a large number of aliens. Luo Jie participated in the killing and his body was naturally covered in blood, but Luo Jie did not care. In his opinion, the online public opinion issue has come to an end, and the foreigner should go out of the city to complete the mission next. But he never expected that he would receive another notice asking the captains of each hunting team to go to the alien center to participate in a meeting. Therefore, Luo Jia and his companions did not leave the city. After taking a shower, Luo Jia lay on the bed and browsed his phone, watching the changing news and feeling that these people were really boastful. After looking at his phone for a while, Luo Jia threw it away and prepared to go to bed. He hasn't even defeated the 100 black-robed men who can transform. The black spear was swung, leaving a shadow. 3 or 4 men in black robes bumped into the spear shafts and were knocked away. In silence, the man in black robe was about to lift up his robe and transform into an orc. However, just as the black robes were opened, Luo Jia's spear followed closely and pierced the throats of the men in black robes. With a flick of the spear, several men in black robes were thrown out, just in time to block several men in black robes who were running towards them. There were more black-robed men who came to attack this time, but Luo Jia didn't care. He stepped on the ground and jumped up, sweeping his spear quickly and hitting the black-robed men on the forehead. With a few swishes, these men in black robes fell to the ground. Luo Jia grinned and thought that after fighting you for so long, I already know your moves. As he landed on the ground, he saw 10 men in black robes transforming into beasts without saying a word and attacking him directly. Luo Jia showed no fear and stepped forward with his gun. Ha ha ha, come at me head on, no, come and fight me hard. Luo Jia fought heartily in his dream. But many people are suffering at this moment. One staff member covered his head with his hands, looking desperate. This is the nth time we have held this meeting. There are 3 major conferences and countless minor ones. Someone answered, looking sad. It's a troubled time, it's autumn now. Oh, right. It's only autumn now. Why would those strange beasts appear outside the city gate? How should I know? I think they will talk about this in the meeting later. In the large conference room, everyone was talking. In addition to the leading cadres of the departments related to the Inhumans, the captains of various official and civilian hunting teams also participated in this meeting. The meeting host is still Lin Fang. He looked at the people in the audience and sighed. First of all, I have to say something to my fellow aliens. I'm sorry for having wronged you these past 2 days. It was our negligence in our work that caused you to be in the spotlight unintentionally. After a sincere apology, the hunting team members didn't say anything. Those who were more sensible knew that someone was deliberately causing trouble, but those who were less sensible, well, things happened too fast, and it was over before they could even figure out what was going on. After apologizing, Lin Fang went straight to the point. First, it was emphasized that we should continue to investigate the groups of strange beasts with obvious settlements, investigate their distribution, collect suspicious information, and carry out eradication missions. This point has been mentioned many times, so Lin Fang spoke very quickly. When it came to the second point, Lin Fang's expression became even more serious. I think you all know that strange beasts usually don't attack the towns in the suppression area on a large scale. Except for a small attack at the end of November every year, the rest is the beast tide in January. But today, I think everyone in the hunting team has seen it. The captain of a hunting team turned serious. They not only saw them, but they also killed those strange beasts with their own hands. But none of the hunting team captains thought about the beast tide, but now that Lin Fang mentioned it, they instantly understood what Lin Fang meant. The old people's faces turned ugly, and the newcomers' faces also turned bad after listening to the old people's explanation. The beast tide was a spectacle that suddenly appeared 20 years ago. Every January, the normal weather in the suppression area would suddenly change and become extremely cold. At this time, large numbers of strange beasts would gather outside the city gates and launch continuous attacks on the urban area. During this period of time, the aggressiveness of the strange beasts will increase significantly, and the growth rate of the strange beasts will also be much faster at this time. In the game, it means that the monster side is exploding with troops. But there is a sign of this. Every year around mid-November, a small group of strange beasts will come to attack the towns in the suppression area. There have been no accidents over the years. But it's only mid-October now. Is the beast tide coming earlier? The conference room became noisy. Some people were excited, some were afraid, but no one wanted to escape. Their country and home are behind them, where can they escape to? After a while of noise, Lin Fang continued on the stage. In view of the attack of the strange beast this time, I hope that those who are capable in the hunting team can sneak into the depths of the suppression area to see what changes have taken place. In addition, the official defense resources will be in place as soon as possible. In the past 20 years, except for the first beast tide when we were caught off guard and suffered a great loss, we have been the winners in all the subsequent beast tides, and this time is no exception. Southeastern Suppression Zone. Outside a ward in the hospital, Tang Gon sat cross-legged on a chair, breathing steadily and long. After his team was assigned to the Southeastern Suppression Zone, in addition to going out of the city every day to hunt strange beasts, he also had a separate task, which was to meditate for 2 hours every day in this hospital. At first Tang Gon didn't know why, but after inquiring for a period of time, he already knew that the 2 alien generals who had made contributions to Dahua were lying in this ward. He was hit by the nightmare factor that year, and has been in a coma ever since. The higher-ups hoped to use the nightmare factor in him to resonate with these unconscious generals and wake them up. As far as he knew, several other nightmare factor carriers had similar missions. But so far, no one has succeeded in waking up these unconscious generals. Tang Gon came out of the meditation state, glanced at the quiet ward, and couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps because he carries the nightmare factor, his training speed is extremely fast, and now he is a second-level 1,000-stone level buff. But the higher his realm, the more he can feel the side effects of the nightmare factor. It was such a nagging, suffocating nightmare that he sometimes felt like he was going to die in the dream. Is it because we are born carriers that we can wake up from nightmares? Tang Gon muttered to himself and glanced at the door of the ward again. I wonder what kind of nightmare these senior generals are trapped in. Sighing again, he turned and was about to leave. At this moment, a violent momentum surged up from behind him. Like waves coming in violent waves. Tang Gon turned around abruptly, his face full of surprise. Chapter 59, Animal Skin Baby Statue. Luo Jie sat up from the bed, covering his arms and legs. He looked very bad. The body twitched from time to time. Honestly, he thought he was used to being beaten to death in his dreams, but last night, when he outlasted 50 people for the first time in such a long time, his dreams changed. In a trance, Luo Jie saw 2 figures with their backs to him. A huge dark, faceless figure with 8 arms and 2 heads. A young man with his head and body separated, holding a huge sword and chains. While he was stunned, the remaining 50 men in black robes suddenly pounced on him, instantly transforming from humans to beasts, and were about to eat him. Then, Luo Jie saw the young man, whose head and body were separated, gently lifted the chain. The pitch-black chains instantly pierced through the 50 men in black robes, and of course, pierced through him as well. Well, the second most painful experience ever. The first time was when the boy's head was eaten. Suppressing the trembling of his body, Luo Jie washed up while recalling what happened last night, thinking in his heart. Could it be that something has changed in this dream? However, he had no idea what the changes were. Oh my god, I feel like there's going to be a big development next. With this thought in mind, Luo Jie received a notice from Captain Tang Jiuxia and immediately gathered at the city gate. By the time Luo Jie arrived at the city gate, the others had also arrived. Tang Jiuxia looked at everyone with a cold expression and said calmly, "Leave the task of leading the students to others. Our new mission is to sneak into the depths of the suppression area to investigate and see what is wrong with the strange beast." Fat Dog scratched his head. Such a big thing is just handed over to our team? Tang Jiuxia, when did I say that we are the only team left? Some experienced hunting teams set out early this morning. The Fat Dog scratched his head and thought it was natural. It was so embarrassing. Everyone gathered together, whispering for a long time, and then dispersed to buy supplies. In-depth investigation missions like this basically require staying overnight outside, so there are a lot of things to prepare. In addition to some regular marching rations, some special medicines are also needed. For example, drugs that can reduce the toxicity of strange beast meat. Well, after all, the food you bring with you may not be enough. If you dive too deep and run out of food, eating strange beast meat would be a good choice. Even if this will accelerate the erosion of the body's abilities. An hour later, everyone gathered in front of the city gate again and then left the city. Target, deep in the suppression area. The group moved forward at a constant speed, encountering several settlements of strange beasts, but they were all wiped out by them with the force of thunder. Finally, after traveling for most of the day, everyone arrived at the deep area. Compared to the shallow and middle areas, the deep area is much quieter and does not look as dangerous. There is even more greenery here. But in fact, the strength and ferocity of the strange beasts here are far higher than those in the other two areas, and the possibility of encountering strange and ferocious beasts is even higher. If you don't consider the strange and ferocious beasts, this place is simply a great place for vacation and summer vacation. Well, it's exciting to think about using your life for a vacation. Walking carefully in the woods, Luo Jie and others looked around carefully, guarding against the appearance of strange beasts. However, there was nothing unusual in the forest. The group was on edge for a long time, but nothing unexpected happened. Everyone looked at each other, all confused. They had been to the deep area before. The first time they entered the deep area, they encountered a large strange beast whose strength was almost the same as Tang Jiuxia's. Fortunately, Tang Jiuxia and Luo Jia were able to fight at that time, otherwise half of their team would have been killed here. Although their strength has improved during this period, to be honest, everyone was prepared to get injured when they came to the deep area this time. But now, where is the strange beast? The 9 people gathered together and whispered. What's going on? The strange beast disappeared? Could it be a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Telescope guessed. What a bullshit tiger. At most, it just attracted a bunch of small fish and shrimps. Luo Jie complained. Besides, if the strange beasts use such advanced tactics, then humans should be in danger. Then, could it be that the strange beasts in the deep zone have also formed a settlement? It should be, but I don't know what the scale of this settlement is. Tang Jiuxia touched his smooth chin, pondered for a moment, and said, According to the information, the strange beasts in the deep area have always been solitary. The reason why we were able to escape last time was also because of this. But if they all gather together... Luo Jie sniffed. It's impossible to kill a strange beast. Being alive is victory, but we have to see where they gather. After some discussion, everyone decided on a course of action and then continued to search for any traces of the strange beast. Finally, after more than half an hour of searching, everyone found the strange beast in an open space. More than a dozen large strange beasts gathered together. Although they were not extremely close, they got along very harmoniously. There were also many small strange beasts running and playing around them. This scene is inexplicably heartwarming, if they were not playing and chasing after a human head. Everyone gritted their teeth, angry inside but did not act rashly. There were too many troublesome monsters at the scene, and they definitely couldn't defeat them. Tang Jiuxia took a few photos, waved his hand, and was about to lead everyone to retreat. At this moment, everyone saw that all the strange beasts stopped playing and turned to look to the side. That direction is not where Luo Jie and the others are hiding. Luo Jie heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that some cliché plot would unfold. Following the beast's line of sight, everyone saw a 2-meter-tall humanoid beast walking out, holding a stack of strange animal skins in its hands. Behind it were 2 large strange beasts, each carrying the remains and internal organs of various corpses. I saw a humanoid beast hanging the animal skin between the branches, revealing a deformed baby inside. Then, the humanoid beast divided the pile of limbs and internal organs into 3 piles and placed them neatly in front of the animal skin portrait. Then, under the guidance of the strange beast, they began to worship the portrait of the baby on the animal skin. Luo Jie and the others looked at each other, and immediately turned on the telescope to record everything in front of them. Then, at Tang Jiuxia's signal, they quietly retreated. I retreated to a safe distance, and then breathed a sigh of relief. However, what they didn't know was that just as they were retreating, the baby on the animal skin painting suddenly shook slightly. The next moment, all the strange beasts that were kneeling suddenly stopped worshipping and turned back sharply. A few people took a breath in the woods, and without staying for long, they went to search other places. After some searching, they found several similar settlements, and saw these strange beasts doing the same thing. After recording these situations, everyone planned to retreat. Overnight? What a haunted night. There is obviously something seriously wrong with this place. So many dangerous beasts gathered together. If they attack at the same time, the scene would be unimaginable. Those who dare to stay easily are either all of them are at the Wancher level, or they are all a bunch of fools. Well, if we bring something like a Star Destroyer, we can probably deal with these strange beasts easily. Luo Jie thought about it and followed the crowd out. But just after half an hour, they discovered something was wrong. Chapter 60: The Beast Chasing. There are many common features among the various settlements of the strange beast anomaly this time, the most obvious of which is the baby painted on the animal skin. Everyone watched the video repeatedly and found that although the babies on the animal skins had slight differences, they were generally the same and could basically be determined to be the same baby. In every community that performed the ritual of worship, no matter how strong or weak, they were worshipping the same baby. TSK, you said you were going to spend the night outside, but you didn't even dare to stay. The fat dog took a bite of dry food and said with some self-mockery. Luo Jie glanced at him and hesitated for 2 seconds. Is there a possibility that you can stay here and use these strange beasts as a foundation to sharpen your blade, just like what is written in some novels? Airport. Then there was a click, and the knife broke. As she spoke, she made a haircut in the air, which made the fat dog's scalp tingle slightly. Okay, stop talking, finish your meal and get out of here, Tang Juxia said, and stood up first. Luo Jie also stood up while biting a dry food stick. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Jie suddenly paused, and then quickly and in a low voice said, 200 meters behind, there is a strange beast approaching our direction. Should we kill it or retreat? Everyone was stunned, but they did not suspect anything. They all looked at Tang Juxia, waiting for her to speak. Tang Juxia frowned slightly, looked at Luo Jie and asked in a deep voice, Are you coming for us or why? It feels like it's looking for something, but it may not be looking for us. Luo Jie shook his head and continued, It's not very strong. It can kill instantly, but it will definitely attract other strange beasts. Then retreat. Tang Juxia made the decision decisively, without hesitation. Also, whether there are any or not, send a message to the nearby teams to explain the situation. Mushroom Man on the side agreed and quickly tapped his special watch. A message was sent out in the form of a group message. As long as there is a hunting team within a radius of 100 miles, this message will be received. Others were cleaning up their own traces and sprinkling special chemicals on the ground to cover up their own smell. After doing all this, everyone quickly moved towards the town in the suppression area. As long as they retreat to the middle area, they can relax a lot. Just when Luo Jie and his men were planning to retreat, the news edited by Mushroom Kun quickly spread in the vicinity. After seeing the news, some hunting teams hesitated for a while and chose to evacuate, but some other hunting teams did not care at all. The Sugar Cube Squad? Ha, a bunch of little brats who know nothing about strange beasts. Brother Zhang, isn't it said that the Sugar Cube Squad is a newly trained hunting team? Maybe they have some inside information. Insider information? What kind of inside information can there be? They just asked us to investigate the deep area. Xiao Luzi, don't look down on the official team. The official will not take care of them too much. Brother Zhang said this with disdain, but the cigarette in his mouth was not lit. Some strange beasts have extremely strong sense of smell and may find them by following the smell of burning smoke. After biting his cigarette with a bit of tastelessness, Brother Zhang looked at his team members and said, Okay, get to work quickly. The photo of the sacrifice we found last time earned us a lot of rewards. If we don't find a bigger one this time, it would be a shame for us to take this risk. A group of team members nodded and didn't care about the news. Instead, they remembered the rewards they got last time. They became excited and rushed into the forest to find the big one. A moment later, a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster walked out of the forest. It was covered in blood, and one of its claws was holding a human arm. It sniffed, as if trying to identify something. After a while, it took off the communication watch on its arm and stared at it for a long time. Suddenly, it opened its mouth. Escape, the monster, the baby. With a grin, it swallowed the whole arm in one gulp, then let out a loud roar and rushed in a certain direction. This direction is the direction that Luo Jie and his men retreated. At the moment when the humanoid monster rushed out, several humanoid monsters in the forest suddenly raised their heads and chased in a certain direction. With them were several medium-sized but extremely fast monsters. Luo Jie and others were running in the woods. Since they had to clear all traces and smells along the way, they didn't move very fast. While taking action, Luo Jie's eyebrows suddenly raised, and the Shadow Kid who had not appeared for many episodes showed up. Shadow, food is coming? Omega? Luo Jie, coming towards us? How strong is it? Shadow, I don't know, a little bit powerful, can fight, underscore? Luo Jie, I understand. Luo Jie knew what was going on, but he had no intention of stopping and sniping. Well, when was the last time Shadow Boy said he could fight? It was that time when he fought the black and white corpses. He was so exhausted that he was paralyzed. Luo Jie believed in Yingziazi. If he said he could fight, then he could definitely fight, but it was not certain what he would look like after the fight. He still spoke to his teammates though. Speed up, there's a strange beast chasing us. Coming for us? Uncertain. Everyone nodded and the pace quickened a bit. However, as the speed increased, it became much more difficult for everyone to clean up the traces. In the end, Tang Jiuxia said directly, "Forget it, don't clean up the traces, just move forward at full speed." So everyone stopped clearing their tracks and ran a little faster. However, at this moment, Luo Jie suddenly shouted, "Disperse!" Everyone dodged in response, but Luo Jie did not move. A black knife popped out from the shadow and flew into his hand. He turned around and slashed with the knife. There was a loud bang. A gray-yellow shadow flew backwards, and a shallow pit appeared under Luo Jie's feet. The gray-yellow shadow was still flying backwards, but the people who had dodged to the side had already launched an attack on it. At the same time, snipers, giant fists, and deep red sword energy all blasted towards the gray-yellow shadow. "Just collect it after you're done." Luo Jie roared and pulled everyone away quickly. He threw out a few spherical objects in his hand. Suddenly, there was a burst of explosions and black smoke began to spread all around. "What? It interferes with the sense of smell. I don't know if it will work." As Luo Jie spoke, several more balls were thrown in different directions. After running a few steps, Luo Jie suddenly snorted. "It really is useless. No, it may also be because we are too close." As he spoke, the black long knife in Luo Jie's hand suddenly turned into a heavy sword as wide as a person, and he turned around and slapped backwards. At the same time, shadows wrapped around his limbs, and their strength increased instantly. The black heavy sword collided with the gray-yellow shadow, knocking the shadow out again, but it did not fly far, and instead hit a deep red wall of sword energy. Deep red? 3 talents. 3 long sword phantoms fell from the sky, trapping the gray-yellow figure inside. Hong San took out a red umbrella and thrust it into the ground. In an instant, dozens of huge red umbrellas appeared near the sword energy wall. Hong San himself became limp and was about to fall to the ground, but the fat dog beside him grabbed him and carried him on his back. Everyone continued to evacuate. "Hurry up, there should be 5 more behind." Tang Jiuxia looked at the twins in the team and said in a deep voice, "Hua Hua Ye, I leave it to you." The twin girls nodded in agreement, held their hands together, looked serious, and walked in front of the crowd. "Illusion? A ray of hope." Then the 2 sisters fell to the ground. Then he was carried on the backs of Airport and Mushroom-kun. Several people quickly passed the line drawn by the 2 sisters, and at this moment, something strange happened. The body of the person passing through the first line suddenly twisted and split into 3, each of which was indistinguishable and extremely real. A total of 18 people, divided into 3 groups, fled in 3 different directions, leaving traces in all 3 directions. After a while, 6 humanoid beasts came to the place where the 3 groups of people separated. The 6 strange beasts looked in 3 directions, roared at each other, and finally formed groups of 2 and chased in 3 directions respectively. Chapter 61 Divide and Kill. We used all our strength. The phantom has the same aura and shape as us, and its speed is not inferior to ours, but it only has half of our strength. It can only last for half an hour at most. Hua Hua and Ye lay on the backs of Airport and Mushroom-kun, looking pale and weak, saying, "If we create an illusion with stronger power, it will last shorter." "It's okay. Speed is important. Half an hour is enough." Tang Jiuxia comforted the 2 of them, then turned to look at Luo Jie. "Can you feel it?" Split into 3 groups, but the distance is too close, so fighting is not recommended. Okay, full speed ahead, Tang Jiuxia said in a deep voice. Everyone continued to speed up, and those with weaker physical strength were carried on their backs. Luo Jie moved quickly, and his shadow explored back and forth within a certain range. Gradually, in the shadow's perception, there were only 2 humanoid beasts left tracking them, and the other 4 gradually moved away from the shadow's perception range. After running wildly for a while, Luo Jie calculated that it was almost done, so he nodded to Tang Jiuxia. Seeing this, Tang Jiuxia said, "Hide your body, use Luo Jie as bait, and kill them separately." As soon as the words fell, everyone paused, turned over and lay directly on the ground, using the lush grass and trees to hide their bodies. Luo Jie stood in front of the crowd, his shadow spreading out to cover the figures of these people. If the strange beast approaches, it will only be able to sense his breath. After a moment, there was a whistling sound mixed with the sound of branches breaking. 2 tall humanoid monsters came quickly and stopped in front of Luo Jie. The 2 big heads looked around but didn't see any other people. The 2 strange beasts looked at Luo Zhe and couldn't help but grin. Looking at that extremely human smile, Luo Jie's expression froze slightly, thinking that it was indeed a high-level strange beast that could preside over worship, and its IQ should not be low. Thinking of this, Luo Jie had already rushed towards the 2 strange beasts. This time it was a 1 versus 2 situation. He did not use the black sword but took out a spear from the shadow. The spear shook and stabbed towards the throats of the 2 strange beasts. But the 2 strange beasts suddenly jumped to the sides, put their feet on the tree to gain leverage, and then turned back to Luo Jie, stretching out their sharp claws and piercing Luo Jie's vital points. At this moment, a huge bubble suddenly appeared beside Luo Jie, directly wrapping up a strange beast, making it unable to move, and was carried by the bubble to a certain direction. What awaits it is a series of attacks including sword energy, mushrooms, and iron fists. From time to time, several pairs of black hands reach out from the ground to restrict its movements. Luo Jie didn't pay much attention to this strange beast. The spear swept across, hitting the other strange beast directly. Pierce, stab, circle, block, pounce, tap, and flick. He used all kinds of moves, each of which directly stabbed the beast's vital points. The strange beast relied on its thick skin and took several attacks from Luo Jie, but did not fight with him. Instead, it turned around and tried to save another strange beast. But Luo Jie would never let it do so. 18 pairs of black hands stretched out from the shadows, each holding a weapon to fight with the strange beast. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. 18 kinds of weapons were used in turn, and Luo Jie himself was blessed with a shadow. Every shot was powerful and aimed at the vital points of the strange beast. The veins on the monster's forehead were visible to the naked eye, and it was obvious that it was extremely angry. It wanted to call its companions on the other 2 roads, but every time it opened its mouth, Luo Jie's spear would turn and stab into its mouth, forcing the strange beast to close its mouth. On the other side, Fat Dog and his gang were doing their best. Although their individual attack power is not as good as Luo Jie's, several of them together can cause considerable trouble to the strange beast, not to mention that there is also Tang Jiuxia who is at a higher level than Luo Jie. I saw a deep red sword thrust out, and the sword energy was rampant, leaving scars on the body of the strange beast. The other few people were also cunning. They focused on attacking the wounds, making the humanoid beast roar continuously, feeling extremely aggrieved. These 2 strange beasts have the power to crush anyone except Tang Jiuxia and Luo Jie. But now they were entangled and couldn't get out for a while. The strange beast was thinking about how to move and meet up with the other strange beasts, but at this moment, it felt a slight darkness in front of its eyes, as if something had absorbed the light. He turned his head suddenly and saw that the boy with the spear in his hand had replaced the spear with a long sword at some point, and he was wearing half a black robe. The long sword was unsheathed, and dozens of sword lights flashed. The strange beast that was still in the air had its head cut off and fell to the ground with a thud. In horror, the humanoid beast suddenly felt a pain in its chest. Looking down, I saw a crimson sword piercing its chest. It was stunned for 2 seconds, and was about to open its mouth and roar to signal its compatriots where the target was, but a black light flashed before its eyes, and then it saw a humanoid monster with half of its head missing. The shadow surged, dragging the bodies of the two strange beasts and sinking them into the depths of the shadow. Luo Jie looked at everyone and said, "Don't just think about killing them. Remember, you must make sure they can't call other of their kind in time." After saying that, he nodded to Tang Jiuxia, and the two of them took the lead and rushed out, followed closely by the others. There was nothing but blood on the ground, and no trace of the beast's corpse. The other side. The humanoid beast attacked, and its sharp claws pierced through the Luo Jie in front of it. But this Luo Jie was shattered like a mirror, and the flashing light made its eyes hurt. The same goes for others. They were shattered into pieces with one blow. With its intelligence, it naturally knew that the one it was chasing was fake, so it would look at the news from the remaining two roads. After raising their heads and roaring, they stood there and waited for a while. They vaguely heard two roars coming from the distance. They realized that the ones in that direction were also fake. Then they will know which direction to chase next. The two strange beasts looked at each other, and scarlet light flashed in their eyes. They suddenly rushed out and chased in the direction where Luo Jie and the others were fleeing. Not long after, they saw a large stain of blood. There is no body. There were no corpses of humans or strange beasts. The four humanoid beasts looked at each other, with shock in their eyes, but more of anger. Four noses sniffed the air, and after a moment, they moved together and rushed in a certain direction. There was a distinct smell of blood coming from that direction. Greedy humans actually took the corpses of their own kind with them when they ran away. That was simply stupid. Everyone was running away. Luo Jie was slicing meat as he ran, and even the monster's brain was sliced by him. He threw away some of the pieces of the monster's flesh and blood, and the rest was picked up and eaten by Shadow Cub. As he watched the film, Luo Jie became confused for a moment. "Strange, these two strange beasts don't have strange beast cores?" The others were slightly stunned when they heard this. "Could it be that you filmed too quickly and made a mistake?" asked the fat dog. "That's impossible." Luo Jie shook his head. He could be wrong, but Ying Zaizi couldn't be wrong either. Speaking of which, there's something wrong with Shadow Boy. He was quite interested in these humanoid beasts before, but now he's being very picky when it comes to eating. "Don't humanoid beasts have cores?" "No way. Low-level monsters most likely don't have cores. Generally, stronger monsters have cores. By the way, the brain structures of these two strange beasts are similar to humans?" Fatty looked at Luo Jie in surprise. "Are you familiar with the structure of the human brain?" "You definitely don't want to know the details of the story." Luo Jie pondered for a moment and guessed. "Is it possible that they took another path of development?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Tang Jiuxia thought about it, shook his head and said, "Let's escape first. Leave these problems to the researchers. Shadow, keep some samples and don't throw them all away." Luo Jie nodded, leaving behind a piece of flesh and blood. In fact, based on Shadow Boy's attitude, he had another guess. Shadow Cub loves to eat the meat of strange beasts, but he loves to eat pure strange beast meat. The fact that he is so picky means there is other meat mixed in the body of this humanoid strange beast. Other animal meat or human flesh? Chapter 62, Black Robes and Gun Shadows. Shadow Cub loves to eat the meat of strange beasts. Every time Luo Jie killed a strange beast, it would happily eat it until only the bones and shells were left. Well, even the marrow would be eaten. The few times when he was not interested, it was either because he didn't have the core of the strange beast, or because the strange beast had just eaten a human. Seeing the picky look on Shadow's face, Luo Jie thought that these two humanoid monsters might have just eaten a human and were coming to kill them. But why is there no core? Humans have been studying strange beasts for many years and have a unified understanding. High-level monsters must condense their cores, which are the core of their power. Without a core, they can only be low-level monsters that act on instinct. Luo Jie didn't believe that these extremely human-like humanoid beasts were low-level. But if they are high-level, what is the core of their power? Could it be Dantian? Luo Jie was thinking wildly and almost made himself laugh in this situation. Retracting his thoughts, Luo Jie looked at the conditions of the people around him. Feeling that they still had some strength left, Luo Jie felt a little more relaxed. It is estimated that in another 5 minutes, they will be able to escape to the middle area. Well, usually at times like this, something unexpected happens. Luo Jian narrowed his eyes and thought, and at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded behind him. Luo Jia was slightly startled, his shadow quickly reached backwards, and then his expression became strange. Tang Jiuxia noticed the change in Luo Jia's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Well, a group of unlucky guys ran into those humanoid monsters. What to do? The question is how to do this. The question is whether they will continue to escape regardless of the consequences or turn around and cooperate with each other. Tang Jiuxia looked at the exhausted team members, pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, "No matter what, let's go." The other team members were silent and had no opinion. If Tang Jiuxia was the only one here, she would turn around to provide support. Even if she couldn't win, with her strength as a third-level 1,000-stone grade driver, she would have no problem running away. In fact, she could run faster without the burden of the team. But now she had 8 companions, and several of them were severely exhausted in order to help them escape. To be honest, this decision was very disunited and might be used as an excuse if it were made public, but Luo Jia was extremely supportive. Judging from the news sent back by Shadow Cub, the hunting team was not very strong and it was quite difficult for them to deal with 4 humanoid monsters. And in just a short while, Yingzizi also discovered that there were several large strange beasts approaching that place. Apparently, there were more than 4 humanoid monsters searching the woods. If we rashly turned back to provide support, our entire army might be wiped out. Just as he was thinking, Luo Jia suddenly heard Yingzizi speaking. "Shadow, there will be a rubbish plot." Luo Jia, "What a rubbish plot?" "Shadow, the kind that is not suitable for children." Luo Jia? "Are there any women in that team?" "Shadow, men too." A hint of hostility flashed in Luo Jia's eyes. He could accept watching the people of that team die in battle and buying time for them, but he found it a little hard to accept watching the people of this team suffer such humiliation. Having said that, shouldn't there be aesthetic differences between strange beasts and humans? Why did this happen? This was the case with the man who was cut into pieces last time, and this is also the case with the person who is about to suffer humiliation this time. After pondering for a while, Luo Jia suddenly looked at the Captain Tang Jiuxia and said in a deep voice, "I want to go over there." "Good." Tang Jiuxia answered immediately without hesitation. Luo Jia, "Shouldn't he pull it?" "Why don't you go now?" "Oh." Luo Jia stopped and ran back. Here, Tang Jiuxia looked at several teammates who also wanted to catch up, and said calmly, "Don't stop, keep running." "But Captain." "No buts, don't get in the way." Tang Jiuxia looked at the team members and comforted them. "Don't worry, he's stronger than you think." Several team members were skeptical. After a while, Fat Dog asked tentatively, "Captain, are you and Shadow in love?" Tang Jiuxia's eyes twitched, and he glared at Fatty Dog unhappily. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not interested in this matter, and I don't dare to." She said the last few words so quietly that no one heard them. Luo Jia was running in the woods. With the help of his shadow, his speed was much faster than before. He did not go straight to the humanoid monsters, but went straight to the large monsters that were wandering around and were now dispersing. Wrapped in half a black robe, the black knife in Luo Jia's hand turned into a line. A large strange beast was unable to react in time, and its head was cut off. The shadow separated into a line and began to devour its flesh and blood, but Luo Jia did not stop and rushed straight towards several other large monsters, with the black knife in his hand flashing with black light. Zhou Ruoxue collapsed on the ground, unable to move. She barely managed to move her head and saw those horrible humanoid beasts killing her teammates without mercy. To be honest, many members of the hunting team had their heads tied to their waists, and had already prepared for death, so she was not too scared, but just felt a little melancholy in her heart. "I'm about to die." Then she heard a hissing sound. A humanoid beast tore the clothes of a female member, and then looked at her body. Zhou Ruoxue was suddenly frightened because she actually saw obscene intent on the face of the strange beast. A strange beast that has animal desires for human women? Then she saw the strange beast carrying the member into the bushes. The remaining 3 humanoid strange beasts looked at each other. Then, 2 of them took a man and a woman away, and the remaining strange beast walked towards her. Zhou Ruoxue suddenly became frightened. She heard the heart-wrenching screams coming from the bushes and saw the strange beast walking towards her with a sadistic and lustful look on its face. Zhou Ruoxue was filled with shame and anger, and she wanted to commit suicide with the dagger at her waist, but as soon as she moved her hand, the humanoid beast grabbed her hand and hung her up. The sound of clothes tearing was heard, Zhou Ruoxue's face turned pale, and tears of humiliation rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Just then, a strange voice sounded. "Gun shadows, become a forest!" The next moment, Zhou Ruoxue saw countless black lines suddenly falling from the sky, and the sound of flesh being pierced rang in her ears. The black line fell to the ground, making a loud bang and raising a cloud of dust. The smelly and dirty blood splashed all over her, and then she felt the force holding her loosen, and she fell directly to the ground. With a bang, a figure in a black robe and holding a spear fell to the ground. The man in black robe supported himself on the ground with his hands, glanced at Zhou Ruoxue, and then pointed his spear at her. Zhou Ruoxue felt that she could move. She struggled to get up, looked at the man in black robe and opened her mouth to say something. "Climb! Zhou Ruoxue. Take the rest of your people and climb!" Zhou Ruoxue walked silently into the bushes, woke up several unconscious companions, then turned and left. Before leaving, she looked at the man in black robe, bowed silently to express her gratitude. Seeing the few people walking away, Luo Jie breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow under him suddenly surged out, spreading around, and tried its best to devour the bodies of those large strange beasts. Energy was transmitted into Luo Jie's body, gradually giving his exhausted body a little strength. Propping himself up, Luo Jie looked at the dead humanoid monsters, turned his spear into a knife, and chopped out their brains. Similar to the human brain, without a core. Luo Jie took a few breaths and felt exhausted. Looking at Ing, who was eating happily, Luo Jie said, "Kid, take me to catch up with Fang Tang and the others." As he said this, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Fell into a deep sleep. The shadows surged and slowly gathered together, finally forming a black human figure. The black figure looked at Luo Jie silently. After a while, it reached out and grabbed Luo Jie's arm. He simply dragged Luo Jie and ran wildly in the woods. It looks a bit funny. Chapter 63, Within the Territory, a Thought Can Reach. Everyone ran all the way and successfully reached the edge of the deep area. Looking at the middle-level area within sight, everyone's anxious hearts relaxed a little. At this time, Fatty looked at Tang Jiuxia and suddenly asked, "Captain, Shadow has been away for a while, right?" Hearing this, Tang Jiuxia glanced at Fatty Dog, his expression still indifferent. "I told you, don't worry." Before she finished her words, she heard a whistling sound coming from behind. Tang Jiuxia's expression was slightly stiff, and the crimson sword was about to be unsheathed. The next moment, she retracted the sword, changed from one hand to two hands, and caught someone flying towards her. It was Luo Jie. Fatty Dog and the others were startled, thinking that something had happened to Luo Jie, but they didn't expect Tang Jiuxia to shake his head and say calmly, "It's okay, he fell asleep." Everyone. Tang Jiuxia looked at the people present, thought for a moment, and said to Mushroom Kun, "Mushroom, I will carry you every night, and you carry Shadow." "Oh." Mushroom June agreed, carried Luo Jie on his back, and everyone continued to move forward. After a while, Luo Jie woke up and felt a bump and a broad back. Luo Jie. "Mushroom, put me down, I'm fine." Mushroom. "Oh." Fat Dog. "Don't worry about the mushrooms. We can't put them down. He's still weak." Mushroom. "That makes sense." Luo Jie. After struggling for a while, thinking about Mushroom Kun's character, Luo Jie gave up. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked a question. "How did I get back to the team just now?" As soon as he asked this, everyone immediately became excited and started talking at once. After listening for a while, Luo Jie finally understood how he got back to the team. In short, it flew out. That shape was like a rag being thrown away, it flew out in an instant. Mug. Fat Dog, you are really good at chatting. Luo Jie sighed, too lazy to say anything more. He closed his eyes and communicated silently with Ingzai in his heart. "Luo Jie boy, next time, don't throw it. Shadow, underscore? Luogia, forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. At this time, everyone had run all the way and had reached the middle area. During this period, Tang Jiuxia once again asked the crowd to send a message to remind the nearby hunting teams to leave the vicinity of the deep area. As for how many people listen, that is none of their business. It was during their journey that everyone discovered that in addition to the humanoid monsters, there were also many medium and large monsters searching for them. This also made everyone feel lucky. Come to think of it, when we first started to retreat, did we alarm these humanoid monsters? And why did these large monsters also come looking for us? It was only when they reached the middle level that everyone relaxed a little and were in the mood to review what had just happened. Hearing this, Luogia thought about it. He recalled all the scenes from the moment he saw the worship scene to the first time he encountered the humanoid beast. He was also a little puzzled. It should be that there was no alarm. We were very careful when we evacuated. Everyone was a little confused. No matter how hard they thought, they would never have imagined that the animal skin with the baby image painted on it would suddenly flutter, and they would never have thought that the humanoid beast could actually understand the message on the special watch. Tang Jiuxia. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, forget it. Hurry back to the city and report the news. As he was speaking, he heard a rumbling sound coming from behind. Everyone looked back in horror, only to see a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster running towards them in big strides. The beast's eyes were bloodshot, and it came at him aggressively. Around his waist, there were more than a dozen human heads still dripping with blood. In the center of the deep zone, a man in black robe was sitting quietly on the ground. Behind him was a huge silkworm pupa more than 2 meters high. Around the man in black robe and the silkworm pupa, there were dozens of humanoid beasts kneeling. The man in black robe hummed a strange song, and his old hands gently stroked the silkworm pupa with gentle movements, as if he was comforting a delicate baby. Suddenly, the huge silkworm pupa shook slightly. The black-robed man paused for a moment, then chuckled and consoled him. He is your brother after all, so he should be strong. But I believe that you are stronger in the end, because you are purer. As soon as these words were spoken, the huge silkworm pupa was quiet for a moment, and then began to move again. The black-robed man hesitated for 2 seconds, shook his head and said, "It's unnecessary. Too many humanoid beasts will attract too much unnecessary attention, which will be detrimental to future operations." The huge silkworm pupa shook, and then became quiet. The man in black robe smiled silently, stroked the silkworm pupa, and continued humming. The strange humanoid beasts surrounding him and the silkworm pupa began to sway gently, as if they were performing some strange ritual. Suppress the urban area. Alien Center, Lin Fang's office. Lin Fang took a sip of tea, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, then he looked at the person opposite him and asked curiously, "You are not dead? You're really good at chatting." The young man sitting opposite him froze and couldn't help shaking his head. "No wonder you're still single now." Lin Fang. What kind of critical hit is this? After a dry cough, Lin Fang said seriously, "So, Comrade Zhenghausa, can you tell me about your mental journey during your 18 years of coma?" "Cooperate." Zhenghausa sighed. "I can see that you are in a really good mood. You can even make a joke." "What do you care about me?" Lin Fang grinned. Of course he was happy. His friend of many years had woken up, how could he not be happy? The only thing that made him unhappy was that he had become so old, but the other party looked like he was about 30 years old. Today he would be uncomfortable anyway. "Okay, stop sighing and just talk." Zhenghausa shook his head. "Okay, I'll tell you." He held a cigarette in his hand and talked about the past. Zhenghausa. "Can we not play this?" "Okay, go on," Lin Fang said happily. Zhenghausa smacked his lips and said with an unpleasant look on his face, "Actually, there's nothing much to say. Ever since the explosion 18 years ago, when I fell into a coma, most of what I saw was black. It was dark, chaotic, and nothing." Zhenghausa wiped his face, which was somewhat shadowed. "To be honest, that feeling was quite hopeless. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there were some lights and shadows in front of my eyes. I saw a lot of people and saw people fighting. Then I felt like I was being killed. So I woke up." Lin Fang stroked his chin and thought for a while. "You felt like you were being killed, and then you woke up, and by the way, You became a leader-level alien? The area within 3,000 feet is under my jurisdiction. Xinghao raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled happily. Lin Fang suddenly felt confused. Wasn't he going to make this guy suffer? Why was he feeling a little uncomfortable now? Sniffing, Lin Fang changed the subject. There is a light and shadow in front of my eyes all of a sudden. The nightmare factor carrier must have been to where you are lying. Could it be that the nightmare factor has taken effect? If you say so, when I woke up, I saw a child standing stupidly outside the door. It seemed like he was a carrier of the nightmare gene, Xinghao recalled. That should be the influence of the nightmare factor. It seems that all those years of research have not been in vain. Lin Fang was somewhat happy, clapping his hands and saying, It seems that it won't be long before our old buddies will wake up. By then, Dahuairen will be able to add a new batch of high-end combat power. Xinghao opened his mouth and was about to say something when his brows suddenly frowned. He left a message saying, I'm going out for a while, and then disappeared from the spot. Lin Fang looked at the place where Xinghao disappeared and couldn't help but sigh, with envy in his eyes. Commander, within the territory, everything can be reached with just a thought. That's fucking awesome. The humanoid beast came with great force, and the friction between its body and the air caused a series of rumbling sounds. Powerful pressure pressed down on Luo Jie and others. The power was far greater than the sum of the previous 6 humanoid beasts. Luo Jie and the others' faces all changed. Tang Jiuxia shouted, Hurry up and run! Waking everyone up. He turned around and drew out his crimson sword, ready to run towards the huge monster, ready to fight for his life. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the humanoid beast. Evil beasts, die! A cold shout rang out. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang and the humanoid beast that was originally so imposing suddenly exploded, turning into a pool of blood foam. Luo Jie and the others had dazed expressions on their faces, and Tang Jiuxia froze when he rushed out, almost falling to the ground. Everyone looked up and looked at the young man flying in the sky. Its power is like that of a prison, and it is like that of a god. Chapter 64 Results. Luo Jie and others looked at Xinghao with curiosity and yearning in their eyes. They knew that the other party was not a god. After asking, they found out that the other party was a commander-level alien. Commander level. It's the first time they have seen a real commander level. If it weren't for the opponent's strength, Luo Jie and the others really wanted to tie him up and ask him how it felt to be a commander, how strong he could be, whether he felt like a god, whether he was inflated, and what size underwear he wore. Something seems wrong? Xinghao looked at the green eyes of these children and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed and said, Children, you go back first. There are a few couples nearby waiting for my help. After saying this, he disappeared without a trace. As if it had never appeared. Luo Jie smacked his lips and said, If I have this ability, then I don't have to buy plane tickets anymore, right? You probably don't need to worry about plane tickets if you reach the maximum level of 100,000 Zhang realm, Tang Jiuxia said lightly. Luo Jie was silent for a moment. I have already reached the maximum level. If I don't consider breaking through, why should I consider the plane ticket? With a commander-level warrior active on the battlefield, Luo Jie and the others felt much more relaxed and were in the mood to joke. There were no pursuers behind them, and the strange beasts in the middle area were unlikely to threaten Luo Jie and others. So, everyone had no worries and returned to the suppression area town with peace of mind. After returning to the city, Luo Jie and several other exhausted people were thrown into the hospital to recuperate, while Tang Jiuxia went to the alien center to report what they had seen. About the large gathering of strange beasts. Samples and doubts about the humanoid monster. About worshipping a baby statue, and a strange beast inexplicably chasing them. This information was quickly delivered to Lin Fang, and then, well, the painful meeting began again. Of course, these have nothing to do with Luo Jie and others. Several half-disabled team members were lying in the hospital playing landlord, and the few who were able to move went to the town to find a place to eat. After running for most of the day, I would feel sorry for myself if I didn't eat something good. After lying in the hospital for more than half an hour, Luo Jie threw off his quilt, turned over and got up. Brothers and sisters, my brother is gone. Hua hua. Yi. Red umbrella. Brother Ingzi is really energetic. Yi couldn't help but sigh as he watched Luo Jia's back as he left. Indeed, every time he collapsed from exhaustion, he recovered not long after, just like a monster. Hong Sen recalled and nodded in agreement. I feel that Brother Ingzi's future girlfriend will be miserable. Hua hua. Yi. The twin sisters silently moved their bodies a little further away from the red umbrella. Red umbrella. Hua hua coughed dryly and changed the subject. By the way, why do you call each other by code names in the city instead of your real names? Hong San frowned, and her attention was diverted. I am used to being called by your real name, but I am not used to being called by my real name. I am also not used to hearing others call me by my real name. Hua Hua and Ye looked at each other and said, We are not used to it either. So you guys support the captain and Shadow? Can these two really get along? Luo Jia couldn't help but sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he couldn't help feeling a little confused. Shadow Kid is still transmitting energy to strengthen his body. How could he still catch a cold? After moving his arms and legs, Luo Jia didn't feel anything was wrong, so... Someone must be jealous of my handsomeness. Scratching his nose, Luo Jia didn't care and went to find a place to eat after leaving the hospital. Ingzi had a great meal today, but he hasn't had enough yet. He found a noodle shop and ordered 3 bowls of beef noodles, then Luo Jia logged into the hunting team's intranet to see if there was any new news. After looking around, I found that they were basically talking about old news. Luo Jia thought about it and called Tang Jiuxia. Hey Captain, where are you? I'm out shopping, what's wrong? Well, have the meats been tested? Let's do it. The results should be out soon. Can we know the result? I don't think so. That's okay. Luo Jia hung up the phone and smacked his lips helplessly. What a pity, he still wanted to know more information about the humanoid monster. On the other side, Tang Jiuxia looked at the phone, feeling a little confused. She actually wanted to say that if Luo Jia really wanted to know, she could go and help ask. The airport attendant looked at her and asked curiously, Who is it? Shadow. Airport's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, Captain, are you and Shadow in a relationship? Tang Jiuxia. How did you come to this conclusion? Feeling. Sighing, Tang Jiuxia rubbed his brows and said helplessly, I've already said it, I'm not interested in him, and it's impossible for me to be interested in him. This time she didn't say the word dare not, because if she got too close to the airport, she would hear it. Hearing this answer, Ji Chang half closed his eyes and chuckled twice. Captain, you planted the flag so perfectly. Tang Jiuxia rolled her eyes, too lazy to explain anything, and just said unhappily, Are you going to buy clothes or not? If not, I'm leaving. Bye. What do you think of this one? It's just the right size for me, but a little small for you. Alien Center, Laboratory. The door opened, and a staff member in a white coat walked in and said to a middle-aged man in a vest, Dr. Zhou, Director Lin hopes you can analyze the composition of these 2 pieces of meat. Dr. Zhou slurped up the noodles in his mouth, looked at the meat on the plate, and said, This is just the meat of a strange beast. What's the point of analyzing its components? It's a waste of resources. After saying that, he wanted to wave his hand to tell the man in the white coat in front of him to go away. Didn't you see he was eating noodles? The staff member opened his mouth and said with a stiff face, But Dr. Zhou, according to the uploaded report, these 2 pieces of beast meat come from a very intelligent high-level humanoid beast. This beast does not have a beast core and according to the report, its kind has a strong desire for human women. Is aesthetic isolation being put on dogs? Dr. Zhou threw away the noodles, put on his white coat, took 2 pieces of meat and began to test the ingredients. Why is there no structure like the brain? The data from just 2 pieces of meat is too simple. The part about the brain is also mentioned in the report. It is said that the structure is similar to that of the human brain. We need a sample, preferably a living brain. Dr. Zhou shook his head, turned on the instrument, and began testing the ingredients. Groups of data were projected on the screen. Dr. Zhou looked at the scrolling data with a focused expression and could not see anything abnormal. The staff member took a look at it and thought that there seemed to be nothing unusual, but saw Dr. Zhou's face suddenly change, and he operated a few times on the screen, and several sets of yellow data were divided into another screen. The staff knew that these sets of data were being monitored in real time. Then he saw that these sets of data gradually turned from yellow to blue. Dr. Zhou's expression was slightly tense, and he continued to operate with his hands. He transferred another string of yellow data to the split screen, and then he found that these sets of data were also gradually turning blue. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath and suddenly did something that surprised the staff in the white coat. He cut a cut on his hand and dripped a few drops of blood onto the 2 pieces of meat. "Doctor, you don't talk, look at the data," Dr. Zhou said in a deep voice, ignoring the cut, and continued to operate the screen. Several sets of new data were transferred to the split screen. After a while, these sets of data did not change. Dr. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, it's okay. Then he turned and walked out of the laboratory, leaving the staff with confused faces. Lin Fang's office. Dr. Zhou looked at Lin Fang and said in a deep voice, "The 2 pieces of meat you asked me to test are indeed the meat of strange beasts, but there are human flesh elements in them, and the human parts are transforming into strange beasts." "Transformation? What does that mean?" Lin Fang frowned. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath and said, "The source of the sample might have been a human." Chapter 65. Someone can do it. Listening to Dr. Zhou's words, Lin Fang fell silent. There are some people who have the ability to transform from humans into beasts, but that is essentially beastmanization. Although they have the abilities and even the appearance of animals, they are still human in nature. If they consume too much physical and mental energy, they will return to their original state. But according to Dr. Zhou, the owner of this book seems to have permanently transformed from a human to a strange beast, and even after his cells and muscle tissue were sliced, he was still continuing the process. It has been hundreds of years since the aliens appeared, but he has never heard of anyone having the ability to transform humans into strange beasts. Could it be some hidden alien from the Western country? Dr. Zhou looked at Lin Fang, who was in deep thought, and suddenly said, "Don't think everything is caused by aliens. Maybe it was created through experiments." "Made in an experiment? Western dog?" Lin Fang was puzzled and his face turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. This is really possible. Western dogs have a criminal record. Dr. Zhou rubbed his brows and said with a somewhat uneasy look, "I don't know if it's a Western dog, but in fact, there are people in Dahua who can do it." "Huh? Who?" "Su Fu." Hearing this name, Lin Fang was stunned for a second. He quickly filtered through the Dahua scientists he knew in his mind, but he couldn't find anyone named Su Fu. "Su Fu from Fuxia." Lin Fang's face suddenly froze, and his expression changed several times, but after a few seconds he returned to normal, shook his head and smiled. "If it was really Su Fu, I would probably panic, but he is already dead." Now it was Dr. Zhou's turn to be stunned. "Didn't they say that they failed to catch him when they first tried to arrest him?" "Yes, he escaped with the help of the explosion and lived in hiding for 18 years, but he jumped off the building not long ago," Lin Fang said as he threw a newspaper to Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou took the newspaper and saw a bold piece of news. According to Fuqing observation, someone in the alien center committed suicide by jumping off a building. It turned out to be a felony on the run for many years. Although the face is different from what we remember, experts have done a DNA comparison and confirmed that it is Su Fu who has been missing for 18 years. Looking at the newspaper, Dr. Zhou's face flashed with confusion. "Dead?" "Yes, it is unexpected that Su Fu, who founded the Fuxia Society, would commit suicide by jumping off a building in a small city like Fuqing." Lin Fang shook his head, seeming to be quite emotional. However, Dr. Zhou was stunned for only a moment before he recovered and looked at Lin Fang seriously and said, "If it wasn't Su Fu, then we have to consider whether it was done by those crazy people from the Western country. The most important thing is, how did they get in? It can't be another spy or something like that." Lin Fang looked at Dr. Zhou, shook his head and said, "There is no news of anyone missing in the town." "Then this is your business. I'm going back to the lab. I haven't even finished my noodles yet." Dr. Zhou shrugged and turned away. "Actually, it's not that there is no good news. At least, the transformation only takes place on one individual and will not spread." Lin Fang watched Dr. Zhou leave and continued to deal with the documents in his hands, but his mind was somewhere else. A report from long ago fell down, which he picked up, took a look at it, and then put aside. Strange rituals outside Fuching are the result of a mysterious study by the Free Alliance, which can summon strange beasts. What a mess. Can a commander-level alien jump directly from the city to the suppression zone? In theory, yes, but the suppression zone is actually another dimension. It would take a lot of mental energy to jump in. Tisk, is there any way to enter the suppression area without going through the door? If there were such a thing, the world would be in chaos. Luo Jia was eating his 5th bowl of noodles, Tang Jiuxia was drinking his 2nd cup of milk tea, and Airport was listening to their conversation with a look of despair on his face. Why did she bring the captain to this noodle shop? Which idiot told her that she could support the captain and Shadow as a pair? Is this something a couple should talk about? After finishing the noodle soup, Luo Jia waved his hand and said, "Boss, another bowl. This doesn't contain any beef. Mutton is fine too. There's no mutton either. How about some fish ball noodles? No fish balls. What about the rough noodles? There is no rough surface. Do you think I'm McDull?" Luo Jia had a toothache. Looking at the store full of people and the store owner's face full of pain and happiness, he knew that the man did not do it on purpose. He probably did not expect so many people to come back at once. After all, at this time of day, the hunting team would still be eating dry food in various corners of the suppression area. Touching his stomach with some dissatisfaction, Luo Jia had no choice but to pay the bill and leave. Tang Jiuxia and the airport also chose to leave. Seeing Luo Jia still touching his stomach, looking like he wasn't full, Tang Jiuxia couldn't help but ask, "Have you always been so good at eating?" Luo Jia smacked his lips. If he didn't know that Tang Jiuxia was not that kind of person, he would have really thought that this was a scolding to him. "I haven't always been this good at eating. Maybe it's because of my physical development, ha 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 ha." Tang Jiuxia. Airport. The 3 of them chatted as they walked and soon returned to where they lived. After separating from Tang Jiuxia and the other man, Luo Jia returned to his room and rummaged through the drawers and cabinets for a while. He then went into the kitchen and cooked some food, which he ate until he was full. After dinner, Luo Jia hesitated for a moment, then turned on his computer and played games for the first time in a long time. Recently, he has been either killing strange beasts or on his way to kill strange beasts. Although Luo Jia doesn't dislike this kind of life, it is still a bit difficult to bear the tension. Playing games at this time can help him relax. Of course, another part of the reason is that Luo Jia feels that after a series of recent events, especially the gathering of high-level monsters in the deep area and the humanoid monsters, some of the above policies should be adjusted. Well, the most important thing is that it is still early now, and Luo Jia cannot enter the dream state even if he goes to sleep. I can only play games to kill time. The game is online, and Luo Jia cheers up. I must get silver today. Then, he saw a sentence on the public channel. Yellow-haired candy princess, what do you mean, shooter opposite? Shooter, who is shooter? Luo Jia glanced at the screen. Oh, I'm a shooter. Specially kill yellow-haired people. What's wrong? Luo Jia. It seems like he knows where the problem lies. However, it was not a big problem. Luo Jia quickly typed an explanation on the public channel. Specially kill yellow-haired people. What's the matter? I specialize in killing yellow-haired people. If you don't agree, just keep it to yourself. If you have the ability, come and fight me head-on. So, the other 8 people in the game witnessed an evenly matched fight between a shooter and a mage. The scene was bloody and the fighting was difficult. Both sides seemed to have exhausted all their strength and charged at each other again and again. Then, yellow-haired candy princess, 0/21/4. Kill yellow hair, 1/21/1. TSK Tisk, that's great. Luo Jia shook his head in admiration and wanted to start the next game, but then he found out that his account was banned due to abnormalities in the game. Forget it, it's only 3 months, just bear with it, and it will pass. Looking at the sky, Luo Jia turned off the computer contentedly and went to bed. Western country. In a villa. The sound of angry pounding on the keyboard was heard, and a blonde girl pounded the table hard. Looking at the account suspension notice on the computer, she gritted her teeth and wanted to call the housekeeper to ask him to have friendly negotiations with the person in charge of the game company. Calm down, calm down. People from the Danebell family can't be so impulsive. It's too much to use the power of the family to oppress a mere game company. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and regained her elegant and calm demeanor. Just then, the door of the room rang. The reserved and humble housekeeper bowed slightly and said gently, "Miss, the 72 Pillars meeting is about to begin." "No." The blonde girl responded coldly. With a wave of her hand, she put on a black cloak and said, "Come on, Wayne. Let's go meet those old guys. Ginald Danebell, 1,000 Stones Level 9 driver. The current head of the Danebell family, and the 17th seat in the Council of 72 Pillars." Chapter 66, 72 Pillars Conference. Western Country. Abbreviation for Western Union International. It is a free country. It is a country that values democracy and human rights. It is a country without class distinction, where everyone lives in peace. Well, that's what Western countries said many years ago when they were trying to attract foreign immigrants. But the reality is that above the president are the chaebol, above the chaebol are the 72 families, and above the 72 families are the 72 Pillars Conference. Participants in the meeting included men and women, young and old. None of them are well known to the mass media. But there is a saying among the top elite circles of the West that 90% of the wealth of the West is in the hands of the rich, but 90% of the rich are in the hands of 72 mysterious families. Even the rise and fall of the West is decided by these 72 families. At this time, in the magnificent conference hall, at the long table, all 71 seats except the main seat were already occupied. Some of the participants were inattentive, some had gloomy faces, and some had their eyes wandering around, and no one knew what they were planning. Ginol sat at the position marked 17, grinding her nails, her black cloak casually placed on the chair, and her red dress outlined her body curves. Although not grand, it was full of the vitality and youthfulness of a girl. The meeting hasn't started yet, and everyone is doing their own thing. A few minutes later, the first person arrived. He looked at everyone and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I received some intelligence and I'm late." After everyone said it was okay, the old man, Kilo, sat in the first seat and announced the official start of the 72 Pillars meeting. The 72 people began to enjoy the delicious food brought by the servants while discussing various things, including oil prices, education development, national defense security, and how to deal with strange beasts. They casually talked about national affairs one after another, and later, these opinions or regulations would be slightly sorted out and sent to the president's office for his stamp. After a while, the food was almost finished. Kilo wiped his mouth and said to the crowd, "Enough of the idle chatter. Now let's get down to business. It's about our old acquaintance, Bobber." Jinhua, who was originally nonchalant, raised her eyebrows slightly and perked up a little. She had never met Bobber, she only knew that he was a great Chinese and a genius, and that Bobber was just a pseudonym to conceal his identity. Jinhua was quite curious about this person, especially after knowing that he was a Chinese. Kilo looked at everyone, raised a paper in his hand, then looked at the two pieces of paper and read softly. "Well, the original words were a bit exaggerated, so I simplified them a bit. Who is that idiot who reversed my equation? You are really brave. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Ahem, here is the second letter. Bobber said that he will cause some trouble in Dahua in the near future. Dahua will be in trouble. We can take this opportunity to do a business deal." At this point, Kolo raised his eyebrows slightly and said meaningfully, "Do a big deal, for example, control of the continental shelf in the south of the West Country." After saying these words, in the meeting room, everyone except Jinhua became excited and the voices became noisy. Kolo looked at everyone with a smile and did not try to stop them. Since ancient times, the greedy have been the best, and the 72 Pillars families are the greediest ones. After a moment, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up and said loudly in a passionate and persuasive voice, "Everyone, this is a big event. Billions of people in the Great Hua country are about to face a crisis. As a responsible major country, our Western countries should lend a helping hand in times of crisis. This is in line with humanitarianism and in line with the Western country's image of peace and friendship. We must do this." Then shouts broke out from all sides. Kiab's smile widened. The 72 pillar families are also the most hypocritical, the most treacherous, and the most righteous. Soon after, the meeting ended. Jinua returned to her villa, threw the cloak on the ground, and then covered her mouth and began to vomit. Oh my god, these old ghosts are really too smelly, I can't stand it. You still have control over the continental shelf. If the People's Congress of China is unhappy, they will sink you and you will have no place to complain. A bunch of stupid idiots, the monsters have already killed them at the pillow, but they are still thinking about starting a civil war. What the hell is this dash? Jinoel had none of the qualities of a mistress of the Daimbo family. She kept cursing for a long time, never repeating the same words. But Lil Wayne looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, pretending not to hear. After a while, she lay on the bed, hesitated for a while, took out her cell phone, and sent a message to a number. Suppression Zone. Lin Fan listened to the call and responded from time to time. Okay, I know, I'll post the news on the intranet in a moment. After hanging up the phone, he turned on the computer and operated it for a while. A moment later, all the aliens in the suppression area received a pop-up message. It is strictly forbidden to enter the deep area in the near future. Strengthen vigilance in the middle and deep areas, be alert to the strange beasts in the middle area, and be alert to the humanoid strange beasts appearing nearby. Aliens with the ability to transform into beasts, please register at the Alien Center early tomorrow morning. It is strictly forbidden to transform into beasts near the urban area, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Gigi walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair, only to see Tang Jiuxia curled up on the sofa, typing on his phone with a strange expression, so he subconsciously asked, Captain, what are you looking at? Pop-up window on the intranet. Pop-up? Fei Chan was surprised for a moment, picked up his phone and took a look, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Again, why do you say again? Scratching her head, she looked at Tang Jiuxia and said, I feel like something big is about to happen, Captain. Is this related to the news we reported? Tang Jiuxia shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know. Airport looked at the group and asked, Should we notify everyone in the group? Those boys may not read the pop-up window on the intranet. Tang Jiuxia thought about it and rejected the proposal. Forget it, Ingzi is already asleep at this time. It's not good to wake others up, let's notify him tomorrow morning. The airport nodded without any objection, and a few words silently passed through his mind. I bumped into it. In the dream world. Luo Jie is running wildly. He was cursing as he ran. Fuck! We agreed to attack in batches. No matter how much hatred or grudge you have, just charge at once. Behind him, 50 beast-like men in black robes were running wildly, chasing him desperately. Luo Jie is almost going crazy. When he first saw that there were only 50 people in black robes in the dream, he was surprised. Could it be that the dream world saw that he couldn't beat the copy of 100 people for a long time, so they lowered the difficulty of the copy? While he was thinking about this, he saw 50 men in black robes take off their clothes and transform into beasts to attack him. Who the hell can stand this? Luo Jie turned around and ran away. While running, he also remembered that when he wrote about his dream last time, he had dealt with the first 50 men in black robes. Although it was very difficult, he did succeed. So this isn't a reduction in the difficulty of the dream, this is entering the second stage of the dungeon. Luo Jie sprinted with all his strength in his dream, and he used so much force that he couldn't help but let out a high-pitched sound, and then 50 beast-like men in black robes pounced on him and cut him into 50 pieces, no more, no less. Grass. This was the last word Luo Jie Diao said before he died. Chapter 67 I have special cheating skills. In the darkness, Luo Jie was silent. I haven't seen this scene for a long time. It's so annoying. After quickly calming down, Luo Jie sorted out in his mind what had just happened. It might seem easier if it wasn't 1 against 100, but in the first stage of this dungeon at least the opponents rushed up to fight him step by step, but in the second stage, 50 black-robed men came up right away. This mud is really hard to handle. By the way, can I use multiple shadow clones? Luo Jie opened his eyes, looked at the 50 black-robed men who had suddenly transformed, and shouted. Multiple shadow clone technique! Puff! Well, here are 50 fresh slices again. It seems that I can't. After wiping his face, Luo Jia continued to ponder how to break through the second stage of the copy. It would be great if I could drop a nuclear bomb, but unfortunately I can't. Is there any other weapon that can deal with this situation? Luo Jia began to test the weapons. From long swords, broadswords, xianhua axes, to spears, hidden weapons, and bouncing bombs. Well, something seems to be wrong? In short, he has thoroughly tested the talent of all martial arts proficiency, and has come to understand the upper limit of this talent. He'd better not use weapons like whips in the future, as they can easily tie him up. As for the effect against the enemy, guess how he measured so many weapons? Luo Jia was a little crazy. There were too many enemies. Even if he held a weapon in each hand, he couldn't handle them all. He was not Karabi, who could carry 8 knives on his body. That's not impossible. Luo Jia narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. After exiting the darkness, Luo Jia opened his eyes again and looked at the 50 black-robed men opposite him who had transformed simultaneously. He manifested 2 weapons, a knife and a sword, in his hands, and leaned forward to rush towards the man in black robe. The black-robed man transformed into a beast, and his ferocious aura pressed towards Luo Jia. Luo Jia was fearless and slid into the crowd of people in black robes. For a moment, there was a constant clanging sound in the crowd. With a loud shout, several black-robed men in the center were blown away, revealing Luo Jia, who was being besieged. 8 pitch-black arms stretched out behind him and 2 faceless heads popped out from his shoulders. Each of the 8 arms holds a weapon, and the 2 heads are vigilantly looking forward, backward, left, and right. Luo Jia was alert to the beast-like men in black robes around him, while marveling at his own appearance. Although it was a little different from what he had imagined, it could still be considered a success. He originally wanted to cos Neza, but what came out was the 8-armed, 2-headed statue he had imagined. Forget it, just treat it as copyright circumvention. Licking his lips, Luo Jia looked at the beast-like black-robed people surrounding him and grinned. Look, I'm going to kill you. Come face to face with me. In the darkness, Luo Jia covered his mouth and fell into deep thought. Well, this time it wasn't the black-robed people who killed him, he was killed by those 8 arms. He had to command 8 arms using different weapons, and observe and process information from all directions. His brain couldn't keep up, and he cut himself without paying attention. Luo Jia recalled it and laughed out loud. This picture is so weird. Of course, Luo Jia thinks this idea is actually fine, as long as he can process the information. In this regard, he can only practice. Taking a deep breath, Luo Jia stepped out of the darkness. With 8 arms on his back and 2 heads on his shoulders, he fearlessly rushed towards the 50 beast-like black-robed men who were leaving. Sitting up from the bed, holding his waist, Luo Jia couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It had been so many episodes since he had been raped in his dreams, but he didn't expect that today he had it all made up for in one scene, and most of it was his own. But being hit so many times was not without benefits. At least after that night, he was able to make his 10 arms not affect each other. Hey, this kidney is not wasted. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Brother Shadow, you, continue. Fat Dog pushed the door open and was about to close it again. Luo Jia called him back with a dark face and said unhappily, Why should I continue? What the hell are you thinking? Oh, yes, I was thinking the wrong way. Fat Dog said quickly, but his face showed an expression of, I understand. After being speechless for a while, Luo Jia was too lazy to explain, and asked seriously, Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? As soon as he asked, he saw the Fat Dog looking at him strangely. What's the matter? Brother Shadow, why don't you check your phone to see what time it is? Hearing this, Luo Jia glanced at his phone and was shocked. It was almost 10 o'clock. His habit of getting up early, which he had maintained for more than 10 years, was broken. This rare situation also made Luo Jia stunned for a moment, but it was not a big problem. He looked at the Fat Dog and asked, Well, what's wrong with sleeping in? Tell me, what's the matter? Fatty Dog looked as if he understood everything, and continued, It's not a big deal, actually. The captain just told us in the group to take a 2-day break, and also told us to pay attention to the pop-up messages on the internet. Okay, I know. Just go and do your thing. After 2 days of rest, Luo Jia was not surprised. Hua Hua, Ye and Hong San were still lying in the hospital. These 3 people were not him, so their energy and spirit could recover quickly. But he didn't really notice the pop-up message on the intranet. After reading the message carefully, Luo Jia felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Something big will happen in the next period of time, and the cause is in the deep area. Thinking of this, Luo Jia inexplicably felt a sense of urgency. After eating something simple, Luo Jia began to sit cross-legged on the bed and meditate. In the spiritual sea, Luo Jia looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly exclaimed. There was originally only 1 spirit bead in his sea of consciousness, but now it has become 2. Moreover, the newly overflowing ocean of spiritual power has condensed to the size of a lake, and is constantly attacking the 8-armed, 2-headed giant statue in the air. The 8-armed, 2-headed giant statue stood still, allowing Luo Jia's mental power to impact it. However, his mental strength gradually concentrated and condensed under this constant impact. It is estimated that it won't be long before the 3rd spirit bead can be condensed. Luo Jia knew that the 8-armed, 2-headed giant statue was magical and could attract mental power to continuously impact it, but when did this 2nd mental bead come out? Before going to bed last night, Luo Jia took a look at his sea of consciousness. It was still a long way from condensing the 2nd one, but today it happened. Is this a bit unreasonable? As the old saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Luo Jia pondered for 2 seconds. There is something abnormal in the spiritual sea, and I have entered the spiritual sea again. Will this logout button be removed? With a thought, he opened his eyes and woke up. The logout button is still there, so the only unusual thing is the manifestation of 8 arms and 2 heads in the dream? Luo Jia felt that this possibility was very high, but he couldn't enter the dream world now and couldn't conduct experiments. If he wanted to verify whether it was related to the 8-armed, 2-headed statue, he would have to wait until tonight. Well, what would happen if I did this in the spiritual sea? Raising his eyebrows, Luo Jia closed his eyes and entered the sea of consciousness. Floating on the sea of spirit, Luo Jia held his breath and concentrated his mind. The sea of spirit surged instantly, and 8 pale golden arms and 2 heads appeared on his body. 8 golden weapons were held in his hands, looking extremely powerful. At the moment when the light golden 8-armed and 2-headed statue appeared, Luo Jia saw that the motionless 8-armed and 2-headed giant statue in the spiritual sea suddenly stood up, holding 8 kinds of pitch-black weapons in its hands. The next moment, an 8-armed, 2-headed giant rushed into the spiritual sea with weapons in hand and began to stir up the situation. The entire spiritual sea was turned upside down by the giant. Countless mental powers were lifted up by the colossus, forming a golden rain in the mental space here, and then flowed back together. Luo Jia's face turned slightly pale. He could feel that the spiritual sea below was gradually becoming more solid. The entry of the 8-armed, 2-headed giant statue accelerated the speed of condensing his 3rd spiritual bead, but the pain he had to endure during this period made his face look a little ugly. So I woke up late today because I was in pain? My body was protecting itself, so I slept a little longer? Luo Jia guessed in his heart that this should be the case. That's a bit against the will of heaven. As long as he maintains this posture of 8 arms and 2 heads in his sea of spirit every day, the colossus will continue to temper his sea of spirit. Then, won't his own spirit beads swell rapidly? You are too naive to think that I would think this way. If there is no restriction, I won't believe it even if you kill me as an online writer. Luo Jia thought to himself. But no matter what, Luo Jia knew that he now had a special cheating skill.